Chapter 2602, Two Scapegoats, 2-in-1, 2602. Two Scapegoats, 2-in-1, and xuanhuan ran away with 5 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. After all, the mineral puppets were unintelligent and slower than them, so they couldn't stop them. As for Luo Chen, although he had broken 4 Dao locks, he was alone after all. He seemed to have only brought a dozen people with him. Except for himself, the others had all died in the battle. However, Xuanhuan had to admit that Luo Chen's operation almost destroyed the City of Origin. In just a few hours of battle, the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators of the City of Origin were completely wiped out, and 13 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators died. There were 89 people left, but only 32 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators escaped, and only 5 people escaped with an Xuanhuan. And Xuanhuan shouted, "Old man Luo Chen, I'll remember this, let's wait and see. When we get out of the Mind Demon Stream, we'll start a war." And Xuanhuan didn't think that Luo Chen was controlled, because in this battle Luo Chen used 11 people to kill 57 strong masters of his City of Origin. This was definitely a huge victory. If it were him, he might have done the same. After all, the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers were competitors. On this side, Xuanhuan had no scruples now that his Dao locks had been broken. He rushed forward, passing through many streets, and quickly killed 30 level 6 mineral puppets before stopping. Among the people following Xuanhuan, someone said, "Uncle Bei, what should we do now?" Xuanhuan's face was gloomy. "We can only fight our way through. Fortunately, the Mind Demon Stream isolates the outside world. Although I opened my Dao locks, I didn't trigger the power of the Heavenly Dao, nor can I sense the coming of my monarch tribulation. It seems that it's not a loss to break my Dao locks. At least, I don't have to be restrained anymore." And Xuanhuan quickly collected his thoughts. He had already been defeated. He didn't want to find an excuse. Now he needed to make use of the strength of all 4 of his Dao locks to quickly make a way. The broken Dao locks could be remade in 3 days, but after more than 3 days it would be difficult to remake them. Therefore, these 3 days were extremely important. Just as an Xuanhuan was about to continue to attack, suddenly, spears stabbed into the ground in tens of thousands on the entire street and many places outside the street. If this wasn't the God-sealing spear array, what was it? Not good. We've been ambushed. For a moment, Xuanhuan and the others were all shocked. They didn't find where the enemy was at all. Besides, they moved extremely fast along the way. How could they have been ambushed? Bang! Xuanhuan used nearly 20 times the speed of light and destroyed more than 30 God-sealing spears in one blow. But there were tens of thousands of God-sealing spears, so it might take Xuanhuan 1,000 full blows to blow up the array of God-sealing spears. Xuanhuan burst into fury and shouted, "Who is it? Why are you hiding? Come out and fight me if you have the ability." However, Xuanhuan had no intention of appearing at all. However, as he issued an order in his heart, 1,000 flash lizards appeared on this street. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. Where did these flash lizards come from? Yang Kun? The first person Xuanhuan thought of was Yang Kun. Only the people of the soul-controlling sect could control the mind demons, especially controlling thousands of them at once. However, hadn't Yang Kun been killed by Xuanhuan? Buzz. Xuanhuan was refreshed. Xuanhuan only said that there was no more soul-controlling sect in the infinite mining area, but he didn't say that he had killed Yang Kun. Did Yang Kun come in too? But that wasn't right. How did Yang Kun come to Puppet City? Had he been here all the time? Had Xuanhuan fought him here? Or maybe Xuanhuan just drove him into the Mind Demon Stream? No. And Xuanhuan's eyes turned cold. It was definitely not Yang Kun. How strong was Yang Kun? Even if he had an army of 100,000 or 80,000 mind demons, it was impossible for him to cross the Mind Demon Stream to reach Puppet City. The mind demons under his control were no match for the Bloody Hand Mind Devils at all. Besides, why did Yang Kun attack him? It didn't make sense. Therefore, Xuanhuan was suddenly refreshed. It was Xuanhuan. Yang Kun's disappearance was only related to Xuanhuan. The sudden appearance of the Mind Demon army could only be Xuanhuan's masterpiece. Either Xuanhuan controlled Yang Kun, or Xuanhuan killed Yang Kun and got the way to control the Mind Demon from him. And why did Xuanhuan attack him? That was because Xuanhuan was a human. However, if Xuanhuan was a human, he should have attacked the City of Scavengers. Why did he chase him down? Wait a minute, Xuanhuan thought. Not only had Luo Chen found him, but he had also launched a suicide charge against the City of Origin. Just now, he thought that Luo Chen had killed more than 50 people from the City of Origin with a dozen people, but he suddenly realized that Luo Chen seemed to have changed into a different person. He had interacted with Luo Chen before, but he wasn't so crazy. Could it be that something happened to Luo Chen, or was he controlled? Thinking that Luo Chen was controlled, Xuanhuan felt a chill down his spine. If everything was as he guessed, then Xuanhuan was too terrifying, and Xuanhuan couldn't help but swallow. Then he shouted, "Human Butcher, is that you?" However, no one responded. Only the Flash Lizard army rushed over crazily. The strength of the Flash Lizards was equivalent to that of peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, or to be exact, slightly weaker. However, the result of thousands of Flash Lizards charging in such a narrow space was terrifying. At this point, Shanbei no longer hesitated. Whether this was done by human butcher or not, in order to protect himself, he had to release the people in his origin star. If he released them, he might survive, but if he didn't, he would probably die. In this trip, in addition to the inheritance of the great monarch, he also wanted to cultivate the 5th Dao lock. Once he succeeded in making the 5th Dao lock, it meant that he had a high chance of proving Dao. Therefore, he would rather let out the people in his origin star to save his life than be besieged and killed by a group of flash lizards. Therefore, Shanbei's eyes turned cold, and the surrounding space changed, and 40 perfected star transformation realm cultivators suddenly appeared. Including Shanbei and the 5 perfected star transformation realm cultivators he led, there were a total of 46 people on his side. If there were only 1,000 flash lizards, it would be impossible to shake so many of them. When these people appeared, their first reaction was a little stunned. "Uncle Bei, what's going on?" Shanbei said. "I was tricked. They can control the mind demons. I need your combat power." These people saw that there were only 1,000 flash lizards. Although their strength was not weak, it was not a problem to kill them all. On average, each of them only needed to kill more than 20. However, before they took action, they discovered that another 2,000 flash lizards had appeared out of thin air. "Everyone," Shanbei said, "don't waste time. Kill. It's impossible for him to control too many mind demons of this level at once." Shanbei was sure that if it was Yang Kun, he couldn't have controlled so many flash lizards unless he had been hunting them in the northern mining area a long time ago. Even if Hanfei learned how to control the mind demons from Yang Kun, the time was too short. Even if Hanfei was a genius, how many flash lizards could he control? For a moment, Shanbei and the others attacked with all their strength. Flash lizards, which were almost comparable to peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, were dying one after another. No matter how fast they sprinted or jumped, they could only perish in the face of the heavenly cicada family, whose speed was also extremely strange. In less than 2 hours, none of Anvan, Anbei, and the others died, and the remains of the flash lizards were everywhere. The minerals fell to the ground, and no one picked them up. In the end, they were swallowed by the invisible force on the ground. After the last flash lizard was killed, someone put on a smile. "It's finally over." However, as soon as this person said so, a phantom appeared on this street, and another 3,000 flash lizards appeared. Everyone, Brun, perfected star transformation realm cultivators also had their limits. It was very difficult for them to last long if they kept attacking. Furthermore, once the number of creatures in the early stage of the sky-opening realm increased, they could exhaust the perfected star transformation realm cultivators to death. For example, when Hanfei used the Starseed Metal devouring ants to test Zhao Qinglong and the others, 10,000 Starseed Metal devouring ants could exhaust a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to death. These flash lizards were almost in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Not to mention 10,000, even 100 of them could make a perfected star transformation realm cultivator's scalp tingle. At this moment, 3,000 more flash lizards made Shanbei and the others curse in their hearts. Which Beastard was causing trouble. However, the appearance of the flash lizards made it impossible for them to break the God-sealing spear array, so they could only bite the bullet and continue to fight. However, this time, Hanfei no longer waited. It had been too long. Because of Anbei's special ability, he could move much faster than others, so Hanfei had time to slowly exhaust them. However, he didn't want to delay any longer. As he activated the void-stealing technique, a person's soul-suppressing godly weapon appeared out of thin air. The person was shocked. Not good. Someone is launching a soul attack on me. But immediately afterward, Hanfei used the void-stealing technique on the other two, who also had soul-suppressing godly weapons. These guys are really rich. Hanfei knew very well that it was not difficult for a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to get a godly weapon. Perhaps their soul-suppressing godly weapon was only a low-quality godly weapon, but it was still a godly weapon. At this moment, the drawback of the void-stealing technique appeared. Once the other party had a soul-suppressing godly weapon protecting him, not only would it be difficult for him to steal the other party's consciousness, but he would also alert them. Hanfei didn't intend to try it on others, because these people must all have soul-suppressing godly weapons. In that case, Hanfei could only use all 3 void-stealing techniques on one person. Since he couldn't steal his consciousness, he would steal his actions, his power, and his great Dao. One of them was stunned after being attacked by the void-stealing technique 3 times. In the next moment, he was bombarded by dozens of flash lizards. Seeing that the flash lizards failed to kill him, Hanfei chose to let them blow themselves up. Boom boom boom, the continuous explosions finally exploded this person. His flesh and blood scattered and his soul dissipated. In the end, his body was absorbed by the array on the ground and he died. When the first person died, the others panicked. They hadn't even seen the enemy yet, but their people had died. After only 3 seconds, the second person was killed by the flash lizards in the same way. Then came the second and the third. It wasn't until Hanfei killed the 11th cultivator of the city of origin with the void-stealing technique that Shanbei finally took out a one-time use godly weapon that contained the blow of a monarch. This blow was aimed at the God-sealing spear array. However, to Enshanbei's disappointment, this blow exploded more than 300 God-sealing spears. As soon as a weak spot appeared in the God-sealing spear array, more than 200 more God-sealing spears descended from the void. Someone was furious. "Who the hell is it? Get your ass out here," someone shouted. "Coward, why are you hiding in the dark?" Seeing that even the monarch's attack couldn't break the God-sealing spear array, and Enshanbei could only bite the bullet and fight. However, before long, another 7 or 8 people died. Enshanbei roared, "Everyone, attack together with me." This time, Enshanbei took out 3 jade slips of a monarch's strike and threw them to one spot of the God-sealing spear array. At the same time, everyone ignored the siege of the flash lizards and charged at the array with Enshanbei. However, when the 3 jade slips were released, a blue pearl shot out of thin air. Buzz. The extreme cold pearl unleashed the power of a carefree level cultivator and destroyed the 3 jade slips in one go. At this moment, Enshanbei finally confirmed that this person was Han Fei. Enshanbei said, "Human butcher, come out and fight me if you dare. I know it's you." This time, Han Fei didn't hold back anymore. He put away the twin divine technique and appeared outside the God-sealing spear array. Han Fei said leisurely, "All right, I'll lay my cards on the table." Enshanbei said, "It's really you." Han Fei shrugged. "Yes, I am. What can you do to me?" Enshanbei, human butcher, our city of origin has no grudge against you. Why did you do this to us? Han Fei stepped into the array and activated his great Tao. "Believe it or not, it's just because I don't like you." With that, Han Fei attacked in person. Under Han Fei's terrifying speed of 30 times the speed of light, under the siege of the flash lizards, under the dual suppression of Puppet City and the God-sealing spear array, an hour later, even Enshanbei was nailed to this long street by Han Fei. At this time, Han Fei chuckled and said, "By the way, you may not know the grudge between me and you, but that useless monarch of your city, Balin, dares to attack my wife time and time again, trying to kill her. Sooner or later, I will slaughter through the city of origin and avenge my wife." Enshanbei, he really wanted to say, "You have a wife? How is your wife related to our monarch?" Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't give him a chance to speak again. He began to refine puppets. After 2 hours, there was no longer Enshanbei here, only Han Fei's puppet. Han Fei waved his hand. "Go. If you see anyone from the Divine Demon Forest, kill them. As for the other factions, rob them if you can." At this point, in this northern expedition, the city of scavengers and the city of origin had all been destroyed by Han Fei. Although some people escaped, Han Fei didn't care at all. Those people were either killed by him or by others. It made no difference as long as they were dead. On this day, Luo Chen from the city of scavengers led people to plunder everywhere. In the end, the people in the city of scavengers became street rats and were hunted everywhere. As for Enshanbei from the city of origin, as long as he met a person, he would rob him and show no mercy. They even robbed the lone strong masters of the divine beasts and ferocious beasts. It was not hard to imagine how these people would deal with the power of the city of scavengers and the city of origin in the infinite mining areas when they returned to the 100 Alliance city. After solving Luo Chen and Enshanbei, the tens of thousands of flash lizards controlled by Han Fei were mostly dead, with only more than 2,000 left. Han Fei didn't deal with the Divine Demon Forest. After all, Lin Kei, who wanted to kill him back then, had been killed by him on the spot. He wasn't that vengeful. He would just kill the people of the Divine Demon Forest only when he encountered them. This time, Han Fei only killed the strong masters in the city of scavengers and the city of origin in passing. His main purpose in coming to Puppet City was to find Old Yuan. Ever since Old Yuan taught him the God-fiend formless technique, the two of them were no longer master and servant but friends. From being enemies to scheming against each other, forcing Old Yuan to acknowledge him as his master, and now becoming friends, their relationship had already changed subtly over the years. At this moment, although Han Fei was in a better mood, he was only relaxed. After all, after 2 rounds of operation, a large number of strong masters in the city of scavengers and the city of origin were killed. However, this relaxation didn't make Han Fei smug. This was because he knew that many strong masters must have gathered in the mysterious place in the chaotic wasteland over the last 100,000 years. 100 or so people might be nothing. Therefore, there was no need to be smug now. Everything had to be done according to plan. After letting Luo Chen and Enshanbei perform on their own, Han Fei continued to turn into a black fog and went to the place indicated by the vast ocean navigator. After entering the inner city, there was still no sign of the demon vanquishing tree, nor could he sense the synchronization of the information of his clone. Han Fei had a bad feeling. His clone was probably dead. Otherwise, it didn't explain why he couldn't sense any information from his clone. Because he was in the form of a black mist, Han Fei marched unscrupulously to the center of the inner city. When Han Fei encountered a river around the city, he suddenly saw 2 turtle men standing behind the bridge, holding heavy shields in their hands. Behind the bridge was a wide road. Han Fei could see 2 teams of at least 20 puppets patrolling with spears and golden knives. Behind each team was a big guy. Fuck, are there multiple kinds of mineral puppets? Han Fei was a little surprised. He had always thought that the mineral puppets were the same as what he had seen before, but this was not the case. At this moment, Han Fei saw 3 different species at once. One was a puppet holding a shield, one was a patrolling puppet holding a spear and a saber, and the other was a huge puppet following behind the team. This phenomenon could only mean that the closer one went to the center of Puppet City, the more dangerous it was. Han Fei could even vaguely see that on the other side of the river, even the buildings seemed a little different. However, if he wanted to cross the river, he could only cross the bridge. The road was just like that, or he could swim over from the river. However, Han Fei felt that if he thought of swimming over, how could this not be considered when Puppet City designed the city defense? Therefore, it was definitely impossible to swim across the river. Han Fei didn't hesitate. Anyway, he was in the form of black fog, so he might as well slowly move over. These mineral puppets didn't have perception abilities either. Because they didn't have a soul, theoretically speaking, they shouldn't be able to discover him. Another moment later, Han Fei slowly moved to the opposite side of the river, which was very close to the mineral puppets. Especially the shield-holding puppets on the opposite side of the Guardian Bridge, the distance between them and Han Fei could only be calculated in meters. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought that he had avoided the perception of these puppets and was about to cross the last step of the bridge, suddenly, the 2 shield-holding puppets suddenly turned 90 degrees and looked at where Han Fei was. Han Fei was shocked. Had he been discovered? In the next moment, Han Fei naturally rushed forward and crossed the bridge first. He couldn't just retreat when he was already on the other side of the bridge, right? At the same time, the 2 patrol teams of 40 people all looked in Han Fei's direction. Han Fei curled his lips. It would be fine if they were level 7 mineral puppets, but these were still level 6 mineral puppets. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, dozens of spear beams shot out. Han Fei still maintained his black fog body, but his great Tao had already been activated and his strength had soared. Bang, bang, bang. Fist shadows appeared in the air and quickly attacked, shattering the spear beam. Then, Han Fei felt the puppets draw their knives. He sneered. Knives? Come on, I grew up playing with knives. Han Fei flicked his finger and the infinity water shot out, turning into a knife hell, shattering all the incoming knife lights. Han Fei stopped fighting and tried to break through. However, 2 huge shields fell from the sky. They were the 2 shield-holding puppets. Explode. Han Fei punched out with the Star Explosion Fist, which was so powerful that 2 pieces of shield armor were sent flying, along with the people behind. But behind the shield armor was an iron tower-like brawny puppet, which was the huge puppet accompanying each patrol team. Buzz, Han Fei could even feel energy circulating in the puppet's body. The puppet punched out and faced Han Fei's Star Explosion Fist without retreating at all. Boom. Finally, because the power was too powerful, it formed a ripple. This was very rare in Puppet City because once the power dissipated, it would be absorbed by the ground. This time, it was really because the power was too strong. However, Han Fei saw that the huge puppet stabilized itself after sliding for more than 10 meters on the ground. Hiss, so strong? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. This was too much. The shield-holding puppet's defense was very strong and could barely block the Star Explosion Fist. This puppet of strength could actually resist the Star Explosion Fist head-on. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he might have been cut apart by those spear-holding and saber-holding puppets. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. In these 3 kinds of puppets, one was a shield, one was a weapon, and the other was a strength armor. Their combination was very powerful in combat. However, Han Fei felt that this combination seemed to lack something. Just as Han Fei was deep in thought, with a flash of light, a terrifying arrow instantly fell in front of Han Fei's chest. Han Fei reacted in time, but he didn't completely dodge it. However, this arrow could burn people in the sky-opening realm, so Han Fei made a prompt decision and the extreme cold pearl appeared again. Buzz. The blue flame arrows were frozen and hit Han Fei's arm. Bang! His arm exploded, but it didn't burn, which made Han Fei breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, it didn't matter even if it burned because he was in his black mist body. He could recover after abandoning his black mist body. It would only take him hundreds of years of vitality. Han Fei couldn't help but raise his head and look into the distance. It was the roof of a building. Standing there was a lone figure holding a longbow that could shoot arrows of light explosion speed. Han Fei snorted. Bow armor. Yes, this battle combination just now lacked a long-range attack. Now it seemed that there was no shortage. Chapter 2603 is the Old Turtles Arrangement. First 2 in 2603 is the Old Turtles Arrangement. Han Fei believed that facing this defense mechanism, cultivators below the perfected Star Transformation realm could just return home. Even perfected Star Transformation realm cultivators needed to work together to break through the array. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to cross it. In the face of such a battle formation, in normal times, Han Fei would have been curious and wanted to test it out, but now he wasn't in the mood. Such a strong combination was better left to those who came later. Han Fei burst out at full speed and broke through the blockade of these puppets with the advantage of speed. At that moment, Han Fei felt a net-like mysterious Dao runes that seemed to be trying to block him, but it was a step slower. He unexpectedly escaped their blockade. At first, these puppets tried to chase him, but in the blink of an eye, Han Fei was gone. Seeing that he was gone, they stopped chasing him. They seemed to know that they couldn't catch up with him, so they didn't have to waste their effort. In this battle formation, the only one who could keep up with Han Fei's speed was the archer. Even when he reached such a high speed, the other party could still shoot arrows with exceptional accuracy. Han Fei's face slightly changed. A level 7 mineral puppet? Yes, Han Fei guessed right. To be able to keep up with his speed so easily, the other party couldn't be a level 6 mineral puppet. At first, there was only one archer puppet attacking him. Then, 2, 3, and 4 appeared. Han Fei's speed was too fast for the level 6 mineral puppets to stop him, so the level 7 mineral puppets took action. At first, they were still attacking him from the top of some buildings, but later, when they found that they couldn't kill Han Fei this way, they flew directly into the sky. As they flew, Han Fei counted carefully, and 13 archer puppets suddenly appeared out of nowhere. If he continued to rush in, he might encounter even more. He couldn't go on like this. His direction of action had been locked down. God knew how many puppets would come to besiege him. While Han Fei was running wildly, he subconsciously glimpsed that on this side of the river, many buildings had their gates open. However, could this door be entered at will? Han Fei remembered that in the outer city, there were often some subtle settings inside the door. For example, the blue flames were mostly hidden in these buildings. Whenever someone dared to walk in the air, those flame arrows would appear. However, some of the buildings Han Fei encountered now would be different. One was like a private house, and the other was like a commodity house. Han Fei made up his mind to enter first. As long as he avoided this wave, with his twin divine technique, he should be able to get rid of all the puppets. Buzz. Han Fei casually rushed into a tea house on the side of the road. Yes, when he came in, he recognized this to be a tea house. However, contrary to his imagination, Han Fei thought that there should be no one in this damn place. But then he saw 13 people sitting in the tea house. Some were sitting at a table for 2, some were sitting at a table for 3, and some were sitting at a table for each person. Tea and teapots were placed on the table in front of them. There was tea in everyone's cups, and it was fucking hot and steaming. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. 1,000,000 years have passed, and you're telling me that the tea is hot? Are you kidding me? Han Fei wondered if he would alarm these tea guests if he retreated now. But at this moment, Han Fei saw a waiter walk out of the house. Yes, a puppet waiter, dragging a tray in one hand and holding a teapot in the other, looked at Han Fei. Han Fei, after staring at each other for more than 10 seconds, the waiter seemed to be getting impatient, and Han Fei seemed to read his meaning. He seemed to be asking, where the hell do you want to sit? However, the tea house was only so big and the tables were all occupied. Han Fei could only bite the bullet and share a table with the guy who occupied a table and was enjoying tea alone. Seeing Han Fei sit down, the waiter came over with a teapot, arranged a tea set for Han Fei, and poured a cup of green tea. The fragrance of the tea was so strong that it conquered Han Fei's taste buds, but Han Fei didn't drink it directly. Instead, he looked at the puppet tea drinker opposite him who was drinking tea alone. This guy actually nodded at him. Han Fei? One? To be honest, Han Fei couldn't figure it out at all. This thing was indeed a puppet. A puppet nodded at him? Could emotionless puppets communicate with intelligent creatures? However, since this guy had nodded at him, he should nod back. Therefore, Han Fei nodded at the puppet. Han Fei thought to himself, could it be that the demon-vanquishing tree was too bored in the city before, so it made so many puppets with minerals? Also, if there were so many puppets in a tea house, wouldn't there be countless such puppets in the residences and shops in the inner city? At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to go back and inform Xuanhuan and the others not to enter. Even if 100,000 soldiers came in, they would still die. However, it was certainly impossible for him to return. Besides, this phenomenon would soon be discovered if nothing went wrong. However, for some reason, these puppets weren't hostile to outsiders at all. Sip. Han Fei took a sip of the green tea and his eyes lit up. He felt that his mind was relaxed and his soul was warmed up. Good tea. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim. However, a guy next to him picked up a teacup and gestured at Han Fei. It seemed that he thought Han Fei had good taste, so he wanted to clink cups with Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know what to say. You're just a puppet. How can you drink tea? However, Han Fei raised his cup in response, and the man really drank the tea. The man continued to pour tea for him, only to find that there was no tea left in the teapot. He knocked on the table, and the waiter quickly appeared. However, this time, the waiter didn't refill his cup immediately. Instead, he made a gesture asking for money. The man touched his pocket and seemed a little embarrassed, realizing that he was out of money. So, he looked at the pot of tea regretfully, got up, and walked out of the door. Han Fei watched him go out, but the moment he went out, he casually summoned a spear and a saber appeared at his waist. This guy turned into an armored soldier. Han Fei was lost for words, so even puppets had to go to work. They had to make a living too. They would come over for tea after work, and when they ran out of money, they would go to work. Wait, who the hell is paying them salaries? Han Fei wondered if the puppet would report about him after he went to work. At this time, Han Fei was not in the mood to drink tea. He drank the tea in one mouthful. As soon as he got up, all the tea guest puppets looked at him, and the waiter came to Han Fei with a grin. Han Fei slowly took out a level 6 mineral from his pocket, wanting to see the waiter's reaction. When he saw the waiter put on a stiff smile, he was secretly relieved. Sure enough, minerals were a hard currency in Puppet City. After Han Fei took out the level 6 minerals, no one was interested in him anymore. The puppets here all treated him as a tea drinker. Han Fei thought to himself, should I just walk out and leave? However, if he went out, he would have to transform. Would he still have to turn into a black fog if he went out? Would he be reported? Therefore, Han Fei walked to the door, thought for a moment, and came back to sit down. The waiter came again and served Han Fei another pot of tea. Han Fei pretended to enjoy the tea while closing his eyes in fascination. Although Han Fei couldn't descend on his origin star, he triggered the demon purification pot and threw in a large number of level 6 minerals. After a while, a set of minerals appeared. Then, Han Fei refined a spear. But ordinary mineral puppets were restrained. They had to follow the team. It might be fine for them to be alone for a short period of time, but it would be strange if they stayed alone for a long time. Therefore, Han Fei also refined a level 7 mineral armor, so that he could pretend to be an archer that could jump on the roof and fly. In fact, Han Fei could also use the technique of infinite transformations to transform into a puppet. However, he couldn't have the aura of minerals, so if he really did it, he would be exposed when he went out. This time, Han Fei spent another piece of mineral and came to the door. An armor battlesuit appeared on his body. He extended his hand and held a spear in his hand. With a golden saber hanging on his waist, he looked like a puppet worker. Han Fei was already prepared. If he was still discovered, it meant that pretending to be a puppet might not work. However, when Han Fei walked out, he didn't feel anything unusual. He didn't even see the level 7 mineral archers. Are you leaving so soon? Han Fei immediately relaxed. However, when he turned around, he saw a archer puppet flash over his head. And not far away, Han Fei heard a familiar voice. The voice roared, "Give me a break, you stupid puppets. How many times have I told you? I'm just a cat passing by, understand? Stop chasing me." Okay, this guy seems to be the same as me, relying on his speed to rush over. But when he came here, he found that there were level 7 mineral archers and ended up being crazily chased. Han Fei knew this feeling, but he didn't pay attention to it. As it happened, Wang Xiaoju's appearance attracted the attention of others. Just now, when the archer swept over his head, he didn't notice anything wrong. It seemed that he had succeeded in pretending to be a puppet. At this time, a small team flew over from the road behind Han Fei. This was a mineral puppet team, which should be chasing Wang Xiaoju. When they passed by Han Fei, the puppet in the lead glanced at him. Han Fei was about to watch the team leave, but not long after they passed Han Fei, the team stopped and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei, Ein Fei seemed to understand that they were asking him to follow the team. Han Fei complained in his heart, "Aren't you a 5-person team? Why are you dragging me along? Wouldn't it be inharmonious to have an extra person?" But he had no choice. If he didn't follow them, he would have to take down these 5 puppets in an instant. This wasn't a big problem, but he was standing at the entrance of the tea house now, and Wang Xiaoju had just gone over, so there might be a lot of teams chasing after him. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't think much. He followed at the end of the team. Seeing Han Fei join in, the team set off again. After only half an hour, they came to a large building. Han Fei followed the team to the building and found dozens of level 7 mineral archers and 8 squads. Wang Xiaoju went in. Han Fei was speechless. "Do you know what this place is?" At this moment, one of the archer puppets waved his hand, and then his team was about to disperse, leaving only one archer puppet guarding this place. The old turtle had taught him some ancient characters a long time ago, so when Han Fei saw the words "Advanced Strength Test" written on the building, he lost interest. This was a trial field. Of course, the trial field was used for trials. Wang Xiaoju rushed in without knowing anything. "Do you know this is a strength test?" Han Fei was too lazy to care about it. He just followed the team away. Not long after his team returned the way they came, Han Fei looked around and found no one around. With a thought, he summoned a clone in a nearby alley. In the corner alley, there was a flash of light, so the leader of the team led his team over to take a look. Unfortunately, they were tricked. With Han Fei's current strength, he suppressed the 5 puppets in the blink of an eye. After collecting the bodies of the 5 puppets, Han Fei transformed into a level 7 archer puppet. Han Fei tentatively jumped onto the roof. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he didn't find anyone attacking him with arrows. Immediately, Han Fei was overjoyed. It was true that pretending to be a puppet worked. Since impersonation was useful, why should he slowly walk forward with his black mist body? Besides, his black mist body didn't seem to be very useful in the inner city. There was no telling if these puppets were born with keen senses, or if it was because of some special circumstances, but the twin divine technique didn't have much effect on them. After becoming a level 7 mineral puppet, Han Fei was relatively unscrupulous, because no puppet stopped him along the way. Is this a loophole? Perhaps the builder of Puppet City didn't think that puppets could be impersonated, so he didn't guard against this. Anyway, although he encountered many puppets along the way, none of them attacked him, which made Han Fei suspect that he was a puppet. For some reason, Han Fei hurried along the way. Even if he didn't move quickly, it only took him an hour to arrive at a strange building. This building was a mountain-shaped building in the shape of a turtle. It was surrounded by water and no one was guarding it. The building molded the mountain into the shape of a turtle, which was very vivid. Many places were even painted with colors, making this mountain look like a huge turtle. This turtle stretched out its neck and looked up, seeming to be looking at the sky. The building itself was only 100 kilometers long. However, Han Fei didn't believe in the outer space of secret realms at all now. Who knew if there was another world inside? Looking at the 3 words engraved under the neck of the giant turtle, Han Fei murmured, "God-gazing cave? What is this place? Is there a god in Puppet City? Or can I see a god in this god-gazing cave?" On the neck of the mountain-like turtle, there was an entrance that could enter the inside of the turtle's body. However, Han Fei certainly didn't enter rashly, because there was spiritual energy circulating in the water around the god-gazing cave. If he guessed right, this should be a large array, which would be activated if anyone wanted to break in. This time, Han Fei didn't take it lightly. If he rashly barged into such an ancient array, God knew what kind of seals were here. With a thought from Han Fei, a flash lizard appeared. Then, the flash lizard tried to cross the circular lake as quickly as possible and reach the god-gazing cave. However, when the flash lizard walked above the lake, it was immediately pressed into the lake by invisible gravity. As soon as the flash lizard entered the lake, there was immediately a splash. Then, Han Fei saw the flash lizard fall apart, turn into a few minerals, and sink to the bottom of the lake. Han Fei knew that this place was dangerous, but he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. The flash lizard was not weak, but it died before it could even cross half a meter. A gravity array? No, if it was a gravity array, there should be at least some resistance. Making the flash lizard fall straight down, it was a complete suppression, sealing the speed and power of the flash lizard. This was not something an ordinary array could do. Also, with a splash of water, the flash lizard fell apart. Han Fei felt that he had good eyesight. But he only felt a trace of the great Tao of water just now, and nothing else. Han Fei's eyes flashed. Laws. There was a law of no-fly, a law of water, and maybe even a law he didn't know. Anyway, if he entered rashly, he would definitely die. Damn it, did the old turtle come to this place to rebuild his body? Han Fei was not afraid at all when he should press forward, but when he shouldn't, he would never press forward. He took out his fishing rod and said casually, "Even if I can't get in, can't the old turtle? Isn't he familiar with the great monarch Mystic Marshal? Since he's familiar with her, he should know the way in, right?" Activating the great Tao of time and the time fishing technique, Han Fei's fishing hook broke through the void. However, he felt something strange. He didn't know if it was because he was too close to the god-gazing cave, but he failed to fish the old turtle over even after using the time fishing technique nearly 100 times. Logically speaking, this was impossible. With the power of the time fishing technique, not to mention the old turtle, even a monarch could be pulled over. Of course, only when the monarch was willing to come over. With his relationship with the old turtle, it was impossible for the latter not to come over. Then there was only one possibility. For some special reason, he couldn't fish the old turtle over. On second thought, although the old turtle couldn't be fished over, he should be able to catch his own clone, right? His peak-level late-stage star transformation realm clone entered Puppet City with the old turtle. If he had seen how the old turtle entered, he must have been able to figure out a way to enter the god-gazing cave. This time, the hook broke through the air again, and it took him more than a dozen times to fish his clone. The moment this clone was fished over, Han Fei immediately felt that the information began to synchronize. When the old turtle and his clone entered Puppet City, the words Puppet City had suppressed his clone. Then they entered the inner city. The old turtle said that he knew the location of the god-gazing cave, so he walked all the way here. At that time, there were already many puppets along the way, but at that time, the puppets were purely statues. Even when they crossed the outer river, there were no mineral puppets patrolling at all. Because the old turtle's goal was very clear, they didn't even take a detour along the way, so their journey went smoothly and they came straight to the god-gazing cave. In front of the god-gazing cave, the old turtle said to the demon vanquishing tree that had turned into a little treeman, "Little demon vanquishing, from what I know of Mystic Marshal, it's very likely that the jade transformation technique of your demon vanquishing tree lineage is preserved. This means that your jade transformation technique is very likely to be in the Mystic Marshal's sleeping chamber." The demon vanquishing tree replied, "No matter if I can continue cultivating or not, no one is allowed to enter the sleeping chambers of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal easily." The old turtle said, "What if the tortoise never returns?" "Then what's the meaning of the existence of this chamber?" The demon vanquishing tree said, "One day, Great Monarch Mystic Marshal will return. Even if she can't return, a new Mystic Marshal will appear one day and he will embark on the path of a monarch. At that time, he will be the master of Puppet City, so he can inherit the sleeping chambers of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. The old turtle smiled and said, I reconstruct my body with the bloodline of the Mystic Marshal. Strictly speaking, once I succeed, I will be the new Mystic Marshal. If I become a monarch, won't this puppet city be mine? The demon vanquishing tree replied, yes. Hanfei didn't expect this answer, so the demon vanquishing tree didn't follow Great Monarch Mystic Marshal himself, but the bloodline of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. It didn't matter who the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal was. What mattered was that this bloodline was continuing. The old turtle had inherited this bloodline. If he became a monarch, wouldn't he be the new Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? Hanfei thought to himself, did the old turtle know this long ago, so he wanted to come to the northern mining area to find the mine demon stream? With Hanfei's understanding of the old turtle, it was very likely to be true. This guy was after Mystic Marshal's inheritance. However, Hanfei could understand that once the old turtle succeeded, he might be qualified to challenge the guy in the Godfiend Sea. At that time, even if he was a clone, he wouldn't be swallowed by his original body. After that, the old turtle stopped talking and said, Hanfei, this river is called the God-Drowning River. The river water is dug from the depths of the Sea of Stars and can be integrated with many laws. Therefore, this river water is active and extremely corrosive. No one below the monarch level can resist it. Therefore, you have to follow me closely later. The demon vanquishing tree said, he can't go in. The old turtle said, no, little demon vanquishing. He's just a peak level late stage star transformation realm clone. No matter how strong he is, his strength is limited. As for me, I only trust him. I can guarantee that he won't enter the God-gazing cave. Besides, with you around, he can't do anything. When the old turtle said this, he glanced at Hanfei casually. Hanfei immediately understood that the old turtle was leaving a way for him. He guessed that he would enter Puppet City, and he also knew that he could use the time fishing art, so he left a way for him. Hanfei was refreshed. Did the old turtle know what would happen? So he left a way for him in advance. So, the answer to everything was in the God-gazing cave? Chapter 2604 God-Gazing Cave 2-in-1 2604 God-Gazing Cave 2-in-1 Hanfei wasn't surprised at all that the old turtle could leave a way for him in this way, because the old turtle had stayed in his body for too long and knew him too well. Fortunately, this time, he and the old turtle were completely cut apart. He just didn't know how this guy was doing now. His clone stepped on the lake. Yes, Hanfei didn't see it wrong. Just now, didn't the old turtle say that this water was active and extremely corrosive? How could his clone walk on the lake now? But in the next moment, Hanfei saw that a small waterspout had formed where his clone was standing. As soon as he stepped on it, he was raised by the waterspout. His clone repeated this process, and each footstep was in a different direction. Hanfei memorized these positions in his mind and finally outlined a vague path. After a total of 33 steps, his clone crossed the lake and arrived at the God-Gazing Cave. According to the synchronized information in his mind, what his clone stepped on was the moment the laws in the lake circulated and gathered. However, generally speaking, who could see the specific manifestation of the law? Therefore, to step into the lake, one needed this footwork to trigger the law. Hanfei couldn't help but smile. Therefore, if one didn't know this footwork, he wouldn't be able to cross the lake, unless a monarch used his powerful strength to forcibly cross it. Through information synchronization, Hanfei figured out the trick of crossing the river in just a few seconds. With a tap of his foot, he landed on the lake. Swish, swish, swish. In just 2 seconds, Hanfei stepped on the water 42 times in a row and quickly crossed the lake. Yes, the lake water was flowing, so the nodes where the laws gathered were different and couldn't completely follow the clone's footwork. Of course, only Hanfei's white mist body crossed the river. God knew what was in the God-Gazing Cave and if there would be any seal or danger waiting for him. So, there was nothing wrong with being conservative. If the old turtle just left a message, no matter if it was his clone or his original body, he would know. At this moment, when Hanfei crossed the lake and looked back, he still didn't see anyone, including the puppets. No puppet was guarding the God-Gazing Cave. They didn't seem to think that anyone could directly cross the God-Gazing Cave, so they didn't need to guard it. However, what Hanfei didn't know was that the moment he arrived at the God-Gazing Cave, a pair of eyes slowly opened under the lake, the God-Gazing Cave. Looking at the 3 big words, a scene appeared in Hanfei's mind that a tall and burly young man stood on this turtle-shaped building, looked up at the sky, and muttered, "Even if I die, my children will still live. One day, my race will step into the gods' realm. Is this great monarch Mystic Marshal?" At first, Hanfei was shocked by how young this guy was, but he was so domineering and winning the throne of the gods seemed to be as easy as a breeze for him. But soon, Hanfei seemed to notice something wrong. Why did he say, "even if I die"? According to the synchronized memories of his clone, the God-Gazing Cave was established when the old turtle and great monarch Mystic Marshal were young. Could it be that at that time, great monarch Mystic Marshal had already expected him to die in the future? However, this kind of spiritual mark left behind from ancient times and engraved with words couldn't reveal more valuable information, so Hanfei didn't take it seriously. He couldn't help but look at the God-Gazing Cave. He had already reached this place, so it was impossible for him not to enter. The old turtle said that this was where great monarch Mystic Marshal stored the turtle eggs. Perhaps he could take a few eggs out. In the future, he could hatch some little turtles and make them the guarding divine beasts of the human race. Han Fei smiled and stepped into it. When entering this cave, Han Fei felt a layer of blue light sweep over him. This light was the same as the light when he entered the inner city. It seemed to be to verify if he had been contaminated by the ominous. The result was as smooth as expected. Han Fei entered the god-gazing cave as if he had entered an uninhabited place, and no power could stop him at all. However, the moment Han Fei entered the god-gazing cave, he was still shocked. He looked around and found that the space inside the god-gazing cave was actually not very large. However, the inner wall of the god-gazing cave was all minerals. Furthermore, Han Fei was shocked to find that they were all level 7 minerals. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is the great monarch mystic marshal so rich? Isn't this too extravagant? A piece of level 7 mineral is equivalent to a godly weapon, and many level 7 minerals can even be used to build mid or high-quality godly weapons. But here, Han Fei couldn't estimate how many level 7 minerals there were. Anyway, he felt that he had fallen into a gold mountain and a silver sea. Han Fei even found many minerals that were brighter than level 7 minerals among the level 7 minerals. They were definitely level 8 minerals. What shocked Han Fei most was that on the dome inside the god-gazing cave, there were 36 minerals that were even more dazzling than level 8 minerals. Are these level 9 minerals? Han Fei was shocked. A level 7 mineral could be used to forge a godly weapon, and a level 8 mineral could definitely be used to forge a high-quality or even possibly an ultra-quality godly weapon. Then, what should he make with a level 9 mineral? Was there any stronger weapon above a godly weapon? Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. Fortunately, the hexagon starfish didn't come to the sea realm with him, or he would definitely stay here forever. Han Fei's first thought was to pry off all these minerals. The great monarch had been gone for millions of years. Why did he keep so many minerals here? Just to cultivate his turtle eggs? How many turtle eggs did he have, and why did he need so many minerals? Then Han Fei realized that he might have misunderstood. There might not be so many minerals here from the beginning. This was because he hadn't seen many level 7 mineral puppets in Puppet City. It was possible that the demon vanquishing tree had embedded all the level 7 minerals produced in the last million years here. This was completely possible. Otherwise, how many minerals could the demon vanquishing tree use? Trying to calm himself down, Han Fei went to find those turtle eggs. He looked down and found a large area of sand, but these sand grains were not ordinary sand grains. Every grain of sand seemed to contain a large amount of energy. Han Fei jumped down and picked up a handful of sand, but information popped up in his eyes. Name Star Sea Mystic Sand. Introduction. This sand can transform the ground veins, nurture the earth, and produce minerals. Anything wrapped in the Star Sea Mystic Sand can remain alive for 10,000 years. This sand's strongest characteristic is that it's indestructible. Its hardness is comparable to an ultra-quality godly weapon. Quality. Weapon. 20 Fector. 40 Cu. 40 Cs. Attached soul. First, attached soul. It can lock life and give birth to all things. It's indestructible. Seeker. Seeker acts to unreforged, unrefined. All note, a seeker acts to unrefined. It's a treasure above godly weapons. Han Fei was stunned to see this information. A moment ago, he was wondering if level 9 minerals could be used to build weapons above the level of godly weapons, but a random piece of sand he saw was even stronger than godly weapons. Gulp, Han Fei swallowed and looked around. No one would discover him, right? He had to get some of these things. He murmured, Senior Mystic Marshal, let's be honest. If such good things are all left here, it'll be like a pearl covered in dust. Besides, there is so much of it, almost like a desert. It shouldn't be a problem for me to get some, right? As Han Fei spoke, he had already begun to throw the sand into his origin star. Now that the demon vanquishing tree was not around, there would definitely be strong masters coming from the infinite mining area in the short term. If a monarch came here and forcibly entered the god-gazing cave, wouldn't such a good thing be wasted for nothing? Han Fei thought that it was fortunate that Wang Xiaoju was being hunted. If the big cat could also come to this place, it would be overjoyed that such a large cat litter box would never be used up in this lifetime. Han Fei didn't know how much Star Sea Mystic Sand there was, but as he dug, he finally touched something hard. Han Fei reached out with both hands and dug out a turtle egg that was twice as big as him. Is this a turtle egg? Han Fei temporarily stopped digging the Star Sea Mystic Sand and looked at it. This egg was actually covered with complicated and strange patterns. In the words of the old turtle, these might be congenital Tao patterns. Apart from the natural patterns, this turtle egg was yellowish-green and looked extremely hard. Han Fei tapped it a few times with his fingers, trying to hear if there was any movement inside. Han Fei was purely curious. He even thought that if there were still egg yolks and egg whites inside, it shouldn't be a problem for him to roast 2 of them, right? Anyway, the great monarch Mystic Marshal should have left a lot of turtle eggs. Now, since the demon vanquishing tree was not around, no one would notice if he stuffed a few of them into his origin star. However, in the next moment, with a crack, Many cracks appeared on the turtle egg. Shta! Hanfei was dumbfounded. I just knocked it twice with my finger. It didn't exert much effort at all. Why is it broken? A palm-sized eggshell was about to fall, and Hanfei took it and put it back on the egg. The corners of Hanfei's mouth twitched. Am I really going to eat it? Isn't it too much? However, the egg was already broken. He could just look inside it. What if it wasn't egg white or egg yolk inside? What if it was a little turtle inside? Therefore, Hanfei quietly lifted the palm-sized eggshell and leaned his head over. However, in the next second, Hanfei's expression changed. He slapped it and the eggshell shattered. There was no little turtle inside. It was simply empty. Hanfei was shocked. He thought that since he accidentally broke this egg, a small turtle might crawl out, or he could just steam this egg, but there was nothing inside. Wasn't it infuriating? Hanfei no longer paid attention to the Star Sea mystic sand, which he had plenty of time to get. He began to quickly dig up the eggs. The turtles could easily lay a nest of eggs, and Hanfei soon found 7 or 8. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. Ka ka ka. To Hanfei's shock, the turtle eggs he dug out were all empty, the kind that could be broken easily. Logically speaking, with so many mysterious patterns on the turtle shell, it couldn't be broken so easily. Hanfei had even thought that since the egg was broken, he could use the turtle shell. After all, it was an egg born by great monarch Mystic Marshall, but now it was all garbage. Any random piece of Starsea mystic sand here was much more valuable than these turtle eggshells. Hanfei couldn't have felt worse. He continued to dig the eggs crazily. 1, 2, 10, 100. While digging, Hanfei complained, "How productive is the great monarch Mystic Marshall? I've dug more than 500 but haven't finished digging." 4 hours passed. Hanfei dug out all the turtle eggs here. In the end, he found a total of 1,024 turtle eggs, but all the eggs were empty. Hanfei was puzzled. Could it be that these eggs were empty in the first place? That shouldn't be the case. The demon vanquishing tree had said that many small turtles had been born. How could they be born from empty eggs? Efk, did the old turtle eat all the eggs? Hanfei complained in his heart. You were a fucking good friend of great monarch Mystic Marshall, weren't you? Doesn't your conscience hurt at all to cheat your friend like this? However, Hanfei didn't think it was possible. How could the demon vanquishing tree watch the old turtle destroy all the eggs here? Wouldn't it fight the old turtle to death? With the old turtle's current strength, he couldn't even stand the slap of a single branch of the demon vanquishing tree. He probably wouldn't even have a chance to get a second one, not to mention so many eggs. In the end, Hanfei stood on the Starsea mystic sand, looked up, and looked around. In the end, he muttered to himself, "Senior Mystic Marshall, as you can see, your eggs are all empty. This has nothing to do with me. But since your eggs are all gone, I'll take the Starsea mystic sand and the minerals here. They were originally used to raise the little turtles, but now there are no little turtles. If I encounter any person of your race in the future, I will definitely give him a big opportunity." While nagging, Hanfei began to pry off the minerals in the god-gazing cave. Killing puppets outside was not as fast as prying off minerals here. Furthermore, Hanfei nagged, "Senior Mystic Marshall, you may not know, but that ominous bloody hand forced these people to come in, so he must have a purpose. I guess he wants to use these people to destroy the many seals in Puppet City so that he can attack Puppet City from the outside. Therefore, if the minerals are left here, it's very likely to be taken by that bloody hand. Instead of giving them to ominous bloody hand, it's better to let me have it. I'll definitely kill that bloody hand later to avenge your Puppet City." After a while, clanking sounds could be heard in the god-gazing cave. Of course, in addition to prying the minerals, Hanfei also sent out a clone to carefully check if there was anything in the god-gazing cave that he had missed. Logically speaking, since the old turtle guided him in, he should have left a message for him here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to leave a way for him to come in just to plunder the Starsea mystic sand and the minerals here. Wait, Hanfei was shocked. It was not impossible. There were too many resources in the god-gazing cave. If they were refined into godly weapons, it would probably be enough for each of the 7-kill army soldiers to get a godly weapon. Once, twice, 3 times. Hanfei still couldn't find the information left by the old turtle here, but he had already pried off nearly 10,000 pieces of minerals. Hanfei didn't touch the level 8 and level 9 minerals because he felt that those minerals were the key to supporting the god-gazing cave, so he didn't pry them until the end. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. 90% of the minerals in the god-gazing cave had been dug up by Hanfei. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. Hanfei summoned a clone to go out and take a look. However, he saw a strange dark pattern appearing in the distant sky. Those patterns were twisting, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, showing signs of instability. Hanfei took a deep breath. The barrier of Puppet City loosened. Why? Hanfei thought that even if the Northern Expedition Army killed all the puppets in this city, they might not be able to loosen the spiritual barrier. The only possibility was, Hanfei's face suddenly changed drastically. The only possibility was that someone who knew the spiritual barrier of Puppet City had sneaked into the Northern Expedition Army. However, Puppet City existed millions of years ago. How could people now know about Puppet City? Someone has been corroded by the ominous and hasn't been recognized. Hanfei was shocked. This was the only thing he could think of. Although there were multiple seals in a row aimed at the ominous power, it was possible that someone had a way to avoid the seals. The only person Han Fei could think of was the Great Monarch Bloody Hand. Only the consciousness of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand belonged to millions of years ago. Besides, the Great Monarch Bloody Hand was on good terms with Great Monarch Mystic Marshall. It was logical that he knew the layout of the spiritual barrier inside Puppet City. However, what Han Fei couldn't figure out was that the wisp of consciousness of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand should have been contaminated by the ominous, right? Then could he still think on his own? Why was he still so intelligent? Han Fei had to ask his senior brothers and sisters about this problem. He knew too little about the ominous. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less. The old turtle didn't leave a message here, so he must have left the resources here for him. However, he couldn't just take resources without looking for the information left behind by the old turtle. From their previous conversation, they had mentioned more than once that the cultivation ground in Great Monarch Mystic Marshall's chamber seemed to be a taboo that even the demon vanquishing tree wouldn't set foot on. However, since there was no information left by the old turtle in the god-gazing cave, there was only one answer that Han Fei could get from the information of the ruins. The old turtle went to the cultivation ground in the Great Monarch Mystic Marshall's chamber. Han Fei couldn't care less about destroying the god-gazing cave. The infinity water was crazily prying. Soon, all the level 7 minerals had been pried away by Han Fei. Then, Han Fei launched an attack on the level 8 and level 9 minerals. Clang, clang, clang. The god-gazing cave was full of clanking sounds. There was no telling if it was because Great Monarch Mystic Marshall was too confident, but there were basically no restrictions in the god-gazing cave except for the lake outside. Huala-la-la-la. Because Han Fei chose to disassemble it violently, the god-gazing cave was smashed so hard that the earth was shaking. But this method was also the most efficient. In a moment, 21 level 9 minerals fell, and more than 300 level 8 minerals fell. In the end, half an hour later, Han Fei finally got all the 36 level 9 minerals. At this point, Han Fei had emptied the god-gazing cave. In total, he had dug up 36 level 9 minerals, 720 level 8 minerals, and 81,000 level 7 minerals. There were no level 6 minerals. Maybe level 6 minerals were not qualified to be put in the god-gazing cave. Fei, however, when Han Fei was about to leave the god-gazing cave, he suddenly felt the ground shake, and he was lifted into the sky. This really startled Han Fei. He hurriedly rushed out of the god-gazing cave, only to see that the turtle-shaped building he was in was floating in the air. Directly below, above the lake, a huge vortex appeared. Han Fei was horrified because he saw that a pair of eyes seemed to appear under the vortex. Before the eyes completely appeared, Han Fei felt a powerful aura coming at his face. This was not a pressure that a sky opener could have. Han Fei's first reaction was that it was at least the carefree level. Han Fei's heart did a flip, and his black mist body had already begun to run. Of course, if he didn't run now, would he wait for this thing to completely wake up? Fortunately, he had left his black mist body outside when he came in. Otherwise, if he wanted to go out now, he would have to find the nodes of the law of water in this huge vortex. At the same time, Han Fei noticed that a group of people were surrounding the lake, trying to see what was going on here. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's Human Butcher." He actually crossed the lake and reached the turtle-shaped building inside. Han Fei didn't know them, but he was speechless. "Are you out of your mind? Why don't you escape? Do you want to die?" At the bottom of the lake, a turtle head emerged first. Then, the turtle shell appeared from the water. At this moment, even Han Fei was shocked. What the hell is this? A mineral puppet turtle? What a huge puppet turtle. The puppet opened its mouth and buzzed. Has the war finally started? I've been sleeping for too long. Chapter 2605, 2605, 9 Giant God Turtle, 2-in-1, 2605, 9 Giant God Turtle, 2-in-1. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Can this puppet turtle talk? When the cultivators who had found this place saw a huge turtle appear underwater, they ran away without thinking. They were not idiots. This turtle was entirely made of minerals, which were not level 7 minerals at all. Judging from its level, color, and rich power, it was at least level 8 mineral. But what level were they at? A level 6 mineral puppet was already enough to make them suffer. A level 7 one could almost endanger their lives. A level 8 one might already be at the monarch level, right? He might be able to blow them to death with a yawn. Han Fei's first thought was to run to buy time for his black mist body to escape. Under the gaze of the turtle, Han Fei said casually, "Senior, are you the guardian of Puppet City?" Han Fei didn't know what war the puppet was talking about, but the other party probably wouldn't expect that millions of years might have passed. The mineral turtle didn't answer immediately. Instead, it looked at the void in the distance and said, "Has the ominous finally descended? It seems that my wait wasn't in vain." Han Fei, Han Fei said, "Senior, that's a hand of the Great Monarch, bloody hand that was stained with the ominous. Also, although a million years have passed, the ominous hasn't come yet." Huan? The big turtle seemed to be stunned. After a long pause, it slowly said, "A million years?" "What about the people in Puppet City?" Han Fei said. "Senior, the Great Monarch Bloody Hand was polluted by the ominous back then. Great Monarch Mystic Marshal cut off his hand and sealed it outside Puppet City under the blood spring. Then, Great Monarch Mystic Marshal left with the Great Monarch bloody hand and never returned. Puppet City declined and fell asleep at the bottom of the sea. Now, 1,000,000 years later, the bloody hand is about to break free from the cage. That's what you see now, however. Who are you, Senior? Han Fei couldn't understand. If this turtle was waiting for the ominous, why was he sealed under the god-gazing cave by Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? Or could it be that this mineral turtle was actually contaminated by the ominous? However, the big turtle said, I am the first divine general of the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, the 9-giant god turtle. I was seriously injured in the battle against the ominous. I should have been dead, but I was unwilling to give up, so I sealed myself under the god-gazing cave, waiting to fight the ominous again one day. Han Fei was overjoyed, the first divine general who had participated in the battle against the ominous. Han Fei was shocked. But what was his current strength? However, the big turtle said in the next moment, Human, who are you? Why are you in the god-gazing cave? How did you get in? Han Fei paused for a moment and quickly explained, Well, Senior, since you were the first divine general of the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, you must know Yuan Biao, right? He was also a strong master of the Turtle Clan, and was once a good friend of the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. He lived and died with the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal countless times. Even this god-gazing cave was named by Senior Yuan Biao. Senior Yuan Biao was still alive and came to find the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. But when he came to Puppet City, he disappeared, so I came here to find him. Han Fei felt that there was nothing wrong with this story. He might be able to ride on the old turtle's identity and pull the 9-giant god turtle to his side. If he could maintain a friendly relationship with this fucking super strong master, wouldn't he be invincible in the infinite mining area? However, what the 9-giant god turtle said next stunned Han Fei. The 9-giant god turtle said, Yuan Biao? I am Yuan Biao. Han Fei? Han Fei? Han Fei was dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you kidding me? If you are Yuan Biao, who is old Yuan? Han Fei and the 9-giant god turtle stared at each other in bewilderment. The 9-giant god turtle said, What you said was right. In this world, the first person to follow the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal was me. In the past, Mystic Marshal was still weak, and I grew up with him, cultivated with him, and established the sea with him. Later, we did have a difference of opinion in cultivation. Later, he changed his mind and decided to lay more turtle eggs, hoping that his children would have their own opportunities and embark on the divine path. And this god-gazing cave was indeed named by me. With that, the 9-giant god turtle looked at Han Fei and said leisurely, So, Yuan Biao you're talking about should be Mystic Marshal himself, right? Except for him, no one knows my name, let alone my past. With that said, the 9-giant god turtle laughed out loud. I didn't expect that this old guy would still be alive after 1,000,000 years. Unfortunately, this guy didn't even come to visit me. He should have come to visit me. Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing. Old Yuan, Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? Who the fuck could accept that? With old Yuan's old face and strong demonic might? You're telling me that he's the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? However, now that the real Yuan Biao was right in front of him, one of them must be lying. In terms of lying, Han Fei felt that the turtle in front of him didn't seem to need to lie. He had just woken up after sleeping for countless years and didn't even know who he was. Why would he lie to him? Besides, hearing what Yuan Biao said, Han Fei felt that he had figured out a lot of things. Why did the demon-subduing tree disappear? According to the personality of the demon-vanquishing tree, it must have guarded Puppet City to the death. It hadn't left for 1,000,000 years, but because old Yuan came, the demon-vanquishing tree disappeared. Also, old Yuan said that he was going to Puppet City to find turtle eggs, but all the turtle eggs were empty. Who could do that? It must be noted that the turtle eggs weren't really produced. A great monarch could be considered to pass down his bloodline when he gave birth to a newborn. However, these turtle eggs were his inheritance in the first place. Wasn't it only natural for him to take them back? Besides, old Yuan must have known that he would dig up the Star Sea Mystic sand and the minerals in the god-gazing cave, which would inevitably release the real Yuan Biao, and then his identity as Great Monarch Mystic Marshal would definitely be exposed. If all of this was intentional by old Yuan, then when he learned that he was Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, it meant that from the moment they passed the Godfiend Sea, old Yuan was no longer old Yuan in the complete sense. At that time, old Yuan was already Mystic Marshal. Therefore, what he told him later was actually mostly a lie. Han Fei was speechless. Is Great Monarch Mystic Marshal an actor? He acted so well, but I didn't notice anything wrong. The 9-giant god turtle took a look at the god-gazing cave and saw the dense fragments of turtle eggs inside. It couldn't help but say leisurely, it seems that his life is not easy. He has actually fallen to the point of taking back all the inheritance turtle eggs. Is he in big trouble? Han Fei's heart stirred. The old turtle probably arranged for me to meet the 9-giant god turtle to reveal his information to it. However, Han Fei looked back and saw that the void in the distance was expanding. Wasn't it urgent? The 9-giant god turtle said. No hurry. How can the seal of Puppet City be broken so easily? Han Fei was no longer anxious when he heard that. He simply said, Well, old Yuan, great monarch mystic Marshall's current situation is rather special. Therefore, Han Fei told the 9-giant god turtle what he knew. For example, the old turtle's original body was sealed in the God-Fiend Sea. For example, the old turtle's current strength. For example, the old turtle had abducted the demon vanquishing tree. For example, the old turtle had left him information about the cultivation field in his chamber. The 9-giant god turtle wasn't surprised at all after hearing that. He sighed slightly. Sure enough, he still embarked on that path. There has never been a final conclusion on the so-called orthodox or demonic path. Whether which path one takes, he is still part of the sea realm. As long as a Tao can resist the ominous, it's the same. However, because this Tao is too dangerous to take, many things that endanger all living beings have happened. People don't understand and think that the demonic path will harm all living beings. However, I can tell you that the clone you met is actually not his clone, but his original body. Huh? Han Fei was refreshed. His original body? The 9-giant god turtle said. It's a small part of his original body. After all, he's a dignified great monarch. He can easily take out a wisp of his soul. Why would he need to create an avatar? Isn't that asking for trouble? For the original body, an avatar is uncontrollable, and the soul split out will eventually embark on the path of saving the original body. This is the law. In other words, from the moment you met him, he was great monarch mystic Marshall, but he didn't know it. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Then why didn't he tell me directly in the God-Fiend Sea? And why did he tell me a few ambiguous words after I saw his original body? The 9-giant god turtle said, that's naturally because the words he wanted to say involve some rules. Under the restrictions of these rules, there's some information that he can't bring out at all, including his memories. He must have sent out all his memories, but under the effect of the rules, many memories were destroyed. It wasn't until he came to Puppet City, the god-gazing cave, and retracted many of his origin powers that he broke through those memory shackles. So, he used to be the master of the great monarch mystic Marshall? He wondered if old Yuan would slap him when he saw him again. Wait, old Yuan wasn't old Yuan anymore. What should I call him? Old Mystic? Forget it, he was already used to calling him old Yuan. Anyway, the real Yuan Biao in front of him rarely used the name Yuan Biao. He always called himself the 9-giant god turtle. Now that they were talking, Han Fei no longer had any scruples. He simply asked, Senior, can I ask you a few questions? The 9-giant god turtle nodded. Yes. Han Fei asked, what was the Battle of the Gods like? And what was the Ominous like? The 9-giant god turtle said, it's hard to describe. It's like you feel that death is coming. If you don't resist, death will come. If you resist, you might be able to turn danger into safety. And the so-called ominous is divided into several levels. The first level is pollution. He pollutes some stars, some races, and some people. The second level is birth. He can silently plant an ominous seed in people's hearts and unknowingly strengthen these races, until one day these seeds begin to bite back. The third level is the ominous sea. Too many ominous creatures live there, which is also the level where we fight the ominous. The fourth level is the level that no one below the god level can come into contact with. All we know is that it's very, very dangerous. Many gods in the past entered the fourth level of battle and eventually disappeared. Therefore, if you ask me what the ominous is like and how to fight it, I can't give you a specific answer. Han Fei thought that this was already terrifying enough, but then he said, Senior, do you know who the demon god is? The 9-giant god turtle said, I don't know. When I sealed myself, there was no one known as the demon god in the infinite mining area, and I've never heard of this name. As for the 4 words he told you, they should have a special meaning. First of all, you have to find that place. When you reach it, you may get your opportunities. Han Fei asked, is it possible that this demon god is? The 9-giant god turtle said. If Mystic Marshall has already become a god, then he is a god now. It's not that gods can't be trapped, but it's too difficult to trap a god. I can't guarantee it, but I just think he isn't. Han Fei was very suspicious now. How can you be sure about it? Old Yuan is so good at acting. After Han Fei finished asking, the 9-giant god turtle asked, why are there so many perfected star transformation realm and peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators here? Even the divine beasts and ferocious beasts are here? Han Fei didn't hide anything about this matter. He replied, Old Yuan said that he would reshape his body, but he didn't come out for such a long time. I couldn't rashly barge into Puppet City, so I could only instigate the major factions in the infinite mining area to come here to find the inheritance ground. On one hand, I could force the demon vanquishing tree to submit, and on the other hand, I could clean up the bloody hand mine devils in the demon purification stream. Who knew that the demon vanquishing tree would disappear? These people were forced by the bloody hand to rush into Puppet City, so it became like this. The 9-giant god turtle said, there are 3 walls of purification in Puppet City. One is the barrier, one is the inner city gate, and the other is the moat. I didn't expect that they failed to completely block the ominous. The ominous took the opportunity to break the barrier in the outer city. Han Fei frowned. Why can't even the 3 walls of purification stop the ominous? The 9-giant god turtle explained. That's what's scary about the ominous. Its existence is invisible. If you're infected by the ominous and don't purify it immediately, it will try its best to hide in your body. Sometimes, it's hidden in your emotions. You've already purified it, but as your emotions fluctuate, it breeds again. Sometimes, it's hidden in your memories. Perhaps you're fine now, but when you remember something one day, it will quietly appear and grow up. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched when he heard this. How many creatures in the sea realm have been contaminated by the ominous? The 9 giant god turtle said. It's hard to track the ominous at first, and it lacks propagation ability. And when it has propagation ability, it has probably already attracted attention. Therefore, once an ominous event happens in the sea realm, it will immediately cause strong masters to take action. After that, the 9 giant god turtle said leisurely, back then, in the sea realm, gods stood side by side and great monarchs often appeared. I wonder what the sea realm is like 1,000,000 years after the battle of the gods. Han Fei took a deep look at the 9 giant god turtle and said, well, senior, there are no gods in the sea realm anymore. The 9 giant god turtle tilted its head and looked at Han Fei. After thinking for a moment, it shook its head slightly. How can you know if the gods are here or not? Han Fei didn't argue with him. Since the battle of the gods had disappeared. According to Chu Howl, as well as the time fragments he saw from the time temple, the gods must have gone to fight the ominous and never come out again. However, the 9 giant god turtle had been sleeping for too long, so it didn't know much about the current sea realm. There was no need for him to explain to this big turtle now. Now the outer city was in an emergency, but this big turtle still had the time to chat with him. Was he serious? Han Fei couldn't help but say, Senior, the ominous outside. The 9 giant god turtle's body had almost completely surfaced at this moment. He said indifferently, actually, I've always felt that it was this city that dragged him down. In the past, I had argued with him countless times because of this. Now Puppet City is empty except for some puppets living a life of self-deception. Then just let it be destroyed. He has come back himself and didn't do anything, did he? He just left Puppet City to you. Left it to me? Han Fei was a little surprised. Did the old turtle really leave the city to him? The 9 giant god turtle said, otherwise, how do you think you can cross the god-drowning river, enter the god-gazing cave, and loot the star sea mystic sand and the minerals? Han Fei was lost for words. Didn't you just break the seal? How did you know that these things were in my pocket? The 9 giant god turtle said, it's not that hard to guess, because you're the third person to enter the god-gazing cave besides me and the demon vanquishing tree. If you didn't take it, who did? I don't blame you. Since this city has been left to you, those petty treasures are certainly yours. Han Fei was immediately refreshed. Since this city has been left to me, I should defend it even more, shouldn't I? Han Fei thought to himself. Damn it. In this huge city there were countless mineral puppets, various sophisticated arrays, and various cultivation fields. If they were all destroyed, he would shed tears. Han Fei's face changed. Senior, I must defend this city. The 9 giant god turtle asked. How do you defend it? Han Fei asked. Don't we still have you? The 9 giant god turtle said, I'm looking forward to the destruction of this city. In this way, when Mystic Marshal learns of it, he may be able to put it down, get his epiphany, and become a god. So, why should I guard it? Han Fei had been choked. This was awkward. If the 9 giant god turtle didn't help him, how could he defend the city? Han Fei said, Senior, since the city is left to me, I think I should have the right to control the puppets here, right? The 9 giant god turtle said, oh, the puppets. Go to the cultivation field in his chamber and take a look. If there's time, you can try to defend this city. If you defend it, this city will be yours and have nothing to do with Mystic Marshal. It's best if you can't defend it. When the bloody hand breaks through the inner city and sweeps over, I'll take action. This is the best solution. Han Fei was lost for words. Best solution? Yes, you are a strong master and you are awesome. You abandoned such a big city without hesitation, but I want it. Our human race doesn't have a city of our own in the sea realm yet. Han Fei asked again, Senior, can I enter the cultivation field in his chamber? The 9 giant god turtle said, who knows? Since he has left you so many resources and even this city, he probably will let you in. You may have to hurry up. The spiritual barrier in the outer city has been broken. Once the inner city gate and the moat are broken and I have to fight the bloody hand, this city will basically be destroyed. Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less. He fused his twin bodies and disappeared from the god-gazing cave. This 9 giant god turtle was also a person of character. It could be seen that he had a good relationship with the great monarch Mystic Marshal, Old Yuan. He spoke so casually and even made decisions for Old Yuan. No wonder Old Yuan pretended to be the 9 giant god turtle. After his twin bodies fused, Han Fei activated the vast ocean navigator in his hand, which quickly pointed in a direction. Now Han Fei had no time to care about anything else but run at his full speed. The 9 giant god turtle looked in the direction where Han Fei left and said casually, Is this the person you chose? He looks very strong indeed. Few people in the same realm can defeat him. But which path did you lead him to? Achoo! In a remote corner of the infinite mining area. A young man and a treeman were struggling to walk in the terrifying energy storm. The young man said, "Little demon vanquishing. Han Fei's clone was killed by this wind. Do you think he will blame me when he sees me in the future?" The demon vanquishing tree said. "Of course not. As a follower of the great monarch, why should he complain?" Yes, this young man was old Yuan, who had rebuilt his body. At this moment, he laughed. "Little demon vanquishing, you're wrong. This kid won't become my follower. My guess is that the god-gazing cave has been hollowed out by him. I just don't know how he reacted when he saw the 9-giant god turtle." The demon vanquishing tree said, "Great monarch, in order to get the Star Sea mystic sand, you almost died, but you gave it to him just like that?" Old Yuan said, "Heh, just give it to him. The 9-giant god turtle is right. I cared too much in the past. If it weren't for Puppet City, how could I be trapped in the God-fiend sea? Humans have weaknesses when they have something to worry about. Now I finally fulfilled the 9-giant god turtle's wish. He always wants to destroy Puppet City. I just don't know if Han Fei can defend it." The demon vanquishing tree said, "Why didn't you see him before you left? Once Master 9-giant reappears, it may be the last bloom of his life." Old Yuan said, "If I don't see him one last time, he'll always be alive in my heart. But if I do, all I feel will be sorrow when I think of him." Chapter 2606 Appearance of the Bloody Hand, 2 in Mun, 2606. Appearance of the Bloody Hand, 2 in Puppet City. Force Part in 606, in Mun Puppet City. Han Fei didn't have much time left. He had stayed too long in the god-gazing cave. After more than a day, he didn't know what happened to the Northern Expedition Army, the divine beasts, and the ferocious beasts outside. However, Puppet City was only so big. It was completely possible for a real strong master to reach this place, just like how someone reached the god-drowning river. However, on Han Fei's way to the cultivation ground in the palace of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, he found that many roads he passed had been completely cleared. The buildings on both sides of some roads had been pierced through. For example, an inn had half collapsed. When Han Fei passed by, fragments fell. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Did someone else know where the sleeping chamber was? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Yes, the bloody hand knew it. The ominous hid in someone's body. This person must have known the existence of the cultivation field in the sleeping chamber via the consciousness of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Therefore, they pushed all the way there, and it was definitely impossible for 1 or 2 people to push all the way there. This meant that the person who was contaminated by the ominous must have brought a large number of strong masters with him. Who was this person exactly? Han Fei thought that all the perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators were suspects, but the most suspicious ones were still the Dao Lock level cultivators. In fact, it didn't make much sense for the ominous to pollute the perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. In this northern expedition, the perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators were actually useless. It was the leaders and strong masters of the factions that were useful. There were no more than 300 such people in the northern expedition army, and there shouldn't be many of them among the divine beast and ferocious beast. He had to make the best use of his time. When the time came, he would see who was leading the people here. With the help of the vast ocean navigator, this person would have nowhere to hide. Han Fei didn't have the time to walk around, so when he encountered any obstacles, he would either penetrate them or jump over the roof. This was definitely a different path from the people who were going to the cultivation field in the sleeping chamber. After learning the rules here, they had to find a way first, so they moved relatively slowly. However, if he wanted to catch up with those people, he naturally couldn't find them one by one. Between 2 points, a straight line was the shortest. When Han Fei encountered a large group of buildings that looked like a trial field, he turned into an archer puppet and jumped to the roof of the buildings. The moment Han Fei rushed on the roof, the response mechanisms in all directions were activated. After only 2 seconds, many archer puppets appeared one after another and looked at him. The archer puppets didn't seem to understand why one of their kind was running wildly. However, as one of the strongest professional guardian puppets, after watching for 4 or 5 seconds, they suddenly raised their longbows at Han Fei. Hiss, have I been seen through? When 7 or 8 archer puppets attacked him, Han Fei knew that he must have been exposed, although he didn't know how he was exposed. Was it because he was too arrogant and jumped on the roof? Seeing this, Han Fei had to accelerate and no longer pretended. At this time, thousands of blue arrows were aimed at him. Han Fei didn't fight back. Before the arrows came, he had already crossed dozens of streets. The moment he landed, Han Fei's appearance changed again. He turned into an armor puppet and entered the building beside him. The puppets of Puppet City seemed to be somewhere between conscious and unconscious. They would rest and go to work. Han Fei took a closer look. Wasn't this a damn casino? There were many large tables here, and there were hundreds of puppets gathered here. Among them, there were armor puppets, shield puppets, archer puppets, and giant puppets. However, at this moment, these puppets were numbly placing bets at the gambling table. Han Fei was about to go in when someone stopped him. Han Fei turned around and saw a chip exchange office. It seemed that if he wanted to enter the casino, he had to exchange for chips first. What were the chips to be exchanged for? Han Fei threw out 10 level 7 minerals at once. In front of the counter, a puppet quickly pushed out 3 boxes. Han Fei looked at it quietly, only to see that it was filled with small cards which were respectively made of level 5, level 6, and level 7 minerals. It seemed that there were different kinds of chips that could be exchanged for level 7 minerals. Han Fei tapped the level 6 mineral card and the mineral puppet gave Han Fei 100 cards. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The exchange rate was 1,000. It seemed that he was quite rich. On this side, Han Fei took the chips and turned around to enter the casino. This time, no one stopped him. When Han Fei came to the gambling table, he casually placed a stack of 10 card chips at the 16-time odds. At this moment, there was a strange sound at the door, and 6 archer puppets came in one after another and stood at the door of the casino. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Are you kidding me? How can you find me? He had thought that when the mineral puppets entered these buildings, it was off time and they would have their own leisure time after work. But who knew that there would be a surprise inspection? The casino fell into silence and all the puppets looked at the door. The archer puppets at the door scanned around but didn't find anyone with a problem. After they and the puppets in the casino stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, these archer puppets left. Clatter. At this time, there was a noise on the table. Han Fei lowered his head and found that he didn't win. But it didn't matter, he just lost some money. But he couldn't cause trouble here. If the people in the casino hated him, they might take the initiative to attack him. In the following bets, Han Fei only won once and lost 10 times. He had soon lost all his chips, but he didn't panic at all. After losing all his chips, he turned around and left. When Han Fei went out, he found that the archer puppets had all disappeared. This time, Han Fei learned his lesson. He was discovered earlier probably because he was too fast and anxious. He clearly had an innate advantage. Even if he moved slowly, he would be faster than those people who attacked street by street. Therefore, Han Fei transformed into an archer puppet again, but this time he mostly jumped on the roof of buildings and examined it like those archer puppets. Then he jumped over a few buildings and walked on the ground. After a while, he jumped on another building and examined it again, looking like a real archer puppet. It only took Han Fei 2 hours to walk a long distance. 4 hours later, Han Fei caught up with a team made of perfected star transformation realm cultivators and led by dozens of leaders and strong masters in the Northern Army. There were about 50 people in total in this team. Yes, in the inner city, most people probably couldn't cross that moat. It would be good if 50% of them could cross it. As for these 50%, some were distributed among the various trial grounds along the way. Some were attracted by some shops along the streets, and some were blocked by the puppets. Only half of them could go to the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber. In other words, this number definitely didn't exceed 3,000. At this moment, when Han Fei jumped to the top of the building, someone immediately noticed. Not good. It's an archer. Break through quickly. Someone said, are we taking the right path? Logically speaking, since the front has been cleared by those strong masters, we shouldn't encounter these patrolling puppets again. The team leader said, these patrol teams might be chasing the people in front, but failed to catch up with them. Now that archers have appeared, there will only be more and more of them. Whether this road is right or not, we have to move forward quickly. When Han Fei heard their conversation, he thought to himself, these people must have followed the people in front here, and they didn't know if they were taking the right path. Obviously, these people wanted to take advantage of others, so they took the route others had taken. Han Fei just glanced at them and then jumped to the other side. Seeing that Han Fei had left, someone asked, then why didn't the archer attack us? Someone said, maybe he found other people. Another 2 hours passed. Han Fei finally caught up with a large group of people, but he didn't even look at them this time because he wouldn't attack these people now. Their goal was the cultivation field in the palace, so was his. Although he didn't know the situation in the outer city, he knew that Puppet City was short of troops. This was because he found that there were fewer puppets along the way. Furthermore, he often saw some puppets coming out of those buildings, transforming into armored soldiers and heading towards the outer city. There was clearly a fight in the rear, so no one cared about the people in front. Or maybe, they knew that even if these people went to the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber, they couldn't enter. But at this moment, Han Fei had no time to think about it. Finally, on the 4th hour after he came out of the god-gazing cave, Han Fei arrived at the foot of a mountain. When he arrived, he found that no puppets were guarding here, just like in the god-gazing cave. Furthermore, hundreds of people had already arrived here first. They were even climbing up the mountain. However, above their heads, there was a huge turtle shell array floating, so it was extremely difficult for these people to walk. Han Fei recognized the array at a glance. Turtle shell sky sealing technique. Han Fei had always thought that the turtle shell sky sealing technique was only used to seal a space. In fact, it was not true. The turtle shell sky sealing technique here was abnormally large, and it pressed down on a group of Dao Lock level powerhouses who moved very slowly as if they were resisting infinite pressure. Among these people, the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts accounted for 80%, and there were only 23 strong masters from the 100 alliances. Among them, Han Fei only knew xuanhuan and the old man from the divine capital dynasty. There were also a few leaders and strong masters of the top 10 factions, and the rest were the strong masters who had hidden in their teams and didn't expose their strength. Han Fei returned to his human form. He couldn't help but sneer. This cultivation ground was not prepared for you in the first place. Even if you can climb up, so what? Han Fei casually stepped into the turtle shell sky ceiling technique. The moment he entered the array, everyone looked back. It turned out that they didn't know about Han Fei's arrival before, so this turtle shell sky ceiling technique still had the power to seal a certain space. The inside and outside of the array were two different worlds. Even Han Fei felt infinite gravity, not on the body but on the mind. This was a suppression of will, a suppression of the Tao heart. This suppression effect was 10 times or 100 times stronger than the physical suppression. When Han Fei came in, many people frowned. Wang Xiaoju, the big cat, said in shock, he's here. I couldn't believe he didn't come until now. When Han Fei arrived, everyone was nervous. Han Fei was the real initiator of this northern expedition and had many secrets. Who knew what Han Fei would do again? Han Fei couldn't be more familiar with the turtle shell heaven sealing array. Although this turtle shell heaven sealing array was a little different, when he raised his head, an invincible will descended, and many Tao patterns even surrounded Han Fei's feet. He strode forward and quickly climbed the mountain. How was that possible? As for the divine beasts, a one-legged Kuibul was shocked. In terms of anti-pressure ability, no one was stronger than him. But even he had to take a break with every step. But Han Fei took one step after another as if he was entering a place without anyone. Wu Shuang asked Han Fei telepathically, "Where have you been? I thought you were already up here." Han Fei said, "I have something personal to tend to." "But who brought you here?" Wu Shuang said, "Mo Ju from the ferocious beasts." He said that he felt the attraction of a top bloodline in this direction. When we came, there were more than 200 of us, but we encountered 3 powerful level 8 strength-type puppets that blocked our way. Nearly 100 of us died before we could kill them. Mo Ju? Han Fei's face changed slightly. Mo Ju was the leader of the ferocious beast this time. Although he hadn't shown his full strength yet, he was definitely not weak since he could command nearly 4,000 ferocious beasts in this northern expedition. Even Lin Ke, who he killed, had 4 Dao locks. Mo Ju should have at least 5 Dao locks. Although strong masters with 5 locks usually wouldn't come to the infinite mining area, they lived in the infinite mining area in the first place. Not to mention 5 Dao locks, Han Fei was almost certain that there must be monarchs in the camp of the ferocious beasts. Now, it was Mo Ju who judged that this direction was abnormal. According to normal logic, Mo Ju should have just brought his own people. Why did he bring the people from the 100 Alliance City and the Divine Beasts too? Han Fei asked. Then how did you meet Mo Ju and the Divine Beasts? Wu Shuang was a little puzzled, wondering why Han Fei was so interested in Mo Ju. She said, not long after we entered the city. Because of the ambush of countless arrows, the crowd dispersed, but the strong reacted faster and quickly gathered together. Although we separated temporarily, our goal was the same. We all headed towards the center of the inner city. We met Mo Ju by a circular lake. At that time, the ferocious beasts were fighting with the puppet guards, which alarmed us and the divine beasts. Then Mo Ju pointed out the direction, indicating that it was difficult going forward and the ferocious beasts couldn't survive alone, and saying that we should put aside our grudges for the time being and go to the center first. Han Fei thought to himself, how could he know where to go from the moat? Come on, the moat is far away from here, and it's impossible to use perception in the inner city. He is not Little Black and Little White. Even if he has the abilities of Little Black and Little White, there are still many trial grounds in the inner city. Why didn't he go to the God-Gazing Cave? Logically speaking, the God-Gazing Cave is a huge treasure trove, and there is the 9-giant God Turtle there. Why didn't he sense it? Han Fei said. If I guess right, some of you have been corrupted by the consciousness of the great monarch Bloody Hand, which means the ominous. Wu Shuang's pupils were constricted slightly, and she secretly took a breath. But then she said, when we passed the river, some people were purified by the light in the river. Can't the 3 consecutive purifications cleanse the ominous power? Han Fei, it's hard to say. Ordinary ominous powers might be purified, but the consciousness of the great monarch Bloody Hand is at the level of a monarch. Wu Shuang frowned slightly. Got it. After warning Wu Shuang, Han Fei no longer hesitated and strode forward. The turtle shell ceiling heaven array could stop others, but not him. With a few leaps, Han Fei passed many people and was sprinting quickly towards the mountain. This scene shocked many people. Someone was shocked. How can he be so fast and not be affected by this terrifying suppressing pressure at all? Someone's expression changed drastically. Not good. The human butcher must have known this place well in advance and had a way to deal with this suppressing pressure. Someone said telepathically, everyone, we can't let him go up first. Maybe the human butcher has the key to the top of the mountain. If we let him go up, we won't have any inheritance. At this time, Wang Xiaoju shouted, Brother Human Butcher, take me with you. I have chatted with you all the way and made a deep friendship with you. Please help me. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Who the hell made a deep friendship with you? Han Fei said. Everyone. The opportunities in the world belong to the fated. I think you should have gained a lot from this trip. If you hadn't come to this place, you would have gained more. However, the real opportunities can't be shared by so many people. Therefore, I'll take my leave first. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei passed Wang Xiaoju and Wu Shuang. At this time, Mo Ju roared, "If you want to surpass us, you'll have to see if you have the ability." Buzz. 5 colored lights appeared on Mo Ju's body, and 5 chains floated on the surface of his body. Bang, bang, bang. Yes, Han Fei's arrival finally made Mo Ju panic. He had planned to put on a good show, but now that Han Fei was here, he couldn't care less. His goal was Puppet City. Although Puppet City was full of puppet guards now, there were definitely still many more puppets in Puppet City. Once he took control of Puppet City, he would be able to release all the puppets. Then, when the puppet army was all polluted by the ominous, he could lead the army to encroach on the infinite mining area, which would provide him with infinite power. At that time, he would be able to break through the shackles of the monarch realm at any time. When the entire infinite mining area was filled with the ominous power, it would be enough for him to become a super strong great monarch or even become a god. Everyone was dumbfounded to see that Mo Ju had unlocked 5 Dao locks. Wang Xiaoju shouted, "Mo Ju, are you crazy? How many times have you opened your Dao locks? Now all 5 of them have been opened. With your current strength, it is extremely difficult to lock them again. At that time, you will have to face the monarch-level tribulation." Mo Ju shouted, "Aren't we cultivating to break through the shackles? Now, the inheritance of the great monarch must be on the mountain. With his inheritance, I can prove Dao at any time. If I don't fight now, when will I?" Buzz. When all the 5 Dao locks were activated, the turtle shell heaven sealing array could no longer suppress Mo Ju. And at this moment, Han Fei and Wu Shuang both understood that Mo Ju had been corroded by the ominous. This kind of absolute suppression of will couldn't be completely broken through by unsealing the Dao locks. Mo Ju could completely break through because he had the will of a great monarch. Otherwise, at most, his strength would have skyrocketed, but he still wouldn't have been able to resist the suppression. In the blink of an eye, a pair of black wings unfolded on Mo Ju's back. The black feathers were like a tide and slashed at Han Fei like billions of knife lights. Han Fei, on the other hand, frowned. He didn't dare to use the void-stealing technique on Mo Ju. He could use it on a monarch, but it didn't mean that he could steal the will of a great monarch. If he did it, the instantaneous backlash might kill him. Han Fei activated his great Dao and increased his combat power by 6 times. Facing Mo Ju's ferocious black-feathered storm, he wrapped the extreme cold pearl with the silencing fist and punched out. Ka-ka-ka. The torrent of the power of the carefree realm was unstoppable even if Mo Ju fully unleashed his strength. Therefore, everyone saw that the endless black feathers froze in the air and then shattered. Bang. Just when everyone thought that Mo Ju would be penetrated by Han Fei, a black demonic pill appeared in front of Mo Ju. The power in this pill poured out like a starbead blow of a sky-opening realm powerhouse. As for a 5 Dao lock level powerhouse, except for the fact that their laws were not as good as monarchs, he could fight them. This blow collided with the silencing fist. Although most of the power was swallowed by the mountain, it still caused ripples that made the surrounding people unsteady. Those who were close had to burn their bloodlines to resist this explosion. Puff, puff, puff. Many people vomited blood and looked horrified. This was not a collision of the power of the sky-opening realm. This was a battle between monarchs. Mo Ju was also covered in blood, but he said, "I'd like to see if your ultra-quality godly weapon can unleash such power again." Han Fei had no more scruples. He simply shouted, "Mo Ju, or, to be exact, Great Monarch Bloody Hand, do you really think you are still the Great Monarch Bloody Hand from back then? You are just a fragment of his consciousness. After 1,000,000 years, I'd like to see how strong you can be." "What? Who is it? Great Monarch Bloody Hand?" Mo Ju's face turned cold. How did he know? Impossible. Hidden in the countless bloody hands, he launched a sneak attack on Mo Ju almost in an instant. No one could discover it. How did this person discover him? Wang Xiaoju was stunned. "Hey, is there a misunderstanding here? Mo Ju is from our ferocious beasts and has never been here before. Human butcher. Are you mistaken?" Han Fei snorted coldly. "Don't forget, the great monarch Bloody Hand could have surrounded and killed everyone, but why did he drive the Northern Expedition Army into Puppet City? Have you figured out the fundamental reason why you can be here? Who suggested you come here? How did he know what was here? Use your brains. Don't count money for the one who sells you." Hearing what Han Fei said, many people were stunned and then immediately activated their secret techniques, burning their bloodlines and quickly avoiding Mo Ju. Among the divine beasts, the white tiger roared, "Human butcher? Do you mean that he has been corroded by the ominous?" But on this trip, Puppet City has unleashed the power of purification many times. But in the next moment, the white tiger fell silent. If he were a great monarch, would he really be unable to avoid this power of purification? Mo Ju said, "Nonsense. Go to hell." Chapter 2607. The Emperor Sparrow reappears. Great Monarch Mystic 12 in 2607. The Emperor Sparrow reappears. Great Monarch Mystic 12612612 in. Regardless of whether Mo Ju had been corrupted by the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand, no matter how he tried to defend himself, it was useless. Han Fei had thrown out such a bombshell. Even if others wouldn't believe him completely, they wouldn't trust Mo Ju anymore. Besides, as Han Fei said, the great monarch Bloody Hand could have controlled the Bloody Hand Mind Devil army to besiege them, but he didn't. This was understood as a trial. However, Han Fei had given a new explanation. Then, what if all of this was not a trial? Moju's eyes glowed red as if a falcon was attacking Han Fei's soul. However, Han Fei's body only trembled for a moment before he was slapped away by Moju's wings. But halfway through, Han Fei came back to himself, grabbed a saber from the void, and slashed at Moju. The others didn't feel it, but the ferocious beasts were shocked. The mad soul strike was blocked so easily. It must be noted that besides speed, Moju's greatest strength was the power of his soul. However, the power he was so proud of had no effect on Han Fei, and the latter continued to attack Moju. The ferocious beasts were shocked. Moju shouted, "Everyone, this mountain is the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Inside is the inheritance of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Whether I can get it or not, the human butcher is sinister and cunning. Who knows who he is, where he comes from, and why he wants to snatch the treasure left by Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? You don't know anything, but you just believe his nonsense?" Han Fei said. "I'm insidious and cunning? Better than you, who are possessed by the ominous. The outer city should have been occupied by the army of the Bloody Hand Mind Devils by now, right? You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. It won't be long before everyone sees clearly whether you are corroded by the ominous or not." Han Fei was unwilling to fight Moju. His goal was to rush to the top of the mountain. However, Moju certainly wouldn't let him. Once Han Fei went up, all his plans might be ruined. No matter what, Han Fei had to stay. Therefore, the two began to fight fiercely again. After all, Han Fei hadn't condensed a Dao lock yet. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting a strong master of 5 Dao locks, he couldn't stop him for the time being. In particular, he couldn't use the void stealing technique on Moju, which was a big problem. As for the divine techniques, the ultimate hammer, the star fist technique, the god sealing spear, the draw technique, the saber drawing technique, and the yin-yang reincarnation saber, Han Fei used all the great techniques he could use, but he still couldn't suppress Moju. He only fought Moju to a draw. However, this also made Han Fei realize a problem. That was, Moju was only corroded by the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand, but it was definitely not all the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand. Otherwise, if the Great Monarch Bloody Hand really attacked him, if he didn't use the Green Jade Stone Bridge, there was nothing he could do to him. Then, since the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand wasn't all here, it meant that he was in the outer city. Therefore, Moju was actually not the most anxious one. This was because once the outer city was destroyed and the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand entered the inner city, it would be terrifying. If that person descended, he wouldn't be able to shake it unless he used his trump card. Han Fei roared and fully activated his Great Dao, unleashing 6 times the combat power. Of course, he could also activate the Invincible Eyes, but this was too recognizable. He didn't want others to know his true identity yet. At this moment, no one dared to interfere anymore. How could the human butcher still become stronger in such a situation? It seemed that he was really going all out. Seeing that, Wuxuang said to the others telepathically, "Let's retreat." Retreat? Someone was surprised. "Master Wuxuang, we're already here. They're restraining each other." "We should go up," Wuxuang said. "Listen to me. Retreat." Other people didn't trust Han Fei, but she did. But she knew that if Moju was the Great Monarch Bloody Hand, then Han Fei couldn't be his opponent. Even if they were evenly matched, this place had become the main battlefield. No one knew how many trump cards the two of them had not used. In the end, this was no longer a battlefield of the sky-opening realm. If they didn't retreat now, once the two used their trump cards or the Great Monarch Bloody Hand really revived, they wouldn't be able to retreat even if they wanted to. Seeing that Wuxuang was retreating, Bai Fei from the Divine Beasts frowned and said, "Ignore them. Their battle has loosened the suppressing power here. Let's go up." On this side, Han Fei managed to suppress Moju and took out the Extreme Cold Pearl again, which made Moju's face change drastically. He shouted, "Human butcher, if I can't go up, neither can you. It's better to let them go up." After that, Moju's glabella squirted out a bloody light which soared to the sky. The turtle shell sky sealing technique was actually cracked by this force. At that moment, the seal loosened and was about to break. Moju's body glowed with red light, and a powerful will burst out of Moju and pressed towards Han Fei. Everybody was shocked to see that. Bai Fei shouted, "Not good. He's really possessed by the ominous." Having no time to think, Wuxuang roared, "Retreat!" At that moment, Moju stretched out a hand that reached into the sky, which could be considered a self-exposing of his identity. He no longer had any scruples, but shouted in a dignified voice, "How dare you, a mere sky-opener, try to stop me, a great monarch? Since you know that I've been tainted by the ominous, how dare you fight me? I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be corroded by the ominous." At this moment, Han Fei felt great pressure. It was too strong. At that moment, he felt as if he was facing an unparalleled existence. Tweeten! Just as the boundless blood was about to envelop Han Fei, he suddenly heard a cry. A big black bird soared into the sky from Han Fei's body. Clatter, the Emperor Sparrow spread its wings, and black smoke billowed. A large amount of ominous power was swallowed by the Emperor Sparrow. The great monarch Bloody Hand roared. Impossible, Bai Fei exclaimed. It's the Emperor Sparrow, the king of ferocious beasts. Not good, the Emperor Sparrow has revived. The ferocious beasts, including Wang Xiaoju, were all dumbfounded. The Emperor Sparrow. At that moment, the brains of all the ferocious beasts were buzzing. The name of the Emperor Sparrow was like thunder ringing in the ears. It had disappeared for millions of years, but they didn't expect it to appear in such a way at this moment. A ferocious beast said, Ju, what should we do? At this time, Mo Ju was possessed by the great monarch Bloody Hand, and the leader of the ferocious beasts became Wang Xiaoju. No matter how unreliable Wang Xiaoju was, at this moment, he was the strongest ferocious beast. Without a pillar of support, the other ferocious beasts could only ask Wang Xiaoju. Wang Xiaoju was also shocked and dumbfounded. The Emperor Sparrow? On the way here, she had told Han Fei about the Emperor Sparrow. Who the hell knew that she would see the Emperor Sparrow in person so soon? Stunned for a moment, Wang Xiaoju shouted, Boss, we're family. We won't disturb you and will retreat first. You must believe that we will definitely stand on your side. While shouting to stand on the side of the Emperor Sparrow, Wang Xiaoju called all the ferocious beasts to retreat. Although the Emperor Sparrow was the king of ferocious beasts, none of the ferocious beasts of their era had ever seen the horror of the Emperor Sparrow. They had only heard countless rumors that the Emperor Sparrow itself was the ominous. From the looks of it, it was hard to say who was the ominous, so they couldn't decide which side to stand on. At Wang Xiaoju's command, the ferocious beasts retreated quickly, leaving the battlefield to Han Fei and Mo Ju. Wu Shuang's mouth widened. Was this Han Fei's trump card? Wasn't this trump card too terrifying? This thing hadn't appeared for 1,000,000 years. Back then, it was an existence that led all the prehistoric ferocious beasts and could even fight gods. However, why did the Emperor Sparrow seem to have become Han Fei's companion spirit? As for the others, they all panicked and wished that they had 8 legs. An ancient great monarch and an ancient ferocious beast king were fighting. What did it have to do with them? On the side of the divine beasts, Bai Fei was also panicked, but as the leader of the divine beasts, he had to make a judgment at this moment. Should they ignore the two and continue to go up? Should they retreat and not fight? Or should they join the battle? A black sheep shouted, Bai Fei, we have to kill the Emperor Sparrow. Even if the infinite mining area is contaminated by the ominous, monarchs will take action. But once the Emperor Sparrow appears, our divine beast lineage will fall into an endless war. The golden deer roared, Bai Fei, fight! Mo Ju shouted, Bai Fei, this Emperor Sparrow hasn't proven his Tao yet. Now is the best time to kill him. If you don't attack him now, once the Emperor Sparrow proves his Tao, the king of ferocious beasts can return at any time. Now with me suppressing him, it's the best time for you to kill him. Bai Fei's expression changed. He was tempted, too tempted. Killing the Emperor Sparrow was a great thing. The death of the Emperor Sparrow meant that the ferocious beasts would be silent forever. Han Fei shouted, Wang Xiaoju, why are you running? Who can kill me here? If you run now, aren't you afraid that I will take revenge on you someday? Wang Xiaoju was confused. What the fuck does this have to do with me? Besides, you are the Emperor Sparrow. You are very strong. However, to Han Fei's surprise, Bai Fei shouted in a low voice, as divine beasts, we do what we should and don't do what we shouldn't. Don't forget the warnings of the gods of the sea realm. No matter when or where, don't stand with the ominous. Everyone, follow me out of here and up the mountain. Wang Xiaoju was overjoyed. Look, we don't have to fight. Han Fei was speechless, but Bai Fei was a decent man. He felt that if he were in Bai Fei's position, he might have attacked the Emperor Sparrow long ago. However, Han Fei never thought that there was another rumor about the Emperor Sparrow, which was admitted by the demon purification pot. Whoever killed the Emperor Sparrow would die. Bai Fei was not stupid. On one hand, he might not be able to kill the Emperor Sparrow. Even if he could, he would probably die if he killed the Emperor Sparrow. Who would do this loss? Making business. Fuse. Han Fei made a prompt decision and fused with the Emperor Sparrow. In the next moment, he was immersed in the ominous blood qi, crazily swallowing the ominous power. At the same time, Han Fei pointed at Mo Ju, cause and effect twisting, backlash, buzz. Mo Ju's strength stagnated, and one of his eyes became sober again. Then, Mo Ju shouted, Wang Xiaoju, help me pass on a message. Just say that I, Mo Ju, will not yield even in death. Aha! At that moment, the power in Mo Ju's body was chaotic. He was going to blow himself up. Everyone could see that. Yes, Han Fei used the cause and effect twisting technique. This battle started because the great monarch Bloody Hand corroded Mo Ju and possessed his soul. Han Fei twisted it, causing uncertain consequences, causing the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand to immediately suffer a backlash. Bang! Under the impact of the two forces in his body, Mo Ju exploded on the spot with a bang. His flesh, blood, and soul were quickly absorbed by the mountain. Mo Ju knew that he had no chance of survival. Even if he survived, he would still be used by the ominous. However, he never expected that he would die like this. Although he was reluctant, he didn't let the ominous get its way in the end. Stupid, when Moju detonated himself, the remnant soul of Great Monarch Bloodhand exploded too. In Puppet City, outside the cultivation ground of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's chamber, the remnant soul couldn't escape. Instead, it was attracted by the array patterns on the mountain. The Emperor Sparrow, on the other hand, had no scruples and pecked at the remnant soul. Different from others, this wisp of the remnant soul was evil and extremely polluted. The Emperor Sparrow was born with the power to suppress it. Otherwise, wouldn't the title of King of Ferocious Beasts be undeserved? Gulp, Vrang Xiaoju and the other ferocious beasts all swallowed saliva. Although the death of Moju inevitably made them sad, the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow made them temporarily forget their pain and only feel shock. A ferocious beast muttered, "Isn't that the remnant soul of a great monarch?" A ferocious beast echoed blankly, "That's right, he hasn't proven Tao yet, but he's already eating a great monarch." Then, what if he has proven Tao? A ferocious beast shivered. I'm told that when the Emperor Sparrow was the king of the prehistoric ferocious beasts, he had to eat 3 meals a day. Every meal, he had to eat 7 or 8 ferocious beasts. Is this true? Wang Xiaoju glanced at him. Nonsense, how can you slander Lord Emperor Sparrow like this? What I heard was that he eats 1 meal a day and only 1 ferocious beast a meal. As he spoke, Wang Xiaoju felt that he was trembling. Eating ferocious beasts every day as food was too horrible? If this big shot returned, wouldn't the ferocious beasts be eaten to extinction? At this moment, Han Fei put on a painful expression. Clearly, forcibly swallowing the remnant soul of a great monarch was quite a burden on him. If it weren't for his powerful bloodline and powerful physique, if it weren't for the fact that the Emperor Sparrow had fused with him, it was really difficult to say if he would have exploded. In the end, the one who benefited was the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei bore the pain, but he ate the remnant soul of a great monarch. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Wang Xiaoju and the others. The real remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand is coming. You'd better find a place to hide. Wang Xiaoju straightened up. Yes, we'll go hide now. At this moment, as if he had been granted amnesty, Wang Xiaoju hurriedly ran away with a group of ferocious beasts. Wu Shuang took a deep look at Han Fei, turned around and left, shouting, "Everyone, follow me." On the other side, without the restraint of the turtle shell sky ceiling technique, Bai Fei and the others moved faster. However, on this mountain, there was still a faint suppression of will. At this moment, Han Fei's powerful bloodline and his familiarity with the old turtle's suppressing pressure became his absolute advantages. Han Fei rushed up and passed Bai Fei and the others in the blink of an eye. When he passed by Bai Fei, Han Fei said lightly, "You're not bad." Bai Fei snorted coldly. "I don't want to be your enemy today just because this place is full of the ominous. When we meet again, we'll fight you to the death." Han Fei said indifferently, "Don't be so sure. If that day comes, I will definitely spare your life." With that, Han Fei walked past the divine beasts and stepped on the mountain. At the top of the mountain, Han Fei froze the moment he stepped on it. In front of him was a void door, and in front of that door, a puppet holding a 3-foot-long shovel was standing there. What stiffened Han Fei's body was not the strange shovel in his hand, but the puppet, which was actually made of level 9 minerals. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be another powerhouse as strong as the 9 giant god turtle, a level 9 mineral puppet? Although Han Fei didn't know the strength of a puppet of this level, one thing was certain, that it was definitely in the monarch realm. Gulp, Han Fei swallowed. Seeing that the puppet had no intention of speaking or taking action, he said, "Senior, would you believe me if I say that I'm very close to Great Monarch Mystic Marshal and he left Puppet City to me?" Han Fei didn't expect the puppet to answer him, but it actually said, "Han Fei? Huh?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "You know me?" However, the level 9 puppet said, "He said you would come." Han Fei's heart did a flip. He said so? Then old Yuan must have said so. Sure enough, old Yuan had already arranged everything. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He was relieved. He walked forward and asked, "Senior, how can I take over Puppet City?" Swishta. In an instant, billions of patterns appeared on the top of the mountain. At that moment, the scene in front of Han Fei changed. It was no longer the previous mountain peak, but a sea of stars full of chaotic star fragments. Those who didn't know better would think that they had returned to the scattered star sea. The level 9 puppet was standing not far opposite Han Fei. He said, "Before you take over Puppet City, you need to know what Puppet City is." Han Fei, 1. This level 9 mineral puppet seemed to be of the same species as the 9 giant god turtle, highly intelligent. He said, "I'm the first puppet of Puppet City. You can call me number 1 or Mystic One. I was originally the only puppet in Puppet City. At that time, I met Great Monarch Mystic Marshal in the Sea of Stars and fought the ominous together. Unfortunately, both of us were schemed against and seriously injured. Knowing that I was going to die, I helped Mystic Marshal escape the siege. Later, I did die, but some of my remnant soul was saved by Mystic Marshal. In order to save me, Mystic Marshal found the puppet reincarnation technique to make me a puppet." Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Mystic One said it so casually, but Han Fei could imagine how dangerous the situation was. The way of puppet reincarnation was probably not simple either. Mystic One continued, the way of puppet reincarnation is to transform one's soul into a puppet. However, a puppet is rigid after all and can't be truly flexible. Therefore, the Black Turtle found the Star Sea Mystic Water, which is a magical natural spiritual treasure that can gradually transform a puppet into a physical body. It was even to the extent that once the reincarnation succeeded, the soul and spiritual perception could be preserved. However, the disadvantage was that it was extremely difficult to succeed in reincarnation, and the price of failure was that the soul would forever be locked in a puppet, leaving only some instinctive consciousness and their greatest wish before death. Upon hearing that, Han Fei was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you mean that these puppets are all made of living people?" Mystic One said, "To be precise, they are half dead, but their souls are forever imprisoned in the puppet bodies. They can only be released after their puppet bodies are corroded by time." Han Fei was shocked. If the puppets in this city were all living people, how many strong masters had died in Puppet City in the past? Also, he finally understood why the remnant soul of the ominously corrupted Great Monarch Bloody Hand wanted to attack Puppet City. It was because as long as he corrupted these puppets, he wouldn't die as long as the puppets weren't destroyed. How long would it take to obliterate such a mineral puppet? Tens of millions of years, or even billions of years. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He had always regarded puppets as resources, but he didn't expect that they used to be living creatures. Mystic One said emotionlessly, "Actually, dying in battle might not be a bad thing for them. However, since they have chosen to reincarnate, their will is to keep fighting. Therefore, whether you are designated by Mystic Marshal or not, you have to be qualified to take over this city and all the puppets in it first." Han Fei took a deep breath. "What kind of qualifications?" Mystic One said. "First of all, you have to prove your potential. You have to prove that you're qualified to lead them. If you're not qualified to lead them, even if you're designated by Mystic Marshal, you can forget about taking over this city. I have the final say in this matter." Han Fei held his head high, and his heart was stirred. "How can I prove it?" Mystic One said. "First of all, you have to beat me." Han Fei thought to himself, "That's it?" But Mystic One continued, "I used to be a great monarch. When I was in the Sky Opening Realm, I was invincible. If you take this battle, you're very likely to die." Han Fei's eyelids shivered. Is this guy a fucking great monarch? But in the next moment, Han Fei grinned. "So what? I'm invincible in the same realm as you. Even if you were a god before you died, so what? Let's fight." At this moment, Han Fei was excited. Before the battle started, the invincible eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened. Mystic One just looked at Han Fei quietly. "Since you've made your choice, let's fight." Buzz. In an instant, the shovel in Mystic One's hand moved at a speed that exceeded 30 times the speed of light. With a casual slash of the shovel, it cut through the void. Its sharpness seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. If it was 30 times the speed of light, Han Fei was still not afraid. He formed a fist mark and threw out the star explosion fist that he had long prepared. The stars flashed magnificently. The sky-breaking strike could split the sky and the earth. Such power burst out at the same time, twisting the void and enshrouding it in colors. Bang, 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 bang. The shovel detonated the star explosion punch 3 times in a row, and the last blow landed on Han Fei's chest. Puffa Han Fei was sent flying through the starry rocks, and the star fragments along the way all exploded. At that moment, blood spurted out of Han Fei's mouth. His chest, from his right shoulder to his left waist, left a shocking wound. Han Fei's self-proclaimed invincible physique was cut open at this moment, and his bones were almost broken. However, Mystic One's attack did not stop. The shovel failed to kill Han Fei, and a second blow followed. At this moment, Han Fei was utterly excited. Han Fei roared, "As I said, I'm invincible in my realm. Chapter 2 size 8 2 size 80 T size 08. Taking over Puppet City 2 in 1 2 size 080. Taking over Puppet City 2 in 1. It was not that Han Fei had never been so seriously injured in battle, but that he was too strong now. So far, no opponent had ever made him feel a sense of danger. When facing Mystic One, Han Fei instinctively threw out the Star Explosion Fist, but after this punch, he felt that although the Star Explosion Fist was the first punch of the Star Fist technique, it was still extremely powerful. However, in fact, Han Fei was wrong. Mystic One's shovel was very strong. It wasn't that the power Mystic One showed was strong, but that Mystic One's control of power was too excellent. The Star Explosion Fist was suitable to serve as a large-scale offensive fist technique. The Silencing Fist was equivalent to a single fist technique, but it was more of a realm-level power. His control of pure power was not as good as Mystic One's control of his shovel. Therefore, when he was almost cut open, Han Fei realized that the Star Explosion Fist and the Silencing Fist were useless. However, the Draw Technique and all Great Daos in one sword were useful. Therefore, when Mystic One slashed at him with his shovel again, Han Fei drew out his saber, strengthened by his invincible will and the scorching power of his origin Great Dao. This strike was also simple and plain, but Han Fei locked the power of this strike with his invincible will. At the moment his punch collided with the shovel, with a clang, Han Fei vomited blood from his 7 orifices. Within 100,000 miles, countless broken stars exploded, and sound wave ripples and energy ripples poured out crazily in all directions. Puffa Han Fei vomited blood again, but this time he only retreated hundreds of kilometers, and so did Mystic One. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. He used to be a great monarch, but so what? Although he hadn't met any other strong cultivators on the god roll except Zhao Qinglong, he knew that they wouldn't be much stronger than him. There was an upper limit to this realm, and he thought that no one could compare to him in strength. Sure enough, Mystic One turned his head, and his eyes glowed green. He said, "The path of invincibility is indeed not bad. However, how many times can you unleash such power?" Mystic One rushed up, and in the blink of an eye, the shovel in his hand slashed out 1,000 times. Han Fei looked solemn. It was not a big deal to strike 1,000 times in an instant. He could also do it. However, the power of 1,000 strikes was balanced, and every strike was precise. This meant that the other party's control of power was stronger than he thought. The drawing technique couldn't deal with such an attack. Even if Han Fei crazily lowered the requirement of the drawing technique, he couldn't balance 1,000 attacks and deal with the other party so precisely. A warhammer appeared in Han Fei's hand. Although he couldn't use the draw technique 1,000 times in an instant, he still had the ultimate hammer. The ultimate hammer was divided into 2 kinds. The first was the ultimate strength, which was to pour out all one's strength and destroy the enemy with one strike. The second was the ultimate speed. What mattered wasn't balance, but speed. By continuously striking, the hammer would produce continuous shocks, making the hammer strike stronger and stronger. Knock, 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 clang, 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 puff, puff, puff. In the sea of stars, Han Fei and Mystic One fought crazily, and countless layers of ripples poured down crazily. Wherever the two of them passed, star fragments exploded, and the nearest star fragments were shattered into powder. However, if one took a closer look, they would discover that Han Fei's ultimate hammer could only block about 50% of the shovel strikes at first. As for the remaining strikes, even if they were blocked by the invincible will, 30% fell on Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't care at all. With a spurt of energy, the speed of the ultimate hammer finally erupted. In just 3 seconds, from being able to block about 50% of the shovel strikes at first, he could now block 90% of the strikes and even occasionally hit Mystic One. But Han Fei was still at a disadvantage. However, Han Fei's physique was unparalleled. Mystic One could slash out 1,000 times, but the power of the slash couldn't hurt Han Fei. The supreme divine technique of the human race? Mystic One noticed that although he seemed to have the upper hand, the damage he caused was limited. Although Han Fei's battlesuit was shattered and he was dripping with blood, it was just on the surface. He didn't really hurt Han Fei. After the battle, Han Fei swung the warhammer in his hand, and divine brilliance descended from the sky, enveloping his entire body. The blood all over his body quickly flowed back, and the wounds all over his body were disappearing at a visible speed. Han Fei said, "That's right, it's the human race's supreme divine technique." Mystic One was silent for a moment. "Didn't the person who taught you this divine technique tell you that this path can't be connected to the gods?" Han Fei sneered. "As long as my heart is connected to the gods, I can be connected to the gods. Just because others can't take this path doesn't mean I can't walk the path." Mystic One nodded slightly. "You're not as good as me in power control, but you have a lot of means. However, no matter how many means you have, they're just tricks, not the source of your strength. Now, if you can still resist my following attacks, you'll pass the first test." Han Fei's eyes gradually turned cold as he said coldly, "I'd like to see what your so-called power is." Han Fei waved his hand, and the infinity water condensed in his palm, turning into a short knife. Almost at the same time, Mystic One disappeared. The next moment, Han Fei saw a sharp ray of light appear 3 inches in front of him. At this moment, Han Fei knew that every unnecessary movement he made would slow him down. Therefore, Han Fei stood still and raised his saber. The invincible will turned into a golden battlesuit that enveloped his body. Clang! Han Fei's eyelids twitched slightly. The attack he expected didn't come. What he cut off was the sharp edge left by the shovel cutting through the void. And Mystic One's next attack had already slashed down from above. Han Fei didn't even look up. His invincible will condensed into a sword shadow and soared into the sky. Clang! But what came next was still a void blade. In the next moment, there was a sharp sword thrust in front of him. After 3 consecutive attacks, Han Fei realized that it was not that the other party was fast, but that he could completely keep up with Mystic One's speed. However, Mystic One's control of strength was too precise. For example, if it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to take back the previous 2 blows. Mystic One knew that he could block it, so he didn't plan to defeat him with 1 or 2 attacks. He accurately diverted the power of the first 2 attacks, so that all the subsequent attacks were like this. Han Fei held the saber and pushed with one hand. Sure enough, he cut through a void blade, and the next attack came from the side. At this moment, Han Fei had to admit that he had fallen into the attacking rhythm of Mystic One. The opponent's strength and speed were not stronger or faster than his, but but just one blow had caused him to fall into the rhythm of the opponent's attack. In the end, his control of strength was not as good as his. Mystic One had told him this before and told Han Fei in actual combat that if he couldn't find a way to resolve it, he would be killed under the crazy storm of attacks. Yes, at this moment, one of Han Fei's hands drooped naturally. Except for his right hand, he didn't move at all. He was afraid that once he moved and was hurt by Mystic One the first time, there would inevitably be a second time, a third time, and countless times. At this moment, it was definitely impossible to improve his control of strength unless he fell into some kind of epiphany. Epiphany was not easy to get. He had encountered it a few times and benefited a lot, but now his consciousness was absolutely clear, so it was impossible for him to enter a state of epiphany. In the next blow, when Mystic One slashed at him with a shovel, Han Fei still counterattacked. But this time, at the moment the Infinity Water Dagger touched the Void Blade, one attack turned into two. The intensity of the two attacks was exactly the same. One cut through the sharp edge and the other slashed into the void, attacking Mystic One. This was the power that Han Fei had comprehended after swallowing the Time Dao fruit. The Time Arcane technique repeated the same attack in an instant. Han Fei thought that although Mystic One's attack forced him to defend passively, he could only keep attacking and couldn't stop. Once he stopped, his rhythm would be disrupted. Therefore, he needed an additional force to break the balance. Mystic One stopped the moment he activated the Time Arcane technique. In fact, he was quite surprised. He only slashed 4 times, and the 4th time he attacked, his rhythm was disrupted by Han Fei. Mystic One asked, "The Great Tao of Time?" "Yes." Mystic One said, "You've passed the first test, but it's just luck that you can pass it. I'm not the strongest among the great monarchs. It's not bad that you have a chance to break my rhythm. But if you meet someone stronger than me one day, or have deeper insights than me, it might be a different result." Han Fei put away the infinity water. "I don't know what kind of opponent I will encounter, but I know that all methods in the world can be cracked. You think I have many and varied methods, but your problem is that your rhythm not only traps the enemy, but also traps you yourself. Because you feel that even if your rhythm is cracked, you will only return to normal combat, so you have no psychological pressure. You are still invincible, so you rely on this rhythm and pursue the ultimate control of strength. You have never failed before because you haven't met anyone who can disrupt your rhythm." Mystic One nodded slightly. "I realized this after I died. I didn't expect my combat rhythm to be cracked by you today. However, I still have to say that your control of power is not good. Just because you can defeat me doesn't mean you are really invincible. After all, not all your opponents will be in the same realm as you." Han Fei grinned. "My power control might not be good, but I still won't pursue the so-called power control. What I pursue is the brilliant Great Tao, not this kind of small but exquisite control." Mystic One nodded slightly. "You do have the bearing of a leader of a race. However, this is only the first test. It's a trial of the ultimate strength." Han Fei frowned. "There are many trials of strength in Puppet City. Were they all cultivation fields set up by you?" Mystic One nodded without denying it. Han Fei finally understood. It seemed that at least half of this Puppet City was under Mystic One's control in the past. His status was probably similar to the old turtles. He had set up many trials. Even Han Fei had to admit its value now. Although Han Fei didn't pursue the pinnacle of strength, if he could grasp it in passing, it should be able to make up for his weakness of insufficient control of strength. Han Fei asked, "What's the second test?" Mystic One said, "The second test is the Tao Heart." Han Fei grinned. The old turtle had emphasized the importance of the Tao Heart to him countless times since it parasitized his body. Therefore, when Mystic One mentioned the Tao Heart, Han Fei was extremely confident. Mystic One threw him a red bead and said, "Hold this bead. If this bead breaks, I won't let you control Puppet City." Han Fei frowned slightly but still chose to agree. However, as he issued an order in his heart, the Emperor Sparrow descended. The two of them looked at each other and the Emperor Sparrow understood his meaning. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Don't worry about the trial. With me around, nothing will happen to your body." In the next moment, the Emperor Sparrow fused with Han Fei, and Han Fei's soul consciousness sank into his body. Only then did he take the red bead. Buzz. The moment Han Fei took the bead, his memories suddenly became a little chaotic, as if a person's life had suddenly appeared in his mind. This chaos only lasted for a very short time. The moment Han Fei woke up, he suddenly heard a familiar voice shouting in his ear, "Li Xuan, wake up." Han Fei could clearly hear the urgency and nervousness in this voice. He seemed to realize what kind of situation he was in and suddenly came back to himself. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that a mysterious turtle-patterned array was floating in the sky. Han Fei was familiar with the voice that was presiding over the array, and this person was none other than the old turtle. However, at this moment, Han Fei's impression of the old turtle was a little strange. He seemed to have forgotten his relationship with the old turtle when he was Han Fei, and his current memory seemed to be telling him that he was Li Xuan and was being besieged by a group of ominous strong masters. Outside the array, there were 13 strong masters, including 7 great monarchs. The old turtle roared, "Li Xuan, are you feeling better?" Han Fei had no time to think too much. He quickly nodded. Yes, I cut off part of my soul just now. Fortunately, I wasn't contaminated. The old turtle said with a cold face, my array can't last long. When I remove the array, let's run together. If we can't escape, we'll fight. Even if we die in battle, we can't be tainted by the ominous. However, an extremely strong idea popped up in Hanfei's mind. He said, no, we can't escape if we are together. The old turtle asked, we don't know where the rescuers are yet. Do you really expect someone to come to save us? Hanfei, no, Mystic Marshal. You are a divine turtle bred by the heavens and earth. None of these people can break through your defense. If you leave, there is a high chance that you will survive. As for me, even if I survive, my strength will at most be at the level of a great monarch, or even drop in realm. The old turtle said, Li Xuan, you can still cultivate although you cut off part of your soul. But if you go out, you'll definitely die. Since you're not even afraid of death, why are you afraid of running away with me? When you and I become gods, we'll be free to deal with the ominous power. Brother, don't be penny-wise and pound foolish. Hanfei smiled. Mystic Marshal, why have you and I cultivated to this point? For longevity or for fighting the ominous? Before the old turtle could speak, Hanfei said with a smile, at first I did it for longevity, and then to become a god. I never thought of fighting the ominous, but it turns out that I have to face the reality now. I've achieved longevity. It's impossible for me to become a god. My heart is on fire. Sorry, I don't want to escape anymore. With that, Hanfei stepped out of the array. At that moment, Hanfei felt that the power he possessed seemed unparalleled. However, the moment he left the array, 7 terrifying suppressing pressures descended on him in a row. Hanfei grinned and raging flames ignited all over his body. That was all his vitality, the blooming of his bloodline. At that moment, Hanfei felt an experience he had never experienced before. With a swing of the shovel, the starry river dimmed, and half of the body of a great monarch-level powerhouse whose body was glowing red was cut off. Kill it one person, one shovel, was so crazy that he didn't care about the consequences. In an instant, he felt like a god, looking down at all living beings and being invincible. Hanfei didn't hesitate to risk his life, and the pursuers didn't care about the consequences either. The two sides instantly fought. Hanfei was hit by a spearlight and half of his body exploded. He rushed up and instantly grabbed the head of one of them. At that moment, flames spread, and this person instantly turned into a ball of flames. Many laws began to twist his power, but Hanfei didn't let go, letting the black fog cover him. Whoosh! Flames spread out thousands of kilometers in the starry sky, and all the ominous things were burned. Hanfei gave up the hope of life and chose to embrace death. He wanted to unleash the remaining heat of his life to cleanse these former colleagues who had fallen into darkness. At that moment, all his life was unleashed, making Hanfei infinitely close to a god. The monarchs were suppressed by him alone. At this moment, Hanfei seemed to sense a road to godhood. However, how could the power of one great monarch be comparable to the power of 7 great monarchs? Although he had seen the path of divinity, he was still forcibly suppressed by the power of countless laws in the next moment. And below him, there was a large array of turtle patterns that had begun to crack. Seeing that the turtle shell array was about to shatter, he couldn't do anything. On one side, it was a divine path, on another hand, it was his good friend, and on the other side, it was great monarch-level enemies. At that moment, Hanfei almost went crazy. The path to godhood was right in front of his eyes, and he knew that after this he would be a god. How should he choose? What should he choose? It was very likely that he would die midway if he chose the divine path. Furthermore, this meant abandoning the old turtle. At that moment, Hanfei knew that this might be the most important choice in his life. It was difficult for him to choose. However, in his mind, Hanfei's original thoughts quickly became active. Without any consideration, he gave up the hope of becoming a god and chose to cover for the old turtle. When Hanfei made this decision, everything was fading away. He instantly came back to his senses. When he looked around, there were no old turtles or great monarchs here. Opposite Hanfei, Mystic One's glassy eyes finally flickered. He said, "How did you make your choice so quickly?" Hanfei seemed to be still a little immersed in the atmosphere just now. One second, it was a life and death decision, and the next second, he returned to reality. This kind of scene switching made Hanfei a little uncomfortable. Hanfei said, "I've never had a problem with this choice. I want to prove Tao and become a god, but that's my hope, not a must. Some things are more important than becoming a god. Without him, I will never become a god." Hanfei looked at Mystic One. "Is this your so-called second assessment? Draw me into your memories and experience what you experienced." Mystic One didn't speak, but Hanfei said, "Fortunately, you didn't choose the divine path back then. Otherwise, you would have been dead. This should be because your Tao heart is unstable, right? Fortunately, my Tao heart is very firm." Mystic One nodded. "In this aspect, you are indeed stronger than me." With a wave of Mystic One's hand, he and Hanfei appeared on the top of the mountain again. Mystic One moved his body away and said, "The second trial is not only meant to examine your Tao heart, but also your character. It seems that Mystic Marshal has a reason to choose you. Go in." Hanfei didn't hesitate. Without a word, he stepped directly into the void door. Entering it, there was no palace, no living facilities, only a blue prismatic crystal. There seemed to be countless indistinct threads attached to this crystal, but Han Fei took a closer look and saw that these threads had spread to countless corners through the space here. Han Fei realized that this must be the thing controlling all the puppets in Puppet City. The old turtle's figure suddenly appeared in front of the purple crystal. Don't ask. When we meet next time, I'll tell you the answer to all the questions. This is Puppet Heart, which is also the core of this city. It doesn't have any power, but you can control the puppets or even this city through it. After refining it, Puppet City will be yours. You can take it away. Take it away? Han Fei was puzzled, but the old turtle seemed to be just a remnant of consciousness and didn't have the ability to communicate. The old turtle said, treat Mystic One kindly and bury Nine Giant properly. Hope we can meet again. Chapter 2609 Inner City Taken 2 in 2609 Inner City Taken 2 in 2 in. The so-called Puppet City was handed over to Han Fei so easily. Han Fei couldn't believe it himself. What he couldn't believe was that the old turtle really dared to give it away. How big of a trump card was Puppet City? With such a city, Han Fei would immediately become one of the top factions in the infinite mining area. To put it bluntly, Capital of Horror couldn't even compare to this status. It was an independent superpower at the level of ferocious beasts and divine beasts. It would be a lie to say that he was not happy, but Han Fei was vigilant. Having such a superpower was good in the short term, but in the long term it was hard to say. According to the Nine Giant God Turtle, the old turtle had been unable to become a god because of Puppet City. At the moment the old turtle handed over Puppet City, Han Fei couldn't guess his thoughts. But one thing was certain. The old turtle might have done the most courageous thing in his life, and he was faced with almost the same situation as the old turtle. Now that Puppet City belonged to him, the human race would have a foothold. Of course, that was on the premise that the human race was successfully rescued from the chaotic wasteland. And once the day really came, it would be a golden age for the human race. As the human emperor, it was impossible for him to give Puppet City away in the short term. And once he didn't give it away, he might follow in the old turtle's footsteps. The Nine Giant God Turtle advised the old turtle to put Puppet City down. As the human emperor, could he put down the human race? If he did, would he still be the human emperor? These thoughts quickly ran through Han Fei's mind. However, he didn't have much time to think about this problem. He didn't know what was going on outside. Han Fei strode to the puppet heart. Without needing anyone to tell him what to do, he had already placed his hand on the puppet heart. Buzz. In an instant, Han Fei sensed countless mental thoughts and soul obsessions through the puppet heart. Many memory fragments, countless names, countless pieces of information, and countless stories surged into his soul. Aha! Although Han Fei's soul was already extremely powerful, at this moment he felt that his soul was rapidly expanding. It was not that his soul was becoming stronger, but the information he received was too much and too complicated. In addition to the information of these puppets, Han Fei could also sense the energy lifeline of the entire puppet city. The mysterious array patterns branded on the ground, mountain, and buildings seemed to be connected to him. After these feelings, Han Fei felt that his chi and blood were crazily extracted, and his soul was abnormally exhausted. 2 hours later, Han Fei was still digesting the infinite information of Puppet City. He had the urge to sleep, to have a good sleep. However, in his perception, at every minute and every second, the threads of a puppet were breaking. This meant that if he rested here for another second, a puppet of the sky-opening realm might die outside. Because of the connection with the puppet heart, Han Fei could sense that there were no puppets in the outer city anymore, or rather, those puppets no longer belonged to Puppet City. The outer city gate was also in danger. He could sense that a force was attacking Puppet City. Han Fei knew that now was not the time for him to come out of seclusion. It wouldn't help if he went out. Although he had taken over Puppet City, it didn't essentially increase his strength. Although he could sense that when he completely controlled Puppet City, he could borrow the power of the puppet heart, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Therefore, he was waiting, an hour later. In the inner city of Puppet City. After gaining a lot of experience fighting puppets, the countless teams of the Northern Expedition Army went from being passive to actively seeking battle. Furthermore, after the situation in those buildings was investigated, many buildings had already been completely flattened by the Northern Expedition Army, or even the ferocious beasts and divine beasts. For example, the tea house that Han Fei had entered before had collapsed. The owner of the tea house finally appeared. It was a level 7 mineral puppet. He was guarding a tea tree in a tea house. The tea bushes were no more than 300 square meters. However, the tea here was an opportunity, a rare treasure in the eyes of outsiders. Han Fei's soul power had also increased when he drank tea there. After Han Fei, in the Northern Expedition Army, in a force called the Thousand Phenomena Sect, a young strong cultivator was coldly watching the disciples of the Thousand Phenomena Sect besieging the puppet tea drinkers who were almost all dead, as well as the waiter who was fighting a bloody battle and the shopkeeper who had just appeared. Someone said, "Lord Umbrella Emperor, this level 7 mineral puppet is very special. He holds an ultra-quality tea knife in his hand. It seems that if we attack by force, he might directly destroy the tea bushes." The young, strong cultivator snorted. Surround him. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath until he's ready to destroy the tea bushes. Upon hearing this, everyone no longer hesitated. 7 strong cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm surrounded the shopkeeper. After only half an hour, the shopkeeper's entire body began to dim. Although he was a mineral puppet, the power of the mineral needed to be replenished. In such a crazy battle, the mineral power in his body couldn't last long. Once his combat power fell, this tea plantation would benefit these intruders. Therefore, the shopkeeper instantly retreated and surrounded himself with the tea knife in his hand, forming a connate array. And the shopkeeper in the array attacked the tea bushes angrily. There was no telling if it was because he had watched these tea bushes for too long, but at the moment he attacked the tea bushes, he hesitated. Right at this moment, the Umbrella Emperor who had been speaking suddenly moved. While the shopkeeper was hesitating, the big umbrella in his hand that hadn't been opened suddenly opened. In the next moment, a terrifying suction force burst out of the umbrella, stopping the shopkeeper in midair. Taking advantage of this time, the keel of the big umbrella turned into spear beams, and in an instant, 6 spear beams hit the shopkeeper's back. The shopkeeper didn't look back to block, because his goal was the tea bushes. He would rather the tea bushes be destroyed than let them fall into the hands of the intruders. He threw out the ultra-quality tea knife in his hand. But when he threw out the ultra-quality godly weapon, his body was nailed through. As for the young, strong cultivator called the Umbrella Emperor, his eyes flashed and a purple halo burst out of the umbrella. This was the barrier in the umbrella. Clang! Puff! 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 With a clang, the ultra-quality godly weapon-level tea knife failed to break through the barrier. As for the Umbrella Emperor, it only spewed out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood in a row. Although he was injured, he put on a smile and laughed. This level 7 mineral puppet must have developed some intelligence, but a puppet is a puppet after all. How can it have any trump cards? Compared to the tea bushes, this tea knife may be more valuable. Immediately, someone congratulated him. Congratulations on obtaining an ultra-quality godly weapon, Master Umbrella Emperor. Someone flattered him. Up to now, I've never seen anyone who can resist the Umbrella King's umbrella world. Now that you've obtained this ultra-quality godly weapon-level tea knife, your strength will definitely soar. Someone smiled and said, not just the ultra-quality godly weapon, but this tea grove is also a treasure. It has been nurtured here for 1,000,000 years and has amazing effects. If you take it out, you might be able to exchange it for an ultra-quality godly weapon. The Umbrella Emperor grinned and said with a casual smile, you've all made great contributions on this trip. Each of you can have a level 7 mineral puppet as repayment. Everyone was overjoyed. They couldn't take down the ultra-quality godly weapon and the tea grove. Although they were the ones who contributed, they couldn't have won without the Umbrella Emperor. Therefore, they were all overjoyed to be given a level 7 mineral puppet. However, just as the Umbrella Emperor extended his hand to the tea knife, suddenly hundreds of blue arrows were shot from all directions. Seeing these arrows, everyone's expression changed drastically. Someone was surprised. How can it be? We are on the ground. How can these arrows attack us? Swish, 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 clank, clank, clank. Because the area of the seal set by the Umbrella World was large, and these arrows were all aimed at this seal, the Umbrella Emperor didn't have time to retract the seal before it was shot through. At this moment, a tall puppet of strength rushed over. He extended his hand and the tea knife flew towards him. No way. The Umbrella Emperor was furious. How could he return the ultra-quality godly weapon he acquired with difficulty? He held the umbrella in front of him, and the surface of the umbrella spun, turning into a black hole space. Many arrows drilled into the black hole and disappeared. The Umbrella Emperor roared, everyone, dismantle this puppet of strength, Puff-a-Butt. But as soon as he said so, a strong cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm was pierced through by an arrow, and his body was ignited with raging flames. Everyone was horrified again. Although these mechanical arrows were powerful, it was impossible for them to hit them when they were prepared. However, looking in the direction of the arrow, he saw a level 7 archer puppet appear on the roof of a building not far away. Xuanhuan. On the other side, another archer puppet appeared and shot 7 arrows in a row, stopping everyone from running towards the puppet of strength. Someone shouted, haven't the streets around here been cleaned up? Why are there still so many archers? Someone's face changed drastically. Not good. A puppet squad has come. Everyone was dumbfounded to see a team of 20 puppets. Where did they come from? Why did they feel that these puppets were coming for them? However, they had never encountered such a situation before. The aftershock of the battle in this puppet city was extremely small. Logically speaking, it was impossible for their battle to attract so many puppets. Could it be that this tea house was special? However, at this moment, they had no time to think. A large number of puppets had arrived, but there were only 8 of them in total. Oh no, one had died just now. Now there were only 7 left. How could the 7 of them resist at least 5 archers, 20 patrolling puppets, and a puppet of strength? A battle was about to break out. The destructive power of the level 7 archer puppet played a decisive role in this chaotic battle. In just 30 seconds, 6 puppets had died, and 3 more perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the Thousand Phenomena sect had died. In these 30 seconds, another 5-person team of shield puppets appeared. They pushed forward, holding the shields. Finally, someone realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Master Umbrella Emperor, we've been targeted. We can't fight anymore." The Umbrella Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. Of course, he knew that they were being targeted, but the problem was, why were these puppets targeting them? There were also many people who couldn't figure it out. They all encountered the same situation. They were supposed to push forward, but they were suddenly targeted. Many people died under the arrows. This was the first time they had experienced the true horror of the archer puppets. On this side, there were only 4 people left from the team of the Thousand Phenomena sect who had been surrounded. Finally, 3 Dao locks appeared on the Umbrella Emperor. Bam, bam, bam! The Dao locks were broken, and the Umbrella Emperor was much stronger than before. He tried to break through the shields with the protection of his umbrella, trying to open a gap. However, although he broke the shields, the puppet of strength suddenly appeared behind the shield puppets, holding an ultra-quality godly weapon-level T-knife, and slashed the black umbrella in the Umbrella Emperor's hand. Swish, swish, swish! In an instant, 5 arrows pierced through the broken umbrella and instantly fell on the Umbrella Emperor. Whoosh! The flames burned, and this young, strong cultivator of the Thousand Phenomena sect who was arrogant just now turned into a burning man in the blink of an eye. Perhaps even he didn't expect that he would die on the spot just because he fought for these opportunities. With the death of a Dao Lock-level powerhouse, how could the others who were besieged by so many puppets have a good ending? Soon, they suffered the same fate. This was certainly Han Fei's masterpiece. Although he hadn't completely controlled the puppet heart, he could already control some puppets. Besides, he didn't want to besiege everyone. What he wanted to besiege were the top strong cultivators of the 100 Alliance who wreaked havoc on the structure and buildings of Puppet City. Among them, the people from the Divine Demon Forest were the most miserable. The Divine Demon Forest was ranked 6th in the 100 Alliance city. Although the leader of the team, Lin Kei, had died, it didn't mean that there was no one left in the Divine Demon Forest. Apart from Lin Kei, there was a strong master with 3 Dao locks and 3 ones with 2 Dao locks from the Divine Demon Forest. But at this moment, this group of people was besieged by nearly 100 archer puppets. However, no one knew about their death, even though a large group of itinerant cultivators were gathered outside the trial ground of strength on the street next to them. On this side, Han Fei was refining the puppet heart while controlling these puppets to kill and fight. Han Fei finally understood why the old turtle could conquer the demon vanquishing tree before his memories were restored. It was because the puppets here listened to him. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Han Fei's ear. "In my opinion, it's meaningless for you to kill these people. When the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand comes in and a large number of ominous things pour in, these people will die sooner or later. Why waste manpower to deal with them now?" Han Fei shivered. "Can you enter this cultivation field?" Mystic One said. "I'm the only one who can go in and out freely except for Mystic Marshall." Han Fei thought of Mystic One's identity and strength when he was alive. It seemed reasonable to treat him specially. Han Fei said, "I killed those I felt necessary to kill. There are too many discordant voices among these people, and many of them are my enemies. I'm killing them now to save more people." Mystic One asked, "Are you going to save these people?" Han Fei said, "Not every cultivator who enters Puppet City should be killed. I'm afraid that some of the people I killed shouldn't have been killed, but they can only blame their bad luck. Without a baptism of blood, how can our human race become a peak power in the infinite mining area?" Mystic One didn't respond to Han Fei's words, but said, "The inner city will be broken in 100 seconds at most. Once the inner city is broken, more than 40,000 bloody hand mine devils will be a destructive flood." "How many puppets can you mobilize now?" Han Fei said. 20,000. Of course, there were more than 20,000 puppets in the entire Puppet City. The exact number was even close to 200,000. However, Han Fei's soul power was limited. It was already unbelievable that he could control 20,000 puppets in such a short period of time. He estimated that Han Fei could only mobilize 10,000 puppets at most. Han Fei said, 100 seconds is too short. How much longer can you block the Great Monarch Bloody Hand? Mystic One said, "I don't know. I probably won't attack the Bloody Hand Mine Devils. I'll still stay by your side until you control more puppets, because the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand will be looking for you first." Han Fei sneered. "Me? That's exactly what I want." 100 seconds later. The earth was shaking, and in the inner city, countless people felt the gravity suddenly lighten, and the pressure from the soul was reduced. They were surprised to find that although their perception range was still limited, it had been greatly increased. The furthest range of perception could already reach tens of thousands of kilometers. For a moment, the Northern Expedition Army, the Divine Beasts, and the Ferocious Beasts were all shocked. "What's going on? Has the seal on Puppet City been broken?" "Hiss, my perception is working. Where are my team members?" Good, my perception is back, but my power hasn't returned yet. However, it's already good enough." "Not right. My perception is gradually returning, and the suppressing power of my power is gradually weakening. It won't be long before we return to our peak state." For a moment, everyone in the inner city of Puppet City was speaking telepathically. Someone spoke to his team via voice transmission. "Wait for me. I'll be right there soon." Someone was overjoyed. Everyone from the heaven-worshipping palace, gather towards me. Someone said telepathically. The strong cultivators from the Grand Development sect, return quickly. Someone's voice resounded in the sky. Outside the river, in the advanced trial field of strength, the people of our Red Moon unit gather here. In terms of the importance of perception, they usually didn't think perception was that important. But at this moment, everyone was excited, which was the joy of surviving a disaster. However, this joy only lasted for less than 100 seconds. Suddenly, the team shouted, "Look, it's the bloody hand mine devils. So many bloody hand mine devils are coming," someone exclaimed. "Look, black smoke is rising from the city gate. What happened?" While they exclaimed, they saw puppets walking out of the surrounding buildings. Many people's first reaction was that they were facing a great enemy. Some people even activated secret techniques and prepared to burn their bloodlines. After all, the number of these puppets far exceeded their expectations. It was fine if there were 5 or 10 of them, but why were there hundreds of them at once? Wasn't this a little fucking scary? Someone exclaimed. Something happened? It seems that the bloody hand mine devils have entered Puppet City, and the puppets of Puppet City are coming out to protect the city. Someone was horrified. If you don't want to die, enter the alleys. The puppets and the bloody hand mine devils are about to fight. We have to find a place to avoid their battlefield. However, while many people were panicking and looking for places to hide, all the puppets ran straight to the center of Puppet City after leaving the buildings. They were very fast and disappeared from everyone's vision in a moment. Many people were puzzled. What was going on? Did something happen at the center of the inner city too? Were these puppets going to reinforce the inner city? Someone muttered. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. Those who were smarter had already said telepathically, "Don't just stand there, run to the central area, or we'll all die when the army of bloody hand mine devils arrives." Someone shouted, "Come on, follow these puppets." Retreat. At the same time, these people who were running wildly suddenly saw strange cylindrical objects extending out of many buildings. Someone recognized it and his expression changed drastically. Not good. They're the activation devices of the purifying fire. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he said so, the pillars spun and threw out blue arrows. There were tens of thousands of purification arrows in the sky, targeting the bloody hand mine devils that swarmed into the inner city. Everyone who was fleeing towards the central area was surprised to find that both the puppets and the purification arrow devices in Puppet City seemed to have forgotten them. At this moment, someone saw an opportunity. The bloody hand mine devils entered Puppet City, and Puppet City immediately abandoned all operations against them. In order to deal with these bloody hand mine devils, too many puppets came out of the buildings. In that case, didn't it mean that these buildings were empty now? For a time, many people took the risk of being caught up by the bloody hand mine devils and entered the buildings along the way. They felt that the bloody hand mine devils wouldn't be able to reach their current location so quickly. After all, the arrows here were very powerful and specialized in suppressing these bloody hand mine devils. Someone was tempted and followed them into the buildings to explore. Seeing this, someone shook his head slightly, thinking, "You idiots, don't you see that even the puppets are running to the center of the inner city? Do you want to die?" Soon, someone had some gains. Some people obtained cultivation technique manuals from the buildings, some obtained mineral resources, some obtained godly weapons, and some obtained strange tools. Anyway, people found all kinds of things from the inside of these buildings one after another. However, when they left the buildings, there was nothing but pure black in their eyes. Yes, they couldn't see anything. Endless black fog enveloped them. Before many people could leave these buildings, they saw black fog break through the barrier of the buildings and surge in. No one expected the darkness to corrode them so quickly. They just entered the building and came out only to find that they were already within the range of the mist. Anyone who was enveloped by the boundless dark mist seemed to be possessed. They instinctively went out and headed for the center of the inner city like puppets. Chapter 2610, 9 Giant God Turtle Attacks, 2-in-1, 2610. 9 Giant God Turtle Attacks, 2-in-1. It was as if the doomsday had come. At first, there were power fluctuations at the entrance of the inner city, and then darkness enveloped it. But at that time, no one felt anything, because the range of the black fog was too small. But how long had it been? After only a moment, the periphery of the inner city was almost enveloped by darkness, and the buildings that could be seen clearly before had completely disappeared into the darkness. As for those who stayed in the darkness and searched for opportunities, no one came out of the darkness. At this time, everyone knew that something had happened. And this boundless darkness made them realize that the ominous had never gone far. Only at this moment did they reconsider why the bloody hand mine devils drove them into Puppet City. Unfortunately, it was useless to think about this now. Even if they were to enter again, they would still enter Puppet City. At this moment, the moat of Puppet City had already lit up with a light blue barrier. Behind the moat, all the puppets had retreated. Although Han Fei hadn't been able to control all the puppets yet, that was because his soul power wasn't enough to support him to control all the puppets at once. It wasn't that he couldn't control them. Therefore, what Han Fei could do was to send a message to all the puppets, asking some of them to gather in the God-gazing cave, and some of them to go to the foot of the mountain where the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber was. At this moment, Xuanhuan and the others had discovered even earlier that the puppets had stopped attacking them. Instead, they gathered more and stood in a formation, guarding outside the cultivation ground of the sleeping chamber. Because perception could already be used in the inner city, the crowd gathered very quickly. Finding that Xuanhuan and a group of super strong masters were gathering outside the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber, most people were gathering towards here. Soon, someone from the capital of horror came here. After seeing Xuanhuan, he immediately said, "Master Xuanhuan, something is wrong. Endless darkness is pouring into the inner city. It should be the ominous. Half of the inner city may have been taken. We are completely trapped. What should we do now?" Someone panicked. Although our perception is no longer restricted, we still can't completely connect to our origin stars. If this goes on, we will be swallowed by the ominous sooner or later. Someone was horrified. I heard that even the gods can't resist the ominous corrosion. The Great Monarch Bloody Hand is a classic example. I thought we were here to find the inheritance of the Great Monarch, but there's clearly something wrong now. People from other forces were also complaining to their leaders and strong cultivators. They were not afraid of death, but they didn't want to die in an unknown darkness. This was countless times more painful than dying in battle. Xuanhuan glanced at the top of the mountain and said solemnly, "Don't panic. At this point, we can only wait and see. The puppets of Puppet City are gathering and have given up attacking us. They must be preparing for battle." Someone smiled bitterly. "But who are we fighting? We don't even know who the enemy is. It's just darkness." In fact, there was nothing Xuanhuan could do. She also panicked. She had thought that she was only here to cooperate with Han Fei, but who would have expected this trip to be so dangerous? If she had known, she might as well have stayed in the capital of horror to prove Dao. At least after proving Dao, she might have had the power to protect herself. And now, she could only trust Han Fei. She knew that since Han Fei had asked her to help, he probably wouldn't let anything happen to her. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't be able to pass the test of his heart. Han Fei probably didn't expect such a situation either. If even he couldn't do anything, the outcome would be unimaginable. More than 2 hours later, the Northern Expedition Army, the ferocious beasts, and the divine beasts had all gathered outside the cultivation ground of the sleeping chamber. At this time, after the people all gathered, the hearts of Xuanhuan and the others became heavy. They didn't feel it before, but at this moment, when they gathered again, they found there were only less than 6,000 people left in the Northern Expedition Army with less than 2,500 ferocious beasts and only 2,200 divine beasts left. There were only about 10,000 people left. However, when they came, the total number of the soldiers of the three forces exceeded 22,000. After only a few days, half of their manpower had been lost. It was understandable that there were many casualties in the previous northern expeditions, because there were never so many strong cultivators in the previous northern expeditions. But this time, the people who participated in the northern expedition were at least strong cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. With this casualty rate, if they really left the northern mining area alive, no one would dare to come to the northern mining area again. At this moment, the people were all chattering. Someone cursed angrily, "It's all the human butcher's fault. He said that we could find opportunities and the inheritance of the great monarch here, but in the end, he led us into the ominous. I think he has probably been corroded by the ominous." Someone echoed, "That's right. Human Butcher was the one who initiated this northern expedition. It's all his fault that this happened." Someone said coldly, "Do you think a strong master like him cares about us? He disappeared after entering the inner city. I heard that he's on the top of this mountain at this moment." "Why don't we go up to find him?" someone said agitatedly. "Yes, let's fight our way up. This mountain is definitely extraordinary. The Human Butcher will get the opportunity, but we are here to fight an ominous." "That's unfair. Let's fight our way up," someone sneered. "Fight our way up? Are you out of your mind? Look over there. There are nearly 100,000 puppets. Do you think we can beat 100,000 people and reach the top of the mountain? Are you dreaming?" After cursing Han Fei, the news that Moju was corroded by the ominous was exposed. After all, many people witnessed how Moju ended up. The Northern Expedition Army, the Divine Beasts, and even the Ferocious Beasts all witnessed it. Therefore, at this moment, everyone targeted the Ferocious Beasts. Someone roared, "Why was the commander of the Ferocious Beasts corroded? You ferocious beasts, don't say you don't know. Tell me, was this premeditated?" Roar! A black flood dragon shouted angrily, "Bullshit, Master Moju. Just happened to be tricked by the great monarch Bloody Hand. It's just that Master Moju is too strong, so he was targeted by the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. The real culprit is the great monarch Bloody Hand. What does it have to do with us?" A single-horned old bull growled. "Don't blame everything on us. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't be with you now. We would have run away." Someone from the Divine Beasts mocked, "Who knows? Anyway, the current trouble of Puppet City is definitely related to Moju. Otherwise, the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand would have entered long ago if he could. Why would he drive the Northern Expedition Army into Puppet City? It only means that he couldn't enter at all before. And Moju must have destroyed some seals after entering Puppet City, allowing the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand to take advantage of it. A demon butterfly said angrily, "You sanctimonious guys only know how to shirk responsibility. If it weren't for Master Moju, maybe Baifei would have been targeted by the great monarch Bloody Hand. You're just lucky. Now shut up." The three parties were quarreling, and Han Fei heard it all. Because he now controlled Puppet City, how could these people escape his ears? Mystic One said, "It seems that your reputation is not very good." Han Fei said, "What's the use of a good reputation? Which strong master has a good reputation before becoming a strong master? Who can become a monarch without stepping on bones?" Mystic One didn't deny it. He simply asked, "So, can you control the whole city now?" Han Fei shook his head. "Not yet. The outer city has been conquered, so has the inner city's moat. And Puppet City is one. Even if I control Puppet City now, what can I do?" Mystic One said, "Only the other side of the moat can be considered the real Puppet City. You can abandon other places. After you completely control Puppet City, you can transform it into a small world and take it away at any time." Han Fei shook his head. "I can already control the territory on the other side of the moat, but I won't just leave with this city. Although the Northern Expedition Army outside is not related to me, they're here because of me. Once I take over Puppet City, these people will be completely thrown to the wilderness. What awaits them will only be being devoured by the ominous. There's no second possibility. Therefore, I have to fight this battle. I discovered that a large amount of purification power seems to be stored in Puppet City. If it's released, can it purify this mass of the ominous?" Mystic One shook his head. "Maybe yes if Mystic Marshal were here, but you can't. You can't restrain the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand, so even if you completely release the power of purification, you can only kill more than 50% of the Bloody Hand mind devils at most. But you can't solve the root cause, the great monarch Bloody Hand." Han Fei asked, "The nine-giant god turtle has sealed itself for so long. Can its remaining combat power defeat the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand?" After the nine-giant god turtle came out, Han Fei knew that the nine-giant god turtle was definitely not what it used to be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to seal himself for 1,000,000 years and wait for a battle with the ominous. Furthermore, the old turtle's message was to treat Mystic One well and bury Nine-Giant properly. This meant that the old turtle had long expected the nine-giant god turtle to be sacrificed in the battle with the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Mystic One said, "The nine-giant god turtle was heavily injured back then. His situation is similar to mine. He can only show his brilliance once more. However, I don't think he can defeat the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand." Han Fei frowned. "The remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand seems to only have the power of the carefree level now, right?" Mystic One said, "Don't believe what you see. The true power of the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand is definitely more than that. Even if he's really at the carefree level, he can borrow the ominous power. If he doesn't want to be indestructible, the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand won't die. Therefore, the real source of the crisis is this mass of the ominous. If it's just the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand, he definitely won't dare to invade Puppet City. But now that the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand has brought such a large mass of the ominous over, neither I nor the nine-giant god turtle are confident of completely purifying them." Han Fei frowned. "Not even with all the purification power of Puppet City?" Mystic One said. "It's hard to say. If we were in our peak state, anyone could solve him. The problem is that we are no longer in our peak state. The nine-giant god turtle only has one chance to attack. As for me, I only have the remnant soul left too, and my strength has fallen to the bottom. I'm only at the Tao proving level, not even the carefree level." Han Fei frowned. "Didn't the demon vanquishing tree say that there is an immortal level power in Puppet City?" Mystic One explained. "That's the demon vanquishing tree. When the demon vanquishing tree completely borrows the power of Puppet City, it can indeed unleash the combat power of an immortal level strong cultivator. But the demon vanquishing tree is gone." Han Fei couldn't help being curious. "By the way, where did old Yuan and the demon vanquishing tree go?" Mystic One didn't keep it a secret. He said he went to find himself. Mystic Marshal is too weak now. Even if he devours all the turtle eggs he left behind, he can only rebuild his body and reach the edge of Tao proving. He hasn't even proven Tao yet, so he can only continue to search for the molting he left behind. The demon vanquishing tree is the only living creature in Puppet City, so he naturally has to follow Mystic Marshal. Han Fei was speechless. Old Yuan really thought highly of him. Why did he leave such a big mess to him? Golden light circulated on Han Fei's body as he said, "How long can the moat last?" Mystic One said, "That depends on how long it will take for Puppet City to exhaust the purification power. If the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand recklessly launches an attack and lets the Bloody Hand mind devil break through the barrier regardless of the consequences, I estimate it will take 6 hours." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. 6 hours? 6 hours was not enough. Han Fei suddenly rose and stopped refining Puppet City. He took a deep breath and said, "If you, the nine-giant god turtle, and I join forces to kill the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand, do you think it's possible?" You? Mystic One was taken aback for a moment. You want to use the power of the puppet heart? But even so, your great Tao hasn't been upgraded into a law. You can't be a match for the great monarch Bloody Hand, Han Fei said. But at least I have the strength to fight, right? If I don't take him down, everyone will die, including me. Therefore, rather than relying on others passively, I prefer to choose by myself. 6 hours or even 6 days is not enough for me to completely control the puppet heart. In that case, why don't we fight? A glimmer flashed in Mystic One's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Mystic Marshal chose this person. It was not his talent, but his temperament. He had never seen a sky opener who dared to attack a great monarch, even if this great monarch was only a remnant soul. Even if this great monarch's remnant soul was no longer the same as before after 1,000,000 years, he was still a great monarch, an existence who had once experienced supreme power. Han Fei said, "Now, I'm the only unrestricted person in the entire puppet city. I'm going to my origin star to make some preparations. I'll return in 6 hours." With that, Han Fei ignored Mystic One and entered his origin star. After entering his origin star, Han Fei did nothing but sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. He was too tired and mentally exhausted. After taking over the puppet heart, he obtained so much information that he almost couldn't think straight. 7 days later, Han Fei recovered his mental state and didn't cultivate. Cultivation at this time was meaningless. What he had to do was to use all the means available to him to deal with the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. First of all, he couldn't be short of clean stones. No matter how powerful the great monarch Bloody Hand was, he was now contaminated by the ominous, and clean stones were specifically used to purify the ominous. If the purification power that Puppet City absorbed and stored from the minerals could seriously injure the strength of the great monarch Bloody Hand, then his 300 million clean stones, plus the 500 million clean stones that Luo Chen hid, and the 700 million clean stones that Shanbei hid, added up to a total of 1.5 billion clean stones. Even if these clean stones couldn't directly purify the great monarch Bloody Hand, as long as they were used well, Han Fei was confident that it wouldn't be a problem to eliminate 10,000 Bloody Hand Mind Devils. Of course, if possible, Han Fei would never use the clean stones to purify the Bloody Hand Mind Devils. This was because he had a large number of puppets. If he really wanted to deal with the Bloody Hand Mind Devils, he could use the puppets. Therefore, the 1.5 billion clean stones were mainly prepared for the great monarch Bloody Hand. Secondly, the extreme cold pearl needed to be filled with power. This was simple. Just throw it on the path of extreme cold on his original Great Tao, and it would be refilled in 300 seconds. Then, there were only the things on Han Fei's origin star, Puppet City. At this moment, the perception suppression of Puppet City was already very weak. Therefore, at this moment, everyone could see that outside the moat, countless Bloody Hand Mind Devils were frantically attacking the barrier protecting the city. Bang! 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 Every time a self-detonation of a Bloody Hand Mind Devil occurred, the barrier would tremble. At this moment, who was in the mood to find any opportunities? Once this spiritual barrier was broken, they wouldn't be able to escape. 6 hours passed. For everyone, it was 6 hours of torture. In the God-gazing cave, the 9-giant god turtle looked at the cultivation field in the sleeping chamber from time to time. He was very curious about how Han Fei was doing now. He naturally knew that Han Fei had passed Mystic One's test and entered the cultivation field in the sleeping chamber. However, he also knew that it was quite difficult to completely control Puppet City in such a short period of time. He felt that Han Fei's best choice was to abandon the people he had brought and use the Puppet Heart to collect Puppet City. In this way, it shouldn't be a problem for Han Fei to escape. However, once the barrier of the moat was broken, it would be impossible for Han Fei to take away Puppet City. At that time, he could only fight. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp voice resounded throughout the inner city. Someone exclaimed, "Not good! The barrier is collapsing." Someone was horrified. There are too many Bloody Hand Mind Devils. Every self-detonation impact is equivalent to the ultimate blow of a perfected Star Transformation Realm Strong Cultivator. Is this barrier finally going to collapse? Someone looked nervous and said regretfully, "Am I destined to die in this damn place?" At this time, no one complained, because complaining was useless. At this moment, no one was bickering with each other, because they could only be united now. No matter who their opponent was, they couldn't afford internal strife at this moment. They only hoped that when the ominous arrived, someone among them would stand up and make a reasonable suggestion to resist the ominous erosion. Among them, the divine beasts were all cultivating, hoping to restore their peak combat power when the barrier of the moat was broken. This was because they knew that the power of purification and their special abilities were their only reliance. As for the ferocious beasts, Wang Xiaoju looked at the peak of the mountain from time to time. He was not waiting for Han Fei, but for the Emperor Sparrow. In the past, among the ferocious beasts, only the Emperor Sparrow could completely withstand the ominous. Therefore, he wanted to rely on the Emperor Sparrow. He felt that it was impossible for the Emperor Sparrow to watch the ferocious beasts die. After all, he definitely needed the support of the ferocious beasts to return. And now, there were still 2,500 ferocious beasts here. There was no reason for the Emperor Sparrow to give up. On the side of the capital of horror, Wuxuang was sitting cross-legged and waiting. She didn't believe that the disciple of the Void Temple really didn't have any trump cards. In the past, outside the Divine Capital Dynasty, Han Fei had summoned his senior brother for help. That battle shocked the entire East Sea Divine Realm and made the name of the Void Temple resound throughout the Sea Realm again. But at this moment, cracks finally appeared on the spiritual barrier. Even Wuxuang couldn't sit still anymore. Bang! 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 When the barrier of the moat cracked, only 3 seconds later, thousands of bloody hand mine devils attacked the barrier at the same time and blew themselves up crazily. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, the moment that everyone was most worried about came. The barrier was broken, and the boundless darkness immediately poured into the moat. At this moment, a deep voice shook the world. Buzz. A huge mineral turtle rose into the sky. The turtle said, "I've been waiting for 1,000,000 years. Although I can't fight the real ominous, being able to fight again will comfort me." The huge turtle turned into the image of a tall and mighty puppet of strength in the void. After transforming into a human form, the 9-giant god turtle opened its mouth, and a wave rippled across the void. In an instant, the ripples hit the boundless black fog. The boundless black fog that had just crossed the moat was shaken back hundreds of kilometers by the ripples. Clanka, a turtle shell shield, appeared in the old turtle's hand. He waved the shield, and everyone saw that the spinning shield instantly pierced through the boundless black fog and went straight in one direction. However, in the next moment, dozens of bloody hand mine devils met the shield head-on. Naturally, they couldn't break the shield with a single punch, but if 10 or dozens of them superposed together, the result would be different. Even monarchs couldn't kill hundreds or thousands of perfected star transformation realm body refiners in one blow. The situation was the same now. Although the 9-giant god turtle was powerful, there were too many bloody hand mine devils under the control of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Even if they fought with sheer numbers, the 9-giant god turtle wouldn't be able to kill all the bloody hand mine devils in a day. Besides, the bloody hand mine devils were not defenseless. At the moment when the shield was repelled, in the boundless darkness, a fist light cut through the sky, crushing all the way through the void, and repelled the 9-giant god turtle hundreds of kilometers away. Crack! A crack appeared on the shield in the hands of the 9-giant god turtle. Chapter 2611, 2611, 3 heroes fighting Bloody Hand, 2 in 1, 2611, 3 heroes fighting Bloody Hand, 2 in 1. Someone recognized the 9-giant god turtle and exclaimed, "This is the giant mineral turtle that is trapped in the middle of a mysterious lake. I didn't expect him to have the strength of a monarch." Someone was shocked. No wonder everyone who entered the lake was dead. With a monarch puppet guarding it, how could such an opportunity have been taken away so easily? Someone seemed to have found a straw to clutch at. He said, "Since a monarch has taken action, it means that this puppet city is still powerful and has peak-level combatants. The ominous might not necessarily win." Someone shook his head and said, "Don't expect too much. Although this giant turtle is strong, it's just a puppet after all." After only one clash with the existence in the black fog, his giant shield cracked. At least it shows that he's no match for it. Someone said, "Is it really the great monarch Bloody Hand in the darkness?" Not necessarily. After all, no one has seen it before. Otherwise, if it's really the great monarch Bloody Hand's body or something like that, even if it's a remnant soul, it would have long flattened this puppet city. Someone said, "In any case, now that someone stands up, it means that there's still room for resistance." At this moment, everyone placed their hope on the 9-giant god turtle. In fact, the 9-giant god turtle didn't disappoint them. Although he was repelled and his shield cracked, 2 void storms burst out of the fists of the 9-giant god turtle. In the storms, the mineral power surging, the light was swallowed. After retreating 100 kilometers, the 9-giant god turtle stepped in the void and pushed back, as if pushing 2 huge storms into the ominous fog. At that moment, everybody could see that in the ominous mist, everything within thousands of kilometers was shattered and purified. Nearly 100 bloody hand mine devils were melting at a visible speed. As for the 9-giant god turtle, it was as powerful as before. He grabbed 2 turtle shell shields in his hand and spun, charging into the ominous fog again. Wherever he passed, he was like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. Many bloody hand mine devils tried to attack him, but unfortunately they were shattered by the sharp turtle shell in an instant. This was the first time many people had really seen a monarch attacking. They had only known how powerful a monarch was, but they had never really experienced it. And today, the one they saw was only a monarch puppet. But the extremely terrifying bloody hand mine devil was like a piece of trash in his hands, chopped up like melons and vegetables. This made many people look fascinated. Indeed, one's strength would be completely different after proving Dao. Before proving Daon, even a powerhouse with 5 Dao locks couldn't kill the bloody hand mine devils so casually, let alone shake this boundless ominous fog alone. Sure enough, after the bloody hand mine devils failed to shake the 9-giant god turtle, a bloody hand finally stretched out of the ominous mist. Yes, for the first time, everyone saw the true face of that thing. This hand spanned 1,000 kilometers and was filled with a rich blood color. As it struck out, an ominous fog surged. The 9-giant god turtle roared, "You finally dare to show up? Kill." From the burly giant that the nine-giant god turtle turned into, it could be seen that the nine-giant god turtle had a very domineering temper. Facing the huge bloody hand, the shadow of a turtle's shadow appeared in the air, and the tens of thousands of feet long turtle body spun as it fought the bloody hand head-on. Boom! The two visible forces collided, forming a shockwave that confronted each other. The ominous mist around was instantly purged, and the bloody hand was knocked away. Of course, the nine-giant god turtle seemed to be in a worse state. The turtle shadow was shattered, and he was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. Dozens of minerals on his body exploded. This scene shocked many people. Such a powerful monarch-level puppet with such a violent outburst still couldn't withstand a slap of the bloody hand. However, in the next moment, the nine-giant god turtle that was sent flying held two shields and pressed them against each other with a loud bang. In the gap between the shields, a mystic light that was like a saber beam slashed vertically at the blood hand that was already turning blurry. Puffer, the bloody hand was cut apart by the saber and shattered thousands of kilometers away. The nine-giant god turtle's blade continued to slash out, leaving a gap in the ominous fog. It spanned tens of thousands of kilometers and shattered all the houses and buildings along the way. The nine-giant god turtle shouted loudly, "You're just a remnant soul. How strong can you be? When you were dormant, no one cared about you. Now that the demon-vanquishing tree is gone, you think you can do whatever you want? It's not like I haven't killed a great monarch before. I can kill you today." This guy had killed a great monarch before? Everyone was stunned. You, a puppet, have killed a great monarch? But someone immediately said, "That's not right. This giant turtle clearly has complete consciousness. It seems that only his body is made of minerals. Is he the legendary great monarch mystic marshal?" It seems very likely. Many people also realized that this person was a turtle, so was the great monarch mystic marshal. This person had killed a great monarch, but who could kill a great monarch? Of course a great monarch. Therefore, this person seemed to be very likely to be the legendary great monarch mystic marshal. At this time someone said, "Well, I saw the human butcher talking to this giant turtle." Someone looked sideways. "Human butcher? Where did this beastard go? Did he swindle the opportunity from great monarch mystic marshal and now he's sneaking away alone?" However, someone looked at the person who spoke as if looking at a fool. "Where is the human butcher? He's at the top of this mountain. It's said that he killed Mo Ju, the leader of the ferocious beasts who unlocked 5 Dao locks. He's probably receiving some real inheritance now." Someone echoed, "Yes, why is this guy so lucky? Are we his lackeys?" An itinerant cultivator sneered, "He didn't force you to come. The Northern Expedition Army was recruited openly. Besides, didn't you get a lot of resources along the way? Almost everyone can exchange the minerals they got for godly weapons, right? Now something happened and you blame the human butcher. He said long ago that there were a large number of bloody hand-mine devils here, all of them in the perfected star transformation realm. You know that." Another itinerant cultivator echoed, "That's right. Although I know that I might not be able to escape this disaster, I can't blame the human butcher. He got the inheritance not because he is lucky, but because he is strong enough. If you had 5 Dao locks, you could have got the inheritance too, but you don't," someone shouted. "Stop arguing at this moment. We have to think of a way out. Whether or not this giant turtle used to be Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, it's clearly not at its peak now. Since it's not at its peak, there's a possibility of defeat. Now, the only place to hide in Puppet City is the mountain behind us. Therefore, when the puppet army attacks the ominous, it will be the time for us to enter the mountain." The moment this person said it, everyone couldn't help but look at him. However, Wang Xiaoju sneered, "Idiot, have you ever climbed this mountain? Without the puppet army, you wouldn't have been able to climb it even if you wanted to. If you really rushed up the mountain, you would be a living target." At this moment, Wu Shuang said, "That's right, we can't climb this mountain. Otherwise, we won't be able to go up or down in a short period of time. We'll only be living targets." Wang Xiaoju said, "Aren't the divine beasts climbing up? Look at the white dot on the mountain. It's the leader of the divine beasts, Bai Fei. He has been climbing for a day but hasn't been able to climb up yet, so whoever wants to climb up can go." In the end, it was only because Mo Ju, the leader of you ferocious beasts, was corroded by the Great Monarch Bloody Hand that the Great Monarch Bloody Hand had the opportunity to enter Puppet City. Also, the Emperor Sparrow appeared. He is the most ferocious demon among the prehistoric ferocious beasts. It's said that he is the incarnation of the ominous slap. Before this person finished speaking, he was slapped in the face and sent flying. The man's mouth was torn apart by cat claws. Wang Xiaoju shouted, "Watch your tongue! Do you dare to say this in front of Master Emperor Sparrow? You simply don't know how to write the word D. If anyone dares to slander Master Emperor Sparrow again, don't blame me for capturing and killing you." At this time, Wang Xiaoju's ferociousness made people realize that this big cat was still a ferocious beast. Wang Xiaoju broke into a cold sweat. He was counting on the Emperor Sparrow to save him. He didn't believe the rumors about the Emperor Sparrow at all. After all, he was the former boss of the ferocious beasts and the strongest of the prehistoric ferocious beasts. He was not someone the mixed-blood ferocious beasts in the infinite mining area could compare to. Wang Xiaoju was angry, and the other ferocious beasts all stared at the person who just spoke. Someone shouted, "Hey, if you can go out today, don't let me see you again or I'll skin you alive." Someone scolded, "How dare you slander our former leader, you deserve to die." Clang, just as the ferocious beasts were roaring angrily in the sky, a bloody hand grabbed the powerful saber of the 9-giant god turtle. Crack when the bloody hand crumbled the knife, a dazzling light shone in all directions, and the ominous mist in half of the city was purged, revealing a large number of bloody hand mine devils whose bodies were steaming with black mist. This was a powerful blow from the 9-giant god turtle, but as a result, the saber beam was broken. Following that, a bloody fist penetrated half of the sky and punched the shell of the 9-giant god turtle. Rumble. Although the 9-giant god turtle had turned into a turtle at that moment, it was a pity that this turtle shell was made of minerals. It seemed extremely powerful, but in the end, it was inferior to his naturally endowed turtle shell. Therefore, everybody saw that the turtle shell of the 9-giant god turtle was dented, and hundreds of minerals on its body exploded. This blow dimmed the luster of the 9-giant god turtle's body, and where the 9-giant god turtle attacked just now, a large amount of ominous mist surged over, filling it up. Suddenly, the 9-giant god turtle shouted at the mountain where Han Fei was, "Are you two waiting to watch the show? If you don't attack, my mineral body won't be able to withstand it anymore." It was not that the 9-giant god turtle had to fight head-on. He had just fought and partly exposed the strength of the great monarch Bloody Hand. After the encounter, the 9-giant god turtle knew that there seemed to be a realm between him and the great monarch Bloody Hand. Therefore, knowing that he was no match for the Bloody Hand, he would only be courting death if he continued to fight. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he didn't want his last battle to end with failure. Therefore, the 9-giant god turtle turned to Mystic One and Han Fei for help. He didn't want to count Han Fei in at first. He said, "You two," just because he saw Han Fei coming out of the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber in an extremely good state. He didn't look like he had just taken over Puppet City. More importantly, Han Fei had come out of the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber, which meant that Han Fei had already controlled Puppet City. It also meant that Han Fei could already use the power of Puppet City and the cleansing power that Puppet City had accumulated over the years. Therefore, he counted Han Fei in, although he didn't expect Han Fei to attack directly. The Northern Expedition Army all looked at the top of the mountain, wondering if Great Monarch Mystic Marshal had helpers. In the next moment, a level 9 mineral puppet stepped out. He was expressionless with a shovel in his hand, but he didn't look ordinary, and the other person was even more beyond their expectations. Someone exclaimed, "Is that Human Butcher?" Hisso Human Butcher can also participate in the battle. Although he has 5 Dao locks, the one in the ominous mist is a great monarch. Someone was dumbfounded. An emperor fighting a great monarch? I've never seen or heard of it before. But many people didn't find it strange. Someone said, "It's said that the Emperor Sparrow is his companion spirit. This kind of person should have some special means to temporarily fight a monarch, right?" Someone guessed. Could it be that the Human Butcher was a monarch in the first place? He only appeared with the strength of the sky-opening realm in a way we don't know. This question rendered many people speechless. Even Wu Shuang's eyes widened. She knew that Han Fei might have a way to save or take some people away, but she didn't expect Han Fei to appear in such a way. The three of them gathered together in the blink of an eye, and the 9-giant god turtle said, "Boy, do you have any level 9 minerals? Give me 10. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. 10 pieces? They are equivalent to 10 high-quality godly weapons or even ultra-quality godly weapons, alright? However, at this point, how could he not give them to him? Without the combat power of the 9-giant god turtle, no matter how strong he and Mystic One were, it would be difficult for them to take down the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Han Fei waved his hand and threw out 10 level 9 minerals. Seeing this, many people were lost for words. So he really fucking had level 9 minerals. 9-giant god turtle opened his mouth and sucked, absorbing all the 10 level 9 minerals. Instantly, the dented wound on his back armor recovered at a visible speed. Furthermore, his body that had just dimmed burst into brilliance again. At this moment, a leisurely voice came from the darkness. An old turtle with one last breath, a Tao prover with only a wisp of soul. What else is there? A sky opener? 9-giant, Mystic One? Do you think you can exhaust me to death with his help? Mystic One's voice was indifferent. You're just a remnant soul and a broken bloody hand. Do you think you're a great monarch? Han Fei mocked. Old thing, make yourself clear. Who am I? Am I something that can kill you? Okay. Do you look down on sky openers? It's not like I haven't fought you one-on-one. Could you kill me? For a moment, the Northern Expedition Army was dumbfounded. Someone was dumbfounded. How can this guy still be so arrogant when he is talking to a monarch? An itinerant cultivator sighed. Human Butcher is still Human Butcher. He never changes. Someone was stunned. He even fought the great monarch Bloody Hand, Wang Xiaoju shouted. Human Butcher, kill him, you must kill him. Unfortunately, at this moment, these people could only be spectators. It was hard for them to imagine what a sky opener could do in a battle of this level. The violent 9-giant god turtle roared and transformed into a human form again, charging forward with double shields. Mystic One also jumped up and waved the shovel in his hand in the air, slashing out 1,000 sharp rays. Han Fei activated his great Dao, fully armed, wearing a high-quality godly weapon-level suit, holding the infinity water in one hand and the extreme cold pearl in the other, and also rushed up. In the ominous mist, the bloody hand finally appeared. It punched out, covering the sky and the sun. Clang, clang, clang. The first to clash with the blood hand divine fist was Mystic One's 1,000 rays. In the eyes of outsiders, he might not be able to withstand any of the rays. However, under the huge fist mark, the rays all shattered, but the fist mark only dimmed by 30%. Han Fei threw the extreme cold pearl again, freezing the sky. The speed of the blood hand fist was reduced by 80%, and the whole fist mark was covered with frost. However, the ice was shattering. Although it reduced the speed of the bloody hand's fist, it wasn't enough to shake it. After all, the attack of the extreme cold pearl was area of effect. If it was a single target attack, it was indeed impressive, but the threat of an area of effect attack was greatly reduced. However, with Mystic One and Han Fei holding off the bloody hand, the 9-giant god turtle rammed with a shield, and its speed instantly soared to a level that no one could see. Rumble. The void rippled crazily, and in the city space inside the moat, a terrifying suction force was crazily swallowing the escaping power. But even so, the ripples were still turbulent, and the onlookers had to operate their great Daos to barely withstand them. Bang! Half of the bloody hand's fist mark exploded, but it was still powerful. Mystic One waved the shovel and smashed down. Clang! The fist mark shattered by another 30%. Han Fei's great Dao was fully activated. Without the use of the invincible eye, his combat power was enhanced by 6 times, and the infinity water and all great Daos in one sword were launched. Clang! Bang! The bloody hand's fist mark was broken, but the 9-giant god turtle, Mystic One, and Han Fei were all sent flying. Especially Han Fei, when he really touched the bloody hand's fist mark, he realized how terrifying the power of the law was. Bang! The 9-giant god turtle and Mystic One were shaken back hundreds of kilometers, and Han Fei was blasted back to the mountain where the cultivation field was located. The earth was shaking after the collision. As soon as everybody looked over, they heard a roar from the mountain. In the next moment, Han Fei rushed out again, and a fist light, wrapped with all his combat power, poured out for tens of thousands of kilometers and blasted into the ominous. The speed of the 9-giant god turtle and Mystic One was even faster than Han Fei. The two of them rushed forward at the same time and activated their laws. At this time, in front of the ominous mist, countless bloody hand phantoms appeared, smashing at Han Fei and the others like meteors. The 9-giant god turtle waved the shields and swept along the way. Mystic One brandished the shovel quickly, shattering countless bloody hands phantoms. And the sacrificing punch that Han Fei unleashed with all his strength also pierced through hundreds of bloody hand phantoms in an instant and blasted towards the bloody hand. The three of them attacked together again and finally fought Blood Hand head-on. The three of them were sent flying again, and half of Han Fei's body exploded. Not good. Someone was shocked. Human Butcher is no match for the Bloody Hand, someone exclaimed. How can a sky opener compete with a great monarch? Wang Xiaoju sighed. It's over. It's over. They can't resist the ominous at all. While they were exclaiming, Han Fei appeared on the other side at some point, and the figure that was blown up disappeared without a trace. At this moment, a layer of golden light burst out of Han Fei's body. None of the fist marks that filled the sky could shake him at this moment. This was naturally the 3-second invincibility state after the Great Dao of Life Replacement was activated. Although the Bloody Hand was extremely powerful, it was still impossible to break through the unreasonable invincibility state. Han Fei continued to charge forward, and the 9-giant god turtle and Mystic One arrived at the same time. The three of them blasted the Bloody Hand into the ominous sea. In the eyes of many people, this was already a huge victory. But the three of them had actually entered the ominous fog. What were they thinking? Aren't they afraid of being contaminated? As soon as he entered the ominous place, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. With so many pairs of eyes watching him, he couldn't do anything. He issued an order in his heart, and with a swoosh, a pair of black wings appeared behind him. As soon as the Emperor Sparrow appeared, the ominous mist could no longer hurt him. However, as soon as he entered the ominous mist, Han Fei was targeted. The great monarch Bloody Hand couldn't kill Han Fei. He had tried this many times before, and Han Fei had the power of fire origin that could suppress him and the green jadestone bridge, so he was naturally unwilling to fight Han Fei. More importantly, this guy couldn't be killed. Therefore, the great monarch Bloody Hand directly controlled countless Bloody Hand Mind Devils to besiege him. Han Fei was not stingy and threw out 100 million clean stones. Han Fei had never fought such a spendthrift battle before. 100 million clean stones bloomed, and half of the thousands of Bloody Hand Mind Devils that attacked him were directly purified, and the remaining half were almost dead. They were all smoking in pain. But Han Fei didn't care about these bloody hand mind devils that were emitting black smoke. His goal had never been these things. Therefore, at 30 times the speed of light, Han Fei charged at the bloody hand again. The bloody hand slapped 7 times in a row in the air, sending the 9 giant god turtle flying here and there. When Han Fei saw thousands of bloody hand mind devils surrounded by the 9 giant god turtle flying in the air, he threw out another 100 million clean stones without hesitation to help the 9 giant god turtle out. As for himself, he activated the ultimate hammer and struck more than 300 times in the blink of an eye, blasting the blood hand or a demon that had been purified by the clean stones into smithereens. The 9 giant god turtle flew into the air and poured half of its strength into a huge shield in its hand. Swish, the giant shield was thrown at the bloody hand. The latter seemed to be prepared and punched the giant shield. At this moment, on the giant shield, a tremendous amount of purifying power suddenly flashed. This was not the power of the 9 giant god turtle, but clean stones. 300 million clean stones burst out at the same time. Although Bloody Hand was extremely powerful, he was directly purified by this huge amount of clean stones until black smoke billowed and his bloody hand withered. However, the bloody hand didn't forget to slap back in the void, shattering the black mist body that Han Fei hid on the giant shield. Chapter 2612 Source of the Ominous Power 2-in-1 2612 Source of the Ominous Power 2-in-1 Outside the ominous mist, no one could see what was going on there and how the battle had progressed. However, the countless surges of energy told them that a terrifying battle was erupting there. Suddenly, the ominous mist that covered half of Puppet City was riddled with holes in an instant. Countless purifying powers pierced through the ominous-like sunlight through dark clouds. Everyone could vaguely see through the place pierced by the power of purification that the bloody hand seemed to be ignited by the light of purification and smashed a huge shield angrily. And Han Fei's figure suddenly appeared, as if he had been beaten back by the bloody hand. Unfortunately, this large area of purifying light didn't last long. It only existed for 2 seconds before it was filled up by the ominous mist again. Han Fei was also shocked. In the blink of an eye, 500 million clean stones were used, but only purified more than 3,000 bloody hand mind devils, causing heavy damage to Bloodhand, but he quickly recovered. Han Fei's face was gloomy because now he only had 1 billion clean stones left. Even if he could grab a chance every time, he could only wound the bloody hand 3 times. More importantly, although the bloody hand was impacted and burned by the power of the clean stones, the boundless, ominous mist quickly gathered in his body, so Han Fei couldn't see how injured the bloody hand was. The bloody hand, who was targeted by Han Fei, finally got angry. A voice roared from the hand, "Human, you're courting death." Han Fei cursed, "I'm begging you to kill me. Come and kill me." Trash Monarch, you can't even kill me, a sky opener. You want to control Puppet City? Who do you think you are? However, Han Fei immediately retreated because more than 5,000 bloody hands were surging at him and seemed to be launching a fatal attack. In such a situation, Han Fei didn't know whether to retreat or not. His goal had always been the real bloody hand, not these bloody hand mind devils. He wasted the clean stones on the bloody hand mind devils just because he had no choice. Naturally, Han Fei wouldn't be so stupid as to waste 1 billion clean stones on them. If he did it, wouldn't it be exactly what the great monarch Bloody Hand wanted? He couldn't wait for Han Fei to use up all his trump cards. At that time, Han Fei would only be a perfected star transformation realm cultivator and wouldn't pose any threat at all. At this moment, Han Fei knew that if he only had the strength of the perfected star transformation realm, no matter how fast he was, he would be restrained in the end. Therefore, Han Fei didn't hold back anymore. He roared, "Dharma Idol World." In the next moment, a 10,000-foot-long Dharma Idol appeared in Puppet City. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, the puppet heart trembled in the cultivation ground of the sleeping chamber. Following that, the puppet army guarding outside the cultivation ground of the sleeping chamber flashed with a halo, like threads leading to the ominous fog. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei fused with his Dharma Idol, and his body was crazily accepting the power of Puppet City. Every strong master had extremely powerful power in their own territory. This was because they had made many arrangements on their territories, connecting their territories to their lifelines. Therefore, as long as they could withstand it, they could borrow all the power on their territories at any time. Logically speaking, Han Fei couldn't withstand this power. But after fusing with his Dharma Idol, not only had his strength increased by 50%, but the power that Han Fei borrowed and couldn't completely withstand was all gathered in the Dharma Idol. Han Fei admitted that Monarch's comprehension of laws was definitely deeper and stronger than Sky Opener's comprehension of Great Tao. No matter how strong the power of a Sky Opener was, theoretically speaking, he couldn't shake a Monarch. However, there were no absolutes in everything. Han Fei believed he would have the combat power of a Monarch if he was strong enough. Roar! Han Fei had fused with the Emperor Sparrow. Now that he activated the Dharma Idol World and used the Puppet Heart to mobilize the power of Puppet City, he felt a little lightheaded. The absolute power filled him, making him feel incomparably powerful. Han Fei grabbed a giant hammer from the void and activated the ultimate hammer again. He roared, "Do you really think your bloody hand mine devils are endless? Don't you want to stop me? I'd like to see if your bloody hand mine devils can stop me today." Kill, knock, knock, knock. The people outside only heard his voice but didn't see him. After Han Fei roared, bangs were heard and Puppet City shook crazily. This was naturally not an earthquake, but Han Fei's attack speed was too fast. Borrowing the power of Puppet City, Han Fei's strength expanded to a point where he was about to explode. Therefore, he unleashed the ultimate hammer again, which was as fast as the passing of time. Bang! 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 In just 3 seconds, more than 300 bloody hand mine devils were crushed into slag by Han Fei. Seeing this, the 9-giant god turtle said, "Han Fei, use the purification power of Puppet City to reopen the barrier of the moat." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Use it now? But at this moment, Han Fei didn't hesitate. He decided to kill this bloody hand in one go. At this moment, his combat power was at the peak. If he didn't take action now, he might not have a chance later. Explode. As Han Fei roared, suddenly, a blue halo rose from the top of the mountain. As this halo rose, the entire Puppet City and the arrays on the ground all flickered. At this moment, Puppet City was fully activated. Someone exclaimed, "What's going on? Can't they hold out inside? Is this the light of purification that we've encountered before?" Someone was puzzled. Why is the light of purification flashing on the top of this mountain? Has the top of the mountain been corroded by the ominous? But in the next moment, blue light burst out of every pattern on the ground under their feet. It was as if the entire Puppet City was raining heavily in the opposite direction. The raindrops connected into threads, forming countless heavy rain curtains. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, someone pointed at the ominous mist. Look, the ominous mist is fading. It's fading so fast. Ah ha ha. Suddenly, black smoke spewed out of someone in the crowd. Instantly, everyone retreated. Someone exclaimed, "Not good, he's been contaminated by the ominous." Someone was horrified. Damn it, it's the ominous. How did he have a chance to come here? Someone was horrified. How did the ominous hide? Why can't we find them? Aha! Before they began to discuss, another person began to burn in pain. In the blink of an eye, nearly 50 people began to burn. Clearly, their bodies had been ominously infected. The sudden power of purification made the divine beasts present exclaim. A divine beast was horrified. What terrifying power! It actually purified the entire city. A divine beast sighed. Even monarchs might not be able to resist the purification power of this level. If the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand is not strong enough, it is very likely to be directly purified. A divine beast shook his head and said, "It's unlikely to be directly purified. Unless the light of purification can last longer, even tens of thousands of Bloody Hand mine devils might not be able to be completely purified." Someone said, "Whether or not it can purify this mass of the ominous, it will definitely purify a large part of it. As for the Bloody Hand mine devils, they're very likely to be purified. After all, this light of purification is too rich for the ominous creatures in the sky-opening realm to resist. In fact, the ominous mist that covered half of Puppet City was quickly dissipating the moment the light of purification appeared. In just 10 seconds, the ominous mist in the moat completely dissipated and tried to slowly repair the barrier of the moat, and the light of purification was still going on. Even the ominous mist outside the moat was fading at a visible speed. Because the ominous mist was dispersed, thousands of Bloody Hand mine devils were exposed to the light of purification because they had no time to escape. Crack, crack, crack. For a moment, black smoke filled the air. They seemed to want to escape back into the mist. Unfortunately, before they could escape at all, their bodies began to melt like thawed ice. In the blink of an eye, their bodies shattered into pieces of minerals and fell into Puppet City. At that moment, the great monarch Bloody Hand roared, "Mystic Marshal is dead. How can you inherit Puppet City?" Han Fei shouted coldly. "It's none of your fucking business. From today on, this is my city. I have the final say. I want to see how much ominous mist you can emit." Puff, puff, puff. Even behind the moat, up to the gate of the inner city, the ominous was quickly purged, and the city was turned from darkness into light. Because he didn't expect Han Fei to take over Puppet City, the great monarch Bloody Hand immediately asked the Bloody Hand mine devils to return to the outer city. Even he took 7 or 8 attacks from the 9-giant god turtle and tens of thousands of attacks from Mystic One. He didn't fight back but quickly retreated to the outer city. At this moment, Han Fei's Dharma idol was revealed and chasing the Bloody Hand. Unfortunately, it was impossible to stop him. Han Fei tried his best, but he could only take back the inner city and kill more than 13,000 Bloody Hand mine devils. Plus the 500 million clean stones that Han Fei used earlier, he had killed less than 18,000 Bloody Hand mine devils in total. But the light of purification hadn't completely stopped yet. Although most of the Bloody Hand mine devils had retreated to the outer city, there were still hundreds of them who had been purified because they didn't escape fast enough. Unfortunately, at this moment, the power of purification began to dim. After all, the mineral itself didn't produce the power of purification. The reason why the light of purification could be extracted was because of the filtering and modification of the demon vanquishing tree. When Han Fei took over Puppet City, he knew why Old Yuan asked the demon vanquishing tree to guard Puppet City. It was just like how demon plants could give birth to the life spring water. The demon vanquishing tree could give birth to the power of purification, but this power of purification had to be stored, so this was the basic use of the mineral, which was to store some special power. Han Fei lowered his head and looked at the devastated inner city. From the place where they fought, almost 60% of the various buildings in Puppet City had collapsed. Han Fei's heart was bleeding. This was his territory, but he had no choice. He had to fight this battle. If he didn't, not only would 60% of this area be destroyed, but the entire Puppet City would be taken by the Great Monarch Bloody Hand. Fortunately, the outburst of the power of purification this time sent the Great Monarch Bloody Hand back to the outer city. As for the 9-giant god turtle, he seemed to have used some forbidden technique. His body seemed to have turned into a blazing sun, and his speed, strength, and various aspects all doubled. Yes, Han Fei thought to himself, the 9-giant god turtle was already prepared to die. He fought the remnant soul of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand with the determination to die, so this battle was fought crazily. The Bloody Hand Mind Devils could retreat to the outer city, but not the Great Monarch Bloody Hand. Enshrouded by the light of purification, the strength of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand was greatly reduced, and the 9-giant god turtle erupted crazily again. At this moment, holding 2 giant shields as weapons, he slapped the Blood Hand crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Bloody Hand didn't seem to expect it either. He had thought that the 9-giant god turtle was too heavily injured to have any strength left, but he didn't expect this guy to still be so ferocious. Crack of the blazing sun bloomed between the heavens and the earth, and the huge shield in the hands of the 9-giant god turtle was shattered because the force he slapped down was too strong. The terrifying impact erupted, directly crushing a large number of city buildings outside the moat. Han Fei's eyes were already red and he became agitated. He roared, "Be gentle." The 9-giant god turtle simply ignored Han Fei and crazily punched the bloody hand that was punched into the ground and had left a huge pit on the ground. Yes, Han Fei could tell at a glance that the strongest technique of the 9-giant god turtle was not fist techniques, so the fist marks were very messy, but every punch had a scorching, purifying light. Bloody Hand Divine Fist. The Great Monarch. Bloody Hand was about to counterattack when a line appeared between the heavens and earth and an iron shovel hacked down from the sky, wrapped with endless mineral power. Clang. After all, the Bloody Hand was not the original body. Although the Bloody Hand Divine Fist had almost been launched, it still exploded on the spot under the attack of Mystic One's shovel, and billowing smoke and dust swept across thousands of kilometers. Han Fei saw that a ravine 10,000 kilometers long appeared on the ground of Puppet City, extending from the inner city to the outer city. This time, Han Fei was infuriated. Old Yuan didn't want Puppet City, so they didn't hesitate to destroy it at all. They were all fucking great monarchs. He didn't believe that they couldn't control their strength accurately. Han Fei shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Mystic One, didn't you say you could control power? Is this the way you control your power? My city has been destroyed by you." Yes, the moment the inner city gate was broken, there were no longer any obstacles between the inner and outer city. Therefore, Mystic One's shovel unleashed supreme might. Han Fei believed that even in his current state he might be split in half by this blow, but his city was almost destroyed. With reddened eyes, Han Fei lowered his head, only to see that the bloody hand was all melted flesh and blood, revealing jade-like bones. However, these bones were all black and had clearly been contaminated. But even so, the bloody hand broke free from the flesh and even ignited the remaining flesh and blood. Rumble, bang! The 9-giant god turtle and Mystic One were both sent flying by the terrifying impact. At this moment, only Han Fei, who was comparatively far away, had a chance to attack. The 9-giant god turtle roared, "Stop him!" Han Fei was shivering in anger. He could accept that the moat was destroyed. After all, the city was not completely destroyed in that case. But now, the area outside the moat was almost completely destroyed. The monarchs didn't mind destroying his city at all. However, Han Fei couldn't say anything, because both the 9-giant god turtle and Mystic One were trying their best to kill the bloody hand. Then, Han Fei only had one target to vent his anger on. In his eyes was the almost destroyed Puppet City, and facing him was Bloody Hand trying to rush out of the inner city. Han Fei cursed, "You want to run after destroying my city? Ah, take my punch." At this moment, Han Fei gathered the power of violence and the heart of destruction, and finally threw a punch that he hadn't succeeded in so far. Anyway, Puppet City had been destroyed. Why should he care if it was worse? Han Fei roared. World destruction. Yes, the Star Fist technique had 3 punches. One punch was violent, like the blooming of stars. One punch silenced the world, and one punch had the power to destroy the world. As soon as he punched out, in the already dilapidated outer city, countless buildings that had only collapsed turned into powder under the power of this punch. His Dharma idol that was tens of thousands of feet tall used the power of Puppet City to launch a world destruction fist too. The fist mark reached the sky. It seemed to have the same characteristics as the Bloody Hand Divine Fist that the Blood Hand Monarch launched. They were both terrifying, huge fist marks. This punch was extremely destructive, but the Great Monarch Bloody Hand didn't seem to take it seriously. He was most proud of his pair of bloody hands. Therefore, he had never taken Han Fei seriously. At this moment, the Great Monarch Bloody Hand clenched his fist and was about to attack. But when he saw that Han Fei's punch had undergone 3 levels of changes, he seemed to realize that something was wrong. At this moment, although his Bloody Hand Divine Fist was extremely powerful, the power behind Han Fei that seemed to be able to destroy the world was equally powerful. Rumble. The sky and the void were resplendent, and the dazzling light covered almost the entire puppet city. When the light dimmed, Han Fei's Dharma idol was half sitting at the entrance of the inner city, looking extremely unstable and could shatter at any time. As for the Great Monarch Bloody Hand, he was also repelled tens of thousands of kilometers away, leaving long ravines on the ground of Puppet City. The Blood Hand Martial Monarch rose again, and at that moment he roared, "Starfist technique? Are you the heir of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star? Great Monarch Ultimate Star?" The others didn't feel anything when they heard that, but on the side of the Divine Capital Dynasty, a few people were intrigued. The legacy of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star seemed to be in the Divine Capital Dynasty, right? And it was sealed in the Divine Capital's armory. Could it be that there was also the legacy of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star in other corners of the Sea Realm? After all, there were too few heirs of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star, so no one had seen anyone who had mastered this fist technique. It wasn't until this moment, when the inheritance of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star was mentioned, that the Dao Lock level powerhouses of the Divine Capital Dynasty had a trace of doubt. However, they couldn't be sure that there were no other inheritances of the Great Monarch Ultimate Star in this world. And most people were shocked that there was really a Sky Opener in this world who could fight a Great Monarch, although the Sky Opener was not a Sky Opener in true sense, and the Great Monarch was not a Great Monarch in true sense either. However, the psychological impact was still great. Even if it was not a Great Monarch but a monarch, it was still extremely terrifying. Gulp, someone swallowed. "Where is the human butcher exactly from?" someone exclaimed. "His Dharma idol blocked the Bloody Hand Divine Fist." "Is this just a Dharma idol?" someone said. "Human butcher can't be so strong. He can withstand the blow of the Bloody Hand because he obtained some of the inherited power of Puppet City. Besides, it must have had the effect of the light of purification just now. Under the suppression of the light of purification, coupled with the new power he inherited, he can barely fight the Bloody Hand." No one said anything. Even so, he had blocked a Great Monarch. At this moment, the 9 giant God Turtle and Mystic One arrived again and began to fight the Bloody Hand again. As for Han Fei, he was still sitting on the ground, a bit exhausted. If it weren't for the continuous replenishment of the power of Puppet City, his Dharma idol would have collapsed long ago. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. This Bloody Hand Divine Fist was really powerful. If the other hand of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand was here, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from the other party, even if he joined forces with the 9 giant God Turtle and Mystic One. However, at this moment, the purification power of Puppet City had almost been exhausted. In just dozens of seconds, the Great Monarch Bloody Hand had been beaten up by 3 monarchs. At this moment, his strength had plummeted. Mystic One shouted, "Boy, we've ruined his chance to be replenished by the Ominous. His strength is seriously declining. You're no longer needed here. Hurry up and enter the Ominous. Think of a way to block the Ominous counterattack." Han Fei couldn't even summon the strength to talk at this moment. He felt that his body was numb, but when he heard this, he forcibly stuffed 4 or 5 masses of liquid divine light into his mouth. He shouted, "Emperor Sparrow, come and take my body. I need to recover for dozens of seconds." Yes, when he was recovering, his body would be taken over by the Emperor Sparrow. Otherwise, his numb body wouldn't be able to do anything. In Han Fei's mind, there was still the lingering Bloody Hand Divine Fist. Only those who had been hit by it knew what true horror was. Even though he had launched the World Destruction Fist, he still had the illusion that he couldn't resist that punch. Buzz. The Emperor Sparrow took Han Fei's body. As he rushed into the ominous mist, he said, "I must have absorbed most of the ominous under the blood spring back then. No matter what, this blood hand should have been sealed for 1,000 years. Such violent and intense ominous power shouldn't appear now. Either we missed something, or a new source of ominous power has appeared here. Where's your vast ocean navigator? A new source of the ominous?" With a thought from Han Fei, the vast ocean navigator appeared, and then it immediately pointed in a direction, which was exactly the direction of the blood spring. Han Fei was shocked. Just as the Emperor Sparrow guessed, there was a new ominous source. Han Fei immediately said to the 9 giant God Turtle and Mystic One via voice transmission, "I'll destroy the source of the ominous. You hold the Bloody Hand back." The 9 giant God Turtle only replied, "Hurry up. Although his combat power has plummeted, so have ours. Besides, after 1,000,000 years, he shouldn't be so strong." Mystic One instructed, "Use the puppets to block the Bloody Hand Mind Devils." Issuing an order in his heart, Han Fei saw 20,000 puppets quickly flying to the blockade of the inner city gate at the fastest speed. However, Han Fei could only mobilize 20,000 puppets, so he immediately shouted, "Northern Expedition Army, the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts, if you want to live, help me defend the bloody hand mine devil army for the time being. Otherwise, once the ominous power counterattacks, the bloody hand will be replenished and all our efforts will be in vain." Everyone knew it was a matter of life and death. Han Fei and the other two great monarchs had been fighting hard, which was obvious to everyone. Wu Shuang shouted, "Everyone, now is not the time to count our gains and losses. Follow me and fight another battle with the bloody hand mine devils." Wang Xiaoju shouted, "The ferocious beasts, follow me." On the other side, although the white tiger of the divine beast lineage hadn't come down from the mountain yet, they were not stupid and also rushed up. They were not afraid that the battle would affect them, because the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One tried their best to stop the ominous. Once the bloody hand could hurt them, it meant that he could already enter the ominous mist. Once the bloody hand entered the ominous mist, it meant that the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One failed to intercept him and they had lost this battle. Chapter 2613-2613, The Death of Bloody Hand, and the Great Monarchs 2-in-1. 2613, The Death of Bloody Hand and the Great Monarchs 2-in-1. In the ominous mist, the Emperor Sparrow spread his wings. He had no time to absorb the ominous power here. Instead, he instantly rushed out of Puppet City and rushed into the Mine Demon Stream. However, even if Han Fei could burst out at 32 times the speed of light, it was still too slow. It would take him at least an hour to run to the place of the Blood Spring, but Puppet City would probably be destroyed in an hour. Han Fei shouted, "Time fishing, Mystic One." Under such circumstances, very few people could be caught by Han Fei. The only monarchs he had met recently were the 9 giant god turtle, Mystic One, and Bloody Hand. Although the 9 giant god turtle was violent, it was huge before he entered the star transformation realm and his speed might not be fast enough. Besides, he was the main force fighting Bloody Hand and was stronger than Mystic One. He couldn't distract him now. But Mystic One was different. It only took Han Fei 8 tries to catch Mystic One. As soon as he appeared, Mystic One asked in surprise, "What's the matter? I can't be distracted at this moment." Han Fei said, "Take me flying." After all, Mystic One was once a great monarch. No matter how poor his comprehension of speed was, his speed was still quite fast. Although his strength was only at the Tao-proving level now, his great monarch realm comprehension was still all there. Therefore, after Mystic One understood what Han Fei meant, he grabbed Han Fei and rushed out. Mystic One said, "I only have 20 seconds and your divine technique can only last so long. Although I may be able to reach 1,000 times the speed of light at all costs, your body shouldn't be able to withstand it." Han Fei knew what Mystic One meant. Senior brother Azure Dragon had once said that with his strength in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, the maximum speed he could withstand in the white cave space was 42 times the speed of light. Although he had already reached the perfected star transformation realm now, his limit in speed was probably only 100 times the light speed. However, Han Fei said, "Just run. I have my ways to deal with this speed." Hearing Han Fei's affirmation, Mystic One didn't hesitate anymore. Buzz. The moment Mystic One unleashed his fastest speed, a blood mist erupted from Han Fei's body. In the next moment, Han Fei was in an invincible state. Yes, the great Tao of life replacement could maintain his invincible state for about 3 seconds at a time, and Han Fei had killed too many strong masters over the years, so he could still hold out for a long time in this invincible state. Now, he was racing against time. While Han Fei was sprinting crazily with Mystic One, in Puppet City, Mystic One's strength suddenly weakened. He was sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers by a punch from the great monarch Bloody Hand, and his body exploded many times. After all, Mystic One was only at the Tao-proving level now. There was a price to pay for forcefully unleashing such a fast speed. The 9 giant god turtle roared, "Mystic One, what are you doing?" But Mystic One simply said, "You hold them back. I won't be able to raise my combat power in a short period of time." The 9 giant god turtle's heart skipped a beat. Mystic One's combat power couldn't be increased? How could the remnant soul of a great monarch not be able to raise his combat power? So, what did Mystic One do in secret? The great monarch Bloody Hand snorted coldly. "Do you really think that brat is useful after leaving Puppet City? By the time he can threaten me, Puppet City will have changed hands. 9 giant, Mystic One, I'll control Puppet City. This is an irresistible trend. Just surrender to me," the 9 giant god turtle said. "When I became a great monarch, you were still a piece of trash that everyone wanted to beat up. Do you want me to submit to you? Even if your ominous ancestors come, I won't surrender to you." Mystic One sneered. "You're just the negative side of the great monarch Bloody Hand. It's your destiny to be killed. Even the original body is killed. How dare you dream of occupying Puppet City? Who gave you the courage?" The great monarch Bloody Hand said. "In that case, I'll destroy you two. Then I can still occupy Puppet City." Bloody Hand punched out again, not at the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One, but in an attempt to shake them off and enter the ominous mist. However, the 9 giant god turtle held the remaining shield, which emitted a dazzling light and welcomed it head-on. Exploding, the giant shield shattered again, barely obliterating the divine fist, and the 9-giant god turtle was directly blasted into the ominous mist. At this moment, Mystic One didn't take action, which made Bloody Hand feel a little uneasy. Although Mystic One's strength had dropped to the Tao-proving realm, he was still a remnant soul of a great monarch. It wasn't impossible for him to attack. Therefore, since he didn't attack, he must be preparing for something. Bloody Hand ignored Mystic One. The moment the 9-giant god turtle was blasted into the ominous mist, he was about to rush into the mist. But in the ominous mist, a green light bloomed, and the Bloody Hand was sent flying again. And another huge shield appeared in the hands of the 9-giant god turtle, which was a mineral shield. Bloody Hand roared, "9-giant, have you run out of tricks? You even took out your innate turtle shell. Unfortunately, this armor only has Tao patterns, not your true body. How long can you resist me?" the 9-giant god turtle asked. "How long can I hold out? I can kill you." After only about 20 seconds, Han Fei discovered that he had arrived at the blood spring. At the last moment, Mystic One used all his strength and threw Han Fei out. At that moment, Han Fei really experienced an indescribable speed. At this speed, he saw countless void nodes. However, the vast ocean navigator only aimed at one of them. Swish Point Fei returned to reality from the wonderful world of speed and rushed into the spring of blood. Before Han Fei realized what was going on, the Emperor Sparrow said, "The ominous power here is even more intense than last time. Something must have happened." In the middle of the blood spring, a vortex was spewing out a tremendous amount of ominous power. Because he had already left the range of Puppet City, Han Fei was no longer immune to the ominous. The god's prayer bead on his chest shone brightly. And the Emperor Sparrow had already begun to swallow the ominous power here. Han Fei strode to the periphery of the vortex. At this time, even the god's prayer bead couldn't block it. It directly turned into a light shield, protecting Han Fei. Upon seeing this, the Emperor Sparrow's expression changed slightly. "No, there's too much ominous power escaping from this. I can't eat it." Han Fei's face slightly changed. "Then don't eat it. Destroy it." With that said, Han Fei threw 500 million clean stones into the black hole. Rumble. The black hole expanded, then distorted, deformed, and finally exploded because of instability. Bang! The powerful detonation shook Han Fei out of his invincible state again. Today, Han Fei felt that there were too many strong masters who could kill him. If it weren't for the great Tao of life replacement, he would have died countless times. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow said, "Although I don't quite understand, this Bloody Hand seems to have opened a channel that connects to the ominous fog." Han Fei said, "If he had this ability, why didn't he use it earlier or later but chose to use it now? There must be a reason. Either he only has one chance and has to pay a huge price, or the power the demon vanquishing tree can use was too powerful when it was still around. Once he does anything, it can suppress him." Emperor Sparrow, in any case, although this passage has been destroyed, the ominous power here is still too huge. Even if I have 5 Tao locks, I might not be able to swallow all this ominous power. I can help you guard this blood spring, but you'll have to face the matters in the city yourself. Han Fei nodded. "Okay, Buzz." The great Tao of time enveloped Han Fei, and in an instant, Han Fei disappeared. Of course, Han Fei could continue to fish Mystic One over with the time fishing technique. However, he had to save as much time as possible. Going back in time, he crossed hundreds of millions of kilometers, which was the furthest distance that Han Fei could return with the great Tao of time. After arriving here, Han Fei flew back and used the time fishing technique. However, this time, it took him more than 90 times to pull Mystic One over. Han Fei knew that the time fishing art had certain disadvantages. Although there were infinite old bodies of someone, they were restricted in some aspects. Among them, if the person being fished was very far away from him, the difficulty of fishing him would increase exponentially. This was why it was so difficult for Han Fei to fish for Mystic Ones this time. Secondly, if the person being fished met him too long ago, it would also greatly affect the success rate of his fishing. Also, the strength of the person being fished determined the success rate of his fishing. Some people had to be willing to come. If they weren't, he couldn't get anything. Fortunately, Mystic One was still caught by Han Fei. The first time he saw Han Fei, he was surprised. "So fast?" Han Fei nodded. Okay, without further ado, Mystic One pulled Han Fei to run at his extreme speed again. In Puppet City, many cracks had already appeared on the shell of the 9-giant god turtle. If it weren't for the 10 level 9 minerals Han Fei gave him, the 9-giant god turtle might have been destroyed. Besides, since discovering Mystic One's abnormality, Bloody Hand couldn't wait to rush back into the ominous mist. Because of his anxiety, Bloody Hand went crazy. However, the 9-giant god turtle was even crazier than Bloody Hand. He completely began to burn his soul and the minerals in his body. The 9-giant god turtle laughed and said, "I've experienced ups and downs and countless life and death situations in my life. I've fought alongside Mystic Marshal, fought in the Sea of Stars, participated in the battles of the gods, and killed the ominous. As a great monarch, even if my body doesn't exist, I still have the heart of a great monarch." Kill, the 9-giant god turtle, was like a scorching sun. He was so crazy that even Bloody Hand had to avoid it. Bloody Hand knew that his combat power was almost exhausted. If he couldn't replenish the ominous power in time, he would be in danger. However, 20,000 puppets and 10,000 members of the Northern Expedition Army stood in front of the ominous mist. Every time he wanted to drive the ominous mist to cover them, Mystic One would attack and cut off the ominous mist with the power of purification. Every time the Bloody Hand Mine Devils tried to rush out of the ominous mist, they were stopped by the puppets and the Northern Expedition Army. The battle between the two sides was in full swing, and it was difficult for any Bloody Hand Mine Devil to cross this barrier. The great monarch Bloody Hand thought that victory was in his hands, but in the end, he underestimated Puppet City. He knew what was in Puppet City and had guessed that the 9-giant god turtle might still be alive. However, he thought that even if the 9-giant god turtle was alive, he was too heavily injured back then, so he chose the same path as Mystic One. That was why he dared to break in. He had been hibernating when the demon vanquishing tree was around, but now that it was gone, he thought that the 9-giant god turtle, who might even die at any time, and Mystic One, whose realm had plummeted, couldn't do anything to him. He was right about Mystic One. It was true that Mystic One couldn't beat him and could only be beaten up by him. However, he had completely misjudged the combat power of the 9-giant god turtle. Although the former top general under Great Monarch Mystic Marshal had lost a lot of his strength, in a real battle, he could almost unleash the power of the immortal level. Some of his attacks were even close to the peak of the immortal level. Even he couldn't fight back. At this moment, seeing that the 9-giant god turtle was completely burning himself, he understood. The 9-giant god turtle was ready, and he was prepared to die after this battle. In a head-on battle, when the two parties' strength was equal, the feared were lunatics. But lunatics were afraid of people who were not afraid of death. Now, the 9-giant god turtle played this role. He burned himself desperately, hoping to maintain his peak state. The great monarch Bloody Hand knew that he couldn't cross the defense line of the 9-giant god turtle unless he was dead. At this time, the great monarch Bloody Hand looked at Mystic One, who did nothing but was watching their battle. He found that the mineral power in Mystic One had dimmed. Although he didn't know what happened, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The great monarch Bloody Hand shouted coldly, 9-giant, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. I'd like to see if your mineral body can withstand my real punch. At that moment, everyone saw a middle-aged man with black smoke drilled out of the Bloody Hand. As he appeared, a suffocating, suppressing pressure appeared between the heavens and earth. At this moment, Mystic One became serious and looked anxious. He and Han Fei were communicating in an inexplicable way. Although Han Fei didn't catch his real body, his old self was condensed with his great Tao. However, that power would affect his current self. He wanted to attack, but he knew that it was meaningless for him to go up when his power couldn't be fully activated. Mystic One looked in the direction of the 9-giant god turtle and said indifferently, Old guy, you may have to go first. Ha ha ha. The 9-giant god turtle laughed out loud. I should have perished 1,000,000 years ago. I'm still alive because I want to fight another battle against the ominous. Unfortunately, I can't experience another battle against the ominous. Bloody Hand, this should be your last trump card, right? People fear you because you once fought gods. Today, let's see whether you or I are stronger. Aha! The 9-giant god turtle roared. I have 9 peaks, each steeper than the last. Who can climb the 9 peaks without being a god? At this moment, the Northern Expedition Army who participated in the battle seemed to have forgotten to fight. The true body of the 9-giant god turtle appeared, and the phantom of a divine turtle appeared. Carrying 9 cliffs on its back, it turned into 9 barriers and stood in front of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Bloody Hand shouted, Die! There was only one punch left in Puppet City. Blood surged between the heavens and earth like a huge tide in the sea, like the surging river of stars, and the punch was like the moon, surrounded by stars. Boom-a-crack, crack. The echoes resounded, and the void trembled. 3 of the 9 cliffs in the sky were broken in a row. Then, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th cliff were broken one after another after 3 seconds. When the 6 cliffs were broken, the 9-giant god turtle's body was also exploding inch by inch at the same time. When it came to the 7th cliff, the powerful fist mark was finally stopped. Although the 7th precipice trembled and was full of cracks, it didn't collapse. At this moment, only half of the 9-giant god turtle's body was left. It was almost riddled with holes and was on the verge of collapse. Everyone was shocked. Ha ha ha. Is this the so-called Bloody Hand Divine Fist you obtained? Sure enough, you were just a wisp of the negative soul left behind by him. If it weren't for the fact that my body doesn't exist, you wouldn't even be able to pass the 2nd peak. Humph, stop bragging. Take another punch of mine. The Bloody Hand didn't give up his current advantage just because of the 9-giant god turtle's provocation. He only had one thought in his mind, kill the 9-giant god turtle and return to the ominous mist, and then he could absorb the ominous power and return to his peak combat power. The 2nd punch was just like the first one, but after this punch, Great Monarch Bloody Hand's human-shaped phantom directly dissipated, and Bloody Hand dimmed. It could be seen that the 2 punches had exhausted his energy. In addition to the series of heavy blows he had suffered, he was a spent bullet now. Bang! The 7th precipice was shattered. In the blink of an eye, the 8th precipice took this punch, and tens of thousands of ripples were set off on the 8th precipice. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the 5th second, the 8th precipice was full of nail-sized cracks. Bang! Rumble. The 8th precipice shattered. When the fist mark touched the 9th fist mark, there was only less than 10% of the 9 giant god turtle's mineral body left. His soul was already on the verge of collapse. However, at that moment, a familiar voice sounded between the heavens and earth. Hanfei shouted, "Senior 9 giant, wait for me." The moment this voice sounded, Mystic One suddenly opened his eyes and stepped into the void. The shovel in his hand completely shattered. This shovel, which was even more powerful than an ultra-quality godly weapon, exploded at that moment and seemed to have turned into the sharpest knife of time. As soon as this knife appeared, the 9 precipice walls all dimmed, so did Bloody Hand Divine Fist. Even Mystic One's mineral body dimmed and was almost extinguished. At that moment, Mystic One's voice was calm. "Bloody Hand, the last thing you should have done was ignore me. At the very least, I was a great monarch in the past. There's also a blow sealed in this shovel. It won't be a problem to cut one of your hands." Clang! The sharp edge fell on the bloody hand. Just as Mystic One said, this shovel was too sharp, so sharp that all great techniques paled in comparison. Crack, 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 the great monarch. Bloody Hand's hand was instantly full of cracks, no longer as arrogant as before. It was also at that moment that Hanfei finally arrived. He stepped out of the ominous mist holding 26 level 9 minerals in his hand. Half of them were given to the 9 giant god turtle and the other half to Mystic One. However, to Hanfei's surprise, the 9 giant god turtle didn't take them. Instead, he shattered his mineral body and turned into the last power of the 9th cliff. Not only that, but his soul also turned into a barrier and was imprinted on the 9th precipice. On the precipice, some complicated patterns appeared at a visible speed. They were the turtle shell Tao patterns given by the heavens and earth when the 9 giant god turtle was born. Even though the 9th cliff was almost full of cracks, it still blocked the punch in the end. The second Bloody Hand Divine Fist finally failed to surpass the 9 peaks. On the other side, Mystic One's dim body smiled. The power of his shovel had been exhausted. He looked at Hanfei and said indifferently, "She said that if I lived, she would return, but I've lived too long and too lonely. I heard that there is reincarnation in this world. Perhaps I can enter reincarnation?" Hanfei shouted crazily. "I'll find a way to help you get rid of this body." However, Mystic One shook his head slightly, his voice a little lonely. "The last obsession of 9 Giant is to fight the ominous again, and my obsession is to pass on Puppet City and then die like an ordinary person. Now, it's time. Perhaps they also hope so, right?" At that moment, Hanfei understood that they referred to the puppets. In the past, they were also living creatures, but they reincarnated into puppets to protect and fight. Bang! At that moment, Mystic One's mineral body turned into powder, gathered into the last blade, and slashed at the bloody hand. Crack. Boom no N. Accompanied by the furious roar of the great monarch Bloody Hand, the insufferably arrogant Bloody Hand was finally shattered at this moment. But the price was the death of 2 former great monarchs. Countless people in the Northern Expedition Army witnessed this shocking battle and felt a sense of loneliness in their hearts. At the same time, they also witnessed the horror of the ominous. This was only a broken hand of the great monarch Bloody Hand, a wisp of his remnant soul. If the great monarch Bloody Hand himself was infected by the ominous, who in the world could annihilate such a terrifying existence? Ah! Hanfei's eyes were bloodshot, unreconciled, angry, and regretful. His body was emitting scorching heat. Fuse. At this moment, Hanfei couldn't care less. Although he had personally witnessed the destruction of Bloody Hand, he didn't want to see the 2 great monarchs sacrificed without Bloody Hand completely killed. Holding the vast ocean navigator, Hanfei stepped on the green jade stone bridge. His body was like a flame, his eyes black and white, and his strength had completely erupted, and the vast ocean navigator was also clearly pointing in a direction in the void. Yin-Yang Millstone. Above Puppet City, a huge black and white millstone appeared. Wherever the vast ocean navigator pointed, the void and all the dust were rolled into the milestone. The scorching temperature scorched this place. Another scream echoed between the heavens and earth, and this time it announced the official disappearance of the remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand. At the same time, this blow also exposed Hanfei's identity. Perhaps no one except Wu Shuang knew that he was Hanfei. However, his trump card was exposed at this moment. However, Hanfei didn't care anymore. If Bloody Hand could be completely killed at the price of the exposure of his identity, he was willing. Chapter 2614, The Current Situation of the Ferocious Beasts. 2-in-1 2614, The Current Situation of the Ferocious Beasts. 2-in-1. In the Battle of Puppet City, it could be said that more than half of Puppet City was destroyed. However, the city was finally saved. However, Hanfei wasn't happy at all. Although this was the first time he had met the 9 giant god turtle and Mystic One, he had witnessed what it meant to be a great monarch. It was also at this moment that Hanfei truly understood why everyone hated the ominous so much. This battle also polished Hanfei's Tao heart. For the first time in his life, he automatically, instinctively, and affirmatively took the ominous as his lifelong enemy. In the Northern Expedition Army, the ferocious beasts and divine beasts were also greatly shocked. Having witnessed such a war, it was impossible for them not to be shocked. The two great monarchs had perished in order to destroy a bloody hand, which deeply impacted their values and their hearts. Why did they cultivate? Purely for longevity? But when it came to longevity, the 9 giant god turtle and mystic one had already obtained it, but they were still willing to die for a belief. Why? Smart people honed their Tao hearts. Even the unintelligent ones had some other thoughts about cultivation. The heroism of the 9 giant god turtle and mystic one's determination were deeply engraved in their hearts. Without the push of Bloody Hand, and after the ominous door under the blood spring was destroyed, what Han Fei had to do now was to kill the Bloody Hand mind devils here and cleanse the ominous in the mind demon stream. Many years later, the first fusion with Little Black and Little White made Han Fei extremely bloodthirsty. Han Fei turned around and rushed directly into the ominous mist. This time, he no longer had any scruples. The remaining 500 million clean stones on him completely bloomed at this moment. In the outer city of Puppet City, countless bloody hand mine devils and large swaths of ominous mist were instantly purged, and the world seemed to return to normal color. Wuxuang roared, "Everyone from the capital of horror, follow me to kill the enemy." Chen Tianya roared, "City of Wanderers, kill." Chen Tianya's expression was complicated. He used to think that Han Fei was incomparable to the Master of Silence, but at this moment he wavered, not only because Han Fei was powerful, but also because of the legends Han Fei had experienced. Seeing Han Fei being recognized by 2 great monarchs, take over Puppet City, fight a great monarch, kill the remnant soul of the great monarch, and have all kinds of magical methods, he seemed to see the rise of the human race. This person's path was clearly different from the Master of Silence's. Outside the cultivation ground of the sleeping chamber, he didn't see anyone from the City of Scavengers or the City of Origin, which had already told him the answer. These people were all dead. Putting aside the fact that Han Fei fought a great monarch, he had single-handedly destroyed 200 perfected Star Transformation Realm and peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators from the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin, who in the City of Wanderers could compare to him. At that moment, Wang Xiaoju immediately roared, "Ferocious beasts, avenge Moju. Kill." Immediately afterward, the Northern Expedition Army swarmed up. At this moment, they were unexpectedly united. They just wanted to kill the enemy and vent. There were not many Bloody Hand mine devils left in the first place. Without the protection of the ominous mist and the driving of Bloody Hand, they faced the wrath of the 20,000 puppet army and the Northern Expedition Army. In just 2 hours, they were all killed, leaving no survivors. The battle came to an end, and everything returned to peace. The puppets and the Northern Expedition Army no longer had any conflict. Han Fei terminated the fusion with Little Black and Little White with difficulty, but the killing intent in his eyes did not decrease much. Han Fei said to everyone, "How many resources you gain in this northern expedition will be yours. The minerals left behind by the 20,000 Bloody Hand mine devils will also be yours. Everyone has their own opportunities. Puppet City has already belonged to me, so it's my opportunity. I believe that after this last battle, you will experience something. More than half of the people participating in this northern expedition have died. You can go back now. Han Fei didn't kill them all. After all, he had no grudge against most of them, and there was no need to kill them all. He had achieved all his goals on this trip. The Bloody Hand mine devils were all killed. The remnant soul of the great monarch Bloody Hand perished. The old turtle and the demon vanquishing tree left, and the 9 giant god turtle and mystic one died, leaving a lone city and nearly 200,000 puppets to him. After that, Han Fei said to Wuxuang via voice transmission, "Go back first. Don't be in a hurry to leave the infinite mining area. I'll come to you soon. If it's fast, it'll take 3 to 5 years. If it's slow, it'll take 7 or 8 years." Wuxuang nodded imperceptibly. She simply cupped her hands at Han Fei. "Farewell." After that, Wuxuang looked at the people from the Northern Expedition Army and said, "Everyone, the battle is over. Let's go back to the 100 Alliance City and split the spoils of this trip. Let's witness it together. No one will monopolize even a piece of mineral." Although many people were satisfied with the result, no one would fight Han Fei now. After all, this city belonged to him, and the 200,000-strong puppet army was there. Although they knew that Han Fei might only be able to mobilize about 20,000 puppets now, there were still a lot of them. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to escape. They might even be wiped out. In fact, many people knew that this northern expedition was proposed by Han Fei. The major factions of the 100 Alliances were convinced that they had found the land of inheritance and could shake off or kill Han Fei. In fact, however, Han Fei's strength, trump cards, and opportunities were beyond their imagination. Although it was a pity that they didn't get the inheritance, for those who were still alive, this trip was not a loss. From beginning to end, they had killed more than 50,000 Bloody Hand mine devils, not counting the mine demons of other levels that they had killed. Some people even found some opportunities from the buildings of Puppet City. Calculating the resources, it could be said that every one of the Northern Expedition Army had obtained several godly weapons. As for those who died, it couldn't be helped. This was the path of cultivation. If one survived, the other might die. Those who survived could naturally obtain more rewards and become stronger existences. Those who died could only sigh. They hadn't reached the end of this path. In the field, although the leader and the strong masters of the divine capital dynasty had many questions in their hearts, it was clearly not the time to ask about this. Therefore, they would only go back and investigate how Han Fei obtained the inheritance of the great monarch ultimate star. As for whether they would reveal Han Fei's identity at that time, it was another matter. The Northern Expedition Army left without hesitation. Too many strong masters had died this time, but what happened today was enough to go down in history. Now most people just wanted to go back quickly, divide up the spoils, and then have a good time or exchange them for the resources they wanted to carry out a new round of cultivation. Many people even felt that they had some new understanding of cultivation. They felt that the probability of their breakthrough had greatly increased. On this side, Wang Xiaoju greeted, "Brother Human Butcher, well, we ferocious beasts will take the leave." With that, Wang Xiaoju beckoned the ferocious beast to leave, but Han Fei said lightly, "Wait a minute, don't you like to chat? Let's chat, huh?" Wang Xiaoju was almost crying. "I don't want to chat with you at all now." Many ferocious beasts felt a little scared, because in their eyes, Han Fei was not Han Fei at all, but the Emperor Sparrow. Who was the Emperor Sparrow? It was the #1 ferocious beast in the past, Han Fei said. "It's okay, I mean you no harm." Then Han Fei's heart did a flip, and the array patterns in Puppet City flashed. Then he saw Bai Fei and a group of divine beasts suddenly appear here. In fact, Bai Fei and the others had already climbed to the top of the mountain, but they arrived too late. Mystic One wasn't around, so he didn't give them any inheritance. As for the battle in Puppet City, they actually knew a little about it. However, it wasn't easy to go up and down the mountain, so they hadn't been able to come down from the mountain until the battle ended. They could only witness this shocking battle through their perceptions. Bai Fei and the others were puzzled at first, but when they perceived the battlefield in Puppet City and looked at Han Fei who was stepping in the air, they had mixed feelings. At this moment, Bai Fei didn't know whether it was the right choice to not attack Han Fei. Of course, he felt that even if he attacked Han Fei, it might not change the current situation. Han Fei said, "I've taken the inheritance of Puppet City. You're one step behind. I'm not interested in the relationship between the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts for the time being. Whether I'll be interested in it in the future is a matter for the future, but today you can leave." Hearing this, many divine beasts breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as this person didn't start a war between ferocious beasts and divine beasts. Therefore, Bai Fei just nodded and glanced at the divine beasts. "Let's go home." Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another disappeared from Puppet City, leaving only the ferocious beasts standing there, feeling a chill down their spines. Han Fei waved at Wang Xiaoju. "Let's go." Wang Xiaoju could only bite the bullet and followed him. Although he hadn't seen the Emperor Sparrow yet, he knew that the Emperor Sparrow seemed to have become this person's companion spirit. How terrifying it was. The #1 prehistoric ferocious beasts had become a human's companion spirit. If it weren't for so many people witnessing it, no one would believe it. He knew what shocking news the survivors would bring back if Han Fei let them go back this time. Firstly, the Emperor Sparrow had appeared and became his companion spirit. Whether the ferocious beasts and divine beasts would start a war again would definitely attract attention. Secondly, the human butcher had obtained the inheritance of great monarch Mystic Marshal and took over Puppet City. With an army of 200,000 sky-opening realm puppets, he had become the #1 power in the infinite mining area. This news would definitely spread quickly. At that time, the entire East Sea Divine Realm and even the Central Sea Divine Realm would know the human butcher's name. Thirdly, it was the outburst of the ominous. Great Monarch Bloody Hand was tainted with the ominous, and the 9 giant God Turtle and Mystic One exchanged their lives to kill Bloody Hand. This incident would definitely raise the attention of others on the ominous. In any case, after this battle ended, countless gazes would fall on Han Fei. For the infinite mining area, Han Fei had obtained the inheritance and became the #1 force. However, it was hard to say what kind of person Han Fei was in the eyes of the monarchs and the super forces. However, most people guessed that there would be a large group of people who wanted to harvest Han Fei. After all, Han Fei hadn't proven Tao yet. Once they harvested Han Fei, there would be too many benefits. Of course, ordinary people couldn't participate in harvesting such a person who even dared to fight a great monarch. It was none of their business whether Han Fei could become a monarch in the end. At this moment, Han Fei and Wang Xiaoju landed in the mostly destroyed tea house in Puppet City. Among the broken tea sets, Han Fei picked a set, casually picked up a stone table that hadn't been completely damaged, and began to make tea. Wang Xiaoju was nervous. He had talked to Han Fei too much before, but now he didn't know how to talk to him. Han Fei asked, "What's the general situation of the ferocious beasts? How many monarchs do you have?" Wang Xiaoju's heart skipped a beat. It's here, it's here. Is the Emperor Sparrow going to unify the ferocious beasts again? Wang Xiaoju hurriedly said. In fact, the ferocious beasts in our infinite mining area are just a branch of the prehistoric ferocious beast, and in our branch, there are very few real pure-blooded prehistoric ferocious beasts. There are actually not many strong masters. Sizzle, a Hanfei, poured a cup of tea for Wang Xiaoju and pushed it over. So, how many pure-blooded prehistoric ferocious beasts does your branch have? How many people do you have overall? How many great monarchs do you have? Wang Xiaoju frowned. Should he tell him? Although these were not big secrets, if others asked, he might not think too much about it and might just answer them casually. But when Hanfei asked, he had a feeling that Hanfei was going to conquer them. However, he had to answer Hanfei. He was afraid. He had seen Hanfei's combat power. He was a person who even dared to fight the great monarch Bloody Hand head-on. How could he not answer him? Wang Xiaoju said, there are actually very few people in our branch, less than 100,000 in total, including the ferocious beasts that haven't grown up. Among them, there are about 80,000 sky-opening realm cultivators and fewer than 10 monarchs. The strongest is only an immortal level cultivator. So few, Hanfei frowned slightly. This number was actually a lot, but as the ferocious beasts in the East Sea Divine Realm, it was too few. 100,000? They weren't even as many as the Bloody Hand Mine Devils. One had to know that there were much more ferocious beasts led by the Emperor Sparrow before. Besides, Hanfei thought that there should be a great monarch in charge of the ferocious beasts, right? Although Great Monarch East Marshal seemed to be the only great monarch in the East Sea Divine Realm, among the major factions, there was definitely more than one great monarch. As far as he knew, the heavenly race might have two, and there should be at least one great monarch in places like the Fistlight Mountain and Ghost Strait that could stand side by side with the heavenly race. Even if it was just the remnant soul of a great monarch, there should be at least one, right? Not to mention these factions, even in the chaotic wasteland, Hanfei felt that there should be a great monarch-level powerhouse. Wang Xiaoju said, it's not a small number. When we first came to the infinite mining area, there were less than 10,000 of us. It wasn't easy for us to develop to this scale. The divine beasts are even worse. Their number is less than 80,000. Hanfei thought for a moment and continued to ask, do you mean that there are other ferocious beasts in the sea realm besides your branch? Wang Xiaoju nodded quickly. Yes, there are some in the 4 divine realms and the Central Sea Divine Realm. It can be said that except for the East Sea Divine Realm, there are far more ferocious beasts in other divine realms than us. For example, the West Sea Divine Realm is said to be our ferocious beasts' hometown. There are also ferocious beasts in the Miracle Forest in the South Sea Divine Realm. There may not be many ferocious beasts in the North Sea Divine Realm, but it's said that the ferocious beasts there are very good at fighting. As for the Central Sea Divine Realm, the ferocious beasts there have the most monarchs. The situation is the same for the divine beasts. Although we have been fighting each other, there are basically divine beasts wherever there are ferocious beasts and vice versa, Hanfei said. Since you know that your clansmen live in the other divine realms, why don't you find them? Isn't it good for you to gather together? Wang Xiaoju shook his head. I don't know the specific reason for this. It's just a rumor that the distribution of these ferocious beasts was deliberately arranged. It's said that above the 5 divine realms there is a real territory of prehistoric ferocious beasts as well as divine beasts. There are only ferocious beasts and divine beasts there. But this is just a rumor. No one knows if it's true or not. Come, have some tea, Sizzle. Hanfei asked. Are you saying that the distribution of the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts was intentional? Wang Xiaoju was not in the mood to drink tea. He just nodded. There have always been rumors about this. It's said that that is the main court of ferocious beasts and divine beasts. Hanfei asked. Then do you know why your branch was sent to the infinite mining area? Wang Xiaoju shook his head. I don't know. But it's said that the distribution of our ferocious beasts is actually to spread the bloodlines. The living environment, experience, and growth conditions of the ferocious beasts in the 5 divine realms are different. Perhaps it's just to cultivate ferocious beasts with different geographical characteristics. Hanfei nodded. How do you think the ferocious beasts will deal with the emergence of the Emperor Sparrow? Wang Xiaoju's face turned bitter as if he had thought of something, and he said, well, Lord Emperor Sparrow, I heard that he eats a ferocious beast every meal. Is this true? Huh? Hanfei was amused. Who told you that? Wang Xiaoju said, it's a legend. That's what the legends say. Hanfei was speechless. The Emperor Sparrow doesn't eat ferocious beasts. You've been deceived by this legend. Wang Xiaoju immediately perked up. Really? He really doesn't want to eat us? Hanfei rolled his eyes. Sure, if you ask again, I'll eat you. Wang Xiaoju didn't dare to ask any more, but said, in fact, we don't hate Lord Emperor Sparrow. We're just a little afraid. After all, Lord Emperor Sparrow is too famous. However, it's hard to say for the top powerhouses among us. It's common knowledge that ferocious beasts are fierce. If this generation of Emperor Sparrow has already proven Tao, it's naturally very easy for him to become our master. However, Lord Emperor Sparrow doesn't seem to have proven Tao yet, and what? Wang Xiaoju looked at Hanfei. Besides, I'm afraid too many ferocious beasts won't be able to accept that Lord Emperor Sparrow has become a companion spirit of humans. Han Fei nodded slightly. He could understand this. Even he couldn't understand it when he knew that the Emperor Sparrow was the #1 prehistoric ferocious beast. Besides, when he wasn't so strong, the Emperor Sparrow was very cold and arrogant to him. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't order him around at all. He didn't dare to do so for fear that this guy would casually use the Eye of Disaster on him. That was all Han Fei wanted to ask. Judging from Wang Xiaoju's attitude, the ferocious beasts in the infinite mining area were probably afraid of the Emperor Sparrow. As for whether the ferocious beasts in the Monarch realm would come to cause trouble, Han Fei didn't think so. One was that they couldn't find his whereabouts, and the other was who dared to kill the Emperor Sparrow. Because of his special identity, the Emperor Sparrow was born with special abilities. It was said that whoever killed the Emperor Sparrow would die. This was the information given by the demon purification pot. Since he knew it, how could the strong masters of the ferocious beasts not know it? Even if the Emperor Sparrow stood here and let them kill him, they wouldn't dare to kill him. Han Fei knocked on the table and said, "You really don't want tea?" Wang Xiaoju said, "I'm a cat. Cats eat fish." Han Fei said casually, "Okay, then you should go back. I'm quite busy." Wang Xiaoju was immediately refreshed and overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you very much. Then we're going back?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Let's meet again if we're fated." Swish Tuang Xiaoju had already run away. As he ran, he called out to the other ferocious beasts, "Come on, let's go home." Hearing that, the other ferocious beasts followed him in a hurry, fearing that Han Fei would change his mind if they were slow. After the ferocious beasts left Puppet City, Han Fei scanned the inner and outer city of Puppet City with his perception. Looking at the messy city, he thought to himself, what's the difference between this and being destroyed? Fortunately, the puppet army was still here. As long as the puppet army was here, Puppet City was here. As for rebuilding Puppet City, that would be a matter for the future. However, Han Fei didn't return to the cultivation ground in the sleeping chamber to continue refining the puppet heart. Instead, he came to the center of the battlefield and picked up some broken pieces of minerals. These minerals weren't absorbed by Puppet City because they carried the aura of monarchs. Even so, there weren't many left and couldn't make the whole 9 giant god turtle and mystic one. Han Fei could only pick up a few pieces to comfort himself that they were the 2 of them. Han Fei murmured, "Is it worth it to guard for 1,000,000 years just for the death today?" Chapter 2615 Shenle's Tao of Slaughter God 2-in-1 2615 Shenle's Tao of Slaughter God 2-in-1 3 days later. 3 days after the battle, Han Fei finally refined the puppet heart. After refining the puppet heart, Han Fei fully realized the many uses of the puppet heart. First of all, the puppet heart was the lifeblood of Puppet City. All the array patterns in Puppet City were related to the puppet heart. After completely activating the puppet heart, the city would become a natural array. Not only could it suppress the strength of outsiders, but it could also absorb all the energy dispersing in the city. Secondly, as the central system of Puppet City, the puppet heart could block all perceptions in Puppet City. Also, the puppet heart was the lifeblood of all the puppets in the city. Through it, one could easily control the puppets in the city and even extract their power. In the end, the puppet heart itself was a chaotic spiritual treasure that surpassed the godly weapon. It could take the entire city into its body. In other words, wherever the puppet heart was, Puppet City would be there. Or rather, Puppet City could move. The refined puppet heart was stored in the depths of Han Fei's soul sea, just like where the star bead was. With a thought from Han Fei, the entire Puppet City disappeared. Han Fei didn't leave the Mind Demon Stream immediately. Instead, he used the vast ocean navigator to point to the void. During this period of time, too many people had died in Puppet City. Some of their corpses had been taken away and collected. However, there were still a large number of corpses of strong cultivators in Puppet City that hadn't been collected in time. Then, these were actually huge resources. Han Fei estimated that it might take him 5 or 6 years to collect the origin stars of the strong cultivators who died in the Mind Demon Stream. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed, so Han Fei quickly found the origin stars of the 3 perfected star transformation realm's strong cultivators, plundered them, and refined them into refined stars. Then he immediately went to the Spring of Blood to find the Emperor Sparrow. When Han Fei arrived, the ominous mist here was still rich. The Emperor Sparrow had transformed into his 10,000 feet tall true form and was swallowing crazily. Last time, it seemed to have taken the Emperor Sparrow more than a year to absorb the ominous under the blood spring. This time, it shouldn't be very fast. Sure enough, the Emperor Sparrow said, "I can't eat so much ominous power at once. It's still too short a time since I swallowed the ominous power last time. Besides, this time, the ominous power here is even richer. I estimate that it will take at least 3 years. In 3 years, I can completely complete the path of the sky-opening realm." Han Fei paused and said, "I'm not sure if you have 3 years. Although the war is over and the Bloody Hand has been destroyed, I'm afraid the infinite mining area is about to fall into chaos. The news of the Mind Demon Stream and Great Monarch Mystic Marshal has already been released. I estimate that in 3 months or half a year, strong masters will attack again. Although they will return empty-handed, this spring of blood will probably be discovered. Once the monarchs discover that there is still a lot of ominous power here, they won't sit by and do nothing. They will definitely clear the ominous power here before they stop. Emperor Sparrow, you mean I only have 3 months? Han Fei nodded. In my estimation, in 3 months at most, strong masters will come. When they find out that you are the prehistoric ferocious beast, the Emperor Sparrow, the result can be imagined. The Emperor Sparrow snorted coldly. Fine, 3 months it is. 2 days later. The 100 Alliance city was in an uproar. When the Northern Expedition Army left, there were 15,000 people, but when they returned, there were less than 6,000. It must be noted that the people on this trip were all peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. At this moment, nearly 6,000 people returned majestically. As soon as they entered the 100 Alliance city, they immediately went to a training ground of the capital of Horror to split the spoils of this war. Half a day later, each of the 6,000 people got 4 level 7 minerals, 10 level 6 minerals, and more than 30 level 5 minerals. This harvest could be said to be quite fruitful for ordinary peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. After the resource allocation was completed, the major factions immediately began to covet the resources in these people's hands. Xuanhuan said, "Everyone, sometimes it's not a good thing to take level 7 minerals with you. The capital of Horror can recycle them. 10 level 7 minerals can be exchanged for 1 high-quality godly weapon. 4 level 7 minerals can be exchanged for 1 mid-quality godly weapon and 2 low-quality godly weapons. The number of godly weapons is limited. First come, first served. What do you think? It's up to you." As soon as Xuanhuan said so, the people of the Divine Capital Dynasty said at the same time, "Everyone, the Divine Capital Dynasty can offer the same exchange conditions. Godly weapons are rare. Even if there are enough level 7 minerals, it is not easy to forge a godly weapon. You can consider it carefully. When there is a shortage of godly weapons, even if you have level 7 minerals, it may be difficult to exchange for a godly weapon. Of course, if you have additional gains on this trip, you can also exchange them for something of equal value." With the response of the Capital of Horror and the Divine Capital Dynasty, other forces that had the strength to take out godly weapons also expressed that they could provide certain godly weapons for exchange. For ordinary cultivators, mainly itinerant cultivators, their conditions for obtaining godly weapons were limited. But for superpowers like the Capital of Horror and the Divine Capital Dynasty, godly weapons could be mass-produced. This was the advantage of superpowers. Although they exchanged for godly weapons, 1 level 7 mineral could be used to build a low-quality godly weapon. With 2 level 7 minerals and the help of some materials, they could completely make a mid-quality godly weapon. On the contrary, as for the exchange methods proposed by Xuanhuan, exchange for high-quality godly weapons was the most cost-effective. This was because a high-quality godly weapon couldn't be made with simple level 7 minerals. It could only be said that level 7 mineral was only one of the materials, and there were many other auxiliary materials. Of course, it was unknown how many high-quality godly weapons the Capital of Horror or the Divine Capital Dynasty would take out, but there definitely wouldn't be many. This kind of exchange method would definitely make them a fortune. Although everyone knew it, if they could get a high-quality godly weapon, most people would definitely choose to exchange for it without hesitation. On the second day after the return of the Northern Expedition Army, all kinds of news flooded the entire 100 Alliance city. Someone exclaimed, "What? An entire city was obtained by that human butcher." Someone sighed. Yes, no wonder human butcher promoted the Northern Expedition so hard and sold the news of the great monarch's inheritance everywhere. He must be 100% confident. To put it bluntly, the entire Northern Expedition Army is just a tool in his hand. Someone said, "Human butcher is bold because he's strong enough." It said that he has 5 Dao locks. In the Northern Expedition, he once resisted tens of thousands of bloody hand-mine devils alone. He's crazy. Someone sighed. That's why it's normal that Puppet City was obtained by him. After all, he must have planned it long ago. I heard that every member of the Northern Expedition Army who returned this time obtained several level 7 minerals, as well as many level 6 and level 5 minerals. They suddenly become rich. Someone sneered. Don't just look at the benefits they got. How many people have returned from the Northern Expedition? 15,000 people went, but less than 6,000 returned. Do you dare to go? Someone smiled bitterly. Of course not. If those people who participated in the Northern Expedition knew in advance that so many people would die, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to go themselves. While everyone was talking about the Northern Expedition, An Qingji from the City of Origin and Zhang Beihai from the City of Scavengers were both grim. None of their people returned from the Northern Expedition. In fact, they had known as early as a few days ago that their entire team had been wiped out because the life tablets shattered one after another and soon all shattered. On this day, Zhang Beihai and An Qingji personally came to the 100 Alliance City to meet Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan didn't refuse and met them together. At this moment, accompanied by Xiangxiang, Xuanhuan received the two of them. Xiangxiang served tea and Xuanhuan calmly sat cross-legged at the tea table and looked at the two people in front of her. Seniors, I don't think I need to tell you what happened in the city of origin and the city of scavengers. According to the intelligence of many eyewitnesses, it was Luo Chen from the city of scavengers who attracted the patrolling puppets in Puppet City and killed more than half of the strong cultivators from the city of origin. Furthermore, in order to compete for resources, Luo Chen killed people of many forces. But how many of the cultivators participating in the northern expedition are weak, so it's natural for them to fight back. What's surprising is that the people from your two forces even dared to stay in the ominous fog just because they had clean stones. As you know, no one who stays in the ominous fog can come out alive. Wu Shuang came to a conclusion in a few words, but neither Zhang Beihai nor An Qingji had entered Puppet City, so there was nothing to refute. After all, the clean stones were meant to deal with the ominous. Zhang Beihai said, Miss Wu Shuang, my men are not idiots. When you traded with us for the clean stones, our purpose was the same. If more than 80% of the people from the capital of horror return alive, why did the people of our two cities all die? Wu Shuang said, our goals are different. I want the clean stones to strive for the ultimate inheritance of the great monarch, but the fact is that I didn't get it. And your two cities are only searching for some small opportunities with the clean stones. I believe that they must have gained a lot before they died. However, as you've heard, a battle between three great monarchs took place in Puppet City. Do you think they could explore the ominous of that level at will? An Qingji said, Miss Wu Shuang, I heard that a lot of their clean stones were divided up by the Northern Expedition Army before they entered Puppet City. Wu Shuang nodded. That's true. Both of you took out 550 million clean stones, but so did our capital of horror. Senior Anne, in the situation back then, they had to take out this batch of clean stones. If they didn't, the Northern Expedition Army wouldn't even be able to return with 6,000 people. Besides, I believe they still have enough inventory of clean stones. Zhang Beihai narrowed his eyes and said, Miss Wu Shuang, do you mean that our subordinates are all stupid? Do you mean not only did they hunt wantonly after entering Puppet City, but they also killed each other, so none of them returned and all died in Puppet City? Wu Shuang shrugged. If you don't believe me, you can investigate it yourselves. I can only say that as far as I know, at least half of the people from your two cities died in internal strife. I don't know why they killed each other or hunted each other, but who they hunted wasn't just from one or two factions, but many. I think in these 2 days, many people must have come to you to denounce you. This is all the information I can provide. After all, after entering Puppet City, everyone acted separately. At this moment, Zhang Beihai and An Qingji knew that they probably wouldn't get any valuable information from Wu Shuang. But they could be sure that there was definitely something fishy in this matter. For example, they knew that none of the people from the City of Wanderers was dead, but their perfected star transformation realm cultivators were all dead. If there was no inside story, they would chop off their own heads. The capital of horror was one of the leaders of this northern expedition, and it was Wu Shuang who approached them first. Therefore, they felt that Wu Shuang must have known something, but she was unwilling to tell them. And with the status of the capital of horror in the infinite mining area, they really didn't dare to do anything to Wu Shuang. However, this matter was definitely not over. At least from today onwards, they would no longer trust Wu Shuang. And in addition to Wu Shuang, they still had two other parties to ask, the City of Wanderers and the Human Butcher. They had suspected the City of Wanderers, but they were sure that the people from the City of Wanderers didn't have the ability to set up a trap to kill so many people of theirs. They knew very well what level Chen Tianyu was at. However, there was an exception in this, and that was Human Butcher. This person called himself the Human Emperor. If they hadn't thought that Han Fei had anything to do with the City of Wanderers before, they had almost come to a conclusion now. Human Butcher must have something to do with the City of Wanderers. Only the human race would have such a deep hatred for the City of Scavengers. And that Human Butcher happened to be a human. If Han Fei took action, everything would make sense. A super strong cultivator with 5 Dao locks, a person who could take over Puppet City under the watch of the Northern Expedition Army, definitely had the strength and means to destroy hundreds of strong cultivators from their two cities. However, no matter what role Han Fei played in it, Zhang Beihai and An Qingji could no longer coexist peacefully from today on. Wu Shuang's sowing discord had indeed worked. They knew very well what the relationship between the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers was. If Luo Chen happened to grasp the opportunity to kill so many strong masters from the City of Origin in one fell swoop, there was a high chance that he would take action. However, it was useless for them to speculate now. Their losses this time were too great. Not only did they not get the inheritance, but their people had all died. After the two of them left, Shang looked at Wu Shuang with a strange expression and said, "Is that person really that strong?" Shang was referring to those rumors about Han Fei that he fought a great monarch as a mere sky opener. Although so many people had seen it with their own eyes, Shang still couldn't believe it. Wu Shuang said indifferently, "Don't treat him as an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator, nor treat the great monarch Bloody Hand and the other great monarchs as real great monarchs. It's impossible for Han Fei to fight a great monarch, but it's a fact that he has monarch-level combat power." Shang was shocked. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if a sky opener fought a great monarch. Now she regretted not participating in the northern expedition. Wuxuang said, there should be a lot of strong masters coming in the future, and I'm afraid there will be a lot of people who want to hunt Han Fei. Pay attention to intelligence recently. I need to know the identity and strength of the person coming. Also, ask the queen to arrange for some monarchs to come. Shang nodded. Yes. Shang said, Master Wuxuang, 7 monarchs have arrived. There's only one monarch from the Fistlight Mountain who's at the carefree level. He has already been to the Mind Demon Stream, but it's empty now. However, a monarch found a blood spring there, which contains a lot of ominous power. The monarch from the Fistlight Mountain informed us to organize a meeting of monarchs. He said that the blood spring must be purified. Wuxuang nodded. Got it. Don't be hasty. Just tell them that the monarchs of our capital of horror haven't arrived yet, and many monarchs are still on their way. Let's wait for them to arrive. Shang nodded. Yes. While the 100 Alliance city was in turmoil, a bronze door slowly opened outside Han Fei's origin star, Void Temple. When Han Fei arrived, he was surprised to find that he didn't see Eldest Senior Brother. In the place where Eldest Senior Brother had been sitting cross-legged, an extremely tall tree appeared. On the huge tree, Senior Sister Shen Lei was standing. Senior Brother Six God arrived with Han Fei at the same time. Both of them were stunned to see this. In the next moment, Senior Brother Undead, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, Senior Brother Old Desolate, Senior Sister Green Lotus and Red Lotus, Senior Sister Dark Shadow, and Senior Brother Lei Heng arrived one after another. However, Feng Yu didn't come this time. She was probably preparing for the critical segment of her Dao proving, so she couldn't come. Senior Brother Old Desolate asked in surprise, Senior Sister Shen Lei, where's Eldest Senior Brother? Senior Sister Shen Lei said, it seems that everyone has arrived. This time, Eldest Senior Brother has something to tend to, so I'll host this small gathering of the Void Temple. As usual, we'll preach the Dao first, then exchange information or answer some questions. Han Fei's heart stirred when he heard that. Can Senior Sister Shenla preach Dao? Han Fei thought that only Eldest Senior Brother could teach other disciples in the Void Temple. After all, Senior Brother Azure Dragon and Senior Brother Undead were already great monarchs. It seemed that Senior Sister Shenla's strength was greater than he had imagined. What gave Han Fei a headache was the huge gap among great monarchs. Senior Brother Azure Dragon was ranked 4th and was already a dragon race great monarch. Then, how strong was Senior Sister Shenle, who could even preach Dao to him? Of course, this problem was still too far away. His path to Dao proving hadn't been opened yet. Perhaps it was too early to think about the great monarch matter. Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus chuckled. I haven't listened to Senior Sister Shenle's preaching for a long time. Senior Sister Shenle, why don't you teach us something different today? When Senior Sister Red Lotus made this suggestion, Han Fei clearly found that Senior Brother Six God seemed a little excited. Senior Sister Shenle chuckled and said, so you don't behave yourselves just because Eldest Senior Brother isn't here? 5th Senior Brother said, Senior Sister, it's rare for you to preach Dao. Little Junior Brother hasn't heard it yet, right, Little Junior Brother? Han Fei nodded quickly. Although he didn't know why everyone was so excited, he could only join in the fun. Han Fei said, Senior Sister Shenle, I'd been lacking epiphany recently, especially the kind for a sky opener to kill a monarch. Everyone looked at Han Fei speechlessly. What the hell are you thinking? We haven't seen you only for a few years, and now you're already talking about slaying a monarch? Are you kidding me? Senior Sister Dark Shadow, who rarely spoke, said, Senior Sister Shenle, tell us about the Dao of Slaughter. I think the people of our Void Temple have to understand this. Senior Brother Lei Heng also said, yes, this seems to be the fate of our Void Temple. Dao of Slaughter? Senior Sister Shenle chuckled again. In that case, I'll talk about the Dao of Slaughter today. Hearing this, everyone immediately got into position. Han Fei's heart stirred. The name sounded awesome. Senior Sister Shenle put on a serious expression. Seeing that everyone had straightened up, a mystic voice descended. Under the sky, all things can be killed. The endless sea of stars and the chaotic void can be stepped on. All races in the myriad worlds, monarchs, gods, eternal darkness, and the ominous all can be killed. The Dao of Slaughter God is not a normal Dao. If you kill, you'll be fearless. If you kill, you won't regret killing. This is called the God of Slaughter. As soon as the mystic sound was heard, Han Fei suddenly felt as if bolts of lightning had struck his head. In an instant, his blood and chi soared to the sky, and the invincible path circulated spontaneously. His strong killing intent was fully revealed. Unlike Eldest Senior Brother's preaching, Senior Sister Shenlei's lecture wasn't so abstruse. Although Han Fei couldn't hear every word accurately, he could understand what she meant. If there was anything special about what Senior Sister Shenlei said, it could be described with one word, lawless. In the mystic voice of Senior Sister Shenlei, the third eye between Han Fei's eyebrows opened, and a golden seed slowly condensed on Han Fei's forehead. As Senior Sister Shenle preached, she was also a little stunned. Invincible Dao seed? It seemed that the Dao of Slaughter God and Little Junior Brother's invincible Dao were compatible, and they gave birth to an invincible Dao seed. Was Little Junior Brother so murderous? In addition to Senior Sister Shen Lei, Senior Brother Undead, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, and even Senior Brother Old Desolate, although they were listening to the preaching, they could still divert their attention. They had all seen the changes in Han Fei. Han Fei's heart was pounding, and waves were rising and falling in his mind. He felt hot blood surging in his body. The path that Senior Sister Shen Le preached was simply too suitable for him. He thought that the path of the God of Slaughter and the path of invincibility were very compatible in some aspects, even extremely similar. In particular, both their wills were ultimate manifestations of will. It was at this moment that Han Fei suddenly realized that invincibility was also for killing. Killing was compatible with invincibility. The two were compatible. It seemed that he had suddenly broken through some shackles in his body. He knew that not only had he had an epiphany, but he had also fused with the path of invincibility. From now on, his path of invincibility would probably be stronger. Chapter 2616, Team 2616, Information about the Demon God, Senior Brothers Calligraphy, 2, in 12616, Information about the Demon God, Senior Brothers Calligraphy, 2 in Mun, Buzz. Countless images appeared in Han Fei's mind. Those were the past battles. When he recalled them again, he felt that his killing intent was far from enough. Suddenly, this understanding disappeared, and Han Fei returned to reality. Senior Brother Undead said, "Congratulations to Little Junior Brother for comprehending the Tao of Slaughter God." Senior Brother Azure Dragon said, "Little Junior Brother, well done." Fifth Senior Brother laughed. "Ha ha ha, I knew that Little Junior Brother was born suitable for our Void Temple. You've comprehended the Tao of Slaughter God after only listening to it once." "Not bad." Then, Senior Brother Six God asked in shock, "Little Junior Brother, how did you comprehend it?" Fifth Senior Brother sneered and said, "How? Of course by killing. Six God." "Now in our Void Temple, only you and Dark Shadow haven't comprehended the Tao of Slaughter God. You have to work harder." However, Senior Sister Dark Shadow said, "Fifth Senior Brother, I've already comprehended it. It's just that the Tao of Slaughter God has become my own unique way of showing it and changed its appearance." Gulp. The Fifth Senior Brother took a sip of wine and said, "Well, it seems that only Six God hasn't comprehended it yet. TSK, 6K TSK, you have to work harder. Don't be surpassed by Little Junior Brother." Senior Brother Six God, KTS Senior Sister Shen Le chuckled. "It doesn't matter. Junior Brother Six God's path is different from ours. There's no need to force it. However, Junior Brother, you've comprehended an invincible Tao seed, which also means that your experience will be abnormally rough. This is a double-edged sword. You'd better be mentally prepared." Invincible Tao seed? Han Fei came back to his senses and found that there was a golden ancient seed embedded in his sea of consciousness. Huh? I have a Tao seed again? Han Fei was still dumbfounded. What the hell? I've only listened to one class and a Tao seed was born? Isn't Senior Sister Shen Li's class too awesome? Senior Sister Shen Li said, "Alright, we finished talking about the Tao of Slaughter God. Junior brothers and junior sisters, you can discuss freely now." Senior Brother Six God immediately asked, "Little Junior Brother, how did you comprehend it? Is there any trick to comprehending the Tao of Slaughter God?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "I don't know, Senior Brother Six God, believe it or not. I just feel that the Tao of Slaughter God is somewhat similar to the path of invincibility." Senior Brother Six God turned his head. "Forget it. I can't even comprehend the God of Slaughter Tao, not to mention the path of invincibility." "For generations, we've never heard of anyone comprehending the path of invincibility," Han Fei said. "Then it's not easy for me to explain." Senior Sister Dark Shadow said, "Junior Brother Six God, I think you should come out more often. Although your path is different, you stay at home too much. When I have time, I'll go to you and take you out for a walk." Senior Brother Six God smiled bitterly. Senior Sister Dark Shadow, "Do you think I have the time?" Lei Heng said. Senior Brother Six God, "I think Senior Sister Dark Shadow is right. Why don't we go to the Star Sea to play?" Senior Brother Six God said, "Now is not the time." Senior Brother Six God said, "Little Junior Brother, you're in the East Sea Divine Realm, right?" Recently, the Immortal Temple's soldier migration to the east may have almost been completed, so the battlefield in the East Sea Divine Realm may be quite fierce in the coming period of time. In addition, everyone, I heard some news. I heard that the inheritance of a sea-quelling god has appeared in the Western Desert. It's said that it involves the primordial divine race. At present, there may be people entering the Western Desert from the Central Sea Divine Realm, our North Sea Divine Realm, and the South Sea Divine Realm. Junior Brother Lei Heng, you like to run around. You can go and have fun. Lei Heng shrugged. "I'll take a look when I have time. Are there many people from the primordial divine race?" Senior Brother Six God said, "I don't know. I just got the news. It's just said that some traces were found. We may find out what exactly happened when the Western Desert is in chaos. It will take hundreds of years of open and covert conflicts before these things are revealed." Although Senior Brother Six God seemed to be a homebody, he had a wide range of information sources. When Han Fei heard about the primordial divine race, his heart stirred. He had pretended to be a member of the primordial divine race with Feng Xingliu. To be honest, he really wanted to go to the Western Desert. He wanted to see what the so-called wild ancient race were like. By the way, he wanted to see if he could find the original version of the Mirror of Infinity, the Yin-Yang Supreme Heavenly Mirror. However, he definitely didn't have time to go there now. He still had a lot of things to tend to. How could he have the time to wander around? Besides, it was not easy to travel across the sea realm. Senior Sister Shen Lei, does anyone have any other questions? Perhaps the information given by Senior Brother Six God was ambiguous and had no real value. Therefore, if there were no new questions, this gathering would be over. How could Han Fei agree? He immediately said, Senior Brothers and Senior Sisters, I have a question to ask you. Senior Brother Azure Dragon said, Little Junior Brother, just tell us. Han Fei asked, Senior Brothers and Senior Sisters, do you know that in the infinite mining area of the East Sea Divine Realm, 1,000,000 years ago, there was a god named Demon God? Demon God, Senior Brother? Six God said, although it's the East Sea Divine Realm and 1,000,000 years ago, since the other party is a god, we can check it out. We can check it out. Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus said, 1,000,000 years ago was too long ago. At that time, we hadn't taken shape yet. Senior Brother Azure Dragon, what was your strength 1,000,000 years ago? Senior Brother Azure Dragon circled in the sky. At that time, I didn't even exist. You should ask Senior Brother Undead and Senior Sister Shenla. Senior Brother Undead said, Demon God? I've never heard of it. I was in the Sea of Stars 1,000,000 years ago. I don't know if it was a god from the sea realm, but there was a guy named Ancient God Demon Moon back then. I don't know if he's related to this demon god. At this moment, Fifth Senior Brother suddenly said, I happen to know this. More than 1,800,000 years ago, a demon god did appear in the East Sea Divine Realm. This person might not be famous, but he almost changed the cultivation pattern of an entire era. Green Lotus, Red Lotus, the technique you cultivate originates from this person. Huh? Both Green Lotus and Red Lotus were stunned. Red Lotus said, our techniques can be traced back to a god? Gulp. Aha. Fifth Senior Brother raised his head and drank a mouthful of hard liquor. It can't be traced back to a god, but this person is too peerlessly talented. He created a cultivation technique that can help one become a god. This technique is the cultivation technique of the demonic path, so he is the founder of the Tao of Extreme Balance. Huh? Instantly, many people looked at Fifth Senior Brother. When he talked about the Tao of Extreme Balance, everyone became interested. This path was strange and powerful. Little Junior Brother had asked about this before. At that time, Little Junior Brother accidentally reached the extreme balance, but unfortunately, it didn't last long. Han Fei was overjoyed. Fifth Senior Brother, do you know it? Holding the calabash, Fifth Senior Brother laughed and said, I know a thing or two about it. I, your Fifth Senior Brother, am famous for my extensive knowledge of the Age of the Gods. After bragging for a while, Fifth Senior Brother said with a smile, the demon god was very talented, but he died after creating this path. It's said that after he fused with the Tao and became a god, he died. It's hard to say how he died. It's recorded that this person is too talented, has a temperamental personality, and is very ferocious and bloodthirsty, so people were determined to kill this person. This is also the most common saying. Similarly, the people taking the demonic Tao in the following eras are hated by everyone because of this. The path created by the demon god is not recognized, so anyone who embarks on this path will be hunted down as long as they are discovered. Then he continued, there's another saying that after the demon god became a god, he had dual personalities. After he became a god, he fought with himself and died in the infinite mining area of the Eastern Sea Divine Province, using the mountains to suppress himself. The exact reason is unknown. Dual personality? Han Fei was stunned. If this demon god created the god-fiend formless technique, he either had dual spiritual heritages or a twin body, just like the Green Lotus and Red Lotus. However, the dual personality that Fifth Senior Brother mentioned made Han Fei see a new direction. However, even if they had dual personalities, his selves should share the same body. How could he fight himself? Also, since it was a body, it should only have one spiritual heritage. Could a boy with dual personalities but one spiritual heritage cultivate the god-fiend formless technique? Han Fei didn't think it would work. Perhaps this was why this demon god died as soon as he became a god. The old turtle and the demon vanquishing tree left without saying where they were going. Were they going to find the inheritance of this demon god? Han Fei said, Fifth Senior Brother, do you know where this demon god fought? It's where he might die. Fifth Senior Brother said, I think it's called the God-Burying Ridge, but it's not clear where the God-Burying Ridge is. I only know that it must be in the infinite mining area. But it's said that the infinite mining area is very large, and in the depths of the infinite mining area, countless battles broke out and too many strong masters died. In the depths, there might even be mine demons at the level of great monarchs. Little Junior Brother, are you now in the infinite mining area? Han Fei nodded. Yes, Senior Brother. Fifth Senior Brother said, Little Junior Brother, are you still studying the path of extreme balance? If you really want to take this path, you have to think carefully. The creator of this path, that demon god, didn't really succeed. Han Fei cupped his hands. Thank you for your advice, Senior Brother. I'll keep it in mind. Don't worry, I won't embark on this path unless I'm absolutely sure. But I think this path may have merits. What if it can be improved? Senior Sister Shen Lei said in a dignified voice, Little junior brother, the difficulty of creating a divine technique may exceed your imagination. There are some things in the world that once you embark on them, you won't be able to turn back. Just like your supreme divine technique, once you embark on this path, there's no possibility of turning back. If you want to use the path of the demon god to break through the shackles of the supreme divine technique, you have to be very careful. Han Fei bowed. Thank you for your reminder, senior sister Shenlei. I'll remember it. Senior sister Green Lotus said, little junior brother, if you really embark on this path in the future and encounter great difficulties, remember to tell me and Red Lotus. The only people here who know this path should be the two of us. Han Fei nodded solemnly. Definitely. In the Void Temple, the senior brothers and senior sisters wouldn't restrict you from taking any path. Your paths would be chosen by yourselves. Even if you died in the end, it was your choice. However, at critical moments, the senior brothers and sisters of the Void Temple would definitely be generous with their help, preventing many bad things from happening. Han Fei didn't dwell on this question anymore. He already knew the location of the God-Burying Ridge. With the help of the vast ocean navigator, it shouldn't be difficult to find the God-Burying Ridge. It wasn't easy for the old turtle's original body to send this message. He definitely didn't want him to die. Therefore, this trip shouldn't be so dangerous. Then, Han Fei looked at Senior Brother Azure Dragon and said, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, can you do me a favor? Senior Brother Azure Dragon was slightly surprised, but he asked gently, What's up, Junior Brother? Han Fei asked. Senior Brother Azure Dragon, do you remember when you appeared in the Sea Realm that day, an immortal-level female monarch from the capital of Horror had helped me? Azure Dragon nodded. Oh, I remember her. Her strength is not bad, but judging from her temperament, she shouldn't be suitable for you. Cough. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Senior brother, what are you thinking? She has done me a big favor recently. I don't want to owe her a favor. If I have to owe a favor, I'd rather owe you a favor. So, senior brother, you told her not to be bound by the shackles that day. Is there any way to remove them? Senior brother Azure Dragon laughed. Little junior brother, it's really good that you have such an understanding. Who knows what other people will ask you to return the favor. If you have to owe someone a favor, you should owe your senior brothers and junior brothers. Lei Hung, you should learn this from little junior brother. Han Fei glanced at Lei Hung, who had been implicated. Did senior brother Lei Hung often owe people favors? Lei Hung explained awkwardly, Haha, I've already paid off most of the favors I owe. Senior brother Azure Dragon ignored Lei Hung and looked at Han Fei. Little junior brother, you may not understand me even if I tell you. How about this? I'll write a character and you can just give it to her. Whether she can understand it or not, you can repay all the favors you owe her at once. If you don't owe her a big favor, she will owe you a favor. Understood? Huh? Oh, okay. Han Fei wondered what character could make an immortal-level strong cultivator owe him a favor. Senior brother Azure Dragon no longer maintained his dragon form, but transformed into a human. Stepping in the air, he extended his finger and a golden page condensed in the air. Senior brother Azure Dragon wrote a big character in a flamboyant and casual manner. Senior brother Azure Dragon withdrew his hand and flicked his finger, and the golden paper passed through the void and landed in front of Han Fei. But Han Fei didn't see any words on it. Senior brother Azure Dragon said proudly, This character can be read by activating it with the power of heaven and earth. But junior brother, you'd better not read it. It's unnecessary and harmful to your body. Han Fei thought to himself, that's too much. If you don't want me to read it, why did you tell me how to read it? Han Fei thought to himself, then I'll definitely have to read it. With the great Tao of life replacement in my hand, I can read anything. I don't believe a single word can kill me. The great monarch's writings could be seen in many places. Although this character carried the suppressing pressure of a great monarch, it shouldn't be too harmful, right? Of course, Han Fei didn't show it, but immediately bowed to Senior Brother Azure Dragon and said, Thank you, Senior Brother Azure Dragon. Senior Brother Azure Dragon snorted proudly and then said, It's a small matter. Anything else, little junior brother? Han Fei chuckled. There's one more thing. Senior brothers and senior sisters, once a strong master's consciousness is corrupted by the ominous, why does he become the one spreading the ominous while retaining his memories? Han Fei had been puzzled about this. Since the great monarch Bloody Hand had a good relationship with the old turtle in the past, he should only know how to resist the ominous. However, the great monarch Bloody Hand's consciousness was quite clear. It was just purely demonized. This time, Senior Brother Undead said, Once a strong cultivator's consciousness is polluted by the ominous, his heart will be corroded. Therefore, even if he has his previous memories, his heart will change and he will be demonized. Han Fei asked, So, is this also a kind of mental demon? Senior Brother Undead said, You can say that. If the darkness in your heart is completely stimulated, it's only natural for you to be demonized. Han Fei said, Thank you for enlightening me, Senior Brother Undead. After Han Fei asked this question, they dispersed. Obviously, the span of 10 years was very short and it was difficult for anything major to happen, so no one had anything to say. Only Han Fei had all kinds of questions to ask every time. They had all experienced this situation. Before proving Tao, there would indeed be many problems, so they could very well understand why Han Fei had so many thoughts and questions. After the meeting was successfully over, Senior Sister Shenlei said, "Since everyone has been well recently, let's disperse. Feng Yu won't be coming over anytime soon. She should have proven Dao by the next gathering at most. This will be great news. We can celebrate it and let eldest senior brother give us a treat." "Give us a treat, Hanfei?" fifth senior brother immediately shouted. "Then next time I will definitely come. This opportunity is rare." Lei Heng also shouted, "Well, I'll come on time too." Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus both giggled and promised, "This is even rarer than a 100-year gathering. Then we'll treat everyone to fruits." Speaking of eating fruits, Hanfei heard a slurp next door. Hanfei was lost for words. What kind of fruits could make Senior Brother Six God drool? Anyway, everyone seemed quite happy. Hanfei knew that he couldn't be absent from the next two gatherings. Eldest Senior Brother will give them a treat, and Senior Sister Green Lotus and Red Lotus will treat them to fruits. He definitely wouldn't miss something like this. After leaving the Void Temple, Hanfei felt refreshed. But he didn't enter the Mind Demon Stream immediately, but stayed above the Sea of Stars. With a flash between Hanfei's eyebrows, a golden Dao seed appeared in front of his eyes. This was the first time Hanfei could freely control a Dao seed. He found it rather baffling that a Dao seed was born after he listened to Senior Sister Shenli's preaching. However, Hanfei roughly knew why this Dao seed was born. He casually punched out, and as the invincible fist punched out, Hanfei sensed that the fist mark contained an extremely murderous aura. This power actually increased the power of the invincible fist by 30%. Huh? Is this the Dao of Slaughter God? It has such an effect after the Dao of Slaughter God fused with the Invincible Path? Hanfei did a few more experiments and found that the killing intent in the Invincible Fist was actually active, which shocked him. This meant that if an Invincible Fist mark landed on the enemy, even if the other party blocked it, once the power of the fist mark invaded the other party's body, the killing intent of the Dao of Slaughter God might directly destroy the other party's power circulation, destroy the other party's power system, or even kill him. The combination of the Dao of Slaughter God and the Invincible Path didn't just increase his strength by 30%, but the real effect might have doubled. No wonder Hanfei couldn't help but grin. No wonder everyone wanted to listen to Senior Sister Shenlei's preaching. Eldest Senior Brother's preaching was so abstruse that it might take a long time for them to get the benefits. But Senior Sister Shenlei's preaching directly benefited everyone. If that was the case, Hanfei felt that it would be great if Senior Sister Shenlei could preach more in the future. After trying again, Hanfei roughly understood the function of the God of Slaughter Dao. Perhaps his understanding was not enough, or perhaps he was restricted by the Invincible Dao Seed. So far, the God of Slaughter Dao could only be used in conjunction with the Invincible Dao Seed, because the two were compatible with each other. However, Hanfei knew that this was only temporary. Once he fully understood the characteristics of the Dao of Slaughter God, he would be able to apply the power of the Dao of Slaughter God to all his combat skills in a few years at most. Therefore, Hanfei felt that he could stay on the Origin Star for a few more years and leave after he completely comprehended the Dao of Slaughter God. Of course, Hanfei felt that the Invincible Dao Seed wasn't very useful if it was put in the depths of his soul. After all, the Dao Seed represented the Great Dao, the talent and potential on this path, and the cultivation speed. Wherever it was the same. In that case, he should put it in his star core. In this way, it would not delay the use of his power, increase the cohesion of the star core, and greatly accelerate the compression of the star core. It was the best of both worlds, 6 years later. In the past 6 years, the Mind Demon Stream had almost been trampled flat, and the blood spring that once suppressed Bloody Hand had no ominous power in it now. It must have been completely eliminated by the monarchs. As for the Emperor Sparrow, it had swallowed the ominous power for about 2 months in a row and hadn't even completely condensed the fourth Dao Lock. One day, 6 years later, in the depths of a certain mine in the northern mining area, Puppet City was located. Of course, Hanfei couldn't stay in the natural training ground in the Mind Demon Stream, but fortunately, Puppet City was still there, as were many training fields in Puppet City. Over the years, the 7-Kill Army repaired Puppet City while cultivating. When they were free, they could still find the Mind Demons deep in the mine to fight. Their days were busy but exciting. However, such peaceful days obviously wouldn't last long. Therefore, on this day, after Hanfei found the last 2 Origin Stars in the Mind Demon Stream, the Origin Stars of the strong cultivators who died in the Northern Expedition had all been taken by Hanfei. Hanfei knew that it wasn't until this day that the Northern Expedition was truly over. Chapter 26117, 2617, impersonating himself 2-in-1, 2617, impersonating himself 2-in-100 Alliance City. Wu Shuang had been cultivating here for 6 years. In fact, they had gained a lot from the Northern Expedition. This was because those itinerant cultivators had exchanged many things they obtained for godly weapons, so Wu Shuang had obtained some precious medicines. Besides, the monarch-level battle had inspired her a lot. As a strong cultivator who was about to prove Dao, this kind of inspiration was very significant. It could be said that it was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Of course, this was not the reason why Wushuang stayed in the infinite mining area. She was actually waiting for Han Fei to return. This day was Wushuang's 5th year of cultivation and seclusion. Not long after returning from the mine demon stream, Wushuang handed over her power and focused on cultivation. Suddenly, Wushuang felt that something was wrong. When she opened her eyes, she found that Han Fei was already standing in front of her. Wushuang's pupils were constricted slightly, but then she smiled. "When did you come back?" "Just now." Wushuang rose and waved her hand, and a tea table, a tea set, and 2 chairs appeared in front of her. She made tea naturally and asked casually, "Have you finished dealing with the matters in Puppet City?" Han Fei nodded and casually threw out 10,000 level 7 minerals. "This is what I promised to give to your capital of horror." Wushuang smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need. Our capital of horror has actually benefited a lot from the northern expedition." Han Fei shook his head. "But you also took corresponding risks. In the situation at that time, I wasn't absolutely sure that everyone could survive. In fact, if there was an accident at that time, everyone might die, including you. So, you deserve this." Wushuang warmed the water with spiritual fire. Seeing how determined Han Fei was, she nodded. "Thank you very much. Have the 9 giant god turtle and senior mystic one really died?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, those were their remnant souls and not as strong as their original bodies in the first place. They didn't die with regret. They died in glory." Wushuang sighed slightly. "What a pity." With that, Han Fei poured out a cup of tea and handed it to Han Fei. Han Fei took it and drank it up. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a golden page. Han Fei said, "This is my return to the Queen of Horror." Huh, Wushuang looked at the golden page curiously. This was what she had been waiting for in the infinite mining area. This thing concerned whether Her Majesty could advance to the level of Great Monarch, so she had to take it seriously. However, this golden page didn't have any words. Just like Han Fei, Wushuang asked curiously, "No words?" Han Fei said, "This is a word. As long as you activate it with the power of heaven and earth, you can read it. But you'd better not read it. It's unnecessary and harmful to your body." Wushuang asked, "Is it that simple?" Han Fei asked. "Yes." Wushuang was speechless. "You've already told me. Can't I be tempted to take a look? This is a treasure that can help Her Majesty advance to the level of Great Monarch. It would be a waste not to take a look." She didn't believe that she could destroy this writing after taking a look. That would be underestimating the Void Temple. Wushuang accepted it without further ado. She said, "Now that you're back, I should go. I've learned a lot from the battle in the northern expedition. I feel that my time of proving Tao may be greatly brought forward. If it's fast, it'll be 30 or 50 years, and if it's slow, it'll be 70 or 80 years. Perhaps the next time we meet, we'll both be monarchs." Han Fei grinned. "I wish you luck." Wushuang asked, "What about you? Your strength has improved rapidly. When are you going to prove your Tao?" Han Fei said, "I have a lot of things to do. I still have to wait." Thinking of Han Fei's ability to cause trouble, Wushuang couldn't help but remind him, many factions suffered heavy losses in the northern expedition 6 years ago. Many of them put the blame on you. In addition, you're now in charge of Puppet City, but you haven't proven Tao, so many people are coveting you. In the past few years, many monarchs have secretly snuck into the infinite mining area, so you'd better not show your face in the coming period of time. Han Fei smiled. "It should be more than that, right?" Wushuang said. "Because of the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow, the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts are paying special attention to you, and their purpose is unknown. The divine beasts are most likely extremely hostile to you, but it's difficult to say for the ferocious beasts. After all, the Emperor Sparrow hasn't proven Tao and hasn't grown up yet." Han Fei nodded. "So, in fact, the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts have established strongholds in the 100 Alliance City to monitor my movements?" "Wushuang, the strongholds were specially established for you." "Interesting." Han Fei didn't say much to Wushuang. He simply had a cup of tea and left. Not long after Han Fei left, Wushuang couldn't wait to take out the golden page out of pure curiosity. Han Fei didn't seem to be afraid of her reading it, so he casually told her how to read it. She poured the power of heaven and earth into it. In the next moment, she saw the golden paper flash with the word Monarch written on it. However, before she had the time to find out what was special about the Monarch character, her vision blurred. It was not that she couldn't see, but that she couldn't stop crying. As if driven by some power, she cried crazily. Wushuang's first thought was that she might have to use her perception instead of her eyes. However, when she used her perception also became blurred and her tears flowed harder. Wushuang couldn't have felt worse. She finally understood why Han Fei said not to look at it because it would hurt her body. It was embarrassing. She couldn't stop her tears now. She felt that her eyes were constantly sore, and she had to use her tears to soothe this soreness. Wushuang steeled her heart and her eyes exploded. When her eyes condensed again, she was shocked to find that she was still crying. "Ah, Han Fei, you liar." Han Fei, the culprit, was in a good mood and had already left. He smiled and thought to himself, "I cried for 3 days and 3 nights and complained about Senior Brother Azure Dragon more than 10,000 times in my heart. Now, someone can finally feel the same pain as I did back then. Just thinking about it made me feel good." Han Fei had already guessed that the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts would set up strongholds in the 100 Alliance City, but he didn't care. If he didn't want to be discovered, even a monarch wouldn't be able to find him. He was not going to subdue the ferocious beasts now. After all, there were immortal-level powerhouses on their side. It was almost impossible for the Emperor Sparrow to subdue these ferocious beasts now. For Han Fei, he had already benefited a lot from this trip to the infinite mining area. Of course, he hadn't finished his main business yet. He came here with the intention of breaking the foundation of the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin in the infinite mining area. Previously, he thought that the infinite mining area continuously provided resources to the chaotic wasteland, so breaking the foundation here would inevitably cause great damage to the chaotic wasteland. But now it seemed that even if the foundation of these two major factions was really broken, even if he directly destroyed the City of Scavengers, it might not necessarily shake their true strength. However, since he was already here, he still had to do this thing, but he had to be flexible. Now, Han Fei didn't want to directly destroy the power of the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin. It was easy for him to destroy them. With the 200,000 puppet army, let alone the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin, he might even be able to take down the 100 Alliance City. Of course, once the puppet army appeared, his whereabouts would be exposed. He hadn't left the infinite mining area yet, so there was no need to take this risk. Besides, once the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin were destroyed, it would inevitably alert the enemy, which was not the result Han Fei wanted. Of course, this didn't mean that Han Fei wouldn't do anything. The human race had been enslaved by the 10,000 scale race for 100,000 years. How could this grudge be offset by the lives of just a few hundred sky openers, half a month later? City of Scavengers Camp. City of Scavengers, ranked in the 32nd place of the 100 Alliance, controlled 1 supermine, 3 large mines, 7 medium mines, and 23 small mines. It controlled a lot of resources. However, after the Northern Expedition, more than half of the strong masters died. Therefore, many people began to covet the resources controlled by the City of Scavengers, and their status naturally began to loosen. In the past 6 years, the City of Scavengers lost 3 mid-sized mines and 7 small ones. This loss was not small. It took the City of Scavengers countless years to take the territory now owned by them. Losing so much in just 6 years further fueled the confidence of those coveting them. On this day, an internal meeting of the City of Scavengers was held. There were 11 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators and 21 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators present. These people were all from the 10,000 scale race, and none of them were aliens. At this moment, these people were discussing with each other noisily. One cultivator with 4 Dao Locks said, "Master Beihai, I ask our city to send 2 more 3 Dao Lock level strong cultivators over. In just 6 years, the supermine I'm in charge of has experienced 7 battles. At first, it was just a test, but now, without even trying, someone has blatantly started to attack the peripheral strong cultivators of our mine. If this continues, I'm afraid the supermine will be lost." Another Dao Lock level powerhouse said, "Master Beihai, I also request our city to send some people over. In the past 6 years, we have lost 2 Dao Lock level powerhouses and 5 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. Now we only have 6 people guarding the 3 large mines. We can't defend them at all. I don't ask for much. As long as I can be given 10 more perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, it should be enough, okay?" Another perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator added, "Master Beihai, I got the news from a camp of the itinerant cultivators recently. The Grand Development sect is accumulating strength and waiting for an opportunity to snatch our 3 large mines in one go. If we don't have people, I'm afraid that unless you take action personally, the 3 mines might be snatched by those scoundrels of the Grand Development sect." As soon as he said so, a female cultivator of the 10,000 scale race said, "Master Beihai, in fact, our small mines are the most miserable. In the past 6 years, as many as 27 people have died in battle, including 5 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators. Furthermore, more than 8 forces have secretly attacked us. They seem to have formed an alliance and can attack us at any time. Master Beihai, we can't go on like this. Knock, knock, knock." Zhang Beihai knocked on the table and said, "Okay, I already know your appeal. Otherwise, why do you think I came to you this time?" Buzz. As Zhang Beihai issued an order in his heart, a world phantom was projected, and then as many as 50 sky-opening realm cultivators appeared at once. Even the weakest was in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation realm. Zhang Beihai said indifferently, "Don't the forces outside want the mines of the City of Scavengers? In that case, why don't we let them take them all at once? I want to see how many people will attack us. Teng Hua, I'm here." Teng Hua was the strong master who guarded the supermine alone. Seeing that Zhang Beihai had brought so many people here at once, he was in a much better mood. Among these people, there were actually 3 strong cultivators with 3 Dao Locks. It seemed that their city attached great importance to the infinite mining area. Zhang Beihai said, "The supermine can be put aside for the time being. I'll arrange for someone to put on a show with you. Pretend to be seriously injured after killing this person and lure those who are up to no good to take the bait." After that, Zhang Beihai looked at the other 2. "Chen Di, keep up the act. If anything happens to Teng Hua, you won't have a good time either. You'll be a part of the show. Try to attract all the conspiracies and wipe them out at once." As soon as Zhang Beihai told them his plan, Tonghua and Chendi immediately nodded. This was a wonderful plan to lure the enemy. Once all parties who coveted them found that the city of scavengers was helpless, they would most likely take the mines first, then fight among themselves or divide them up. In any case, at that moment, all kinds of monsters jumped out. If the enemies were wiped out, they would definitely be able to re-establish the prestige of the city of scavengers. However, among the few people guarding the small and medium-sized mines, someone immediately said, "Master Beihai, what about our small and medium-sized mines?" Zhang Beihai said, "There are still 4 mid-sized mines left. I'll arrange for 1 cultivator with 3 Dao locks and 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators to ambush them. But even so, your battle will be a little difficult, because most factions don't have the ability to compete for super and large mines. Their goal will naturally be small and medium-sized mines." Another person hurriedly said, "Master Beihai, who will set up an ambush in our small mines." However, this time, Zhang Beihai looked dignified. "No ambush in the small mines." Huh. The man's face changed greatly, and he said quickly, "Master Beihai, small mines are the easiest to snatch. If the forces outside gang up on us, our small mines will be greatly affected, and many people will attack us." However, Zhang Beihai snorted and said, "If the small mines are not snatched, what reason do we have to take revenge on them one by one? The Northern Expedition has made the 100 Alliance city doubt the strength of the city of scavengers, so let's take this opportunity to annex some small forces. Then we may be able to break into the top 10 forces of the 100 Alliances." For a moment, they all gasped. So Zhang Beihai was deliberately throwing out the small mines for others to divide up. After that, he would have enough reason to take action and take back everything with both principle and interest. At that time, the reputation and power of the city of scavengers would definitely rise to a higher level, and the resources available would naturally increase greatly. Zhang Beihai had considered everything except the lives of ordinary sky openers and sea establishers. He even took it for granted that if their lives could be exchanged for further progress of the city of scavengers, everything would be worth it. Those people immediately took a deep breath. "Yes, Master Beihai." Zhang Beihai nodded in satisfaction and suddenly asked, "By the way, where is Ye Fengliu now?" Tonghua said, "Master Beihai, he is cultivating in our supermine. This person is extremely focused on cultivation. In just a few decades, he is about to enter the star transformation realm and will have a 640,000 kilometer star transformation. He is really a top heavenly talent." However, Zhang Beihai said casually, "Let him fight in the small mines." Huh? Tonghua was taken aback for a moment. "Master Beihai, he was personally sent over by Master Honghuang. His identity is similar to Bai Ranran's. At that time, there will be heavy casualties on the small mines. He is still trying to enter the star transformation realm. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to survive such a big battle." Humph! Zhang Beihai snorted coldly. "No matter how talented he is, he's not a member of the 10,000 scale race. Old Zhao thinks he can control everything. This guy's cultivation speed is extremely fast. If he really reaches the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, will he still be promoted? If he dies, so be it. If he doesn't, let him try managing a small mine." "Yes, Lord Beihai." Tonghua was speechless. No matter how small a small mine was, it was still a mine. Wouldn't it attract hatred if he let a person who hadn't entered the star transformation realm manage it, who knew when he would be killed? Just as Zhang Beihai was gloating over his perfect plan, Han Fei walked into the supermine of the city of scavengers, avoiding the eyes of a 2 Dao lock-level cultivator, and went directly to the depths of the supermine. In a cave deep underground, Zhang Daqian suddenly opened his eyes, and an invisible barrier appeared slightly. Zhang Daqian seemed to be motionless, but in fact, the person sitting here had become Han Fei. Impersonating Zhang Daqian and capturing Zhang Beihai was Han Fei's plan. However, from the looks of it, Zhang Daqian hadn't been put in an important position yet. The specific reason was that in the eyes of many strong masters in the infinite mining area, Zhang Daqian and Bai Ranran just had very strong backgrounds. Besides, these two people were both geniuses. In the beginning, they were arranged to take the basic trials many times. However, in less than 2 years, they had passed all the basic trials. In the subsequent battles, few people in the same realm as them could compete with them. Because of this, everyone knew they were talented, so most strong masters neglected to teach them. Basically, they would let them participate in whatever they could participate in. They could cultivate as they pleased, as if this was their special privilege. This was a good thing, but the problem was that Han Fei couldn't find a chance to approach Zhang Beihai. It seemed that Zhang Beihai just ignored them. Han Fei thought that he had enough resources for Zhang Daqian to quickly enter the star transformation realm. All he needed to do was disguise himself for 2 years, and then he could show his extraordinary talent when he entered the star transformation realm to win Zhang Beihai's favor. Once Zhang Beihai met him alone, his chance would come. It would only be 2 years. Han Fei could afford to wait. However, on the second day after Han Fei disguised himself as Zhang Daqian, Tonghua, who he rarely saw, took the initiative to find Han Fei. Han Fei's first reaction was that he had been discovered, but that's impossible. However, Tonghua smiled and said, "Little Ye, how's your star transformation progressed recently?" Han Fei thought to himself, He hasn't discovered my real identity. Han Fei rose quickly and cupped his hands. My lord, I think I can enter the star transformation realm in about 2 years. So soon? Xuanhuan was stunned. How many years had it been? Less than 20 years, and he was already about to enter the star transformation realm. To be honest, Tonghua had never seen such a monster. But thinking of Zhang Beihai's arrangement, he said, well, very good. If I remember correctly, you tried to enter the star transformation realm 15 years ago. It's only been 15 years now, and 17 years in 2 years. Very good. However, you may have to pause your cultivation. I have a very important mission for you. Let me tell you in advance, this mission is abnormally difficult. It's a combat trial and extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you might even die, little Ye. This is Lord Beihai's arrangement. I'm afraid you'll have to take the mission. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Shta, mission. Wouldn't it waste more time? Tonghua continued. Little Ye, let me remind you that if you're really defeated in this actual battle, you'd better retreat. Don't fight head on. Your life is more important. With your relationship, even if you avoid fighting, Lord Beihai won't do anything to you. At most, he will teach you a lesson. Tonghua was not stupid. Yifeng Liu was the strongest sea establisher in the 100,000-year competition. If such a person died in his hands, God knew if Zhao Hongyang would blame him. Therefore, he felt that it wouldn't hurt to remind Yifeng Liu. After this battle, if Yifeng Liu didn't die, he would go to manage a small mine. If he died, it would have nothing to do with him. Han Fei's heart stirred. What kind of dangerous mission was this? Tonghua was literally telling him to retreat if he was defeated. Han Fei pretended to be surprised and then said, thank you for your advice, Senior Tonghua. If I'm really defeated, I'll retreat and apologize to Lord Beihai in person. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that I just need to be a deserter. Then maybe Zhang Beihai will have to teach me a lesson in person. And he just needed an excuse to meet Zhang Beihai. That was great. He had thought he would have to wait 2 years, but it seemed that he didn't even have to wait a few days. Chapter 2618, 2618's Plan 2618's. Plan 2618's. 2618 Zhang Beihai's Plan 2-in-1. The next day after Tonghua reminded Han Fei was sent to the small mine area. Along with Han Fei, there were many strong masters who had entered the Star Transformation realm and hadn't even entered the Star Transformation realm. There were as many as 38 of them. However, Han Fei found that more than half of these 38 people were not from the 10,000 scale race, but from the Blade clan, the Frog race, and the primitive tribes near the infinite mining area. Besides, Han Fei didn't find Bai Ran among these people. Remembering Tonghua's reminder yesterday, Han Fei had a hunch that something might happen to the small mines. The 10,000 scale race and the Heavenly Cicada clan were both big clans that emphasized bloodline inheritance. Just like the countless primitive tribes near the infinite mining area, they only trusted their own people the most. A mission that involved a large number of other clans could never be an easy mission. However, Han Fei didn't care. The so-called danger was only relative. Even if a 5 Dao Lock level powerhouse came, it was impossible for him to kill him. Therefore, Han Fei was not nervous at all. In the infinite mining areas, the biggest difference between super, large, medium, and small mines was the level of the minerals produced. A small mine was a basic mine. Most of them were cultivation places for sea establishers and early-stage sky openers. The small mines produced level 1 minerals. Most of the mine demons here were imprisoned as trial targets. Occasionally, when cultivators were cultivating and digging small mines, they would encounter mine demons, which strong masters wouldn't interfere with. Life and death were up to fate. If they couldn't even survive such encounter wars, they would naturally be eliminated. However, it was precisely because small mines were most suitable to nurture peak-level sea establishers and early-level sky openers that the demand for them in the infinite mining areas was the greatest. The number of small mines generally determined the ability of this faction to inject fresh blood. The more small mines there were, the easier it would be to nurture sea establishers, and the faster they would be nurtured. Therefore, in the battles among the major factions, small-sized mines were as popular as medium-sized ones. As for mid-sized mines, they were mainly targeted at the strong masters from early-stage sky-opening realm to the early-stage star transformation realm. They were usually large mines overexploited. Therefore, there were even occasionally level 3 minerals here, but most of them were mixed combinations of level 1 or level 2 minerals. Because there were high-level minerals here, low-level minerals would be produced very quickly here. In terms of value, just like small mines, they were very popular. As for the large and super mines, the demand was actually not high. Those who could cultivate and train here were mostly in the star transformation or late-stage star transformation realm. The mine demons here were also relatively powerful. However, the super large mines were mainly resource-rich and included minerals of various levels. Low-level minerals were also produced the fastest. Of course, many people were competing for such a mine. Every super large mine that had been discovered was often accompanied by the death of many strong cultivators. The mobilization of Han Fei and the others didn't need to be concealed at all, because now many forces were clearly trying to snatch and occupy the mines of the City of Scavengers. Under such circumstances, they certainly would send more people to guard their mines. However, for those who were already prepared to snatch the mines, no amount of manpower could help. They knew that the team of City of Scavengers in the Northern Expedition had been completely wiped out, so they were short of manpower. If they didn't directly pull the City of Scavengers down from its high position at this time, when would they? Therefore, a war against the City of Scavengers had been brewing. Similarly, the situation in the City of Origin wasn't much better. The difference was that the City of Origin was the 10th major faction of the 100 Alliance City. Therefore, even though they had 100 cultivators above the peak level late-stage star transformation realm die, there were still some people who believed that they still had some trump cards. Of course, there were definitely all kinds of tests. On the third day after Han Fei was transferred to the small mine area, he was assigned to the best small mine in the City of Scavengers. Along with him were 1 late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, 2 star transformation realm cultivators, 3 early-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and more than 2,000 sea establishers. And this mine already had 1 late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, 2 star transformation realm cultivators, and 3,000 sea establishers. All in all, the mine that Han Fei was in, whether it was the number of sky openers or sea establishers, was the most well-equipped and strongest of the small mines controlled by the City of Scavengers. Including Han Fei, there were a total of 9 sky openers, more than in any other small mine. A Blade Clan cultivator who came with Han Fei said, "Fellow Taoist Feng Liu, it seems that we all took advantage of you." Han Fei asked indifferently, "What do you mean?" The man smiled and said, "I heard that other small mines have at most 4 or 5 sky openers and only 2 or 3,000 sea establishers. On our side, there are 9 sky openers and 5,000 sea establishers. This is meant to take special care of you in case anything happens to you." Han Fei glanced at the man casually, thinking to himself, maybe this guy is a so-called leak. The more people there are, the easier it is to be attacked. Don't you understand this logic? The City of Scavengers is already in such a state. Who would hesitate to attack you just because you have a few more people? Of course, Han Fei certainly wouldn't explain anything to this person. He simply said, "Don't take chances. A great battle is inevitable." Soon the 9 sky openers gathered. One of the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators said, "Everyone, don't worry. Although we might have to experience a big battle this time, the real main battlefield is clearly our small mine. The supermine is definitely the main battlefield. Of course, in any case, we have to be careful in case others take advantage of it." Someone sighed. Thinking back to the past, when have we ever been so nervous and vigilant? It's all the human butcher's fault for killing most of the strong masters of our city. Otherwise, how could these mixed small forces dare to attack us? Another late-stage star transformation realm cultivator said, "In any case, we can't take it lightly. Don't think that only small factions will attack us. Even if a small faction takes away a small mine, can they keep it? The so-called small factions might just be those large factions in disguise." With that said, the person glanced at Han Fei and said to him via voice transmission, "Fellow Taoist Ye, my name is Zhou Fu. The higher-ups have special instructions. If you encounter any danger, you can come to me. Don't try too hard." Han Fei thought that Tonghua was quite careful. He had been transferred here, but he still arranged for someone to protect him. Han Fei replied, "Okay, Boomin." Not long after they gathered, the weather suddenly changed, and a great Dao crack appeared. Everyone was nervous, and someone said, "Not good." A great Dao crack of this level appeared definitely because of the death of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. A battle must have already broken out in the large and super mines. Someone cheered, "Everyone, don't panic. In a battle of factions, the strong usually fight first. Only when the strong win or lose will the following small-scale battles erupt. We have Lord Beihai, who can lead us to the 32nd place of the 100 alliances. How can others shake him? Rumble." But just as this person finished speaking, another great Dao crack appeared in the sky. This time, the weather change was very close, and it was also a meteorological phenomenon for the death of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Someone immediately said, "It's so close. I'm afraid something happened at the mid-sized mine." Someone was surprised. That doesn't make sense. The battle of the strong hasn't finished yet. "Who dares to touch the mid-sized mines?" someone said. "What if the other party attacks all our mines at the same time?" Someone asked nervously, "How can it be? How many people will have to be deployed?" Buzz. However, when everyone looked in a certain direction in the void opened and 13 sky openers flew out. In addition to the 13 sky openers, there were also 8,000 sea establishers who came out of the void one after another. Obviously, they had figured out the real situation of the mine where Han Fei was. Therefore, they had sent 50% more people. It seemed that they were determined to take over this mine. Everyone gasped, and Zhou Fu shouted, "Everyone, get ready for battle." It's not that we can't lose the small mines, but we can't easily lose them. The other party doesn't have many people in this battle. We can still fight. The other person landed above the small mine and opened a barrier with one hand. The 5,000 sea establisher troop was already ready. In the infinite mining areas, it was common for large-scale battles to break out for snatching resources. Under normal circumstances, no one would interfere. This was because in Battle for Mines, when the upper echelon's combat power was about the same, it was basically fought by sea establishers and early-stage star transformation realm cultivators. This way, not only could they ensure that others wouldn't benefit from it, but they could also show their strength and train their soldiers. But that was a competition for resources under normal circumstances, and today's situation was special. The invaders seemed to be fighting on multiple fronts, so they could only rely on themselves. Killa, there was nothing to hesitate about. They had already come knocking on the door. It was useless to say anything else. This sudden encounter immediately unfolded, and Han Fei and the other 9 were immediately targeted. However, the newcomers didn't know Han Fei's identity, so they sent a total of 9 people, trying to besiege and kill the 2 late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators of the City of Scavengers. The remaining 7 people just wanted to hold Han Fei and the others back. Once the 2 late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators were besieged, Han Fei and the others would be doomed in the blink of an eye. Determined to be a deserter, Han Fei naturally wouldn't take the initiative to show his strength, so he pretended to fight a Star Transformation Realm strong cultivator. The battle seemed fierce, but the person opposite Han Fei was very surprised. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find Han Fei's weakness. After only half an hour, a late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator of the Blade Clan was defeated. He tried to launch a Starbead attack, but the other party took out a one-time godly weapon and shattered his Starbead. Rumble. The death of the first late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator directly determined the course of the battle. 2 of the 3 late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators from the other party immediately attacked Zhou Fu, and the situation immediately changed. At this time, Han Fei heard Zhou Fu say to him via voice transmission, "Fellow Taoist Ye, it's over. Come to my side and I'll help you break out of the encirclement." Upon hearing this, Han Fei pretended to erupt and leaned closer to Zhou Fu. However, at this moment, the person had been surrounded by 5 people and couldn't even protect himself. Han Fei thought to himself, "Can you save me in this situation?" However, the center of Zhou Fu's eyebrows flashed as he roared, "Passing clouds." A pearl rose to the sky, and dazzling white light and a cloudy white mist erupted around it. Those who besieged Zhou Fu felt that their soul-thinking ability was disrupted for a moment, and they seemed to have forgotten that there was still Zhou Fu. At this moment, Zhou Fu had already slashed back Han Fei's enemy with a sword, grabbed Han Fei, squeezed a teleportation rune, and the 2 of them instantly disappeared. The group of people who besieged Zhou Fu couldn't help but change their expression. This person's method was so strange. If that move was used to fight an enemy, at least 2 strong cultivators would have died in his hand. However, this person chose to escape. He probably still wasn't confident of turning the situation around. They didn't care. What they wanted was the small mine, not to kill Zhou Fu. Zhou Fu and Han Fei's escape sent the remaining 6 people of the City of Scavengers to almost certain death. 6 against 13, there was no chance of survival. Another moment later, boom, 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 there was no need to look. They came so close and so quickly. Those who didn't have the time to escape just now were killed in an instant. Now that these sky openers had been killed, most of the remaining sea establishers directly chose to stop fighting and surrender to the enemy. This was because their strong cultivators had died. Even if they didn't surrender, they would either be killed or captured and taken back as mining slaves. Han Fei couldn't help but think that Tonghua must have long known this outcome. Therefore, when he came, he had reminded him once and secretly instructed Zhou Fu to help him. Obviously, he had long known this would happen. But why? Were the sea establishers and sky openers worthless? They were just given up so easily? This didn't make sense. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Zhou Fu. Do we just give up? Zhou Fu sighed and said, "No one wants to give up. However, those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Their death and capture are meaningful. You will find out later. Come with me. We can't stay here long. We have to find a place to hide first and come out when the battle is over." However, Zhou Fu saw that Han Fei didn't move but looked at him indifferently. Zhou Fu was puzzled. "Fellow Taoist Ye, what's wrong?" Han Fei said. "What a pity," Zhou Fu asked. "Pity? What's a pity?" Han Fei smiled. "Family should be united. Let me send you to reunite with them, okay?" In the next moment, Zhou Fu felt that he couldn't move at all. A touch of fear from the depths of his soul struck his heart. Zhou Fu looked at Han Fei in horror, only to find that he couldn't say anything. It was as if something had directly controlled his soul. It only took Han Fei dozens of seconds to get the answer from Zhou Fu. Han Fei grinned. "So that's how it is. I was wondering why so many non-10,000 scale race cultivators were mobilized to a small mine. What a good plan. At this moment, they still want to annex other factions." Sensing Zhou Fu's horror, Han Fei was not in the mood to refine him into a puppet. He casually slashed out, the starbead exploded, and Zhou Fu died. 1 day later, Han Fei explored all the small mines in the City of Scavengers with his black mist body. Almost all the mines had been taken on this day. Great Dao cracks appeared in the void from time to time. In the camp of the City of Scavengers, Zhang Beihai stood in the void, and in the void around him there were 6 strong masters at Dao Lock level. On a closer look, these 6 Dao Lock level cultivators all had 4 Dao Locks. Zhang Beihai said casually, "Wang Yan, come out. Stop hiding. You should know that if I really want to fight, the 6 of them combined are no match for me." In the depths of the void, a man in a Taoist robe and a golden crown stepped out. He sneered. "Zhang Beihai, you should have expected this outcome." Zhang Beihai said indifferently. Do you think you've won? Wang Yan sneered. Otherwise what? I know you must have a trump card, but do you think I don't have a trump card? When I saw your city of scavengers send out more than 100 strong cultivators in the northern expedition, I knew that your city of scavengers couldn't be as simple as it seems. But at that time, I didn't want to be your enemy. However, your subordinate, Luo Chen, didn't care about morals and attacked half of the strong cultivators of our Grand Development Sect. If I don't fight back, how can my Grand Development Sect have the face to stay in this infinite mining area? After that, Wang Yan sneered. Today, I'll see how strong your trump card is. Do you think you can do whatever you want with 50 cultivators above the peak level late-stage star transformation realm? Zhang Beihai narrowed his eyes. It's really our city's misfortune. Let me guess who the undercover is. I don't think it's Tonghua. Chen Di, right? Wang Yan snorted coldly but didn't respond. Boom, boom. Suddenly, 7 great Dao cracks appeared in the sky in a row. Amidst the blood rain, Zhang Beihai smiled. Who told you that I only brought 50 people here? Buzz. Wang Yan's eyes flashed. He seemed to realize that something was wrong. 7 of the life tablets he held had shattered at once, and 4 of them belonged to Dao Lock level cultivators. Even in a head-on clash against a strong master like Zhang Beihai, 7 strong masters couldn't have died in a row in the blink of an eye. So, there was only one possibility, which was that they were ambushed. Wang Yan said coldly, Impossible. Where did you get so many people? Wang Yan didn't believe it. No matter how powerful the city of scavengers was, it shouldn't have the ability to send so many strong masters to the infinite mining area in a row. They had lost 100 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, but now they sent even more than 50? Wasn't it enough? The City of Scavengers was just one of the 3 factions in the chaotic wasteland. Even if it had a lot of resources, there was no reason to do this. Wang Yan shouted, Everyone come with me. This time, Wang Yan was exceptionally well prepared. In the northern expedition, his sect was not the only one who was attacked by the City of Scavengers. With his instigation, more than 200 Sky Openers, including 80 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, were deployed to encircle the City of Scavengers. He didn't believe that the City of Scavengers could bring out a force comparable to theirs. Wang Yan even included Zhang Beihai himself. At this moment, including himself, there were a total of 7 Dao Lock level powerhouses, and the weakest had at least 4 Dao Locks. Furthermore, Wang Yan had 5 Dao Locks, which could be broken at any time. However, when Wang Yan launched an attack, Zhang Beihai didn't dodge at all. Bang! With an explosion, Zhang Beihai turned into a human-skin silkworm. Under Wang Yan's blow, the silkworm molted into pieces, and then a voice appeared. I wonder if I'm included in your plan. Not good. We've been tricked. At that moment, Wang Yan's eyes almost popped out. He had thought that someone had the same goal as them, which was to destroy the City of Scavengers, so he took action, but now it seemed that Zhang Beihai was behind all this. Wang Yan was about to leave, but an octagon array was activated and billions of mystic lights formed an ancient maze. It was not that this array couldn't be broken, but it would take time. During this period of time, Zhang Beihai, a powerhouse with 5 Dao Locks, would be freely slaughtering people outside. How could he let it happen? Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhang Beihai's real body was revealed in the supermine area of the City of Scavengers. At that moment, he broke his 5 Dao Locks. Who could possibly resist him here? In this battle, more than 50 Sky Openers besieged this supermine. Among them, 25 were in the peak-level, late-stage Star Transformation Realm. 18 were in the perfected Star Transformation Realm. 2 had 4 Dao Locks, 3 had 3 Dao Locks, and 2 had 2 Dao Locks. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Beihai had killed 4 of the 7 Law Lock level cultivators by surprise, plus 3 who were in the perfected Star Transformation Realm. At this moment, the fangs of the City of Scavengers were truly revealed. Zhang Hua led 23 strong cultivators in the perfected Star Transformation Realm to attack. Although there were not as many people as the other party, Zhang Hua had 4 Dao Locks, and Zhang Beihai had arranged for 2 powerhouses with 3 Dao Locks. No one could resist a single blow of the 3 of them. A 4 Dao Lock level cultivator from the Grand Development Sect was horrified. He broke all his 4 Dao Locks and called out to another 4 Dao Lock level cultivators, Not good. We've been tricked. Everyone follow me and fight our way out. However, at that moment, everyone felt their blood boil. They seemed to have lost their speed. A huge black hole opened in the sky, erupting with a terrifying suction power. This power could actually suck in the power of their great Dao. At the same time, it absorbed all the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Puff Zhang Beihai pierced the soul of the 4 Dao Lock level cultivators of the Grand Development Sect with a single blow, grabbed his star bead, and said arrogantly, It's a pity that you haven't condensed the 5th Dao Lock. Even if you have, great Daos will vary in strength. How can your great Dao compare to mine? Rumble? A powerhouse with 4 Dao Locks had died so easily. Han Fei, who happened to turn into a black mist and slowly strolled over, saw this scene clearly. Chapter 2619. Who is the Oriole 2-in-1? 2619. Who is the Oriole 2-in-1? Han Fei came to the supermine area with the intention of fishing in troubled waters. He went from here to the small mine, but how could a small mine compare to this supermine? Unexpectedly, he happened to see Zhang Beihai's outburst. Zhang Beihai's outburst. Why is he here? The information Han Fei got from Zhou Fu was not like this. Zhang Beihai's trump card was that he got a group of strong masters from the city of scavengers, not that he came to fight in person. However, Zhang Beihai had come, and his combat power was extremely terrifying. Although he could also kill a 4 Dao Lock level cultivator with 2 punches, he had only done so with the help of the extreme cold pearl. Even if he had comprehended the Tao of Slaughter God, unless he launched a sneak attack, it would take him at least 10 moves to kill a strong cultivator with 4 Tao locks without the help of the extreme cold pearl and the void stealing technique. However, Zhang Beihai only used 1 move. As he said, he won in 1 move not just because he unlocked 5 Tao locks, but because of the huge black hole in the sky. This black hole had a powerful suction force. It could attract the blood of others and sweep away the power of others' great Tao. In this way, it was only natural that others would be killed in 1 move. Because Zhang Beihai had long set up an inescapable net to snatch the supermines, before the strong masters could react, nearly half of them had been killed. The remaining 4 Dao Lock level powerhouses completely ignited his bloodline and seemed to activate a secret method, turning into a giant eel. As he swung his body, infinite electric currents filled this place. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too slow. Zhang Beihai was already standing above him holding 2 swords. Ignoring the electric currents, he stabbed down and impaled the giant eel. Others couldn't see it, but Han Fei knew very well that this guy had directly nailed the soul of a strong master with 4 Dao locks. This sword was a bit like his god-sealing spear. The only difference was that the sword Zhang Beihai used was deliberately made. It was covered with dense magical Dao patterns and could be considered a real sword of sealing. As for his god-sealing spear, although it was also corporeal, he could easily use it. Although the sealing effect seemed not as good as this sword, if there were more god-sealing spears, the effect would be no worse than the sword in Zhang Beihai's hand. At this moment, there was only 1 cultivator with 3 Dao locks, and that person was suppressed by Tonghua and couldn't escape. It could be said that the invaders had been completely wiped out. After half an hour, thanks to Zhang Beihai's intervention, all the intruders had been wiped out. After collecting their bodies, Zhang Beihai said casually, "Leave 2 3 Dao lock-level strong cultivators and 10 perfected star transformation realm cultivators behind. The rest of you immediately go with me to support the large mine area. Tonghua, I'll give you half a day. I want all intruders in the large mines to die." Tonghua immediately said, "Master Beihai, do you need me to go there in person? Xuanhuan from the Grand Evolution sect is only temporarily tied up, but that array can't stop him for long. If I leave, Master Beihai, you will be alone and will be easily targeted." Zhang Beihai said solemnly, "What I want is a glorious victory, a perfect victory without any flaws. If Xuanhuan comes to me, then let him. Otherwise, if they really go to the large mines, how can you resist him?" Tonghua immediately accepted the order. "In that case, take care, Master Beihai. I'll definitely complete my mission." After Tonghua's army left, Zhang Beihai waved his hand, and the perfected star transformation realm cultivators who stayed behind immediately went to inspect the mines they guarded. They knew that they couldn't stay here for long. If a big battle broke out, they wouldn't be able to escape. The battle in the supermining area was too loud. Too many strong masters had died, so no one dared to take a look. When Zhang Beihai came out of the supermining area, many powerhouses who had wanted to take advantage immediately abandoned their offensive against the city of scavengers. Zhang Beihai's reappearance meant that the team of the Grand Development sect had all been wiped out. These people couldn't help but be a little shocked. They knew that they had underestimated the city of scavengers, and even Zhang Beihai. It turned out that the city of scavengers had absolute strength to be ranked among the top 32 in the infinite mining area. At this moment, not only was Zhang Beihai not rushing to the location of the large mine, but he was also heading towards the camp of the city of scavengers. If he guessed right, Wang Yan should have broken through the array and come out by now. Zhang Beihai went back to contain Wang Yan and the others. Once Wang Yan was restrained, the mid-sized and large mines could definitely be defended and counterattacked. However, when Zhang Beihai left, he suddenly looked in a certain direction in the mining area. After scanning it with his perception many times, he continued to walk. For some reason, Zhang Beihai felt that someone was watching him. However, some monarchs might be paying attention in this battle, but monarchs wouldn't get involved in the conflicts in the infinite mining area, so he wasn't too bothered. Han Fei wasn't worried that he would be discovered. With his current strength, even monarchs wouldn't be able to find him unless they had extremely keen perceptions. Han Fei followed Zhang Beihai all the way, but because he was in black mist, he would still be discovered if he made too much noise, so he could only follow Zhang Beihai's trail. It took him more than an hour to track Zhang Beihai down. When he saw Zhang Beihai again, he found that the guy was fighting 6 enemies at the same time. Furthermore, there was a rain of blood here, indicating that someone had been killed by Zhang Beihai. When Han Fei arrived, Zhang Beihai had thrown out hundreds of golden rings, which surrounded a strong master with 5 Dao locks and exerted a powerful pulling force. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Beihai unfurled a godly weapon-level bronze shield with his sword, and the sword Qi suddenly unleashed the majestic power of heaven and earth. Then, a powerhouse with 4 Dao locks died under Zhang Beihai's sword again. However, before this person died, he did something. He seemed to have condensed all his essence blood to envelope his great Dao and turned into a blood arrow, trying to penetrate Zhang Beihai's soul. However, a flag flashed between Zhang Beihai's eyebrows. Seeing this, the man, before he died, turned to shoot through Zhang Beihai's body. Bang! Rumble! The great Dao roared, and a crack appeared. Zhang Beihai took the blow head-on, but thousands of streams of blood burst out of his body, and he was still injured. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately shouted, "Come on, while he is heavily wounded by the blood explosion and needs to resist the power of the blood erosion, let's attack together." Clang, 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 clang. Wang Yan unfolded a painting in the air, and billions of arrows burst out, breaking through the golden rings, forming 8 long arrow flows that shot at Zhang Beihai. At that moment, the world was covered by these arrows. Wherever the arrows passed, it turned into ruins. A 5 Dao lock-level cultivator couldn't be weak. At this level, what mattered was the strength of one's great Dao and one's own heritage. Han Fei watched with relish. He had rarely seen a battle between strong cultivators of this level before. He thought that Zhang Beihai and this strong cultivator who was very proficient in rune arrays should represent the peak combat power of the infinite mining area. Of course, that was on the premise that monarchs didn't take action. Otherwise, 5 or 4 Dao locks wouldn't be of much use to monarchs. At this moment, Wang Yan rushed out and joined the other 4 to fight again. Stepping on 8 long arrow dragons, Wang Yan held a green peak sword, which was enshrouded in great Dao and looked extraordinary. The other 4 didn't hesitate either. A 4 Dao lock-level powerhouse, risking his life, managed to wound Zhang Beihai. Then he charged into Zhang Beihai's body with his essence blood, trying to disrupt Zhang Beihai's rhythm with his own Dao. If they couldn't seize the opportunity, they wouldn't have reached where they were today. Han Fei thought that even he would probably be killed by such an attack if he didn't use the void-stealing technique. Wang Yan's long arrow stream, 8 streams in one, tried to completely crush Zhang Beihai. The other 4 also arrived in an instant and unleashed their strongest attacks. The world was suddenly covered by multiple great Daos. Han Fei even felt that if Zhang Beihai didn't have any trump cards, he would be seriously injured if not killed. But in the next moment, countless dark green scales suddenly appeared on Zhang Beihai's body. At that moment, Wang Yan and the others felt a chill down their spines, because they felt that the surrounding space suddenly distorted. They couldn't condense the power of their great Dao and began to panic. Clang, clang, clang. Zhang Beihai held the 8-in-1 arrow stream with one hand and pushed out a huge palm with the other, shattering the 4 people at the same time. The only thing that could contend with Zhang Beihai was Wang Yan's infinite arrow streams. Unfortunately, the great technique couldn't last long. Such violent power only lasted for 3 seconds, and Wang Yan and Zhang Beihai both vomited blood. Wang Yan, let me tell you, there can be a big difference between people with 5 Dao locks. Bang, swish, 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 swish. The magnificent power of heaven and earth burst out of Zhang Beihai's palm and dispersed Wang Yan's arrow streams. Immediately afterward, the dark green scales on Zhang Beihai's body fell off voluntarily and turned into dark green darts of light, filling up the surrounding 100,000 miles of space in an instant, as if a green sandstorm had spread out. Puff, puff, puff. The 4 Dao lock-level cultivators were riddled with holes almost in an instant. For a moment, the 4 of them all took out high-quality godly weapons, but even so, they still found it difficult to withstand this terrifying scale storm. Someone shouted, "Brother Wang, retreat." You want to retreat now, but it's too late. Zhang Beihai sneered, and his scales intertwined into a net, drawing billions of sharp blades in the air. Even though these people were protected by high-quality divine equipment, they couldn't resist it. The high-quality godly weapon was decaying at a visible speed. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. Is this scale an ultra-quality godly weapon? No, even an ultra-quality godly weapon can't obliterate a high-quality godly weapon so quickly. This is definitely a spiritual treasure or a chaotic spiritual treasure that surpasses an ultra-quality godly weapon. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, the 4 powerhouses with 4 Dao locks were all heavily injured. The dark green scales penetrated through the high-quality godly weapons, entered their bodies, and detonated. Not good. Wang Yan didn't expect Zhang Beihai to be so strong. He didn't expect that he, a strong master of a large sect in the Central Sea Divine Realm, was weaker than a strong master in a remote place in the East Sea Divine Realm. Wang Yan's face was extremely cold. He knew that it was impossible to take down the city of scavengers this time. Wang Yan suddenly roared. Divination technique, myriad flow, origin returning. Among the intertwined scales, the water essence gathered and surrounded Wang Yan. In the violent scale net, Wang Yan wanted to save all his allies, but when he just saved 2 people, he found that the other 2 had been cut into pieces and were barely alive. Wang Yan snorted. Zhang Beihai, the Grand Development sect, will remember this. Zhang Beihai smiled. Why do you think you could save these 2 people, huh? At that moment, Wang Yan's expression changed drastically because the 2 people beside him attacked at the same time. One of them broke through Wang Yan's soul and knocked out his soul-suppressing godly weapon, a bell. The other inserted a hand into Wang Yan's body and his great Tao rushed in. Ashhole. Wang Yan's body exploded and his soul-suppressing godly weapon cracked. Only his Yang soul attacked angrily, directly cutting apart part of his soul, producing 2 rune swords that rushed into the bodies of the 2 cultivators with 4 Tao locks and exploded. Rumble, rumble. The 2 people probably didn't expect that even with only the Yang soul left, a powerhouse with 5 Tao locks wasn't someone they could easily ambush and kill. Unfortunately, there were not just 4 Tao lock level strong cultivators here. Zhang Beihai gathered his scales and turned them into a sword that cut through the sky. With a clang, Wang Yan's bell was cut apart. Puffer, even Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Wang Yan was actually very strong. If Zhang Beihai's scales hadn't surpassed the level of an ultra-quality godly weapon, he might not have died. Rumble. The sky rumbled and was filled with blood, and Zhang Beihai was the only one left. Zhang Beihai's lips curled. He knew that this was a big victory, an unprecedented big victory. The 6 years of endurance and planning had finally been paid back at this moment. Ha ha ha. Zhang Beihai laughed wildly, but suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance, where a man was flying close. The man's breath was extremely unsteady, and he seemed to be seriously injured, and his perception was not as good as Zhang Beihai, so he had no idea that there was still someone on this road. Ye Fengliu, Zhang Beihai sneered, this guy is running away. It seems that the small mines have already been taken. When he was 5 million kilometers away from Zhang Beihai, Han Fei suddenly stopped and looked in Zhang Beihai's direction in shock. Humph, get over here. Zhang Beihai snorted and looked at Han Fei indifferently with his hands behind his back. Han Fei pretended to be embarrassed, came to Zhang Beihai and hurriedly cupped his hands. Ye Fengliu greets Lord Beihai. Zhang Beihai said indifferently, tell me, why am I seeing you here? Give me a reason. Han Fei pretended to change his expression and hesitated for a moment before saying, Master Beihai, the small mine area can't hold on any longer. Too many strong masters have come. Senior Zhou Fu led me to fight our way out with difficulty, preparing to go to the supermine to seek Master Tonghua's protection. Unexpectedly, a strong master caught up with us halfway and Master Zhou Fu sacrificed himself to save me. If I go back, I will only die, so I can only run towards the supermine area alone. Zhang Beihai certainly knew what trouble the small mines were in because he deliberately put the small mines in this situation. No one with real strength was in the small mines. But Zhang Beihai still asked indifferently, with the weather changing like this, you should know that the supermine should be more dangerous. Why didn't you run to the scavenger camp? Han Fei said. Master Beihai, I think that since the enemy has come, they must be fully prepared. There must be a strong master targeting you, and someone who can target Master Beihai may be able to kill me with a flip of his hand. And in the supermine area, although there are many strong enemies, their target is definitely not a star transformation realm cultivator like me. Humph, you're not stupid. Zhang Beihai was not completely ignorant. It was already very capable of Ye Fengliu to run out of the small mine area. This had nothing to do with Han Fei's status as a heavenly talent. No matter how talented Han Fei was, he hadn't entered the star transformation realm yet. If he really encountered someone in the peak level late stage star transformation realm, he would only die. Therefore, there was no point in blaming Han Fei for being a deserter. Although Zhang Beihai didn't like Han Fei hadn't done anything wrong yet, and he wasn't qualified to betray the City of Scavengers. And now, although the City of Scavengers had won a big victory, they had indeed sacrificed a lot of sky openers, so Zhang Beihai didn't want to kill Han Fei. Instead, although he was also seriously injured, he still stepped to Han Fei's side and patted Han Fei's shoulder, hoping to transmit a wave of the power of heaven and earth to Han Fei to help him heal. However, when Zhang Beihai laid a hand on Han Fei's shoulder, his face suddenly changed, because what he sensed was not the qi and blood of a star transformation realm cultivator at all. In fact, the qi and blood was no weaker than his. It was also at this moment that Han Fei suddenly unleashed a knife light that cut Zhang Beihai into 2 pieces at such a close distance. However, it was impossible to kill Zhang Beihai with a single slash. The latter's dark green scales appeared again, and he launched a soul attack in an attempt to repel Han Fei. However, Han Fei simply threw out the extreme cold pearl as if nothing had happened. Instantly, the sky was frozen, and Zhang Beihai couldn't easily resist the power of the carefree level, even if it wasn't a single target attack. However, the scales on Zhang Beihai's body quickly locked his body, and he managed to weather through the blow with the help of his powerful scales. Of course, the cost was definitely not small. In an instant, Zhang Beihai was seriously injured, something that even Wang Yan and the others couldn't do. But then, Han Fei took out the Mirror of Infinity. Zhang Beihai felt that his surroundings instantly turned into countless mirrors. Just as he was about to burst out with power and try to shatter these mirrors, he saw countless spear beams shooting out of the mirrors. He intuitively felt that his combat power had instantly dropped by 30%. Correct on Han Fei's side, his methods were almost infinite and connected seamlessly. Just as he felt that he could easily take down Zhang Beihai, dozens of cracks appeared on the Mirror of Infinity. Hiss! Han Fei knew that it was not that the Mirror of Infinity was not good enough, but that Zhang Beihai was too strong. Although the Mirror of Infinity took him into the mirror space, the Mirror of Infinity was also on the verge of collapse. However, he had already used it. At the risk of damaging the Mirror of Infinity, Han Fei slashed at it again. Clang, clang, clang. The infinite knife light hit Zhang Beihai almost at the same time, cutting him into pieces in the blink of an eye, and his body exploded. Bang! Unfortunately, the moment Han Fei slashed out, the Mirror of Infinity shattered. The reason was that the Mirror of Infinity couldn't replicate Han Fei's attack in an instant, so it couldn't withstand this powerful force and exploded. Although the Mirror of Infinity shattered and Zhang Beihai returned to reality, Han Fei set up the God-Sealing Spear array. Suppressed by the 10,000 God-Sealing Spear, Zhang Beihai couldn't even condense his body in an instant. However, Zhang Beihai was also a tough guy. Before he condensed his body, he launched the divine technique of the dark green scales again, trying to kill Han Fei. As long as Han Fei died, he would have time to slowly break the array. Swish, 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 clank, 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 clank. However, this time, it was Zhang Beihai's turn to be dumbfounded, just like Wang Yan's reaction when he showed his scales. On the surface of Han Fei's body, a piece of gravel appeared. This gravel was evenly attached to the surface of Han Fei's body. No matter how crazily the scales stirred, they could only scrape away a piece of gravel, but wherever it was destroyed, the gravel could immediately repair itself. A chaotic spiritual treasure? You are not Ye Fengliu. Who are you exactly? Han Fei sneered while launching the invincible fist art. Fool, it's not easy for you to get a chance to talk to me, but you've asked such a question. Han Fei didn't explain anything, but blew up Zhang Beihai's body that was about to condense again. The power contained in Han Fei's invincible fist art included the power of invincible will, the Tao of Slaughter God, and the Young Soul, which directly impacted the enemy from the body, soul, and will. Zhang Beihai's soul-subduing godly weapon was blasted out by Han Fei. It was a flag of good quality. Although Zhang Beihai was protected by the scales and the flag cracked after 100 punches. After 1,000 punches, just when Han Fei was about to break the flag, the demon purification pot took the initiative to swallow the flag that was about to be broken. This made Han Fei speechless. Why didn't you come out to swallow it until I was almost done? However, Han Fei didn't care about a soul-subduing godly weapon at this moment. Instead, he caught Zhang Beihai with the void lines when he was extremely weak. When the void lines caught Zhang Beihai, Han Fei immediately felt the powerful soul power counterattacking. Unfortunately, Han Fei's soul power was equally powerful at this moment. After all, the God-Fiend formless technique was not for nothing. His soul was twice as powerful as before. At this point, Zhang Beihai had completely lost control of his body and soul. Huffy Han Fei put away the Star Sea Mystic Sand and smiled faintly. You're asking me who I am? Then listen carefully. I am the Human Emperor. Although Zhang Beihai's soul was controlled, it still trembled violently. However, before Han Fei finished, he continued, By the way, my real name is Han Fei. Chapter 2620, Han Fei's Plan in Advance 2. In 1.2620, Han Fei's plan in advance, 2-in-1, Han Fei didn't send Zhang Daqi in here just to kill Zhang Beihai. Killing Zhang Beihai would only alert the enemy. Even if he wanted to kill Zhang Beihai, he couldn't do it now. This time, Zhang Beihai had paid such a high price, set up a trap for so long, and launched a super counterattack, showing the world how powerful the City of Scavengers was. Then, from today on, the strength of the City of Scavengers would refresh the understanding of other factions in the infinite mining area, and its status would probably change. But who would have thought that Han Fei had already taken advantage of Zhang Beihai's actions? Because Zhang Beihai's realm was higher than his, he couldn't take him into his origin star yet, so he could only set up a large array on the spot and refine Zhang Beihai into a living dead puppet. The reason why he refined him into a living dead puppet was that it was refined faster. Compared to a living dead puppet, the effect of the soul-controlling law seal was actually better. This was because to refine a living dead puppet, one had to cut off part of their soul and put it into the other party's soul, but the soul-controlling law seal didn't need it. Therefore, if he only wanted to turn 1 or 2 people into puppets, the effect would be faster with the art of living dead puppet. But if he wanted to refine many people of a race into puppets in large numbers, the effect of the soul-controlling law seal would far exceed that of the art of living dead puppet. This time, Han Fei had gained a lot. Among them, the dark green scales were called Heaven and Earth Scales, which were an authentic spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. However, they were still much weaker than the Star Sea Mystic Sand. Also, the Sword of Runes could pierce other people's souls. It was a remarkable ultra-quality godly weapon. Also, the hundreds of golden rings that Zhang Beihai used to fight Wang Yan were also ultra-quality godly weapons called the 100 Battle Heavenly Rings. Lastly, there was the super black hole that Zhang Beihai had used in the supermine area. This was a Dao-devouring divine technique, which could absorb and guide other people's great Dao. Within the range of this technique, it could greatly weaken the enemy. This time, Han Fei gained the most since he started to rob. 1 spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, 2 ultra-quality godly weapons, and a divine technique. They were invaluable. However, Han Fei only copied the Dao-devouring technique and didn't take any other weapons with him. Zhang Beihai was still useful, and he needed these weapons to protect himself. That way, he would still be the incomparably powerful Zhang Beihai. Anyway, those things would belong to him sooner or later, so he wasn't in a hurry. Besides, he wasn't in a hurry to use them now. In terms of treasures, the Star Sea Mystic Sand surpassed the heaven and earth scales. In terms of weapons, the God-sealing spear was comparable to the Sword of Runes. Although the 100 Battle Heavenly Rings was good, it was too unique. Once he used it, people would definitely associate it with Zhang Beihai, so it didn't make much sense to keep it with him. Half a day later, the battle for the mines of the City of Scavengers had basically come to an end. At the beginning of the war, the small mine battlefield in the City of Scavengers almost completely collapsed. In dozens of small mines, there were hundreds of sky-opening realm cultivators, but no more than 30 survived, and as many as 80,000 sea establishers were killed or abducted. Of course, not all of these 80,000 people were from the 10,000 scale race. There were also many primitive tribes near the infinite mining area and other cultivators who later joined the City of Scavengers. Sea establishers could only survive in the infinite mining areas by relying on powerful factions. So basically, the top 100 factions had many sea establishers attached to them. However, when the news that the invaders into the supermine area had all been killed spread out, and when many peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm or even perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators from the City of Scavengers suddenly appeared in the large mine area, the City of Scavengers' counterattack began. In just half a day, as many as 70 sky-opening realm invaders had been killed. This battle had really frightened many invaders. However, they were only frightened, not to the point of surrender. It wasn't until Zhang Beihai appeared on the battlefield of large mines with Wang Yan's remnant body in his hand. This moment was the sign of true victory for the City of Scavengers. The puppet Zhang Beihai shouted, "Wang Yan, a 5-lock-level powerhouse from the Grand Development sect in the City of Scavengers, joined forces with many other forces to invade our City of Scavengers, causing our city to suffer heavy losses. I'm going to kill them as a warning to others. In addition, all the forces participating in this war of aggression shall return all the losses of our city within 3 days, and you must pay 3 times the compensation. Otherwise, you will be our lifelong enemy, and we must try every possible means to kill you." Han Fei knew Zhang Beihai's intentions. He didn't really want to fight these forces. There were too many forces in the infinite mining area. Even if he was indeed extremely powerful, the Grand Development sect alone had made it so difficult for the City of Scavengers to tackle. If he really attacked many forces, the City of Scavengers would suffer heavy losses. He wouldn't be able to explain himself to the City of Scavengers in the chaotic wasteland. Therefore, Zhang Beihai's original intention was to use this battle to re-establish the strength ranking of the City of Scavengers. In addition, he could obtain more mines, resources, and sea establishers. As for the dead sky openers, they were mainly gathered in the small-scale mine area. He had more or less made arrangements for the other mine areas. And half of the sky openers in the small-scale mine area were wandering sky openers in the infinite mining areas attached to them. And from the Blade Clan, Frogmen race, and other subsidiary races, and less than 1/5 of them were from the 10,000 scale race. So Zhang Beihai didn't care at all. In the past, when the City of Scavengers ranked higher, there would be people coming to attach to them. This was the strong sucking effect. Although Zhang Beihai didn't intend to really attack the major invading forces, they were bound to panic, because they had witnessed the horror of the City of Scavengers. One of the leaders was shocked. "Wang Yan is dead? How is it possible? How can Wang Yan, who is also a master with 5 Dao locks, be killed?" Someone smiled bitterly. "My lord, it's absolutely true. Not only Wang Yan, but the 4 lock-level powerhouses who attacked with Wang Yan also died. My lord, we underestimated the background and strength of the City of Scavengers." The leader looked shocked. "Isn't the chaotic wasteland just a desolate land at the border of the EC Divine Realm? I heard that even normal cultivation is impossible there." "How can so many strong masters be born there?" the reporter said. "My lord, what should we do now?" Zhang Beihai said that anyone who robs them has to compensate them 3 times. We've snatched 3 small mines. If triple the compensation? Is he crazy? Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he destroyed the Grand Development sect? The man was about to refuse, but then he asked, "What about the other forces? What's their decision?" The reporter said, "My lord, the Jade Mountain sect and the Silver Spear sect were too close to the scavenger camp, so they didn't dare to refuse the compensation. Not only did they send back all the sea establishers they snatched, but they also compensated 3 times the amount of small mines. I heard that half of the small mines under the Jade Mountain sect were lost. The Silver Spear sect snatched 2 small mines and lost a mid-sized one." The leader's expression changed. Their alliance wasn't very firm in the first place. Once one of them admitted defeat, it would naturally withdraw from the alliance. Now that the Grand Development sect was gone and the 2 other sects had withdrawn, there were only 4 left. The strongest of the 4 forces was only ranked 49th, which was quite a distance away from the City of Scavengers. Eventually, the leader said, "Fine, compensate them. The City of Scavengers is in the limelight now. If we don't compensate, they can start a war against us as a matter of course. Once the alliance collapses, the targeted forces will probably be wiped out. Now is not the time to fight over personal feelings." Humph. But no matter how arrogant Zhang Beihai is today, he will be as miserable tomorrow. As the saying goes, fear not of robbery, but fear of thieves coveting him. He swallowed the Grand Development sect and so many of our forces and minds at the same time. It seems that he has gained a lot, but if he doesn't have absolute strength to back him up, he will only face stronger enemies. 3 days later, Han Fei felt that he had made a fortune. Now, the power of the City of Scavengers was re-established, and Zhang Beihai's name resounded throughout the infinite mining area. He fought so many powerhouses alone, killed a cultivator with 5 Dao locks, and 5 with 4 Dao locks, and his outstanding achievements were widely publicized by people in the 100 Alliance City. At this moment, in the 10,000 scale race meeting, Tonghua reported, "Master Beihai, so far in this battle, we have taken 1 supermine, 2 large mines, 7 medium-sized mines, and 19 small-sized mines of the Grand Development sect. In addition, we have taken back all the small-sized mines that were snatched and obtained the compensation of 75 small-sized mines, 6 medium-sized mines, and 3 large-sized mines, as well as 34,008 sea establishers. In addition, we have publicly recruited in the 100 Alliance City. At present, more than 200 sky openers intend to join our scavenger camp." Tonghua said with a beaming face, "Master Beihai, although they have all made compensation, they still want to destroy our City of Scavengers. Should we?" Zhang Beihai, however, shook his head. "If we go back on our word at a time like this, they will immediately be pushed back to form an alliance. Besides, once that happens, they will be unbreakable allies, which is not what I want to see." Zhang Beihai, the puppet, tapped the table with his finger and said, "Tonghua, the ranking of our City of Scavengers will change in the near future, so we need to impose certain restrictions on the strength of recruited cultivators. Those below the star transformation level don't come." Everyone's expression changed slightly. "But they were in the sky-opening realm after all," someone said. "Master Beihai, if our recruitment requirements are so high, will it cause us criticism?" Someone said, "Master Beihai, we now have more than 100 small mines. If we keep rejecting the strong cultivators below the star transformation level, I'm afraid we will be seriously short of manpower," Zhang Beihai said casually. "Take out 50 small mines, 10 medium mines, and 1 large mine to auction. Don't be greedy. We should act according to our abilities." Everybody breathed a sigh of relief. They had no problem with the auction, or it would be hard for them to manage so many mines unless 100 more strong masters were sent over from the chaotic wasteland. After talking about the mines, Zhang Beihai looked at Tonghua and asked, "Where's Chen Di?" This time, a new 4 Dao Lock level powerhouse said, "Master Beihai, Chen Di has been imprisoned in the scavenger cage." "Zhang Beihai, what's your name?" the man said. "I'm Song Qingyun." Zhang Beihai nodded. "Very good. From today on, Chen Di's position will be replaced by you. The large mine area is under your management. You can report to me personally if there's anything important. Come to report once a month." Song Qingyun was overjoyed. This was the first battle since he came out of that place. He didn't expect to rise so quickly. Zhang Beihai waved his hand. "Song Qingyun, bring Chen Di to me. As for the others, now there are a lot of things to do in the City of Scavengers, so go about your business." Chen Di was a traitor to the City of Scavengers. Any faction or race would have traitors. If it were Zhang Beihai before, he might have executed Chen Di on the spot as a warning to others. Unfortunately, Zhang Beihai had already become Han Fei's puppet. How could Han Fei waste such a talent? In Zhang Beihai's cultivation cave in the scavengers' camp, Chen Di was nailed in 13 parts of his body by 13 Dao annihilation cones. The moment he saw Zhang Beihai, Chen Di roared, "Zhang Beihai, it's a pity I couldn't kill you this time. I, Chen Di, have worked so hard all my life to get where I am today. I'm only 1 step away from condensing 5 Dao locks. I can achieve it as long as I can manage a supermine, but you won't let me and let Tonghua replace me. How I hate you." Chen Di was so angry that he almost wanted to bite Zhang Beihai to death, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Unfortunately, he couldn't move at all at this moment. He could only roar crazily like an ordinary person. Zhang Beihai, the puppet, was naturally emotionless. Instead, he said casually, "It seems that you really hate me, Tsk. This is the first time I've seen a strong master of the 10,000 scale race hate his own people. It can only be said that the peak of strength is more likely to breed inner demons. Unfortunately, even if your plan succeeds, you may be able to condense 5 Dao locks, but you won't be able to prove your Dao. Chen Di didn't feel anything wrong when he heard that. He just said coldly, as long as I kill you, my Dao heart will be safe. At this moment, Chen Di saw a young man walking out from behind Zhang Beihai. He knew him. Wasn't this Ye Fengliu? Why was he here? Han Fei walked to Zhang Beihai's big chair, lay down on it casually, and crossed his legs. I'm glad to tell you that your plan wasn't a complete failure. Although Wang Yan and the others are dead, Zhang Beihai isn't alive. Do you feel better? Chen Di's pupils were suddenly constricted. You are not Ye Fengliu. Who are you? What happened to Zhang Beihai? Han Fei chuckled. What's wrong? He just went one step ahead of you. But it doesn't matter. You'll be there soon. I called you over to make you happy. Look, you succeeded. Are you happy? However, Chen Di only felt a chill down his spine. It was a kind of fear from the depths of his soul. There was a reason for him to deal with Zhang Beihai, but Ye Fengliu was from the chaotic wastelands. What was his purpose? Besides, he hadn't even entered the star transformation realm. How could he deal with Zhang Beihai? What did he want? The unknown was fear, so at this moment Chen Di couldn't be excited at all. He was only scared. Chen Di asked, what did you do to Zhang Beihai? Han Fei shrugged. Well, I just refined him into a puppet. It's the first time I've had a puppet with 5 Dao locks. Chen Di was horrified. Zhang Beihai had been refined into a puppet? Who would believe that? Before Chen Di could think too much, Han Fei said, don't worry. I will also refine you into a puppet. People of the same race should stay together. I believe that after becoming puppets, you will all become my good helpers. Oh, right. The way to refine you and the way to refine him may be different. The way to refine you may be more special, but don't worry. There won't be any pain. Chen Di shivered. He had never felt so scared. Became a cold puppet after cultivating all his life? He would rather die than become a puppet. Chen Di struggled and roared, kill me, I'd rather die. Why do you have to do such a dirty thing? Han Fei said leisurely. My business is not dirty at all. I will use your body to study your 10,000 scale race. I will develop a technique that can quickly control your 10,000 scale race. I will turn each of you into a puppet, and I will make them all become traitors like you to resolve the grudge that our human race has held against your 10,000 scale race for 100,000 years. Well, enough talking. Oh, why am I telling you this? Seeing Han Fei walking towards him, Chen Di struggled crazily and shouted in horror, who are you? You are a human. How can there be a human being as strong as you? No, your strength is not in the early stage star transformation realm. You are not Ye Fengliu. Who are you exactly? Chen Di went crazy and Han Fei snorted. I am your ancestor. Unlike Zhang Beihai, Han Fei brought Chen Di into his origin star after killing him, and everyone pretended not to see that such a strong great Dao crack had appeared in the camp. What else could the traitor's fate be other than death? This research took Han Fei nearly 100 years. He discovered that the more complicated a creature was, the more difficult it was to develop seal techniques and arrays that specifically targeted them. After wasting a lot of energy crystals, Han Fei finally developed an array that could parasitize the 10,000 scale race. Once it successfully parasitized a member of the 10,000 scale race, the array would evolve on its own and condense into a soul parasitic seal. This was the soul parasitic seal that could be used on the 10,000 scale race. With the help of the demon purification pot, as long as he consumed enough energy crystals, he could control many 10,000 scale race cultivators. Soon, the 10,000 scale race cultivators in the infinite mining area would all become his puppets. Since Zhang Beihai's victory in the defending war, his name had shaken the infinite mining areas, and the ranking of the City of Scavengers had jumped from 32nd to 18th. Although he didn't make it to the top 10, the higher the ranking, the more difficult it was to raise it. The City of Scavengers was already at the top, but now it even jumped to the 18th place. This was enough to show the strength of the City of Scavengers. Therefore, a lot more strong masters were attached to the City of Scavengers. As a result, the overall strength of the City of Scavengers exceeded any previous moment. Without Han Fei's intervention, Zhang Beihai's plan would have been a huge success. Unfortunately, so far, everything he did had been in vain. Outside the camp of the City of Wanderers, Long Wu was meeting Han Fei with Chen Tianya. Long Wu and Chen Tianya were not surprised to see Han Fei at all. This big shot was elusive. After the northern expedition, no one knew where he was anymore. However, as a human, he would always have contact with the City of Scavengers. However, the two of them were looking at Zhang Daqian, Long Wu. Why did you bring a member of the 10,000 scale race? Han Fei casually threw out a small world and said, there are 10,000 level 7 minerals and countless resources in it. I'm not giving them to you for free. I want energy crystals, and I need a lot of them. Of course, I know the situation in the chaotic wasteland, so I won't spend all your annual harvest, but I need you to give me a batch every year. Also, the next tide wave should be coming soon. Prepare 3 billion energy crystals first, then it will be 100 million a year for at least 30 years. Hus Sa Long Wu and Chen Tianya felt a headache coming on. Han Fei really dared to ask for billions of energy crystals. Even if everyone in the City of Wanderers in the chaotic wasteland hunted more than 10 ominous creatures during the tidal wave, they couldn't get 6 billion energy crystals. Even in the past, after every tidal wave minus their basic consumption and the necessary resources, the entire City of Wanderers produced no more than 50 billion energy crystals. But Hanfei asked for a tenth of it in one go, which shocked Longwu and Chen Tianya. Hanfei said casually, "This is Ye Fengliu from the City of Scavengers. He is completely trustworthy. In the future, he will be the one contacting you. When I appear one day, or if the City of Scavengers is destroyed, or if you pay 6 billion energy crystals in full, our deal will be over. To be honest, you won't lose anything. 10,000 level 7 minerals are far more valuable than that. I can totally ask you for 60 billion energy crystals, but I know you guys are poor." Long Wu said without thinking, "Okay, today every year, energy crystals will be delivered on time." Hanfei suddenly thought of something and said, "Right, get me some more clean stones. Not much. 1 billion will be enough." Long Wu didn't even blink. "Okay." Then Long Wu asked, "Are you leaving?" Hanfei nodded slightly. "I'll be away for a while, but it won't affect our deal." Long Wu said, "The ranking of the City of Scavengers is greatly improved in the 100 Alliance City. A few years ago, Zhang Beihai killed Wang Yan from the Grand Development sect of the Central Sea Divine Realm alone and made a big name in the infinite mining area. You have to be careful." After all, Hanfei had once said that he would destroy the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin. However, these two forces were too strong. Although Hanfei was strong, he was still in the sky-opening realm, although it was said that he could even fight the Great Monarch Bloody Hand. However, according to the comments of countless witnesses, Hanfei had borrowed the power of Puppet City and was mainly being beaten. Therefore, Longwu actually wanted to remind Hanfei not to show off. That kind of force couldn't be destroyed easily. Hanfei didn't want to explain anything. He just said casually, "Just mind your own business." After leaving the Mine Demon Stream, Hanfei only stayed in the 100 Alliance City and the City of Scavengers for about half a year. As for the City of Origin, Hanfei had some ideas, but the City of Origin was stronger than the City of Scavengers. Besides, if he didn't have the confidence to win quickly, he might as well not fight. Therefore, Hanfei temporarily gave up attacking the City of Origin. Instead, he carried the vast ocean navigator and began to search for the location of the God-burying ridge. In the end, the direction indicated by the vast ocean navigator was the west side of the infinite mining area, and that happened to be where the ferocious beasts were. Chapter 2621, 26221, Mountain Patrolling, 2 in 26221, Mountain Patrolling, 2 in 1. The western part of the infinite mining area was dominated by the ferocious beasts. The western mining area was essentially not much different from the northern mining area. The only difference was that the ferocious beasts had strong masters and they had lived here for too long and opened up a unique path. Most of the other places were as dangerous as the northern mining areas. This was also a natural barrier for the ferocious beasts. Otherwise, no matter how many strong masters there were in the ferocious beasts, their number wouldn't exceed 100,000. Compared to the entire infinite mining area, this number was still small. If it were an ordinary person, it would be very difficult for them to cross the countless natural barriers and reach the ferocious beasts without the guiding of the ferocious beasts. Of course, Hanfei was not an ordinary person. Although he knew that the ferocious beasts were in the western mining area, he didn't know the exact location of the ferocious beasts. The map of the infinite mining area he had obtained previously didn't involve this area at all, but only roughly marked a location. As for Hanfei, with the help of the Twin Divine Technique, he walked unhurriedly and slowly, like when he entered the northern mining area. The difference was that Hanfei had completely lost interest in those ordinary mine demons. He had too many resources. He couldn't use up such a large number of resources. Besides, what he needed now was not resources. As long as he cultivated step by step, his strength would naturally grow. After more than 6 years of hibernation, he felt that his strength had reached a bottleneck. It wouldn't be long before he could condense the first Dao Lock. Hanfei didn't care if he had a Dao Lock. The existence of a Dao Lock was to limit his strength. However, having a Dao Lock didn't mean that he was necessarily strong. Without a Dao Lock, one could directly prove his Dao after comprehending the law. To put it bluntly, the Dao Lock was prepared for those who couldn't quickly prove Dao. Those who were truly confident and could prove Dao at any time didn't need the Dao Lock to restrict their strength. Whether it was someone with a Dao Lock or someone without a Dao Lock, once they proved their Dao, they would be equal. The reason why the Emperor Sparrow had Dao Locks was that he had swallowed too much ominous power, and Hanfei's strength was limited to the sky-opening realm. Otherwise, the Emperor Sparrow wouldn't have needed to condense Dao Locks at all and could have directly proven Dao. In the end, it was Hanfei who burdened the Emperor Sparrow. More than 3 months later, Hanfei advanced at a turtle speed in the western mining area with his black mist body, avoiding many dangers, and finally encountered the first non-mine demon creature, which was naturally a ferocious beast. Hanfei was lost for words. Was it certain that he would meet ferocious beasts in the western mining area? Of course not. The entire western mining area was unimaginably huge. He was just walking in the direction indicated by the vast ocean navigator when he happened to encounter a ferocious beast. Was this a coincidence, or was it destined? Han Fei was here to look for the god-burying ridge. There might be secrets about the demon god or even inheritances buried here. But on the way to look for the demon god, he encountered a ferocious beast. This inevitably reminded Han Fei of what Wang Xiaoju said. He said that the ferocious beasts were arranged to come to the infinite mining area of the East Sea Divine Realm. In other large divine realms, there were also ferocious beasts sent over, but most ferocious beasts actually didn't know this. Then, was there a possibility that the ferocious beasts were related to the demon god? Han Fei wasn't sure now, but as long as he kept going down, he would find out sooner or later. At this moment, what Han Fei saw was a pangolin, or a guy who looked like a pangolin, chewing on a level 6 mineral at the moment. Since the other party dared to appear in this remote corner alone, he was definitely not a mediocre person. His strength was in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Perhaps it was because his carapace and scales were very hard that he dared to come so far to hunt. For the first time, Han Fei saw that the mineral was for eating. Han Fei could see that after the pangolin ate this mineral, the scales on its body were shining. It was not until 6 hours later that the light of the scales on its body faded away, and then it plunged into the mountain. Damn it, didn't I just steal a level 8 mineral for eating? It's been 3,000 years. Why am I still not allowed to go back? The 100 Dragon Mountain Range is such a damn remote place with so few mines. Who would come here? The pangolin seemed to be very familiar with the terrain here, and it seemed to have dug many passages in the mountain. It quickly went from one mountain to another, muttering along the way. Alas, the resources of the 100 Dragon Mountain Range are getting scarcer and scarcer. Why are the mine demons not coming? It's been 3,000 years. Big Luoluo's anger should have subsided. Alas, why am I always the one who comes out to work? Sooner or later, I'll reach the perfected star transformation realm. At that time, I won't listen to her orders. I'm going home. Today, once again, I got nothing. Han Fei listened to the pangolin muttering to itself along the way. It seemed to be depressed. Han Fei didn't intend to attack it. It wasn't his purpose to attack an unknown person. Following the pangolin all the way, Han Fei crossed nearly 10,000 mountains and finally saw a clam mountain piled up like a fortress at the intersection of warm currents. Besides, the clams here were all living creatures. If one took a closer look, they would even find that the clam mountains here were distributed regularly and piled up like beehives. With Han Fei's keen perception of arrays, when he saw the environment here, he found that this was a big array, and the person who arranged the big array was lying on his back in the water, holding a big clam in his arms and banging it. An otter? Han Fei was speechless. It turned out that there were only 2 ferocious beasts here, a pangolin and an otter. At this moment, the pangolin returned and said angrily, Wang Lanlin, I was patrolling the mountain outside, but you were eating and drinking at home. Aren't you a little too much? Slurp slurp. The otter didn't move, but just snorted lazily. Alas, Guizhu, why are you still so petty? The 100 Dragon Mountain Range is not dangerous. It's just a routine patrol. There's no need for both of us to do it. The pangolin roared angrily. Don't call me Juju. My name is Yuju. You made my name sound not masculine at all, Wang Lanlin said. Why do you need to be masculine? Do you want to attract me? I warn you, give up. I won't consider you unless you can get me back to the clan and build 100 nests for me. Yuju was so angry that he laughed. You think too much. I would rather die alone than fall in love with a lazy bum like you. Boom! As soon as Yuju shouted this, his head was hit by a clamshell which shattered. Yuju, on the other hand, seemed fine and even scratched his head twice with his claws. However, Yuju was still furious. Wang Lanlin, don't go too far. If you hadn't secretly eaten 2 level 8 minerals, could you have advanced to the perfected star transformation realm? Just wait. I'm about to advance too. When I advance, I'll be the first to smash your head. Boom, caught off guard, Yuju was hit in the head by another clamshell. Wang Lanlin kicked and floated over. She turned to look at Yuju and said, if you keep nagging, get out of my nest. Humph. Yuju snorted and didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a level 6 mineral and nibbled on it. Crunched. Wang Lanlin's eyes lit up when she saw the level 6 mineral. She swam all the way over. Where is the level 6 mineral from? Yuju snorted. I met 2 stupid mine demons. They hid in the depths of the 100 Dragon Mountain Range and were dug out by me. Wang Lanlin said, 2? Give me one. Yuju immediately said, no, I already ate one on the way. Boom. Yuju was hit again and immediately said angrily, Wang Lanlin, if you hit my head again, I won't let you off. Wang Lanlin snorted arrogantly. Why didn't you save 1 mineral for me? I let you live in my nest for nothing. Hey Juju, why don't we sneak back? When Yuju heard this, he quickly shook his head like a rattle and said in a muffled voice, I'm not going back. If Big Luoluo sees us run back like this, she will twist our heads off. Wang Lanlin finally turned over and whispered, Big Luoluo doesn't have the time to care about us. I heard that she's so worried now. The Emperor Sparrow has appeared in our infinite mining area. How can she not be worried? I heard that she can't sleep all day long. Yuju asked in confusion. How do you know that? Wang Lanlan said. When you were patrolling the mountain, Wang Xiaoju came here. He nagged for a long time. He also said that the batch of level 7 minerals he brought back was about to be used up. If we don't steal some now, we won't be able to. Yuju said in shock. Steal? Wang Lanlan, you still don't give up stealing? Do you want to guard the 100-Dragon Mountain Range for another 10,000 years? Wang Lanlin said. It would be a waste not to steal them. Do you think Big Luolu doesn't know? She's just not in the mood to care. Wang Xiaoju said that Ergo took more than 200 people to steal one piece each. Yuju was shocked again. Is Huang Ergo crazy? How can Big Luoluo not know? Wang Lanlin said. She knows. That's why Huang Ergo only took those who were about to make a breakthrough to steal. Big Luolu turned a blind eye to it, so they got their way. Although they were sent to guard the storm ridge, they succeeded. I heard that Huang Ergo successfully condensed 4 Dao locks. What a pity. I only condensed 1 Dao lock. Yuju couldn't help but exclaim, Huang Ergo has 4 Dao locks? How did he condense them? Wang Lanlin said leisurely. Wang Xiaoju said that Huang Ergo stole the minerals from him. Wang Xiaoju was so angry that he chased him and beat him up more than a dozen times. I, Wang Xiaoju, came all the way here and didn't bring a few pieces of level 7 mineral? Wang Lanlin said. Yes, he brought 2. Yuju asked, where are they? Wang Lanlin said, I ate them. There are only 2 pieces in total. Wang Xiaoju is getting stingier and stingier. Aha! Yuju's tail soared into the sky, turned into a huge tail, and slapped Wang Lanlin directly. However, before this huge tail could be completely condensed, it was slapped in the head by Wang Lanlin and disappeared. Yuju roared indignantly, Wang Lanlin, I'm gonna kill you. Slurple, slurple, aha. While stuffing clam meat into her mouth, Wang Lanlin said lazily, Idiot, why are you angry at me? We have to think of a way to go back and steal some more minerals. At most, we'll be punished for guarding the storm ridge like Ergu. Anyway, I'm tired of staying in the 100 Dragons mountain range. If it were the storm ridge, there would be more people. Yuju was speechless. He said in a muffled voice again, but it has only been 3,000 years since Big Luoluo sent us to patrol the mountain. We're supposed to patrol the mountain for 5,000 years. Wang Lanlin said, Heh. If we don't go back, the next time we go back, Big Luoluo might be replaced by the Emperor Sparrow. In my opinion, Big Luoluo doesn't have the mood to care about us at all now. This is a good time to slip back. At most, we'll be scolded by her. Besides, you're only one step away from the perfected star transformation realm. With your pure prehistoric ferocious beast bloodline, with some more resources, you might be able to condense a Dao lock in a few hundred years. Isn't it better than patrolling the lousy mountain? Only 1 or 2 mind demons can be met several years here. Who can stand it? Yuju hesitated for a long time before saying, Then, are we really slipping back? Wang Lanlin said, It's up to you. Anyway, I've condensed a Dao lock. But you haven't reached the perfected star transformation realm yet. Looking at the simple-minded Yuju and then at the shrewd Wang Lanlin, Hanfei thought to himself, the ferocious beasts do seem interesting. As for who Big Luoluo was, she must be a leader-level powerhouse among the ferocious beasts, probably a monarch. Otherwise, how could she casually arrange for these ferocious beasts to stay or leave? However, Wang Xiaoju had been here recently, which was something he didn't expect. If Wang Xiaoju had been here, it meant that the camp of the ferocious beasts might not be far from here. Of course, Wang Xiaoju was fast and naggy. Maybe he was really bored and wandered around. Cats were like this, jumping around and excited for no reason. Hanfei thought that since he had found the ferocious beasts, could he not go and take a look? This was God's will. According to the personality of the Emperor Sparrow, if he really proved his Dao, he would definitely take down the ferocious beasts in the infinite mining area. There was no need to hide this. There was nothing wrong with their worries. The Emperor Sparrow had long been tempted, but his strength hadn't been enough yet, and he was still lying low. Not only did he want to subdue these ferocious beasts, but his goal was the entire ferocious beasts. However, it might not be a bad thing for him in the medium to long term if the Emperor Sparrow could subdue the ferocious beasts. There were not many humans left in the entire sea realm, and everyone knew that the human race was weak. The rise of the human race was definitely not something that could be achieved overnight. Puppet City could only provide a place of refuge for the human race, but billions of humans couldn't just be packed in Puppet City. Therefore, it would be great if more major factions could form an alliance with the human race. However, he was hesitant to go to the ferocious beasts directly. They had several monarchs, and the strongest of them was at the immortal level. If he went in openly, they might attack him. At this moment, Yuju was wondering if he should go back. After all, he wasn't as carefree as Wang Lanlin who could stay anywhere. Yuju was about to argue with Wang Lanlin again, hoping that Wang Lanlin would continue to egg him on for a while. Then, maybe he would make up his mind. However, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Stop dilly-dallying. You're such a timid pangolin. You're tempted, but don't dare to do it. So what if you've reached the perfected star transformation realm? Even if you have 5 Dao locks, can you prove your Dao? Buzz. At that moment, Yuju instantly shrank into a ball. All the scales on his body stood up, and his hair stood on end. Wang Lanlin disappeared in an instant and stood in a corner of the clam mountain, which should be the array eye. Hanfei, on the other hand, showed up without hesitation. After he showed up, the pangolin was shivering because the person who spoke was standing on him. Besides, with the terrifying suppressing pressure, he felt that he might be crushed to death if he moved. Bam, bam. Hanfei kicked Yuju's head twice and said, Look at you. If I were you, I would have gone back long ago. Since Big Luoluo is so lax with you, what are you afraid of? At this moment, Wang Lanlan turned into a human and looked like a girl. She held a branch in his hand as a weapon, looking quite valiant. She shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Han Fei pointed at the pangolin and said, "I came in with him." Wang Lanlan shouted coldly, "That's impossible. How can I not know you've entered my nest?" Han Fei was too lazy to explain. He just shrugged and said, "I mean you no harm really. Otherwise, how could this fool come back alive?" With that, Han Fei walked down from the pangolin, and the latter tried to burrow into the ground. However, Han Fei casually grabbed his tail and said, "Stop running. Get down." Activating the great Tao of strength, Han Fei slapped Yuju's head, and the latter fell to the ground, setting off surging ripples. On the other side, Wang Lanlan grew anxious. "Let him go, or we'll have to fight to the death. My lazy bum array is not a joke. At least I can make you die with me." Wang Lanlan just bit the bullet and bragged. Make this guy die with her? How could a terrifying existence who could sneak into her nest without being noticed by her at all possibly die with her? Han Fei said, "Your array is not bad, but I've been here for a long time. If I hadn't studied it thoroughly, would I have come to see you?" As he talked, the big array began to tremble, and a water sword appeared in every corner of the big array. At some point, the infinity water had penetrated into the foundation of the big array. If Han Fei detonated the infinity water at this moment, even if he couldn't completely break through the array, it wouldn't be able to trap him. Tweet. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, the Emperor Sparrow soared into the sky. The Emperor Sparrow stood on one of the array foundations of the Clam Mountain, glanced at Yuju and Wang Lanlan, and said softly, "Two pure-blooded prehistoric ferocious beasts? That's rare. Why don't you kneel down to me?" Buzz. Whether it was Yuju or Wang Lanlan, they felt as if they were struck by lightning. There was a thunderclap in their minds, directly stunning the two of them. Yuju's body trembled crazily, and he was horrified. Master Emperor Sparrow? Gulp. Wang Lanlan's eyelids were also jumping crazily at this moment. While swallowing her saliva, she thought about the news of the reappearance of the Emperor Sparrow. I'm doomed. Why did the Emperor Sparrow appear in this damn place? At this moment, Wang Lanlan didn't dare to run. Firstly, she couldn't run away. She had already felt that something seemed to have changed in the array. Secondly, her bloodline was directly suppressed and her strength suddenly decreased by 30%. In such a state, she didn't even dare to think about running away under the nose of the Emperor Sparrow. Wang Lanlan hurriedly said, "Wang Lanlan greets Senior Emperor Sparrow. Senior, please don't lower yourself to our level. One of us is a pangolin and the other is an otter. Our meat is not delicious. It's both sour." Han Fei saw that Wang Lanlan was almost crying. He glanced at the Emperor Sparrow speechlessly and said, "Hey, that's enough, all right? Look at how scared she is." The Emperor Sparrow snorted and said indifferently, "I don't have the habit of eating ferocious beasts. The two of you, come to greet me." How could Yuju and Wang Lanlan dare to disobey him? That was a bloodline suppression. The moment the Emperor Sparrow appeared, they knew that they couldn't escape. It had to be known that among the ferocious beasts, only 1 or 2 out of 100 were pure-blooded. Unless their bloodline was awakened, it was almost impossible for them to return to their pure-blooded state. Therefore, pure-blooded ferocious beasts had a very high status among the ferocious beasts. Furthermore, because their bloodline was pure, their cultivation potential was extremely high. Under normal circumstances, their bloodline could directly suppress non-pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Now, they finally experienced the feeling of their bloodline being suppressed. It was a fear that originated from their hearts. This fear had nothing to do with their Tao hearts. It was instinctive fear. If they had already proven Tao, this instinctive fear would still exist, but at that time, they could completely suppress this instinctive fear. The Emperor Sparrow landed on Han Fei's shoulder, and like 2 elementary school students, Yuju and Wang Lanlan transformed into humans and stood in line respectfully. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Tell me, who is in charge of you now? I mean, which one is the strongest among you?" Yuju's face was pale, and he didn't dare to speak. Wang Lanlan was a little stronger than Yuju, but her voice trembled. Seven Ultimate Divine Spider. Lord Emperor Sparrow, we are all good ferocious beasts. 7 Ultimate Divine Spiders? Humph. The Emperor Sparrow raised his head high and looked sideways at the two of them disdainfully. A ferocious beast is a ferocious beast. How can there be a good ferocious beast? Since you are ferocious beasts, you should show your true nature. Are the two of you descendants of the 1,000-wit otter and the North Dark Pangolin? Wang Lanlan and Yuju nodded repeatedly. As long as they could be related to their ancestors, they just needed to nod. Besides, what the Emperor Sparrow said was true. The Emperor Sparrow's attitude softened slightly. No wonder one is foxy and the other is hopelessly stupid. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the Emperor Sparrow. Is the 7 Ultimate Divine Spider very powerful? The Emperor Sparrow nodded slightly. A fully grown 7 Ultimate Divine Spider is indeed not weak. They were born with 7 laws. It can be said that they have the most combat skills among the prehistoric ferocious beasts, and they are also extremely intelligent. When I was the king of ferocious beasts, I had 1 7 Ultimate Divine Spider among my 8 generals. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed to be quite powerful. One had to know that the Emperor Sparrow used to be able to fight gods alone and controlled countless ferocious beasts. To be ranked among the 8 generals under him, it was probably a great monarch-level powerhouse. Han Fei didn't feel much when he heard this, but Wang Lanlin and Yu Ju felt that their heads were buzzing. It turned out that Big Luoluo's bloodline was so strong. They had stolen a lot of Big Luoluo's things in the past. The Emperor Sparrow glanced at the two of them sharply and said, "Now, I'll give you a chance to serve me. Remember, there's only this one chance. If I prove my Tao in the future, you might not be qualified to serve me." When Yu Ju heard this, he hesitated. However, when Wang Lanlin heard this, she immediately replied, "I, Wang Lanlin, swear with my bloodline, am willing to follow Lord Emperor Sparrow and never betray you. If I violate this oath, the heavens and the earth will punish me." Wang Lanlin directly took out a wisp of her essence blood. Han Fei immediately felt that the drop of blood contained mysterious Tao patterns. The essence blood turned into a Tao, melted in the sky, and quickly disappeared. The Emperor Sparrow nodded slightly. "You're quite smart to make a bloodline oath." Han Fei glanced at the Emperor Sparrow, who said indifferently, "Different from other races, whether it's a ferocious beast or a divine beast, bloodline is extremely important. All the inheritances are in it. Once you swear on this, if you betray me, your bloodline will be severed and your inheritance will no longer exist." After that, Wang Lanlan kicked Yu Ju and said, "Idiot, swear. It's your blessing to be able to follow Lord Emperor Sparrow." Only then did Yu Ju realize what was going on. He hurriedly said, "I, Yu Ju, swear with my bloodline that I'm willing to follow Lord Emperor Sparrow and never betray you. If I violate this oath, I'll be executed by the heavens and the earth." Similarly, a drop of essence blood containing Tao runes melted into the sky. Han Fei was surprised. It was so easy to subdue the two. Sure enough, the Emperor Sparrow's name was very useful. With just a few words, two pure-blooded beasts had pledged loyalty to him. The Emperor Sparrow said, "This person's name is Han Fei. Seeing him is like seeing me. Seeing him is like seeing me. Follow him for the time being." Well, Han Fei, give them some benefits. It's impossible for me to not give my lackeys anything. Han Fei thought to himself, "They're your lackeys, but you want me to give them benefits? Fine, since you're my spiritual beast, I'll do it for you." Han Fei thought for a moment and realized that it would be too stingy to give away level 7 minerals for the two pure-blood ferocious beasts. He took out 2 level 8 minerals and threw them out. "One for each of you." His Sir Yu Ju and Wang Lanlin's eyes lit up. A level 8 mineral. They had secretly eaten one and had been punished to patrol the mountain for 5,000 years, but now it had become a gift? Wang Lanlin was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master Emperor Sparrow." "Thank you, Master Han Fei." Just as Yu Ju was thanking him, the Emperor Sparrow said, "Give another one to this North Dark Pangolin. He's about to make a breakthrough. With another level 8 mineral, he can quickly stabilize his cultivation base and save at least 1,000 years of cultivation." Yu Ju was overjoyed to hear that. He hurriedly shouted, "Thank you, Master Emperor Sparrow." "Thank you, Master Han Fei." Upon seeing this, Wang Lanlan secretly glanced at the Emperor Sparrow, who said, "A level 8 mineral can't help you condense 2 Tao locks. Besides, whether you have a Tao lock or not has nothing to do with your strength. Being my lackey is already an opportunity for you." Wang Lanlan hurriedly bowed. "I dare not think too much about it. I'll listen to your arrangements, Master Emperor Sparrow." Chapter 2622, 2622, Big Luolu's Treasure Trove, 2-in-1 2622, Big Luolu's Treasure Trove, 2-in-1. Thousands of mines gathered around where the ferocious beasts lived. There were 33 supermines. In terms of total number, it couldn't compare to the entire 100 Alliance city. However, considering the number of ferocious beasts, it was obviously a huge resource. Of course, for ferocious beasts, with 80% of them in the sky-opening realm, the so-called supermines were not very meaningful to them. At this moment, Han Fei had transformed into Yu Ju's appearance. From his face, voice, breath, luck, pressure, the great Tao, and soul, he looked no different from Yu Ju in any aspect. Wang Lanlin was holding a big clam in her arms and sucking it while walking. She had looked at Han Fei countless times and finally couldn't help but ask, "Master Han Fei, is there really no problem with your imitation?" Han Fei asked, "Do you see anything wrong?" Wang Lanlan shook her head. "I can't find any problem at all, but Big Luoluo is very strong. I can't see through your disguise, but maybe Big Luoluo can. If your identity is exposed, it's difficult to guarantee that no one from the ferocious beasts will have designs on you." Han Fei asked, "Is the Big Luoluo you mentioned at the immortal level?" Wang Lanlin nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Big Luolu is the strongest of our ferocious beasts. It's difficult for us to guess what a monarch is capable of." Han Fei smiled casually. "Don't worry. If it were before, Han Fei wouldn't have dared to pretend to be someone else and show up in front of other monarchs. But now, his strength was completely different. He could completely use the disguise power of the heaven-concealing divine technique, plus the effect of the heaven-deceiving technique and half of the essence blood he had extracted from Yu Ju to disguise himself. He wanted to see if an immortal-level powerhouse could see through him. Even if he was seen through, he wasn't afraid. Han Fei even wanted to meet the leader of the ferocious beasts. If the 7 ultimate divine spider was really as smart as the Emperor Sparrow said, and if the demon purification pot was right that anyone who killed the Emperor Sparrow would die, then the 7 ultimate divine spider had no reason to kill him. Besides, even if that person really wanted to kill him, it was impossible for him to come up and kill him without saying anything. If that was the case, this 7 ultimate divine spider would be too stupid. There were many rumors outside, and Wang Xiaoju had even personally witnessed that the Emperor Sparrow was his spiritual beast. He should have considered what kind of person could have a terrifying existence like the Emperor Sparrow as his spiritual beast. Therefore, although this trip to the ferocious beasts was a bit risky, it was worth a try. With the 7 ultimate divine spiders' control and information network in the western mining area, maybe he could learn some things about the god-burying ridge. 3 days later, Han Fei and Wang Lanlin had already snuck back to the ferocious beasts' camp. There was no such thing as a city here. There were all mountains, so most of the ferocious beasts ran from this to that mountain. In fact, many of the ferocious beasts were very naughty and often went to the homes of the powerful ferocious beasts they were familiar with to steal things. After stealing things, it didn't matter if they could run away or not. If they couldn't, they would be beaten up or punished, just like Wang Lanlin and Yu Ju. At this moment, as they approached the camp, there were more and more ferocious beasts. From afar, Han Fei could often sense the figures of ferocious beasts shuttling randomly around. Even in the void, there were ferocious beasts fighting fiercely, but no one cared. Han Fei said, "Your punishment hasn't been over yet. If you enter the camp openly, won't you be kicked out?" Wang Lanlan certainly couldn't go in openly. The reason why I went to steal minerals with Yu Ju was that Yu Ju had always liked to dig tunnels. Half of the tunnels under our camp were dug by him. Previously, we were happy to play hide-and-seek in the tunnels, so no one would pay attention. But Yu Ju wasn't stupid. He knew to keep some secret tunnels. Wang Lanlin shook her hand and took out a topographic map, which was densely packed with route maps, and all routes were marked, including the length and depth of the tunnels. Those without special colors were common tunnels that anyone could come in to have fun, but there were also some special tunnels marked on it. Han Fei asked, "What do the red routes represent?" Wang Lanlan said, "They were used when we went to steal, well, when we visited our friends." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "I don't believe you. Visited your friends? Why did you need to dig tunnels to visit your friends?" Wang Lanlan chuckled. "Master Han Fei, in fact, our habit of stealing is not really stealing. This is actually a kind of training to train your perception ability, screening ability, defense ability, judgment of danger, and so on," Han Fei said. "Then put treasures directly in your origin star." "Who can steal them from your origin star?" Wang Lanlan said. "Of course we will put some things on our origin stars, but we will also hide treasures at home and wait for others to steal them, mainly to motivate us to grow." Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you looking for trouble?" Wang Lanlan said. "Well, if we don't steal anything but get caught, we'll go to the void to fight the owner. If we win, we can still take the things away." Han Fei found it interesting. How did these ferocious beasts invent such a cultivation method? However, on second thought, Han Fei asked, "Do you mean that I can steal too?" Wang Lanlan said, "As long as your identity isn't exposed, it should be fine, Master Han Fei. However, it seems that except for a very few strong masters, there might not be anything at our home that you're interested in." Wang Lanlan didn't think that anyone who could casually throw out 3 level 8 minerals was short of money. With his wealth, did he need to steal? Han Fei realized that it did make sense. He wouldn't steal unless it was a monarch's treasure, but that would be too much. If he pretended to be a ferocious beast just to steal, it would be embarrassing. After all, in a sense, he not only represented himself, but also represented the Emperor Sparrow. If he really stole the ferocious beast's treasures, it would be fine if he didn't get caught, but if he was caught, the image of the Emperor Sparrow might immediately collapse. Han Fei pointed at the map and said, "Have these black lines never been used for stealing?" Wang Lanlan shook her head. "These tunnels have never been used." Han Fei asked again, "Which tunnel is connected to Big Luoluo's home?" Buzz. Wang Lanlan looked at Han Fei in shock. "Master Han Fei, are you going to steal from Big Luoluo?" "If Big Luoluo finds out that you are not Yu Ju," Han Fei said with a smile. "First of all, you two shouldn't appear in the ferocious beast camp now. Secondly, you plan to steal Big Luoluo's treasures in the first place. Lastly, if I don't steal Big Luoluo, what's the point of going to the ferocious beast camp? To spend all day in the tunnels? I won't even be able to take a walk there." "But," Han Fei said, "no buts. Since Big Luoluo has a good temper, there's no reason for her to beat and kill me." Wang Lanlan said, "Big Luoluo has a bad temper sometimes. When she's fierce, she's very scary. Especially when she's fierce to her enemies, everyone is scared." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Cut the crap. Let's go. Lead the way." As long as the Emperor Sparrow was his spiritual beast, Han Fei would never be able to escape from the ferocious beasts. Since he had to come into contact with them sooner or later, he might as well do it this time. Wang Lanlan awkwardly led Han Fei into a cave in a mine. When they really entered the mine dug by Yu Ju, Han Fei was amazed that this guy wasn't very stupid. This cave was riddled with holes, and there were countless roads behind each hole. Who the hell could remember this? After Wang Lanlan led Han Fei through tens of thousands of caves, he was finally convinced. No wonder the North Dark Pangolin hung around with the 1,000-wit otter. A smart person and a very powerful fool were more compatible than 2 smart people. Wang Lanlan said, Master Han Fei, the roads I took you on had never been used before. Otherwise, you might encounter many ferocious beasts on other roads. Now, we are more than 300 kilometers deep into the mine where Big Luoluo's home is. Because this is a supermine, it has the ability to block perception, so even monarchs can't reach here with perception. But are we really going there? Han Fei said. Sure. Tell me, how can I steal things? Even if she can't sense it in the mine, once we leave the mine cave, as an immortal-level powerhouse, how can she not even find you? Wang Lanlin said. When Big Luoluo cultivates at home, she doesn't envelop everything with her perception. She will only set some small traps. As long as the traps are not triggered, we are lucky. So as long as the noise is not too loud, as long as we don't meet her face to face, we can steal. Han Fei was lost for words. Isn't this sending resources to you? Wang Lanlin said. Big Luolu is rich. Rich people just want to play. She treats this as a game, so do we. However, if you lose the game, you have to be punished, but you will just need to cultivate in seclusion for 100 years, patrol the mountains, guard the storm ridge, go on business trips to the 100 Alliance City, or harass divine beasts, and so on. Everyone is used to it. Hearing Wang Lanlin's words, Han Fei was really curious. This strong cultivator's hobby was a little special. If people came to steal from her every day, even a monarch wouldn't be able to resist 100,000 people stealing at the same time, right? Han Fei said, let's go up. Wang Lanlan made up her mind. Since she was already here, even if she was discovered, Big Luoluo wouldn't blame her, right? She was only in the perfected star transformation realm. Besides, since the Emperor Sparrow had ordered her, there was no way she could refuse the Emperor Sparrow. Wang Langlin led Han Fei all the way up and said, Master Han Fei, when we go out, we have to be careful of the traps set up by Big Luoluo. Big Luoluo often sets up some small arrays, illusions, mechanisms, ripples of Dao patterns, bug puzzles, and so on. Han Fei was dumbfounded, but he thought that it was just some small traps and not a big problem. He said, can we use perception? Wang Lanlan said, it can only be used in a small area. It's not a problem to use it in a place visible to the naked eye. Once it's used in a large range, it will be equivalent to telling Big Luoluo that you're here. Then you will be caught in an instant. Han Fei nodded slightly. Soon, he and Wang Lanlan walked to the end of this passage. The last 10 meters of the mine had not been cleared. Only when this passage was activated would Yuju come to clear it. However, this naturally couldn't stop Han Fei. Although he wasn't a North Dark Pangolin, he was very good at digging too. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water turned into the big claws of the pangolin and began to dig. After only dozens of seconds, a channel was dug out. Han Fei and Wang Lanlan stuck their heads out, only to see a forest of demon plants, but didn't find any traces. In the infinite mining area, it was not easy to establish a demon plantation forest. It could only be said that Big Luoluo must value the quality of life and not want to look at hard stones all day long. Wang Lanlin jumped out and said via voice transmission, Master Han Fei, we should be in Big Luoluo's demon plantation forest. There are more than 300 such demon plantation forests at Big Luoluo's home. Even if we walk with our eyes closed, we won't encounter Big Luoluo. Han Fei also jumped out at this moment, glanced casually, and said, does she like treasures very much? Wang Lanlan said, that's right. When Luoluo is happy, she will let tens of thousands of people search for treasures together. Whoever finds them will have the treasures. But the premise is that the scenery in her house can't be ruined. Therefore, we can only find it with our own wisdom. Last time, it was I who found a level 8 mineral. Unfortunately, Yuju was so happy that he triggered a mechanism, causing the two of us to be caught. Han Fei nodded slightly and walked casually to the flowers. He pointed casually, and among the thousands of flower buds, one bloomed instantly. This flower bud wrapped a level 7 mineral. Huh? Well-oh? Wang Lanlan was dumbfounded. He found it so easily and even got a level 7 mineral? Wang Lanlan asked. Master Han Fei, how did you find it? Han Fei asked. Is there a need to look for it? Can't you see that the stem of this flower is slightly more curved than other flowers? Wang Lanlan stared at the flower for a long time and shook her head. I can't tell, Han Fei said. Okay, you may not have good eyesight. Let's wander around. With that, Han Fei threw the level 7 mineral to Wang Lanlan. The latter took it and raised her eyelids, thinking, is this mine? However, just as she thought so, she heard Han Fei say, remember to give half of the treasure you find to Yuju. Yuju is weak. You are smarter than him. You should give him some pointers. Wang Lanlan nodded. Yes. Wang Lanlan followed him, but before he walked more than 30 steps, Han Fei stopped and turned to a big tree not far away. He flicked his finger, and a small spider on the tree flew to another tree. In the next moment, a leaf fell from the tree. The moment the leaf fell, it turned golden. Wang Lanlan exclaimed, a one-time, low-quality godly weapon, the golden leaf saber? Master Han Fei, how did you find it? Han Fei touched his nose and said, there is a spider on this tree. Spiders usually represent wealth. Wang Lanlan was speechless. That's it. Wang Lanlan, After another 100 steps, Han Fei suddenly walked to the side of the road, moved a stone away, and moved the stone to the opposite side of another stone. Then, he saw that the stone cracked, revealing a level 7 mine. Wang Lanlan almost cried. Master Han Fei, why? Han Fei said, asymmetry affects aesthetics. Wang Lanlan, an hour later. Han Fei and Wang Lanlin finally walked out of the demon plant forest, only to see that Wang Lanlin was looking at Han Fei weirdly. He was simply a fucking god. She saw with her own eyes that Han Fei took out a jade slip from the mouth of a caterpillar. It was actually a concealment technique. Along the way, Han Fei had seen through 68 mechanisms and obtained 60 level 7 minerals, 3 low-quality one-time use godly weapons, 2 jade slips, and 3 drops of soul purification water. Wang Lanlin had always felt that she was smart enough, but in fact, after meeting Han Fei, she realized how stupid she was. It turned out that Big Luolu's house was full of treasures, but she had never found these treasures. After leaving the demon plant forest, a bluestone road appeared, and not long after, they saw a corridor. Wang Lanlin said, "Ah, it seems that our luck is very good. This is called the Opportunity Corridor. There are 108 steps in the entire corridor, and every step is a random teleportation door. Behind these 108 teleportation doors, there must be a place with top treasures, such as level 8 minerals, high-quality godly weapons, even one-time high-quality godly weapons, great techniques, and even divine techniques." Han Fei asked, "Only one has such an opportunity?" Wang Lanlin nodded. "Although only one has such an opportunity, there will be an opportunity behind every teleportation door. Whether we can find it depends on luck." Han Fei asked, "Where is Big Luolu usually?" Wang Lanlin said, "Big Luolu is usually cultivating. She is only responsible for arranging opportunities." Han Fei couldn't help but frown. "Isn't the probability of meeting her very low?" Wang Lanlin said. "That's right. That's why this is called the Opportunity Corridor. When you encounter the Opportunity Corridor, it usually represents opportunities. The success rate of stealing is as high as 99%. Han Fei nodded. "Okay, then let's go. Let's take a look around." Han Fei thought to himself, Big Luoluo is also a big-headed person. How rich must she be to be able to afford the stealing of so many ferocious beasts? On the other side, under a big tree in the supermine, 8 ferocious beasts were hanging on a branch. These ferocious beasts were hung upside down on the trunk, and under the tree, there was a girl holding a whip in her hand, panting angrily. "Pa! Pa! Howl! Howl!" The girl waved the whip in her hand and snapped it. The 8 ferocious beasts hanging upside down on the tree were whipped until their skin and flesh were lacerated. If Han Fei were here, he would definitely find that Wang Xiaoju, who had been looking for him to chat, was hanging here, and he was the first to hang up. "Oh, Big Luolu, I was wrong. I'll go to the storm ridge to guard it." With one hand on her waist, the girl cursed, "Shut up. You triggered 8 seals in stealing." "Ha! The seal bells are ringing non-stop in my ears. Don't you know I've been upset recently? Do you think you're qualified to guard the storm ridge? You'll probably end up being swallowed by the storm." Slap. A ferocious beast wailed, "Big Luoluo, I was wrong. Don't keep whipping my ass on one side. Change to the other side." Slap. "No, I won't. I just like whipping this side." The ferocious beast hurriedly said, "Big Luoluo, it's all Wang Xiaoju's fault. Wang Xiaoju was too fast and didn't stop in time, so he touched the seals." Wang Xiaoju immediately cursed, "Bullshit, I didn't. It wasn't me. It had nothing to do with me. You guys were too slow." Slap. Wolf Wang Xiaoju wailed and almost burst into tears. He shouted, "Big Luolu, my fur is damaged." Pa. 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 The girl whipped him 7 or 8 times in a row before she vented her anger. "You're the noisiest. Sooner or later, I'll rip your fur off. Make you stay with Baldy. You two are a good match." Wang Xiaoju was immediately unhappy. "How can Baldy be compared to me? I am a pure-blood cat, but he is a fake one. He doesn't even have fur. He can't be called a cat." Pa, shut up. Why do you nag all day long? You're the most annoying one in the entire ferocious beast lineage. Nag, why didn't you die in Puppet City? Wang Xiaoju said. "Big Luoluo, I haven't nagged you recently. Stop whipping me, or you will kill this lovely cat." Big Luoluo snorted coldly. "It's good that you're dead. I don't want to see you again. Get your ass to the storm ridge and cultivate in the wind circle for 800 years. I'll skin you alive if you dare to come back a year earlier." Wolf Wang Xiaoju wailed in pain. "Don't, Big Luoluo. I can go to the storm ridge, but I don't want to enter the wind circle. If I go there, I'll be killed in only 80 years. The girl snorted. "Great, then you can keep Baldy company." The other ferocious beasts didn't dare to speak, fearing that Big Luoluo would send them into the wind circle as soon as they opened their mouths. At this moment, under the big tree, with a flash of mystic light, 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. "Hee." The girl crossed her arms. "What a coincidence. Here comes another wave. Let me see who is so unlucky as to teleport right to me." Han Fei and Wang Lanlan did enter a portal at random, but when their eyes lit up, they saw 7 or 8 ferocious beasts hanging on the tree, and a girl was looking at them gloatingly with her arms crossed. "Ah ha ha! Li Luoluo!" Wang Lanlan screamed and was dumbfounded on the spot. Wang Lanlan sat on the ground. Before the girl could speak, she wiped her tears and said, "Why am I so unlucky? Big Luoluo, Jueju insisted on coming back. It has nothing to do with me." With that, Wang Lanlan suddenly remembered that Yuju was on Han Fei's origin star at the moment, and the person beside him was played by Han Fei. Wang Lanlin looked at Han Fei apologetically, thinking that it was a slip of the tongue. Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. He was also stunned on the spot. Needless to say, the cat hanging on the tree was an old acquaintance, and the girl under the tree was also an old acquaintance. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Big Luo Luo? He had thought that this was a very unique name. Now it seemed that this was Li Luo Luo. Li Luo Lu from the yin-yang world, and then Li Luo Luo who hid in a corner of the raging sea. The sea realm was so big. He didn't expect to meet this woman here. Chapter 2623 Secrets of the Demon God 2-in-1 2623 Secrets of the Demon God 2-in-1 Huh. The girl was also taken aback for a moment. She opened her mouth and said, "Very good, Juju. You're really something, aren't you? How dare you call me by my name?" Slap! The whip came at him. Han Fei wanted to block it, but since he was acting as Yuju, he didn't do so and was whipped to the ground. Han Fei didn't know what to do. Li Luo Luo was Big Luo Luo. Wasn't this woman only a sea establisher? Even if she was just a clone back then, why was her original body so strong? You're an immortal level powerhouse and the leader of the ferocious beasts. Why did you come to Yin Yang world to become a law enforcer? Are you serious? However, Li Luo Luo didn't seem to notice Han Fei's abnormality at first. She just sneered. Wang Lanlan Jueju, you two are really capable. Is your punishment over yet? How dare you come back to steal from me? Do you think I don't exist? Wang Lanlan immediately said, "Big Luo Luo, it's Wang Xiaoju. Wang Xiaoju came to my place a few days ago to show off, saying that he had stolen a lot of minerals. He bewitched me, Big Luo Luo. Please beware of this." Wang Xiaoju was annoyed. Wang Lanlan, come on, I didn't show off to you. I just went to chat with you. You can't slander me. Wang Lanlan said, it's you. You were showing off in front of me. Otherwise, how could I have come back? Slap. Li Luo Luo whipped at her. Cut the crap. How can Wang Xiaoju bewitch you? How many people in the entire ferocious beast lineage are smarter than you? And you even put the blame on Jueju. How dare he come back by himself? In the next moment, the two of them only saw a flash before their eyes, and then they were hung next to Wang Xiaoju. Han Fei was dumbfounded. This was really embarrassing. He, the dignified human emperor and the master of the Emperor Sparrow, was hung on a tree and whipped by someone. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. No, Han Fei immediately made a decision. Wang Lanlan was still next to him. What would she think if she saw him whipped? He had come here to visit the leader of the ferocious beasts. Since they were acquaintances, it should be easier for him to communicate with her, right? Therefore, Han Fei took the initiative to slightly change his aura. The moment Han Fei slightly changed his aura, Li Luo Luo immediately looked at Han Fei and narrowed her eyes. Li Luo Luo looked at Han Fei for 2 or 3 seconds. Han Fei didn't feel anything, but Wang Lanlan was already panicking. Her state made Li Luo Luo even more certain of her guess. Swishwa. With a casual wave of Li Luo Lu's hand, everyone fell to the ground. She said, "Everyone get lost. Wang Xiaoju, go to the storm ridge. It's been 3,000 years, but you stupid cat haven't proven Dao. If you still can't prove Dao this time, don't come back." Wolfa Wang Xiaoju was shocked. He shouted, "Didn't we agree that it would be 800 years? How did it become Dao proving?" "Big Luo Luo, I'm wronged. Can you spare my life?" Li Luo Lu said, "No, get your ass there first. When I'm in a good mood and go there for a walk, you can beg me for my mercy." When Wang Xiaoju heard this, he immediately said, "Then I'll go find Huang Ergu now. Goodbye, Big Luo Luo." Wang Xiaoju was about to slip away, but then he said, "Big Luo Luo, Wang Lanlan is really wicked. You can't let her off easily. She is a pure-blooded, ferocious beast, but she only has 1 Dao lock now. What a disgrace. She should be thrown into the wind circle and modified. Fuck off." "Yes." Swished Wang Xiaoju ran away with a swish. The others also looked at Li Luo Lu expectantly. The latter snorted coldly and said, "You guys, go patrol the 100 Dragon Mountain Range for 3,000 years. Get lost." Yes, goodbye, Big Luo Luo." At this moment, no one cared about Han Fei and Wang Lanlan. They felt that Wang Lanlan and Han Fei had actually saved them. Otherwise, they might have been hung for 7 days and 7 nights. Therefore, before they left, they gave Han Fei and Wang Lanlan a sympathetic look. After everyone left, Li Luo Luo narrowed her eyes and looked at Han Fei. "You could have hidden yourself from me, but you deliberately revealed a strange aura. Since you're not Yuju, who are you?" Ripples flashed on Han Fei's body, and in the next moment, he returned to his real appearance. "Han Fei?" Li Luo Luo's pupils were constricted slightly. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. How could I meet this guy in my hometown? Only Wang Lanlan looked at Li Luo Luo in shock and said in surprise, "Do you know each other?" Li Luo Luo wasn't stupid. The moment she saw Han Fei, she seemed to understand something and couldn't help but say, "Human butcher?" Han Fei smiled and nodded. As long as Li Luo Luo wasn't stupid, she would definitely be able to guess it. Li Luo Luo couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I should have guessed that the human butcher is you, but I didn't expect you to be so good at running. You came to the infinite mining area alone. What's with the 7-kill army?" "I picked it up." Li Luo Luo mocked. I want to pick one up too. By the way, I also want to pick up Puppet City. Where's the Emperor Sparrow? Why didn't I know that your spiritual beast is the Emperor Sparrow? Hanfei said. I can't tell you that, but I'm also surprised to see you. Li Luo rolled her eyes. Where did Yueju go? Did you kill him? Hanfei asked. Do I look like someone who willfully kills innocent people? Li Luo, do you think you haven't killed enough people? Hanfei was lost for words. He's cultivating in my origin star, going to break through to the perfected star transformation realm. Li Luolu's face darkened. So you took my people under your command? Hanfei shrugged and said, You can't say that. I just happened to meet him. How would I know that Big Luoluo is you? If I had known, I would have come straight here. Wang Lanlan looked at Li Luolu and Hanfei from time to time, wondering when the two of them knew each other. Big Luoluo had never left the ferocious beast camp. Besides, the two of them seemed to have an extraordinary relationship. Could it be that they were a couple? Seeing Wang Lanlan's eyes rolling, Li Luoluo whipped her. Stay here, don't run anywhere. If you run, I'll throw you into the wind circle and let you be blown by the wind for 8,000 years. Wang Lanlan was speechless. I didn't do anything. Also, what the hell is 8,000 years? After 8,000 years, there will be nothing left of me. Wang Lanlan hurriedly said, I won't run. I definitely won't run. I won't even move. After that, a mussel appeared in Wang Lanlan's hand. She sat on the ground with the mussel in her arms, preparing to eat until Li Luolu and Hanfei finished chatting. Li Luoluo pushed back and a teleportation door appeared. She smiled faintly. Since you're already here, let me show you around. After a while, Hanfei came to Li Luoluo's real cultivation field. Just like when she was young, Li Luoluo still liked colorful things. The forest where she lived had many insect statues, flowers and trees disguised by colorful insects, and many childish things, such as swings, cotton beds, worm pools, windmills, and so on. Of course, not all of them were made of worms. For example, there were peach trees here that were full of peaches, as well as olives, bananas, and so on. Hanfei vaguely remembered that these were the seeds he got from the underground city of the Scattered Stars Island. He didn't expect Li Luolu to also get a batch of them and plant them all over the mountain here. Furthermore, these fruits became spiritual fruits here, and they were top-notch spiritual fruits. Because the power of minerals here was too rich in spiritual energy, it was difficult for these fruits not to mutate. Li Luoluo picked 2 peaches from the peach tree and threw one to Hanfei. She rubbed her hand on the peach and took a bite of the peach. She said, Let me make it clear. Although I'm Li Luoluo, I'm not exactly the Li Luoluo you know. You should know that Li Luoluo is just my clone, but her personality is similar to mine, and I sent out tens of thousands of such clones back then. Hanfei's eyelids twitched. Can clones cultivate? Li Luoluo explained. My clones are different. They're made of worms and can exist independently, so they can cultivate on their own. Hanfei couldn't help being surprised. Then, wouldn't it be easy for you to become a great monarch as long as you create tens of thousands of clones and make them all cultivate to the sky-opening realm or even the Tao-proving realm? Why are you still only at the immortal level? Li Luoluo couldn't help but be speechless. Only immortal level? You haven't proven Tao yet, and you despise I'm only at the immortal level? If you want to surpass the immortal level and become a great monarch, it's not as simple as having a few clones. No matter how many clones you have, it's only an increase in strength. However, there's a limit to the immortal level. At this limit, no matter how many clones you have, it's useless. A great monarch comprehends the ultimate truth of the great Tao and the law of all things and creates his unique path. It's not as simple as you think. After that, Li Luoluo looked at Hanfei up and down. But your cultivation speed is really fast. It's only been a few hundred years, but you've already reached the perfected star transformation realm. Furthermore, you can already kill powerhouses with 5 Tao locks and fight a monarch head-on. I didn't think you were so talented before. Hanfei smiled and said, I was in the Raging Sea. How can the Raging Sea compare to the Sea Realm? Li Luoluo snorted. That's true. To be able to become the master of the Emperor Sparrow, you should have peerless talent. But I still can't figure out how the Emperor Sparrow became your spiritual beast, Hanfei suggested. Do you want me to call him out and you two have a chat? No, Li Luoluo refused. I'd better not see him. I'll definitely have a headache when I see him. His appearance has been a headache for me for a long time. Now because of your appearance, I suddenly feel better. I don't want to see him now. If I can't hold back, Hanfei said, whoever kills the Emperor Sparrow will die. Li Luoluo snorted. I know. If I really want to kill you and him, do you think I need to do it myself? Gulp Hanfei took a bite of the peach and said, There's indeed no need, but we're old acquaintances after all. With such a relationship, there's no need for us to fight. But I'm curious. Since you're already so strong, why did you split up so many clones? Also, how did you find the Raging Sea and enter the yin-yang world from it? Li Luoluo said, I had told you. I went to find the time worm and the space worm. Later, I found Chu Hao, who was in the Monarch Palace in the Raging Sea. But when I found him, the time worm and the space worm had already been taken away by someone, and then that person created the 10-color world. I chased all the way to the 10-color world, but the worms had already been taken away by your father, Han Guanshu, and your mother, Jiang Linxian. As a result, they were hunted down by others and ran away. Later, I tried my best to enter the yin-yang world. Before that, I had been raising worms in the Monarch Palace for a period of time. Han Fei was speechless. So the insect tide I encountered in the Monarch Palace was raised by Li Luo? There was a reason for all coincidences. At this moment, Han Fei realized that many things were preordained. However, when Han Fei heard about the time worm and the space worm again, he couldn't help but wonder, are these two worms really that important? Li Luo seemed to be interested. Yes, very important. My monarch path is only short of these two insects. With them, I can immediately become a great monarch. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was fucking awesome. Han Fei's heart did a flip, and he couldn't help but ask, will the time worm and the space worm die? Li Luo looked straight at Han Fei. No, but it's very difficult to find them. God knows which time and space node they are in. But if you can find your father and mother, Han Fei shrugged and said, you know, I can't go back to the Raging Sea now. The 10,000 scale race has enslaved the human race for 100,000 years. If the current location of the Raging Sea is exposed, it will be the doomsday of the human race. Besides, to be honest, even if I go back now, I don't think I can find them. I think you saw my father just after I won the sea quelling painting. Why didn't you go to talk to him? Li Luo said. Don't you know the strength of my clone? And at that time, your father didn't have the aura of the time worm on him, so I was prepared to wait. Who knew that your father was so elusive? I wanted to come out of the Raging Sea so that my original body could go over. But who knew that my memories of the Raging Sea would be severed by you after I came out? More importantly, you didn't cut off just one memory, but 7 of my memories. As she spoke, Li Luo stared straight at Han Fei. Ha ha ha, wasn't that to prevent the Raging Sea from being discovered? As you said, if your memories hadn't been severed by me, I'm afraid you would have gone to the Raging Sea long ago, right? Li Luo snorted. That's right, but I'm actually not in a hurry because since you are still alive, a war will break out in the chaotic wasteland sooner or later, so I've been waiting. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Wait for me to prove my Tao and then attack the chaotic wasteland? Have you thought how many years you will have to wait? Li Luo shrugged. I haven't thought about it. My life at home is quite easy. In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. If it weren't for the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow, I would be living quite happily now. Han Fei asked, hasn't your original body never left? Li Luo, yes, but I keep having clones come back. The scenery my clones have experienced is all my own experience. Isn't it good to travel all day long? Han Fei was speechless. Li Luo's mentality was really good, as could be seen from how she hid treasures every day and let her subordinates steal them. Li Luo said, now I'm relieved to see that you've reached the perfected star transformation realm and can already fight monarchs. It seems that you are not far from proving Tao. That means that the Raging Sea will come to the Sea Realm sooner or later. This is a good thing, Han Fei said. Even if the Raging Sea comes over, my parents will not necessarily come over. Are you sure I can find them? Li Luo said. Yes, as long as time and space are not destroyed, the two insects won't die. Besides, can your parents really sever all ties with you? In the Raging Sea, there must be a way to find them. Since the place and the people have been confirmed, why am I in a hurry? Han Fei retorted. Aren't you afraid that the time worms and the space worms will be found by the time temple? Li Luo glanced at Han Fei. What do you mean? The Raging Sea also involves the Time Temple. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that Li Luo didn't know everything. He nodded. Yes, so I can't guarantee that I can find these two worms. I can only try my best. Li Luo frowned. The Time Temple can even set foot in that crappy place, as expected of one of the 3 holy temples. Oh, right, why did you come to the ferocious beasts? I don't think you knew who I was before you saw me, right? Are you here on behalf of the Emperor Sparrow to persuade us to surrender? Han Fei shook his head. Have you ever seen a sky opener subduing an immortal level powerhouse? But I'm here to express that the Emperor Sparrow doesn't just represent disaster. We may not have much interaction for the time being, but there shouldn't be any hatred between us. Why don't we watch the growth of the Emperor Sparrow? We can start as allies. Li Luo scoffed. Is this the reason why you dare to come to the ferocious beasts alone? Not to mention killing the Emperor Sparrow, there is more than one ferocious beast who can kill the Emperor Sparrow now. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, also, the Emperor Sparrow said that the 7 ultimate divine spider was one of the 8 strongest great monarchs under him in the past. Li Luo, this is a reason, but no one can guarantee that after so many years, people won't betray him. Besides, that's the former 7 ultimate divine spider, but it doesn't mean that it's the current 7 ultimate divine spider. Han Fei also, as the leader of the ferocious beasts, have you never heard of me? What did you do? Li Luo looked at Han Fei curiously. It's only been a few hundred years, but you've already left a mark in the Sea Realm? Han Fei was speechless. Didn't any of you participate in the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty? Li Luo said. Of course not. Which of the ferocious beasts and divine beasts will go to that competition? If we do, our bones will be torn apart and refined into weapons on our way to the Divine Capital Dynasty. When I show my real name, which monarch dares to attack me? The corners of Li Luo's mouth twitched. You show off. Have you hooked up with a great monarch? Humph, Hanfei raised his head 45 degrees and looked at the sky proudly. That was decades ago. I was hunted by the monarchs of the heavenly race. I had no choice but to ask for help from my sect. Then my senior brother stepped on the heavenly gate and stood up for me. Alas, I was too weak. Li Luoluo, seeing Hanfei's smug look, Li Luoluo couldn't help but be curious. Who is your senior brother? I've been in the East Sea Divine Realm for so many years. Why didn't I know of such a strong master? Is your senior brother Great Monarch East Marshal? It would be too self-aggrandizing for me to tell you this information. I suggest you ask around and you will know the answer. Li Luoluo said, Hey, aren't you bragging? Hanfei said, Keep a low profile. Li Luoluo waved her hand. Forget it, I'll ask around myself. However, did you come here just to chat with me? You didn't intend to subdue the ferocious beasts, so you came to chat with me, like Wang Xiaoju, Hanfei asked. What do you think? Li Luoluo, okay. What's the matter exactly? Although our relationship seems okay, it's just my clone who is very familiar with you. In all my memories, you only occupy a very small part. Hanfei didn't listen to Li Luoluo's nonsense. She used to be called Variety Devil Girl, so he just listened to what she said. Hanfei said, To be honest, I did pass by the ferocious beasts on this trip. I didn't expect to be exposed, so I purely wanted to take a look. But now, there's something else I really have to ask you. No problem, old friend. I'm still counting on you to help me find the time worm and the space worm. I'll help you if I can, provided that it doesn't involve anything related to the Emperor Sparrow for the time being. Li Luoluo was so straightforward that Hanfei was a little surprised. Hanfei said, Well, do you know the God-Burying Ridge? Buzz. Li Luoluo's pupils were suddenly constricted and the smile on her face disappeared. Where did you hear this name? Seeing that Li Luoluo's attitude had changed so drastically, Hanfei couldn't help but ask, Why? Do few people know about the God-Burying Ridge? Li Luoluo took a deep look at Hanfei. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people in this world who know about the God-Burying Ridge. It's even possible that they are already dead. Now you suddenly ask me about the God-Burying Ridge. What do you think I should think? Hanfei couldn't help but think of fifth senior brother. Did he personally witness the death of that demon god? Hanfei thought for a moment and said, Have you forgotten that I took over Puppet City? So I know some ancient secrets. However, Li Luoluo still looked at Hanfei, her expression no longer casual, and he said, Hanfei, I thought we were friends. You should be able to see that I'm actually a good monarch. Why did Puppet City have records about this secret? Why did you come? Hanfei's heart did a flip. Li Luoluo's reaction was so big. It seemed that she knew the relationship between the demon god and the Tao of extreme balance, Hanfei asked curiously. Is the appearance of the ferocious beasts here also related to the demon god? Chapter 2624, 2624, Storm Ridge 2-in-1, 26224, Storm Ridge 2-in-1. Hanfei didn't say his purpose immediately because people believed that the Tao of extreme balance was the demonic path. Their attitude towards the demonic path had always been hostile. Hanfei didn't know what Li Luoluo's attitude was. Anyway, he didn't want to ruin their relationship because of this. Hanfei's relationship with Li Luoluo was actually just average. If they really fell out, it wouldn't do him any good. Therefore, Hanfei only pointed out the demon god but didn't say why he was here. However, Li Luoluo looked at Hanfei deeply. Are you here to find a way to extreme balance? Hanfei thought to himself. Is it so obvious? Hanfei asked. Why do you think so? Can't I come here to kill the demon? Li Luoluo suddenly relaxed. I thought about it. If you want to liberate the raging sea and save the human race, you must have to have the ability to contend with the city of scavengers. This can be seen from the fact that you can grow to this point in just more than 500 years. You are trying your best to become stronger. And the Tao of extreme balance is a path to quickly become stronger, so the possibility of you coming to kill the demon is almost zero. You can only come to become a demon. Hanfei grinned. Do you think I would abandon myself in order to become a demon? You should know that the path I take doesn't allow me to become a demon. Li Luoluo, this is also the reason why I lost my cool just now. I'm thinking, how can you save the human race once you become a demon? Unless you have a way to master the Tao of extreme balance without becoming a demon. Hanfei's heart trembled. Is Li Luoluo so bold guessing? But on the surface, Hanfei's lips twitched. You really think too much. Have you ever heard of anyone who cultivates the Tao of extreme balance and doesn't become a demon? Li Luoluo, I know. The demon god himself doesn't become a demon. In this world, as long as there is a precedent, it's possible. If you don't have such a method, why do you want to find the God-Burying Ridge? Hanfei said. Would you believe me if I say that I want to refer to the Tao of extreme balance and see if I can create a different path? Li Luoluo shook her head. I don't believe it. Sophistry is cover-up, and cover-up is the truth. Since you know that no one in the world can walk the Tao of extreme balance without becoming a demon, you still dare to come. That doesn't make sense. After all, you're not here to see me. Li Luoluo's eyes became brighter and brighter. So, do you really have a way to embark on this path? Hanfei shook his head. I don't. Don't slander me. Hanfei thought to himself, no matter what method Li Luoluo used or what identity she used to ask him, he wouldn't admit it. The fact that he was born with double spiritual heritages might be his greatest trump card in the future. Li Luolua looked at Han Fei suspiciously. Few people in this world dared to take this path. If Han Fei dared to come to the God-bearing ridge just because he had read some ancient records, first of all, this kind of person was definitely a certain kind of paranoid cultivation maniac. Only such a person wouldn't care about becoming a demon. But Li Luolu knew very well what kind of person Han Fei was. No matter what this guy looked like, he was still a decent person. Since his character hadn't changed, it was impossible for him to come here without complete confidence. Therefore, Li Luoluo's heart stirred. Oh, congratulations, you've really found the right place. Few people in this world know that the God-burying ridge exists. I even suspect that there isn't anyone who knows that the God-burying ridge is here. Perhaps this information can only be obtained from ancient inheritances. I know that you have a special treasure that can point the way. However, this secret can't be told to others. If you know, I can let you off. But since you've seen me, I can't let you tell a third person or a fourth person, so you need to swear an oath. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he was the one who controlled Li Luoluo. Unexpectedly, the tables had turned. Han Fei said, I can swear an oath. I won't tell anyone about this. This time, Han Fei made an oath. Li Luoluo was an immortal-level powerhouse after all and had lived for countless years. It was useless to play tricks on her. After a while, Han Fei watched his essence blood dissipate in the sky and couldn't help but ask, Can I ask why you are so secretive about the information of the God-burying ridge? Li Luoluo, haven't you guessed it? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. So, this is the secret that your entire lineage of ferocious beasts has been guarding. Li Luoluo chuckled. Of course. Han Fei took a deep breath. So, have you entered the demonic Tao? Li Luoluo smiled faintly. Take a guess. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that Li Luoluo was known as the Variety Devil Girl. Furthermore, he suddenly remembered that fifth senior brother said that the devil god had two personalities. After becoming a god, he killed himself. Although fifth senior brother wasn't sure if the demon god was dead, he at least mentioned dual personalities. This made Han Fei recall that Li Luoluo not only had dual personalities, but 7. So, was this a coincidence? She was already an immortal-level cultivator, but she still had 7 personalities. Logically speaking, personalities could be killed. Why couldn't an immortal-level cultivator kill her multiple personalities? It must be because each of her multiple personalities was very powerful. Li Luoluo couldn't kill them, so even a clone of hers could have 7 personalities. Han Fei suddenly changed the topic. How are Li Keke and Li Kuang recently? Li Luo smiled and said, Not bad. Occasionally they come out for some fresh air. But most of the time, they are cultivating. If you come at the right time, you might be able to see them. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Sure enough, Li Luoluo's other personalities were still here. Since they were here, it basically proved that Li Luoluo had become a demon. At the very least, when he cultivated the God-Fiend formless technique, his dual spiritual heritages would operate. If the power of one spiritual heritage increased one's strength, so would the power of the other spiritual heritage. That was why the God-Fiend formless technique had twice the basic combat power and twice the power enhancement of the Heavenly Tao. Then, if Li Luoluo really erupted, would it be 7 times her strength? Han Fei thought for a moment and didn't think so. If all the strength was given to one person, wouldn't there be no checks and balances between the 7 personalities? Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't understand the specific distribution of power between the 7 personalities, so he couldn't understand the benefits and disadvantages of Li Luoluo entering the demonic Tao. But at least, he felt that there was a high chance that Li Luolu had entered the demonic Tao, but so had he. Han Fei didn't continue to dwell on this question. Since Li Luoluo had expressed it so clearly, Han Fei didn't want to hide anything. He simply said, So, I've sworn my oath. Where is the God-burying ridge? Li Luoluo didn't hide it. With a wave of her hand, a swing chair appeared beside her. She sat down casually and began to sway. She said, The ferocious beasts scattered in the 100-Dragon Mountain Range in the east, the barbaric plains in the south, the continuous mining area in the north, and the storm ridge further west. The place you came from is the 100-Dragon Mountain Range, which mainly prevents the 100 alliances and the peripheral forces from entering the ferocious beasts' camp. The barbaric plains, to put it bluntly, is a battlefield, a place where the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts fight. To the west is a natural chasm called the Storm Ridge, which is said to be a mountainous land. But in fact, this storm is so huge that its wind circle spans billions of kilometers. So far, no more than 10 people have been to the center of the Storm Ridge, and they are all monarchs. Han Fei asked, So, the God-burying ridge is at the center of the Storm Ridge. Li Luoluo said, You can say that. That place is the entrance to the God-burying ridge. We ferocious beasts have explored the real God-burying ridge countless times, but we haven't been able to find the place where the demon god died. It just so happens that your direction-pointing treasure may come in handy. Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. How can you tell me such important information so easily? Li Luoluo said. After all, you are the master of the Emperor Sparrow. Perhaps you can find some clues. Furthermore, we ferocious beasts have been guarding this place for generations. You might as well give it a try first. If you can't even go to the entrance, it won't make any difference whether you come or not. Oh, right, the God-burying ridge is dangerous. After all, this is where a god died. The real God-burying ridge is rife with danger. Don't get killed. Han Fei couldn't understand Li Luoluo because she told him so much information that he suspected that she had a purpose he didn't know. However, Han Fei didn't think the old turtle would randomly ask him to go to a place to die, so he had to go there no matter what. If he really couldn't explore it, he could try again after he liberated the human race and proved his Tao. Anyway, the old turtle had been suppressed for millions of years. He probably wouldn't mind waiting for another 1,000 years. Han Fei asked, "Then should I go there directly? Li Luoluo, didn't Yu Ju and Wang Lanlan already pledge loyalty to you? Let them take you there, but I think you'd better do what you can. After all, I still hope you can bring the raging sea into the sea realm. This way, I still have a chance to get the time worm and the space worm and become a great monarch. If you can help me become a great monarch, I will owe you a favor from a great monarch." Han Fei smiled casually. "If I can liberate the human race, I'll give it a try even if you don't tell me." Li Luoluo waved her hand, and a teleportation door appeared. She said, "Don't get killed. You have to know that if you die, the human race will probably have no hope." Han Fei walked to the teleportation door and smiled. "Thank you." With that, Han Fei stepped into the portal and disappeared. After Han Fei had left, a cold voice came out of Li Luolu's mouth. "Do you trust this person so much? To be able to be the master of the Emperor Sparrow, this person is definitely ambitious. Don't play with fire and burn yourself." Then a male voice said, "To be honest, I'm quite excited. We've guarded this damn place for so long, and it's enough. I think this guy might be the person we're waiting for." Then a gentle voice said, "In any case, the Emperor Sparrow has returned. A chaotic world has already shown signs. I quite hope that little brother Han Fei can obtain the inheritance of the demon god. If he succeeds, this path might be cleared." Li Luoluo's main personality returned. "Alright, shut up. It's useless to say too much now. Let's see if he can unveil this chaotic situation." On the other side, Wang Lanlan just sat on the ground without moving, waiting for Han Fei and Li Luoluo to return. With a flash of light, Han Fei appeared in front of him. Wang Lanlan rose and looked at him. "Where is Big Luoluo?" In the blink of an eye, Han Fei turned into Yu Ju again. "She didn't come, but she punished you to go to the storm ridge." "Oh, okay. Then should we steal some more things?" Han Fei laughed. "You have to look at the future. These treasures can no longer help you advance easily. Even if you condense a second Dao lock, do you want to condense a third lock by stealing treasures?" Wang Lanlan said. "Of course." Han Fei said, "You have to comprehend the law. Having only one Dao lock doesn't mean that you can't prove your Dao." "Why are you so obsessed with Dao locks?" Wang Lanlan said. "But if I have 5 Dao locks, the success rate is higher." Han Fei said, "Nothing is absolute." Han Fei remembered that senior brother Azure Dragon once said that restriction couldn't really solve the problem. It hadn't been long since Feng Fei reached the perfected star transformation realm, but she was already going to prove her Dao. Had she condensed a Dao lock? Obviously not, but could you say that after Feng Fei proved Dao, she wasn't as strong as those guys with 5 Dao locks? This wasn't necessarily the case. The strength depended on one's own path. Therefore, there was no need to deliberately condense a Dao lock. Just like the Emperor Sparrow, he condensed a Dao lock because he needed it, but he wouldn't rely on it. "Let's go," Wang Lanlan asked. "Where are we going?" Han Fei said. "Storm Ridge. I heard that it's also a wonder. If we don't see it with our own eyes, we'll have come in vain." Wang Lanlan perked up. "Master Han Fei, are you going too?" "Yes." There might be thousands of ways to enter Li Luoluo's house, but there was only one way out. When Han Fei and Wang Lanlan came out, they saw Wang Xiaoju sleeping on a huge rock. Just as Han Fei and Wang Lanlan came out, Wang Xiaoju suddenly opened his eyes and bared his teeth at Wang Lanlan. "Wang Lanlan, you are too much. I went to chat with you out of kindness, but you betrayed me and made me be sent to the Wind Circle. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Wang Lanlan said. "You're not alone? I'll go with you." "Huh?" Wang Xiaoju was surprised. "You're going too?" "That's right. You two sneaked back. It would be strange if Big Luoluo spared you, but it's good that we have more people." "Okay, let's go find Huang Ergo," Wang Lanlan wondered. "Huang Ergo? Didn't he succeed in stealing?" Wang Xiaoju chuckled. "Succeeded? Huang Ergo has been hung up and beaten up and then was thrown to the storm ridge half a month ago." Wang Lanlan was surprised at first and then angry. "Wow, Wang Xiaoju, so you deliberately went to me to tempt me and Yu Ju to come back to steal treasures." Han Fei echoed. "Yes, he did it on purpose." Wang Xiaoju said, "No, I just wanted you to come back and play with me, but I was caught first. At this time, you happened to bump in and teleported directly to Big Luolu. You are really unlucky." Wang Lanlan said, "Cut the crap. I now have reason to suspect that Huang Ergo was also tricked by you. Otherwise, that stupid dog wouldn't have been willing to go to the storm ridge." Wang Xiaoju ignored her and jumped to Han Fei's side with a swish. He turned into a kitten and stood on Han Fei's shoulder saying, "Juju, when will you reach the perfected star transformation realm? I didn't see you a few days ago." Han Fei imitated Yuju's tone. "I was making a breakthrough at that time, so of course you couldn't see me. Why are you all standing here? Let's go." Compared to the 100 Dragons mountain range, I prefer the Storm Ridge. Wang Xiaoju blurted out, your skin is thick. Of course you are not afraid. Wang Xiaoju muttered, it's a pity that Big Luoluo has been hiding more treasures recently, attracting countless people's attention. So far, at least 3,000 people have gone to the Storm Ridge. Han Fei asked in surprise, so many? Did something happen in the Storm Ridge? Wang Xiaoju looked at Han Fei in surprise. Joju, you finally become smarter. It seems that you've become smarter since I saw you the last time 3,000 years ago. Han Fei snorted. Actually, I've always been quite smart. Wang Xiaoju sneered. I didn't see it. Wang Xiaoju said carelessly. A few years ago, a lot of wind demons ran out from the depth of the Storm Ridge, so Big Luoluo increased the number of treasures. Naturally, many people would be hung up, beaten up, and thrown over. Everyone wanted to go to the Storm Ridge to play, and by the way, steal from Big Luoluo. Why not? A few years ago, was the old turtle causing trouble? When the old turtle told him the news, he wanted to find the demon god himself. Now that his body had been rebuilt and his memories recovered, he naturally wanted to find the demon god too. Han Fei felt that this possibility was not small. However, if it was really the old turtle's speed was quite fast. He had arrived a few years ago. He didn't know if he would meet him this time. After Wang Xiaoju and Wang Lanlan chatted for 7 days, they finally arrived at Storm Ridge. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood why Wang Xiaoju went to the 100 Dragon mountain range to chat with Wang Lanlan, because Wang Lanlan was very good at chatting. More importantly, these two guys were very good at bragging. For example, Wang Xiaoju said, you may not believe it, but at that time in Puppet City, Master Emperor Sparrow and I hit it off at first sight. Before he showed up, he took the initiative to chat with me, marveling at my imposing aura and the bearing of a future great monarch. Later, Master Emperor Sparrow fought tens of thousands of bloody hand-mine devils alone. How could I sit by and do nothing? Although I didn't know that he was the Emperor Sparrow, he was my friend. How could I just watch him fall into despair? I went up and repelled all enemies, shocking Master Emperor Sparrow. Wang Lanlan stole a glance at Han Fei and echoed, I believe that Lord Emperor Sparrow fights many enemies alone. But you really didn't run away? And hey, your way of chatting is not good. You don't give us any food while chatting. How stingy are you? If it were me, I would have given Lord Emperor Sparrow a big clam, Wang Xiaoju said. What do you know? Is Lord Emperor Sparrow the kind of person who is greedy for food? We are soul friends. Wang Lanlan said, won't your mouth be dry if you keep chatting? Wang Xiaoju said, what are you talking about? Can we get to the point? Have you heard about Lord Emperor Sparrow fighting a great monarch in the last battle? After that, Lord Emperor Sparrow took the initiative to find me. He said that I was a rare genius among the ferocious beasts and asked if I was willing to follow him. Wang Lanlan asked, then what did you say? Wang Xiaoju said, I'm definitely a cat with backbone. Although he is the Emperor Sparrow, he won't be able to easily make me submit. I told him that when you become a great monarch, I can consider it. Titter Han Fei almost burst into laughter. Why the hell didn't I know that you have such a backbone? Slap. Wang Xiaoju slapped Han Fei's head. What are you laughing at? You can't even chat with Lord Emperor Sparrow. You'll probably kneel on the ground when you see him. Han Fei, Wang Lanlan's heart tightened. She looked at Wang Xiaoju pitifully, wondering if this guy would be beaten to death. Han Fei bared his teeth. Fine, keep bragging. When we reach the Storm Ridge, I'll make you a bald cat. The Storm Ridge was composed of an outer force field and the wind circle. There were actually very few mountains in the periphery. It was more like a plain, because the violent wind had flattened some places that could be flattened. Due to the long-term blowing, sand and stones were flying here, like an endless super sandstorm. Therefore, the periphery was mainly a huge sea of sand. Perhaps because the Storm Ridge covered a large area and contained a large number of mines, the sand and stones contained a large amount of mineral power. Where there was a mine, there would be a mine demon. There were only a few kinds of mine demons, such as wind snakes, wind birds, wind conchs, and so on, which were collectively called wind demons. Although these mine demons had long been used to the wind fields, a large number of them were sent flying out of the wind circle every day. It was just like how a large number of fish and shrimps would always be left behind when the seawater ebbed. Therefore, the Storm Ridge needed a large number of ferocious beasts to guard it. Based on the conversation between Wang Lanlan and the others, Han Fei learned that there were 20,000 to 30,000 ferocious beasts permanently stationed in the Storm Ridge. Because the ferocious beasts were energetic and liked to run, they hunted the wind demons like sheep every day. Because the wind demons belonged to the storms, after they found that they had been blown out, they would find a way to get into the wind circle again. They were not interested in fighting the ferocious beasts. Only those who couldn't get into the wind circle for the time being would fight the ferocious beasts. They were like fish and shrimp left on the beach after the ebb tide. When the tide rose again, they would return to the sea. Some could even jump and chase the seawater back. Previously, there was no anomaly in the Storm Ridge, so although there were many wind demons being blown out, the ferocious beasts had to kill them quickly to prevent them from running back. But now, something happened to the Storm Ridge. Too many wind demons had been blown out of the Storm Ridge, and they couldn't go back for a while, so the wind demons almost flooded the Storm Ridge. Therefore, the ferocious beasts guarding the storm ridge were increased, and new ferocious beasts were driven over to guard it every day. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei and the others arrived, they often saw ferocious beasts fighting with wind demons on the sand. For example, Han Fei saw a windbird mine demon flashing in the sky, and a fox was biting the wings of the windbird, refusing to let go. As a result, the windbird bumped around with the fox, raising sand and dust. As soon as Wang Xiaoju arrived at the storm ridge, he swooshed out and shouted above the sand sea, "Who can tell me where Ergo is? Hey, 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 answer me if you hear me. Who saw Ergo?" Chapter 2625, 2625, Ancient Corpse 2-in-1, 2625, Ancient Corpse 2-in-1. The periphery of the storm ridge was very large, and it was naturally impossible to defend it with only more than 20,000 ferocious beasts, so they could only guard the route to the ferocious beasts. As for other places, they just ignored them. The wind demons were the strongest in the wind circle. Outside the wind circle, their strength would be greatly reduced. If they fought other mine demons, very few wind demons could really survive outside. At this moment, Han Fei had a headache. Why the hell did he have to go with Wang Xiaoju again? Besides, Han Fei didn't think Huang Ergo would be any better. As the saying went, birds of a feather flock together. Huang Langlan and Wang Xiaoju were a perfect match. Huang Ergo was probably no different either. The only normal person here was Yuju. He asked telepathically, "Who is that Huang Ergo?" Wang Langlan said, "Huang Ergo is a big dog with a very keen sense of smell. He is also a pure-blooded descendant like us. In the entire ferocious beast lineage, Huang Ergo's sense of smell can be said to be number one. In addition to his sense of smell, this guy has evolved into a talent for tracking. Therefore, under normal circumstances, we will take Huang Ergo with us when we steal things or hunt treasures." Han Fei said, "It sounds interesting, but since he has such talent, why does he still need you?" Huang Langlan said, "Because he's not good at fighting. He's a dog with 4 Dao locks, but his combat power is mediocre, about the same as mine." Han Fei thought that it was indeed a little low. Wang Langlan only had 1 Dao lock. It seemed that he had spent all his talent on treasure hunting. Wang Xiaoju didn't keep a low profile at all. Flying at 30 times the speed of light, he didn't return until half an hour later. Panting, Wang Xiaoju said, "I heard that Huang Ergu was tricked by Sha Laosan. He said that he was going into the depths of the wind circle to find treasures. He may have already set off. There should still be time for us to chase him." In Han Fei's mind, Wang Lanlan explained, Sha Laosan is a rat sable, a pure-blooded ferocious beast. It's said that he's the descendant of the ancient sky-penetrating rat and the wind thunder sable. His treasure hunting ability is even stronger than Huang Ergu's. He originally had 7 siblings and an old mother. In an exploration of the wind circle, in order to snatch a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, 7 of his family of 8 perished. In the end, only he was lucky enough to obtain the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth and survived. Because he was the 3rd child in his family, he was called Sha Laosan. Gradually, he even calls himself Laosan. He said that he had forgotten his original name. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. In order to hunt a treasure, his entire family was sacrificed. This person's life is really tragic. Wang Langlan said, "Well, Sha Laosan used to be quite active and had a good relationship with us. Later, he became more antisocial and wandered in the wind circle all day long. Of course, like Zhouju, he liked to dig holes. However, although this sea of sand is sand, there are many mineral sand, so it's not easy to dig. He can't dig as fast as Zhouju." At this moment, Wang Xiaoju suddenly came close. "What are you two whispering about? Why are you talking behind my back?" Wang Langlan glared at Wang Xiaoju and said angrily, "I'm telling Zhouju that Sha Laosan must have found a good treasure. Otherwise, he would have gone there himself and wouldn't have dragged Huang Ergo with him. Anyway, you are here. We must chase them." Wang Xiaoju was lost for words. "Why do you have to chase them when I'm here?" Wang Lanlan said. "Because you are the strongest among us," Han Fei said. "You go first and I'll go second. I've just advanced to the perfected star transformation realm. I don't want to die in the wind circle as soon as I come to the storm ridge." Wang Xiaoju was speechless. Quote, "Zhouju, why are you still so timid? It seems that you haven't learned any of my outstanding qualities. If you want to cultivate, how can you follow the prescribed order? If you are so timid, how can you get through the test of your Dao heart and let your Dao heart weather through the monarch-level tribulation? Let me tell you, even Huang Ergu dares to enter, but you don't dare to," Huan Fei said. "Huang Ergu has 4 Dao locks." Huang Xiaoju said, "But he is still useless, no better than you at all. Let's go. Don't waste time. If we're too slow and the tunnel they dug collapses, we won't be able to find them." Wang Lanlan asked, "Are you sure you can find where they went in from?" Wang Xiaoju said, "How can this stump me? I've dug holes with him, and I know his digging habits very well. Before he does anything big, he will definitely pay tribute to his mother and siblings. The hole is right there, alas. I said too much. Baba, don't tell anyone what I said, and don't tell anyone." Han Fei pretended to be honest. "I won't," Wang Lanlan said. "I never joke with Sha Laosan." After about half an hour, Wang Xiaoju took Han Fei and the others to a sand dune outside the storm ridge. The wind and sand filled the sky, and Han Fei seemed to see an endless black wall. This was the wind wall of the storm ridge. The wind in the storm ridge had swept up too much sand and dust, so if you looked at it from a distance, you would find that half of the world had been blocked, forming a black wall. But that was not the case. The density of the sand in the sandstorm was gradual, so it looked like a wall. Wang Xiaoju slapped Han Fei. Juju, dig. Dig while there's no one here. Han Fei thought to himself, Wang Xiaoju is such a big mouth. If his identity is known by him, he probably won't be able to keep it a secret for a few days. If he doesn't tell others, he may suffocate to death. Therefore, Han Fei could only endure it for the time being. When he had a chance, he would bring Wang Xiaoju over and beat him up. Digging was a basic skill. Of course, Han Fei could do it. He could only temporarily serve as a laborer. This was the first time Han Fei had excavated this kind of sand sea filled with the power of minerals. This excavation required a huge demand on strength. This made Han Fei understand why there were so many people mining in the infinite mining area. It was because the excavation of minerals was very difficult and required extremely high strength, so mining here could last for a long time. Although Han Fei didn't dig up the real essence, he felt that the sand was not easier to dig than minerals. Different from mines, mining in mines was a process of destroying mines. Although top-level minerals would radiate around and give birth to associated mines, mining itself was a kind of destruction. But the sand in the storm ridge was different. Mining here meant softening the sand first and then compacting it around to form a channel. The power of the storm here was very strong and affected the ground veins, so there was no other way to dig a lasting path unless a tunnel was made. Even if Han Fei could dig a channel now, it would collapse in half an hour. Wang Xiaoju said, dig in this direction. Yes, in this direction. Come on, accelerate, Han Fei said. Stop nagging. Can't you see I'm digging? Wang Xiaoju said. Zhuai, you disappoint me. Now that you've reached the perfected star transformation realm, your digging speed should be much faster, Han Fei suggested. Why don't you do it? Hey, Zhuai, your temper became worse. Wang Langlan rolled her eyes. She wondered how Wang Xiaoju would react when he found out that the Emperor Sparrow was right next to him. After half an hour, God knew how far Han Fei had dug. It was probably more than 1,000,000 kilometers. Although Han Fei was extremely strong, he couldn't help but admire those who could keep digging. He even missed the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. If only that guy were here. Suddenly, Han Fei dug out a hole with a bang. He looked again and found that it was an underground space made of minerals. The space was not big, less than 3,000 meters. The surroundings were compressed with minerals and sealed with a spiritual barrier to create such a large space. Otherwise, this space would have collapsed long ago. In the entire space, only 7 memorial tablets, 1 big, 6 small, were placed at the center. This should be the place where Sha Laosan commemorated his family. Wang Lanlan said, they're not here. They seem to have set off. Sha Laosan must be angry that we dug our way into here, right? Wang Xiaoju said. That's because they didn't wait for us. Besides, we didn't destroy this place. With that, Wang Xiaoju pointed to a loose place and said, it collapsed not long ago. That's it. Han Fei repaired the place where the spiritual barrier of the mine was broken. He thought to himself, let's keep digging. If we can dig all the way to the center of the storm ridge, it will be good. At least we should be able to avoid a large number of wind demons. As for why he was led by Wang Xiaoju to find treasures for no reason, he didn't know. However, if Huang Ergu and Sha Laosan's treasure hunting ability and perception ability were top-notch, they might be able to help him. It shouldn't hurt to keep them by his side for the time being. However, if he really wanted to take them to the center of the storm ridge, these people would have to all be under his command. Of course, it depended on whether they had the strength to go there. They were all pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Except for Yuju, they were all Dao Lok level powerhouses. He didn't mind having more subordinates like this. As for Li Luoluo, he didn't really understand her thoughts yet. However, he didn't doubt that Li Luoluo wanted to find the time worm and the space worm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared in the raging sea, on the other side. In the vast sand of the storm ridge, somewhere under the sand, a little yellow dog and a long rat were sprinting under the sand sea. The yellow dog said, Old Shah, wait a minute. Why do I feel that something is wrong? I smell decay. Is the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth you mentioned guarded by an ancient mine demon? You know, a mine demon of that level is usually a dead strong master who still has a certain level of consciousness or extraordinary power. Sha Laosan's voice was slightly deep. This is how the wind circle is. Although the other party may be dangerous, if we succeed, we may gain a lot. Ergo, you already have 4 Dao Loks. If we succeed this time, I will help you condense the 5th Dao Loks with my savings. At that time, once your 5 Dao Loks are solidified, you'll be able to prove Dao. Big Luoluo will help you, I will help you, and everyone will help you. Wang Ergo was tempted, but his cautious attitude still made him doubt. I don't think I can succeed in proving Dao just because I have 5 Dao Loks. Besides, look at Wang Xiaoju. He has already had 5 Dao Loks, but he hasn't proven Dao yet. Everyone's situation is different. You think that Wang Xiaoju can't prove his Dao? In fact, he is just waiting for opportunities and looking for opportunities. Otherwise, why do you think he participated in the northern expedition last time? Facts have proven that this northern expedition was as dangerous as the previous ones, and he didn't get any opportunities. Ergo, opportunities are created by ourselves and won't take the initiative to go to you. We pure-blooded, ferocious beasts can easily have 5 Dao locks as long as we slowly absorb resources and cultivate slowly. Indeed, we can have 5 Dao locks, but you have to understand that the Dao locks exist for those without opportunities. Those who are truly lucky and have endless opportunities don't need Dao locks at all. Huang Ergu was persuaded by Sha Lao San. He nodded and said, okay, then let's go. However, if we encounter any danger that we can't defeat, retreat immediately. Don't hesitate at all. Compared to opportunities, I cherish my life more. Sha Lao San, I cherish my life more than you do. My mother and brothers have all died. I am their only hope. I have to carry their hope to live. I have to prove my Dao. Otherwise, how can I face them? Stop. After more than an hour, Sha Lao San suddenly stopped digging. He said, we've arrived. What smell did you smell? Huang Ergu sniffed around. The power of minerals here is exceptionally strong, about 5 times stronger than in the sand sea of the storm ridge. Apart from the rotten smell, I seem to smell the smell of laws. Huang Ergu's eyes widened. Yes, it's a law. Did you come because you feel the power of a law? Sha Lao San nodded. That's right, it's the power of laws, and it's the power of laws that's been concealed or even sealed. What you're feeling now is just the dispersion of laws. What does it mean that such very clear laws can be continuously released? Huang Ergu's eyes gradually lit up. It means that it emanated from something. This thing is immortal, and the law will last forever. However, I also smelled a rotten breath, which I felt more clearly than before. A strong master must have died here in the past, or this kind of breath wouldn't have appeared. Sha Lao San licked the corner of his mouth and said, 100 kilometers ahead of us is a solid mine under the sea of sand. What does it mean to have a solid mine in the storm ridge? Huang Ergu said. It means that it's an extremely high-level mine. It should be at least a level 5 mine. It can't be lower. Sha Lao San said. More than that. Sniff again. Huang Ergu sensed it again. After a while he said, I feel the heat dispersing with the power of minerals has a slight direct effect on me. Well, this solid mine is at least a level 6 mine. Sha Lao San licked the corner of his mouth. That's right. Even this mountain is a level 6 mine. You can imagine what the thing or treasure hidden in the mountain is like. Ergu, our chance is here. Huang Ergu was instigated. This time he was indeed shocked again. Even the sealed place was made of a level 6 mine. How powerful was the hidden opportunity? Huang Ergu finally calmed down. Why didn't you ask Wang Xiaoju to come with you? With that guy here, if there is really a problem with his speed, we have a high chance of escaping. Sha Lao San said, Ergo, there are few good things in this world. You said I should take Wang Xiaoju with us, but he has already condensed 5 Dao locks. He needs opportunities more than us. Once he gets the opportunity, he might be able to directly prove Dao. But what about you and me? Are we going to snatch his opportunity to prove Dao? Huang Ergu thought to himself. That's true. In fact, opportunities should be obtained by one person. This way, it's easiest to reach the sky in a single step. This time, Sha Lao San took him with him probably because he was afraid that if he was in danger, it would be difficult for him to survive alone. Huang Ergu said that if they succeeded this time and the opportunity could be divided between them, then they would split it. If the opportunity couldn't be split evenly, he would guarantee to provide him with enough resources to help him condense the 5th Dao lock. But if Wang Xiaoju was also included, how could Sha Lao San bribe Wang Xiaoju? If the opportunity was taken by Wang Xiaoju, wouldn't they get nothing in the end? Huang Ergu took a deep breath and said, let's continue to dig. If that place is a solid mine, it won't be easy for us to dig through or break the foundation of the mine. Sha Lao San said, don't worry. I've been damaging the foundation of this mine for a long time. I'm only one step away from breaking through this mine in no more than 4 hours. We'll have to play to the score. If we encounter an invincible opponent, we'll have to retreat first. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Sha Lao San and Huang Ergu were digging out the foundation of the mine that spanned more than 20,000 kilometers. This mine had existed for too long and was almost integrated with the ground veins and the sea of sand. Only by destroying its foundation could they truly destroy the mine. At this moment, because of the actions of the two of them, this place had already begun to sink into the depths of the sea of sand, and cracks had already appeared in many parts of the mine. Because of this, the rotten breath became more and more intense, and so did the breath of the law. Both of them were extremely vigilant at this moment. If they found anything wrong, they would leave quickly. Sha Lao San laid a hand on the mine and slowly turned it into sand. This was a strange ability that could soften the mineral into sand. He said, I will try my best to dig a way out. Ergu, your sense of smell is unparalleled. You can detect the enemy's energy fluctuations and laws through your sense of smell, so it's up to your judgment later. Huang Ergu's heart skipped a beat. Understood. Don't talk. The power of the mineral was slowly entering Sha Lao San's body, swimming throughout his body and then leaking out from every corner of Sha Lao San's skin. Sha Lao San was like a steamed crab. At this moment, his combat power was at his peak. He was ready to launch a peak strike at any time. An hour later, Huang Ergu said for the 7th time, I can't feel any violent energy fluctuations. Although the law is rich, the fluctuations are not large and the danger is not high for the time being. Xiaolaosan said, I've already sensed the internal barrier. It's more difficult to turn it into sand. It may take another hour later. Huang Ergu said for the 13th time, I didn't feel any danger. Have you cleared it? Boom. While Huang Ergu was asking, the inner barrier of this mine was broken by Xiaolaosan. In the next moment, Huang Ergu and Xiaolaosan immediately retreated and were ready for battle. This was because the moment the passage was completely opened, the rich power of laws surged at their faces. The power of laws of this level made them feel great pressure. But soon, Huang Ergu and Xiaolaosan stopped because there was no killing intent. No additional power dissipating, no soul impact, and nothing here. It was as if this place was just a place where the power of laws was rich. Huffeh. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolaosan said, Don't panic. It doesn't look like there's any danger. Let's go take a look. Therefore, the two of them turned back and lay at the broken entrance. Braving the impact of the law, they looked into the inner space of the mine. What they saw stunned them. Oh my big Luo, oh my god, third brother, we become rich. Huang Ergu's eyes widened like copper bells. Golpa Xiaolaosan was also shocked. He saw that there was a space of about 1,000 square meters inside the mine, and the walls in this space were not all made of minerals. They saw many divine crystals, which were minerals that had been contaminated with divinity. They could no longer be described as minerals. The divine crystals were comparable to level 8 minerals, and here there were thousands of them, embedded on the rock mineral walls disorderly. Xiaolaosan said, it's because the minerals were contaminated with divinity. After a long time of corrosion, they became divine crystals. Huang Ergu asked, Look, isn't that the heavenly Tao Jade essence? It's so big, there are so many of them. In the mine space, there was a 6-prism-like jade marrow. It was clearly the heavenly Tao Jade marrow, which was produced due to the assimilation effect of the power of the heavenly Tao. There were only 8 of them here, each of which was priceless. If the heavenly Tao Jade marrow was used to cultivate, not only could the body and the soul be strengthened, but it could even better help the soul fuse with the heavenly Tao. However, as their gazes moved down, suddenly both of them held their breath. This was because at the center of the 8 heavenly Tao Jade essences, there was a mine demon dressed strangely. Yes, a mine demon dressed in clothes, but his body was not made of minerals, but divine crystals. And the rich power of laws was escaping from this mine demon's body. Huang Ergu asked, This is because he has been contaminated by divinity for a long time, so this ancient strong cultivator along with himself has turned into divine crystals, Xiaolaosan said. It looks like it. Look, the yellowish-brown mud at the bottom is the chaotic spiritual soil. It's said that it can nurture corpses and keep them intact. It seems that this person died in ancient times. Huang Ergu asked, What should we do? Dig all these out and take them back? Xiaolaosan pondered for a moment. Don't panic. This person seems to have died long ago. Perhaps he struggled for hundreds of thousands of years but failed to persist. Huang Ergu said, Who cares? Anyway, the resources here belong to us. Ha ha ha, we're rich this time. There's almost no doubt that I can condense the 5th Tao lock. Xiaolaosan said, I didn't sense any mysterious arrays here. Ergu, do you smell essence blood? Huang Ergu shook his head. Not at all. It seems that this former strong cultivator has indeed completely perished, not even leaving a trace of his soul. As they talked, the two had already entered the cave. Huang Ergu stared at the divine crystals and the heavenly Tao Jade essence, but Xiaolaosan had already come to the strong cultivator's jade-like body. An eye opened between his eyebrows. He wanted to see if he could pry into this strong cultivator's law. This might be an opportunity to prove Tao. However, at the moment when his third eye peeped over, suddenly, a sharp soul thorn pierced through his third eye with a puff. Instantly, Xiaolaosan shouted, Ergo, run, Chapter 2626-2626, Ancient Monarch 2. In 12626, Ancient Monarch 2 in, this sudden change made Huang Ergu panic. He turned around and ran. The moment Xiaolaosan shouted, Huang Ergu also felt a strange smell. It was an extremely rotten smell. This ancient strong cultivator who had turned into divine crystals had actually revived. This completely shattered Huang Ergu's understanding of perishing. Although it was a little ridiculous that this puppet could revive under such circumstances, this proved its strength. Boom. Unfortunately, by the time Huang Ergu turned around and was about to run, it was already too late. The 8 pillars of heavenly Tao Jade essence emitted a barrier halo. Although Huang Ergu was already very fast, he still bumped into the barrier. Breaking the barrier was not what Huang Ergu was good at, but what Xiaolaosan and Yuju were good at. Huang Ergu knew that it was useless to panic now. The 4 Tao locks appeared at the same time and were snapped. Having no time to think, a pair of bramble gloves appeared in his hands. His first target was a corpse that had turned into divine crystals. Bang! Unfortunately, before he could launch a punch, Xiaolaosan slapped back and sent Huang Ergu flying. Earlier, Wang Lanlan had said that Huang Ergu's combat power was not high. Although he had 4 Tao locks, his combat power was actually not much different from hers. Therefore, although this guy tried his best, he was still slapped away by Xiaolaosan. However, after Sha Lao San slapped him, his body hit the barrier instead. As for his eyes, 2 were bloodshot and 1 was clear. He shouted, "Urgu, cutting the body is useless. Cut the barrier." As soon as he said so, an old voice burst out of his mouth. "Let me out. Let me out." It was an unconscious roar, so Sha Lao San could resist the power. "Urgu, this guy is out of his mind. His head is not clear, and the power of his soul is not fully awakened. Come on, I can't last long." Woofer, Huang Urgu panicked at this moment. This ancient strong cultivator was obviously a monarch. Even if it was a remnant soul, it was not something Sha Lao San could deal with. In the depths of the infinite mining area, there were still many such remnant souls. Some were completely lost, some were still conscious, some were crazy, and some had completely woken up. As for the person in front of him, he seemed to be crazy but still a little delirious. It was hard to say if he would suddenly wake up. If he really woke up, Sha Lao San would have no chance to escape the fate of being possessed. Therefore, Huang Urgu really went all out at this moment. His blood began to burn as he tried to shatter the heavenly Tao Jade Essence array. Boom. Although Huang Urgu was not that strong, he was not weak. Therefore, when this blow hit the heavenly Tao Jade Essence, the huge force raised shook violently in this place, causing him and Sha Lao San to bleed from their 7 orifices. Even the entire space began to tremble, and this trembling radiated in all directions from the mine. Bang! Huang Urgu was slapped away by Sha Lao San again. Sha Lao San's face was twisted, but he seemed unable to withstand the power of possession. He also shouted, "Mine, it's mine. You want to snatch my opportunity? Go to hell." Then Sha Lao San suddenly rushed to Huang Urgu's side. Huang Urgu didn't move at all under the suppression of the power of the law. He threw a punch at him. Seeing this scene, his heart turned cold. How could he resist the power of the law? But in the next moment, this punch hit the side of his head, dimming the entire spiritual barrier. This punch even smashed through the spiritual barrier as if it had smashed through a membrane. Sha Lao San wanted to speak, but all he could make was giggling sounds. Gulp. Huang Urgu was almost crying. He shouted, "Take your hand back." Giggle bong bong. Sha Lao San pulled out his fist. Huang Urgu wanted to take advantage of this moment to escape through the place where the fist broke through the spiritual barrier, but as soon as he stuck his head out, one of his legs was grabbed by Sha Lao San. Puff. Huang Urgu's leg was pulled back, and one of his legs was crushed. Sha Lao San twisted and collided in midair and finally threw Huang Urgu away. But Huang Urgu's eyes suddenly lit up as he shouted, "Wang Xiaoju, I smell Wang Xiaoju. Wang Xiaoju is here. Knock, knock, knock." Having no time to think, Huang Urgu hammered the barrier dozens of times before being sent flying by Sha Lao San again. At this moment, Sha Lao San struggled to say a few words. "Stupid, do you want to kill him?" Although Wang Xiaoju had 5 Dao locks, the one they were facing was an ancient monarch. Although he was only a remnant soul, he still had the power of law. Even if Wang Xiaoju came, so what? He would still be beaten up. Huang Urgu roared, "Wang Xiaoju is fast. He will find a way. Tell him to go back to Big Luoluo and ask for help." Dodge. At this moment, Sha Lao San's only clear eye was also a little red. He shouted, "Escape," and then changed his accent, muttering, "You all want to snatch my treasures. You're all my enemies. You all deserve to die." Bang. At this moment, Han Fei finally dug into an underground passage that hadn't completely collapsed. Wang Xiaoju's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. We made it in time. This passage hasn't completely collapsed yet. The traces are obvious, indicating that it's the last part of the road. Sha Lao San purposely compacted this passage to prevent accidents and for escape. This proves that this passage was dug in 4 or 6 hours. Come on, let's go in case this place collapses." Buzz. However, as soon as Wang Xiaoju said so, there was a violent earthquake in the sea of sand. Wang Lanlin said, "They're fighting. I think they're fighting up ahead." Wang Xiaoju said, "It seems that they have encountered a mine demon. Don't panic." Although this place is already deep in the wind circle, with the strength of Sha Lao San and Huang Urgu, the mine demons here should be no match for them. But we have to leave quickly. This tunnel won't last long under this kind of shock. Buzz. Consecutive shocks appeared. Before Wang Xiaoju could sprint, with a bang, the tunnel in front of him collapsed. Wang Xiaoju screamed, "Alas, I told you to hurry up. Look, the road we just found collapsed again." Wang Lanlan said, "Who can you blame? What's the use of yelling? Dig by yourself." Han Fei slightly frowned at this moment. Something was wrong. When this power passed through the sea of sand and arrived here, Han Fei felt the effect of some other power. It seemed to be a higher level power. The power of laws? Although Han Fei hadn't comprehended the law yet, it didn't mean that he didn't know this power. He had guessed that the law was like the refinement of the power of the Great Tao, a unique and pure power. Compared to the power of the Great Tao, one was like a punch, and the other was like an awl. If the same power erupted and struck out, it must be the power of the awl stronger. Wang Xiaoju and Wang Lanlan had never felt this power, but Han Fei had once transformed into Mystic One and experienced the power of a great monarch. Although he had almost forgotten this power after coming out of the memory illusion, it didn't mean that he didn't remember it at all. He still had some understanding of laws. Han Fei said, "Stop it. I feel that something happened up ahead. Something is wrong with this power." Wang Xiaoju asked, "Something is wrong? Why?" "Are there many mind demons ahead?" Han Fei said. "Maybe the mind demons ahead are very strong," Wang Xiaoju asked. "How strong can it be?" "Although the storm ridge is dangerous, it's mainly because there are many mind demons inside, not because the mind demon is very strong." Wang Langlan, on the other hand, was not as careless as Wang Xiaoju. She knew who Han Fei was. If Han Fei said it was strong, it must be very strong. "So did it mean," Wang Lanlan suddenly said, "could it be a monarch? Sha Laosan is such a loner. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't take him down alone, would he have called Huang Ergu over? So could it be that they have already found an opportunity but encountered a monarch?" Wang Xiaoju's eyelids twitched. "A monarch-level mind demon? How can it be?" Han Fei added. "It's possible. This power fluctuation is not ordinary. There's a greater destructive power in the vibration." Wang Xiaoju shouted, "Then hurry up. Juju, dig over quickly." Han Fei asked, "If it's really a monarch up ahead, can we come back?" Wang Xiaoju said, "Alas, Juju, why are you still so stupid? If there is really a monarch, could he have caused such a big uproar? He would have suppressed Sha Laosan and Huang Ergo without causing such a strong earthquake. So, this just shows that their enemy is not as strong as we thought. I don't think it's a monarch. Instead, it's very likely that it's just a mind demon with 5 Dao locks," Wang Lanlan said. "Wang Xiaoju, you've become smarter this time," Wang Xiaoju said. "Of course, I was very smart in the first place." Han Fei's heart stirred. Without further ado, he slightly circulated his power, and the digging speed doubled. Wang Xiaoju exclaimed, "Zhuezhu, why are you suddenly so fast?" Han Fei said. "It's an inherited secret method, only used in emergencies." Wang Xiaoju didn't doubt him at all. "Come on, at this speed, we will be there soon." 100 seconds later, Huang Erju was already covered with cuts and bruises. Although Sha Laosan's soul had been resisting, Huang Ergo had basically been crippled during the period when he failed to resist. If it weren't for Sha Laosan's interference every time this monarch-level soul attacked, Huang Ergo would have long become a dead dog. Seeing that Huang Ergo couldn't hold on anymore, and that he couldn't hold on either, Sha Laosan sighed in his heart. Treasure hunting, treasure hunting? He finally knew why his race had declined. This couldn't be helped. As the saying went, "He that touched the pitch shall be defiled." Encountering such a level of danger, they would most likely die this time. Huang Ergu's heart sank. Unfortunately, he still failed to live up to the expectations of his mother and brothers. However, he was the one who brought Huang Ergu here. Huang Ergu trusted him, and he didn't want to let him down. Roar. At that moment, the power of Sha Laosan's soul suddenly erupted. He gathered all his strength and suddenly seized control of his body. He roared, "Ergu, run, aha!" Huang Ergu was refreshed. One of Sha Laosan's eyes glowed. He tried to control his body and punched through the spiritual barrier. Boom! Huang Ergo instantly jumped up, turned into a ray of light, and rushed out. He saw that Sha Laosan tried to stop him, but he stopped himself. Huang Ergu's speed exploded again as he rushed out crazily. Activating the great Tao in his body, he condensed his voice and shouted, "Wang Xiaoju, quickly save me." After the roar, Huang Ergu's strength and vitality were exhausted, and he crashed heavily into the sand for thousands of kilometers and fell on his face. Then, after a full minute, a great medicine spread out of Huang Ergu's gloves to replenish his body. This was his trump card, to save his life at the last moment. Not daring to stay any longer, Huang Ergo rushed out again towards Wang Xiaoju. Regardless of Huang Ergo's combat power, he had 4 Dao locks. When he exerted all his strength, his voice spread across tens of millions of kilometers, and in the end, there was only a whisper. Huang Xiaoju, who was urging Han Fei to dig a tunnel, muttered, "These two people are too unethical. They didn't even call me for treasure hunting. Humph, when I see them, I'll beat the hell out of Huang Ergo." Wang Langlan said, "Then what about Sha Laosan?" Wang Xiaoju said, "I'll beat him up too. Anyway, however, as the only one among us who has the protection of the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, protection sand, I can't beat him to death." Wang Langlan said, "I'm afraid you can't beat him. Sha Laosan is the strongest among us. Apart from being fast, your combat power is no match for him." Wang Xiaoju said angrily, "That's impossible. It's not that I'm bragging, but in the Mind Demon stream, I fought tens of thousands of bloody hand mind devils alone with Lord Emperor Sparrow. Do you think I'm bragging?" Wang Xiaoju, quickly save me. Just as Wang Xiaoju was bragging, a very, very small, almost negligible voice came through the vibration of the sand. If it were an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he might not have heard it. However, how could Han Fei and the other two be ordinary? Wang Xiaoju and Wang Lanlan's faces changed drastically, and Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This voice was very far away. In the next moment, Wang Xiaoju shouted, "Not good!" Something happened. Wang Lanlan's expression changed drastically. "Hurry up! Something happened to Huang Ergo and Sha Laosan." Immediately, Wang Xiaoju and Wang Lanlan jumped up at the same time to help Han Fei dig the hole. They didn't dig before because they were not good at digging, and their speed was definitely slower than Han Fei's. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't dig. If Wang Xiaoju, who had 5 Dao locks, really dug with his full strength, his speed was actually very fast. In an instant, the three of them attacked together, and the speed of digging was several times faster. Wang Xiaoju said, "Not good, something must have happened. With Sha Laosan's strength, even cultivators with 5 Dao locks can't take him down. What treasures have they found? What level of mind demon is guarding them?" Wang Lanlan said, "Although we're deep in the wind circle, we're still far from the deepest part. They shouldn't encounter enemies who can make them cry for help." Han Fei thought that they must have run into a monarch-level mind demon. Wang Xiaoju and Wang Lanlan couldn't feel the power of the law, but he could. However, to Han Fei's surprise, if it were a monarch, wouldn't it only take him a few slaps to solve Huang Ergo and Sha Laosan? How could they hold on for so long and even cry for help? At this moment, Wang Lanlan's voice rang in Han Fei's mind. "Master Han Fei, please save Huang Ergu and Sha Laosan. If you really do, I believe they will submit to you. These two are both extremely talented, the best of pure-blooded ferocious beasts, and have top talents." Han Fei didn't respond, but his claws, like phantoms, dug several times faster. Although Wang Xiaoju was digging angrily, he still looked at Han Fei in shock and exclaimed, "Zhuezhu, how did your digging speed suddenly become so fast?" Han Fei ignored Wang Xiaoju. This was his fastest speed of digging. Of course, he could walk on the sea of sand. With the vast ocean navigator, he could find that place even without the traces of digging from before. However, above the sea of sand there was a storm. According to Wang Lanlan, there were many wind demons in the storm, which would hinder his advance. Therefore, instead of leading them directly through the sea of sand, it was better to dig holes. After all, this hole had already been dug by Sha Laosan. Although it had collapsed, it was dozens of times easier to dig than if it hadn't. Besides, since Huang Ergo's voice could be transmitted over, it meant that he was already very close to that place. There was no need to walk on the sea of sand. Only 20 seconds later, Huang Ergo was digging hard. With a bang, the mine was penetrated, and Wang Xiaoju, Wang Lanlan, and Yuju had arrived. It was the first time that Han Fei saw Huang Ergo. He was speechless, thinking that Huang Ergu looked no different from a yellow rural dog that had been beaten black and blue. Huang Ergu, on the other hand, had no time to exchange pleasantries with them. He immediately ran back and roared, "Come on, save Sha Laosan." He was possessed by an ancient monarch who had turned into divine crystals. However, only his remnant soul was left, and he's delirious. Sha Laosan's soul is resisting, but it can't last long. Han Fei was lost for words. Possessed? Wang Xiaoju was also shocked. "An ancient monarch?" Wang Lanlan said. "Then why bother to fight?" Huang Ergo said. "We can fight him. The ancient monarch was only suppressing Huang Ergo with his law. Although the remnant soul is possessing him, it's not very fast because it's crazy. Sha Laosan can still resist it. Let's beat Sha Laosan and the ancient monarch's yang souls out and separate them by force." Swish. In the blink of an eye, the road ahead had been cleared by Huang Ergu, so Han Fei and the others arrived in the blink of an eye. Everyone took a closer look, only to discover that it was a mine that hadn't turned into sand. Huang Ergu said, "It's inside. This mine has been turned into sand by Sha Laosan. Let's work together." This time, neither Wang Xiaoju nor Wang Lanlan spoke. Wang Lanlan was no longer lazy and attacked with all her strength. Bang! The outer wall of the mine suddenly exploded, and the place that had already been turned into sand by Sha Laosan was penetrated again. And because of the powerful bombardment of the four of them, the space was penetrated by hundreds of meters. At this time, Han Fei saw that the long, rat-like ferocious beast with 3 red eyes was not struggling at all as Huang Ergu said. Huang Ergu's heart skipped a beat. He said in shock, "It's over. It's too late." When the big rat saw Han Fei and the others, it was not as crazy as Huang Ergu said. He said, "Well, you actually dare to come back? 4 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. It just so happens that I have been sleeping for too long and need power to replenish myself. Contribute all your origin stars. Contribute your dog head." Wang Xiaoju instantly burst out with his peak speed, grabbed with his cat claws, and a knife light bloomed. On his body, 5 Dao locks appeared and all broke. Wang Lanlan did the same. A Dao lock was broken. Han Fei didn't have to do it because Yuju had just advanced to the perfected star transformation realm. However, in the next moment, the void began to distort. Suddenly, the power of laws descended. Han Fei saw a sword condensed in the void. It was not the power of the great Dao, but the sword of laws. Swish pong, bang, bang, bang. Wang Xiaoju's paws were all cut off by the sword, and Wang Lanlan's hand was cut off by the sword. As for Huang Ergo, he was already covered in wounds. It seemed that it took a lot of effort for him to run away, so his body was almost cut into 2 pieces. Only Han Fei was the exception. The sword of law failed to make Han Fei take half a step back when it fell on him. Huang Xiaoju also looked at Han Fei in shock. "Why didn't you take even half a step back? Although I blocked most of the power, the remaining power was not weak. How could Juju block it?" At this moment, the big rat looked at Han Fei and was slightly stunned. "You can block the power of my law? But so what? This person is struggling to guard his soul with a soul-suppressing godly weapon. He will be obliterated by me in at most 30 seconds. "How can you save him?" Wang Lanlan shouted. Master Han Fei. Alas, Han Fei heaved a long sigh and said, I didn't intend to take action at first, but it seems that the so-called Sha Lao San can still be saved. I'll give it a try. However, if I can't resist the power of the monarch, there's nothing I can do. Han Fei snapped his fingers, and a drop of water condensed into a water-shaped sword in mid-air. This sword was full of Tao runes and killing intent and shining with a golden light. Yes, the Tao of Slaughter God and the Path of Invincibility were all injected into all great Taos in one sword. Wang Xiaoju and Huang Ergo were dumbfounded. Huang Ergo's eyes were shining, and Wang Xiaoju's eyes were wide open. Is this Juju? As for the ancient monarch who possessed Xiao Lao San, his expression changed slightly as he slashed back. Bang! Half of the mine collapsed. The terrifying impact hit the sea of sand thousands of kilometers away. Above everyone's head, the sea of sand collapsed, causing a depression. The ancient monarch was horrified. How can a perfected star transformation realm cultivator be so strong? Could it be that in this life, even a sky opener is already so strong? Han Fei put on a smile. Your body doesn't belong to you. You haven't successfully possessed him. You want to suppress me with a wisp of your soul and your law? Heh, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm invincible in my realm. In your current state, you're no different from a muggle. Chapter 2627, 2627, bestow a name, 2 and 2627, bestow a name, 2627, bestow a name, 20 sect. One after fighting the great monarch Bloody Hand, Han Fei no longer had any respect for monarchs. According to Huang Ergo, this monarch in front of him hadn't been able to completely suppress and kill Sha Lao San's soul, which showed that he was still very weak. To be precise, such a person couldn't be considered a monarch. He was, at most, a perfected star transformation realm cultivator who had the power of laws. Han Fei also felt the power of the law pressing on him, full of tingling pain. However, under the effect of the invincible will, the power of this law was too weak, so he could slash it apart. The big rat was horrified and shouted, if you attack me, this person will definitely die. However, in the next moment, Han Fei suddenly burst out at more than 30 times the speed of light. Furthermore, it was not the speed of his body, but his yang soul that left his body. Boom! Han Fei punched Sha Lao San, and the latter was punched into afterimages, which was a sign that his soul was almost shattered by Han Fei. Knock knock knock. After 100 punches in a row, Sha Lao San was almost beaten into a bloody mess, and the monarch's soul body that was not protected by a soul-suppressing godly weapon was punched out of the body by Han Fei. Gulp! Huang Ergu swallowed and said, Wow! Has Juju had an atavism? Or has he encountered some kind of opportunity? Why has he suddenly become so fierce? This is too fierce. Wang Xiaoju's eyes were still rolling, but the hair on his body had already stood on end. It was not because Wang Lanlin called Yuju Master Han Fei, but because he had seen the Yang Soul's fist technique not long ago. Wasn't this used by Brother Human Butcher? Wang Xiaoju was dumbfounded. How did Brother Human Butcher become Juju? He was the fucking owner of the Emperor Sparrow. He even asked him to dig holes and knock his head along the way. On this side, the monarch's soul was blasted out, but he was not completely defenseless. When he was beaten, he condensed a wisp of a law sword and stabbed at Han Fei's Yang soul the moment his Yang soul left his body. However, something unexpected happened. A wisp of gravel that flickered like a star suddenly appeared on Han Fei's Yang soul. When this law sword landed on it, it seemed to be absorbed and only pushed Han Fei back for 100 kilometers. It was only 100 kilometers away. With a thought, Han Fei activated the void-stealing technique, trying to steal this person's consciousness. This monarch's soul body clearly froze. But Han Fei felt that this guy's consciousness directly collapsed. Yes, perhaps because it had just regained a little consciousness when it was stolen by him, causing this guy to collapse. Frowning, Han Fei pounced on the soul body and pierced through it with one hand. At the same time, he grabbed the soul body with the void lines. As the other party fell into chaos again, Han Fei tried to obtain some clues about ancient times through the soul body's memories. Unfortunately, he only saw a very small part of it, which was the scene when this guy was suppressed. It was a casual sword light that came from a figure tens of millions of kilometers away. He couldn't even see the person before he was pierced through and nailed here. The sword chi exploded and condensed a snowflake like sword chi seal here, so this person was suppressed. So strong. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This person was a monarch. Although he didn't know what level he was at, he could be nailed to death with a casual slash from thousands of kilometers away. How strong was that person? Han Fei said. You're already dead. What's the point of lingering out? Go. Cultivate in your next life. In the next moment, the monarch's soul body exploded and turned into invisible dust. Han Fei stopped pretending. Since he had already erupted like this, it was impossible for Yuju to be fighting. Therefore, his body quickly changed from a pangolin to a human form. Plop. When Han Fei returned, he saw Wang Xiaoju sitting on the ground. Han Fei smiled. I heard that you call me brother. I heard that I appreciate you. I heard that you rejected me. I heard. Huang Ergo was puzzled. Of course, he now knew that this person was just pretending to be Juju. But why was Wang Xiaoju so scared? His whole body was shaking. Woof! Wang Xiaoju wailed. Brother Human Butcher, I was only joking with you on my way here. For the sake of Master Di Chao, please forgive me. With that, Wang Xiaoju leaned his head in front of Han Fei, as if he were apologizing. I was just bragging on the way. You can knock my head to vent. Please cool down, Wang Lanlan, Huang Ergu, Huang Ergu. Huang Xiaoju's hand hanging above Wang Xiaoju's head. Huang Xiaoju was so scared that he almost exploded. Bang! With a flick of his finger, Han Fei flicked Wang Xiaoju's head, and the latter fell directly into the sea of sand, sinking nearly 10 kilometers into the sea of sand before stopping, and a dent appeared on his head. The power of this finger set off surging ripples which made Huang Ergo bare his teeth and his body tremble unconsciously. So strong, so strong. Who is this? Wang Xiaoju, on the other hand, was not hurt much. After all, he was also a cat with 5 Dao locks, so he wouldn't be crippled by Han Fei. However, it was lying motionless in the sand, pretending to be dead. Han Fei snorted. Okay, stop pretending, otherwise I'll skin you alive. Alas, Wang Xiaoju appeared in front of Han Fei with a swish. He was no longer that nagging cat. Han Fei ignored him and looked at the mangled Sha Lao San. At this moment, his soul finally recovered, but because he had been suppressed too hard by the remnant soul of the monarch, he could only say thank you with difficulty before lying on the ground, exhausted. Wang Lanlan reluctantly took out a spiritual pill and hesitated whether to feed him or not. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand, and in a flash, Sha Lao San was enshrouded in divine brilliance. His body was rapidly recovering, his bones were cracking, and his soul seemed to be bathed in warm spring water. Gopa Huang Ergu and Wang Xiaoju both widened their eyes and didn't dare to speak. Seeing this, the stingy Wang Langlan immediately put away the pill in her hand. Han Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're a Dao Lock level powerhouse anyway. Won't your stinginess affect your Dao proving? When the divine brilliance dissipated, Sha Lao San's body finally returned to normal, and his soul recovered a little. At least, he finally had energy to speak. Sha Lao San knelt on one knee towards Han Fei, his voice rumbling. Thank you for saving my life, benefactor. My life will be yours in the future. Sha Lao San is willing to go through fire and water for you. Different from Wang Xiaoju and Wang Lanlanu's personalities, Sha Lao San didn't have a smile and even kept a straight face. However, his words were much tougher than those of Wang Xiaoju and the others. He was straightforward, decisive, and looked like an upright person. Sha Lao San saw everything just now, but his soul was so exhausted that he didn't even have the power to control his body. Therefore, he watched Han Fei blast the remnant soul of the monarch out of his body. If he didn't have a soul-suppressing godly weapon, his soul might have been shattered just now, but this was nothing, because he knew that Han Fei was saving him. At this moment, the stupid Huang Ergo finally realized what was going on. This is, Huang Xiaoju immediately glared at Huang Ergo, thinking to himself, if you don't know how to speak, just shut up. Human Butcher is the boss of Emperor Sparrow. You should call him Lord, Big Shot. Han Fei glanced at Wang Lanlan, and Wang Lanlan was immediately refreshed. He quickly pointed at Huang Ergo and said, shut up. This is the human emperor, Master Han Fei, the master of the current Emperor Sparrow, and the new master of Puppet City. Master Han Fei is extremely powerful. He could even fight a great monarch alone. If we hadn't gone to the depths of the wind circle, by the way, you silly dog and Sha Lao San would have been dead. Master Emperor Sparrow, Huang Ergu, and Sha Lao San felt that their heads were buzzing. Although they didn't participate in the northern expedition, they knew how dangerous it was. Even Moju had perished in Puppet City, which involved a battle of great monarchs. They couldn't imagine how Wang Xiaoju and the group of ferocious beasts that went to the northern expedition survived. Compared to Huang Ergu, who was stunned, Sha Lao San reacted faster. Looking at Wang Lanlan's attitude and Wang Xiaoju's lackey look, Sha Lao San immediately said, thank you, Master Han Fei and Master Emperor Sparrow, for saving my life. I can't repay you. I'm willing to serve you like a dog. As he spoke, Sha Lao San took out his essence blood and waited for Han Fei to nod, preparing to swear an oath. Wang Lanlan wasn't surprised at all. Ever since the news of the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow spread, there were already voices among the ferocious beasts saying that the Emperor Sparrow would return sooner or later. If he returned in the future, they would most likely submit to him. After all, he was the king of ancient ferocious beasts. Who could resist such an existence? Therefore, although many ferocious beasts hadn't seen the Emperor Sparrow yet, they already had the heart to submit. And those who didn't have the heart to submit and were even hostile to the Emperor Sparrow were all ferocious beasts in the monarch realm, or those who were conceited that their talent was peerless and could become monarchs or even great monarchs. But there were very few such ferocious beasts in the infinite mining area. Sha Lao San set an example, and Huang Ergo hurriedly followed suit, taking out his essence blood, preparing to pledge loyalty. They naturally respected and loved Li Luo Luo, but it didn't mean that they would refuse to submit to the Emperor Sparrow. If Han Fei forced them to choose between Li Luo Luo and him, they might not choose either of them. They might even die for Li Luo Luo. However, seeing Wang Xiaoju and Wang Langlan, they felt that there was probably no hatred between Han Fei and Li Luo Luo, and they shouldn't fight. At this time, the odds of gambling with their lives were very small, and the chance of gambling with their future was greater. Han Fei didn't refute, but said indifferently, If you are all willing to follow me, aren't you afraid of Li Luolu's punishment? Sha Laosan said. Big Luolu is a very open-minded monarch. It has always been up to us to decide some important matters and choices. Besides, on the path of Master Emperor Sparrow's growth, there will inevitably be many ferocious beasts following him. Big Luoluo definitely understands this. This is a danger, but also an opportunity. Sha Laosan was very straightforward, and Han Fei couldn't help but nod. When he met Li Luoluo, the two of them didn't talk too much about the future of the Emperor Sparrow. However, because of his identity as the king of the Emperor Sparrow, he would eventually have an inextricable relationship with the ferocious beasts. Therefore, Li Luoluo was very generous to tell him the location of the God-burying ridge. Perhaps she wanted to do the Emperor Sparrow a favor. In this way, if Han Fei could get the space worm and the time worm in the future, he would definitely think of her. Of course, if Han Fei didn't give her the space worm and the time worm, it was possible that Li Luolu's lineage wouldn't have much interaction with Han Fei. This was probably one of the reasons why Li Luoluo turned a blind eye to Han Fei subduing Wang Lanlin and Yu Ju. Han Fei put on a smile, glanced at Sha Laosan and Huang Ergu, and then looked at Wang Xiaoju. Wang Xiaojuo? Wang Xiaoju? In fact, Wang Xiaoju had been embarrassed ever since Sha Laosan and Huang Ergu submitted to Han Fei. It was obvious that Wang Lanlan and Yu Ju had submitted to Han Fei, and now Sha Laosan and Huang Ergu were going to submit to him too. He was the only one who hadn't submitted to him yet. He had thought to pretend that he didn't know anything, thinking that Han Fei wouldn't force him to surrender, would he? However, who would have expected Han Fei to look straight at him? Wang Xiaoju felt a chill down her spine. To be honest, he didn't want to surrender. As a free and undisciplined cat, he could do whatever he wanted. That was his greatest joy. Now that he had to submit to someone for no reason, he was a little resistant. Although the person who he submitted to was the Emperor Sparrow, he was a very powerful cat. If he surrendered to someone just like that, wouldn't he lose his freedom? However, under Han Fei's shining gaze, Wang Xiaoju was embarrassed and uneasy. In the end, he had no choice but to put on an innocent expression and look at Han Fei curiously. When they looked at each other, Han Fei was speechless. Can't you see the look in my eyes? Why are you acting cute here? Han Fei snorted. You don't want your fur anymore? Wang Xiaoju's hair all stood on end, and even his back was bent. Han Fei said, Perhaps you want the Emperor Sparrow to talk to you in person. Immediately, the center of Han Fei's eyebrows flashed, and the Emperor Sparrow appeared on Han Fei's shoulder, proudly holding his head high. Immediately, Wang Lanlan, Sha Laosan, and Huang Ergo hurriedly said, Greetings, Master Emperor Sparrow. The Emperor Sparrow looked at Wang Xiaoju, who was a little trembling and cooing ingratiatingly. The Emperor Sparrow said indifferently, Infinite Demon Cat, I didn't have time to care about you last time. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Wang Xiaoju felt that tears were about to fall. It was fine when facing Han Fei. He had chatted with Han Fei all the way and didn't feel that Han Fei was bad. But when the Emperor Sparrow looked at him, he felt his heart turn cold. Wang Xiaoju hurriedly said, Greetings, Master Emperor Sparrow. The Emperor Sparrow, if I remember correctly, your race should have been extinct long ago. Wang Xiaoju said, Ah, well, there's still me. The Emperor Sparrow, do you know why your race is called Infinite Demon Cat? Everyone couldn't help but look at the Emperor Sparrow. Even Han Fei looked at the Emperor Sparrow too. This guy's memories were very clear. He had clearly cultivated from level 1. Why did he know so much about his previous life's inheritance? Could it be that his inherited memories were all about his previous life? Wang Xiaoju shook his head. He really didn't know. He had never met a cat like him since he was born. The Emperor Sparrow said indifferently, Because of the Infinity Tao, your race can be traced back even earlier than the Age of the Gods. It can be traced back to the primeval era, when it was the era of divine beasts and ferocious beasts. Your ancestors once created the Infinity Tao, broke the shackles of the Great Emperor, and became gods. Unfortunately, in the Age of the Gods, because of the death of Great Monarch Infinity, the Infinity Tao declined. The strongest person of your race in the Age of the Gods only reached the Great Monarch level. His name is Wang Xian, and he ranks 6th among the 8 great monarchs under me. In your generation, how much more of the Infinity Tao can you grasp? Wang Xiaoju's eyes turned green. After a long while, he said, There's such a Tao? There is nothing about it in my inherited memory. Wang Xiaoju's breathing became rapid. Wow, there were gods in his ancestors. This matter could probably be bragged about for the rest of his life. The Emperor Sparrow snorted. There are 2 situations where inherited memories will disappear. The first is that your bloodline hasn't been completely awakened, so you can't open the inheritance of the Infinity Tao. The second is that you're the reincarnation of a wisp of soul left behind by an infinite demon cat in the past. Although your bloodline has been connected, the path has been severed. If you want to reopen this path, either you have to comprehend this Tao again, or someone can reproduce this Tao for you to help you comprehend it. At that moment, Wang Xiaoju's breathing quickened and his eyes glowed. He didn't feel anything about bloodline awakening at all, and he was already a pure-blooded ferocious beast. How could he further awaken his bloodline? Therefore, Wang Xiaoju couldn't help but say, Master Emperor Sparrow, you mean, the Emperor Sparrow said coldly. When I prove Tao, I can control the true meaning of laws. Then I can help you comprehend the infinity Tao again, if you have the talent. Gulper. Not just Wang Xiaoju, even Wang Lanlanu and Xiao Laosan couldn't help but swallow saliva. What was talent? If he didn't try, who knew if he had the talent or not? Besides, this was the Emperor Sparrow's personal promise. It wasn't necessary for him to lie, Wang Xiaoju hurriedly said. I'm willing to follow Lord Emperor Sparrow, and I can also swear an oath. Wang Longlan hurriedly said, Master Emperor Sparrow, what do you think of my bloodline? The Emperor Sparrow squinted at her. You're just an ordinary, pure-blooded, ferocious beast. However, one's future can't be completely determined by bloodline on the path of cultivation. Everyone has his own path. In this world, no one can become a god by bloodline. Wang Lanlan was a little disappointed and sighed in his heart. She really hoped that she could have a bloodline like Wang Xiaoju. The Emperor Sparrow glanced at Han Fei indifferently. All right, these are enough. Before I return to the throne, there's no need for other ferocious beasts to submit to me. Consider this a little help from me. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. Now that his identity had been exposed, Wang Xiaoju and the others had to be on his side, especially Wang Xiaoju, who knew when his big mouth would reveal his identity to the entire world. Of course, he also took a fancy to Wang Xiaoju's strength. It was not easy to subdue a strong master with 5 Dao locks. He might not need Wang Xiaoju and the others to follow him for long, but in the short term, they would definitely be a great help to him. After a while, Wang Xiaoju pledged loyalty to him, and Han Fei took them to the mine. When Han Fei saw a large number of divine crystals, heavenly Dao Jade Essence, and chaotic spiritual earth, he couldn't help but exclaim, These are all good things. Sure enough, if you want to become rich, the only 2 ways are robbery and treasure hunting. If he subdued people like Xiao Laosan and Huang Ergu who were born to treasure hunting, they might really be of great use in the Storm Ridge. At the very least, they can find some treasures. However, Han Fei didn't need the divine crystals and heavenly Dao Jade Essence now. If he had found so many divine crystals and heavenly Dao Jade Essence before he practiced the God-Fiend Formless technique, he might have been salivating. Unfortunately, now that he was practicing the human race's supreme divine technique and the God-Fiend Formless technique, he didn't need to rely on these external things at all. However, the chaotic spiritual earth was a good thing. It was something needed in the origin star. When he was in the demon domain, he had killed the demonic sources and obtained a few pieces of chaotic spiritual earth, but the quality was too poor, incomparable to what he saw now. There were a total of about 800 cubic meters of chaotic spiritual earth here, and nearly 100 cubic meters had reached the high-quality level. Compared to the tiny bit of chaotic spiritual earth in his origin star, the chaotic spiritual earth here was enough to subtly improve about 10,000 kilometers in his origin star. It was enough to make the land within 10,000 kilometers reach the level of mystic yellow soil. It wouldn't make much sense if they were evenly distributed on the entire origin star. His origin star was too big, and there was too little chaotic spiritual earth. Therefore, he could only gather the chaotic spiritual earth together. This way, he could plant a medicinal garden in his origin star. This way, he could continuously produce spiritual fruits. Han Fei looked at the divine crystals and the heavenly Dao Jade Essence and thought for a moment. I want all the chaotic spiritual earth. You can take half of the divine crystals and the heavenly Dao Jade Essence. Take Yujue's portion. Wang Lanlan immediately put on a smile. Thank you, Master Han Fei. Wang Xiaoju, Wang Lanlan, and Huang Ergu had already rushed over. Only Xiao Laosan was still standing behind Han Fei, motionless. When Han Fei looked at him, this guy was actually distracted. Han Fei was lost for words. What are you thinking? Xiao Laosan came back to his senses and then hurriedly said, Someone said I would face a deadly situation twice in my life. The first time, my mother and 6 brothers died to save me. I owe them a lot. The second time, Master Han Fei helped me regain my life. Therefore, I have a presumptuous request. Remembering the morning hall that Xiao Laosan set up, Han Fei nodded slightly. Go on, Xiao Laosan said. Xiao Laosan is dead. Please give him a name, Master Han Fei. Shan Fei thought for a moment. I'm told that you have 2 bloodlines, the sky-penetrating rat and the wind-thunder mink? Xiao Laosan nodded. Yes, my lord. Han Fei thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something. He put on a smile and muttered, Isn't it a bit inappropriate to call you Sha Diao? However, as soon as Han Fei muttered this, he heard Xiao Laosan say, Thank you for the name, Master Han Fei. Chapter 2628, Sand Sea Windsnake 2-in-1. 2628 Sand Sea Windsnake 2-in-1. Han Fei didn't know if he should explain to Xiao Laosan why he changed his name to Sha Diao so quickly. However, he thought for a moment and decided to let it be. He didn't know Xiao Laosan very well and couldn't give him his surname. Han Diao sounded even sillier than Sha Diao, so let it be. Healed by the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, Sha Diao returned to his peak state in half a day. After all, he was a powerhouse with 4 Dao locks. Without having irreversible damage, his recovery ability was terrifying. Half a day later, Han Fei said, since you already know my identity, I won't keep it a secret from you. I'm not here for treasure hunting. I'm going to the center of the storm ridge. Have any of you been there? The center? They were all shocked. Wang Langlan was stunned. She didn't know that Han Fei had a purpose in this trip. She thought that Han Fei was here to subdue the ferocious beasts, but he found that he knew Big Luoluo, so he gave up. Wang Langlan said, Master Han Fei, the center of the storm ridge is not a place that sky openers can set foot in. None of us have been there. Some sky-opening realm ferocious beasts have entered it before, but no one has ever come out alive. Later, that place became a forbidden place. Wang Xiaoju also said, we can't go in. We don't know what the center of the storm ridge is like, but we are still in the periphery of the storm ridge. Although it is dangerous, we can still explore it. But once we cross this periphery, we will go to the Storm Quicksand Sea, which is a place where we can't get out once we get in. Storm Quicksand Sea? Han Fei was puzzled by the name. He could understand the Quicksand Sea, but what was the Storm Quicksand Sea like? Sha Diao said, the so-called Stormy Quicksand Sea means that it's not an ordinary quicksand sea. The entire quicksand sea is like a sea current, and the movement is abnormally violent. It's like a quicksand storm. It covers a wide area and has no blind spots. No matter which direction you go, you can't get around it. A monarch-level powerhouse from the ferocious beast lineage once went in and came out. He said that in the stormy quicksand sea, there are a large number of gregarious mine demons. Although they are also made of fine minerals, they are made of mineral gravel. Not only are they difficult to kill, but once you are surrounded by these mine demons, no sky opener may be able to escape. So, even if your lineage of ferocious beasts guards outside the storm ridge all year round, few people have entered the storm quicksand sea, Huang Ergu said. Master Han Fei, I once stayed at the periphery of the stormy quicksand sea for a period of time. The smell there is mixed. In addition to ordinary gregarious mine demons, I suspect there are even more terrifying mine demons. When the storm ridge was open to outsiders, even many monarch-level masters died there. There are no more than 100 ferocious beasts who can come out of the stormy quicksand safely. Most of them only entered the periphery and stayed for a short period of time. This is because if they stay long enough, they will fall into a storm and be swept deep into it, and they won't be able to find the way they came. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the stormy quicksand sea was indeed not a simple place, but it did make sense. If the center of the storm ridge was really the place where the demon god died, it would definitely be dangerous. How could ordinary people step into the place where a god died? For example, few people below the sea establishment realm could walk in a battlefield of sky openers and walk out alive. Han Fei said indifferently, apart from the gregarious mine demons and suspected terrifying mine demons in the storm quicksand sea, is there anything special or dangerous? They said in unison, lost. Wang Lanlan said, it's very easy to get lost in the stormy quicksand sea. The wind there contains the power of laws. Once you're swept in by the storm, you won't be able to find your way out without special means. The quicksand there contains the law of strength. Once you get lost in the stormy quicksand sea, it means endless battles and endless danger. Wang Xiaoju hurriedly added, there's also the law of wind and the law of strength themselves. Perhaps the power of the law in the stormy quicksand sea is not particularly strong, but under the corrosion of the power of the law all year round, the swirling quicksand there can forcibly scrape a powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm to death. Big Luoluo once said that in the stormy quicksand sea, a perfected star transformation realm cultivator can only last for at most 3 days. After 3 days, perhaps he won't die because of insufficient strength or replenishment, but his combat power will definitely be greatly reduced because of extreme mental exhaustion. Once his spiritual power can't withstand it at all, once he sinks in the stormy quicksand sea, death will be his only way back. Han Fei asked, can't I fly over from the sky? Everyone shook their heads, and Wang Lanlan said, you can't fly over. The storm quicksand sea has another characteristic. It will absorb the power of the heavens and earth here. It's not impossible to forcibly soar into the sky there, but it will consume a lot of your energy. In such a case, you will fall into the storm quicksand sea before you can even last a day or half a day. By then, you will be exhausted and won't be able to survive the dangers in the storm quicksand. Han Fei asked calmly, what else? Wang Xiaoju shook his head. No more, that's all I know. Wang Lanlan said, this is the information we know about the storm quicksand sea. Han Fei thought that it was impossible to fly. It made sense. Otherwise, if he could fly it over easily, what kind of forbidden place was that? As for the sense of direction, Han Fei felt that with the vast ocean navigator, he shouldn't get lost. Even in a violent hurricane, the vast ocean navigator still had the ability to point direction accurately. As for the law of wind and the law of strength, this was a problem. But now that he had the Starsea Mystic Sand to protect his body, it could be said that attacks below the Monarch level might not be able to break his defense at all. Therefore, the ordinary mine demons in the Storm Quicksand Sea, even if they were gregarious, shouldn't be able to kill him. Of course, although they couldn't kill him, they would definitely cause him trouble. In the end, now that Little Black and Little White had become stronger, there were many ways for him to resist the power of this storm. The key to the problem was what Huang Ergu said. There might be terrifying mind demons in the storm quicksand sea. If he encountered a monarch-level mind demon, would he be a match for it? If it was just a Dao prover, that would be fine. He had a lot of trump cards now. He should be able to fight someone who had just entered the Dao proving realm. Of course, if it was someone who had been in the Dao proving realm for a long time, it would be hard to say. However, how could there be a safe place in this world? He had been through danger all the way here. Even if he really encountered a Dao prover, he would be able to fight him with the power of Puppet City. Of course, this was under extreme circumstances. If possible, Han Fei wouldn't fight with unknown monarchs in unfamiliar places. He was more likely to run away. Han Fei thought about the dangers he might encounter and quickly made a decision. Let's go to the storm quicksand sea. You can go back then. There are some things that I don't need your help with, Sha Diao said. Sha Diao is willing to follow Master Han Fei into the storm quicksand sea. Han Fei said, well, Sha Diao, don't keep calling yourself Sha Diao in the future. You can just call yourself I, just keep your name to yourself. Sha Diao said, I understand. I'm willing to follow you into the stormy quicksand sea. Han Fei shook his head slightly. What can you help me with? Since you've all said that the storm quicksand sea is dangerous, you should know that going in blindly will not help me but hinder me. Sha Diao said, my lord, I've already fused with the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, protection of sand. I can completely transform into a sand body. Han Fei sneered. I know you have a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. But aren't you afraid that the power of law in the storm quicksand sea will shatter you? Don't argue. No matter how powerful your spiritual treasure of heaven and earth is, it has the power of law. When you can resist the power of law one day, I'll take you with me. Sha Diao's face turned red. He had indeed never tried to resist the power of the law with the protection of sand. However, even if he didn't try, he knew that it would probably be very difficult. It was indeed a problem whether he could help Han Fei or not. Wang Xiaoju also echoed, okay, Lao-san, to be honest, how many people can you fight in the storm quicksand sea? You'll only be killed after a round of besieging by the mind demons. Listen to Master Han Fei. Don't go with him, Sha Diao said solemnly. Wang Xiaoju, please call me Sha Diao from now on. Okay, Sha Diao. Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore and urged, all right, now that the treasure has been found and the remnant soul of this ancient cultivator has really died, return to the sea of sand. I want to see what it's like inside the wind circle. Hoop hoopers, clang, 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 clang. Han Fei and his subordinates broke out of the soil. As soon as they came to the surface of the sea of sand, the wind whistled in their ears and roared. The mineral gravel and the powerful storm hit them like billions of knife lights. Except for Han Fei, the others all protected themselves with the immortal Qi. Except that the storm itself almost formed infinite wind blades. The flying gravel was so fast that when they hit people, they were like beads full of metal sharpness aura. It was fine to be shot by one or two of these beads on the body, but in this wind circle, every moment, tens of thousands of mineral grains hit the body. With such power, once a peak-level sea establisher entered it, he would probably be instantly shot into a beehive. Then his flesh and bones would melt, and even his bones wouldn't be left behind. The sky-opening realm was the basic qualification to enter. If one didn't want to be affected by such a storm and fight freely, he had to at least reach the sky-opening realm. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, Han Fei understood that in a place like the Wind Circle, one had to be at least in the Star Transformation realm to be qualified to enter. Otherwise, if an early-stage sky opener dared to enter, the wind demons here should be able to easily kill him. No wonder the storm ridge was described as so dangerous. No wonder not many people entered the wind circle to cultivate. If they wanted to cultivate in the wind circle, they had to have the ability to resist such violence for a long time. Few people had this qualification in the first place, let alone cultivating in the wind circle for a long time. In addition to the power of the storm itself, because the raging wind was too strong, perception could not be spread out at all. Once perception left the body, it would immediately be blown away by the storm. Although Han Fei didn't feel the power of the law in this storm, he clearly felt the power of the great Tao of wind. He couldn't even release his perception, let alone establish a connection with his origin star. It was impossible for him to enter his origin star. As soon as the entrance appeared, it would be immediately shattered by the wind and gravel, and this was only the periphery of the storm ridge. Swishta. There was no telling if it was Han Fei's luck, but soon after he came out, he saw a vague figure in a hidden storm darting at Han Fei from the sand particles. In this sandstorm where perception couldn't be spread out and vision was extremely poor, the danger level of the mind demons had to be increased by a level. However, no matter how strong the mind demons were, no matter how favorable the situation was for them, it couldn't close the gap in realm and strength. Han Fei grabbed with one hand and the surrounding storm temporarily collapsed. When they looked again, Han Fei had already grabbed the tail of a wind snake with a void hand. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Sand Sea Wind Snake. Introduction. A sand sea wind snake is condensed from mineral gravel. It's born to have the ability to control wind. In a storm, its speed is unparalleled and can reach the speed of light explosion. The Sansi wind snake can transform into a snake at will and grow wings like blades. It can absorb the power of minerals, cut through godly weapons, and kill sky openers. 2. Level 108 A quality, O quality, EL quality. Level 5, Mind Demon A Realm, Late Stage Star Transformation Realm, Wings of Wind, Wind Scales, Hidden Wind into Sand Collectible EOC Level 5. Level 5 Mineral Gravel, Absorbable Level Su Note, the Sand Sea Wind Snake can hide in the wind and turn into sand. To kill it, you have to kill its soul with one blow. The information disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the Sand Sea Wind Snake dispersed into sand and tried to escape. However, Han Fei's speed was even faster. His fingers were like swords as he pointed in the air, cutting through the sand. Boom! In the storm, there was a flash of lightning, indicating the death of this Sand Sea Wind Snake. As for the level 5 mineral gravel, it was not easy to collect. In an instant, half of it was blown away by the storm. Han Fei reached out to pick it up, but only got half of it. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the remaining level 5 mineral gravel was all swallowed by Huang Ergo. He even smiled at Han Fei to curry favor with him. It was not that Han Fei cared about the level 5 mineral gravel, but he just wanted to study the wind demon. Han Fei squeezed the level 5 mineral gravel in his hand into a ball and threw it to Huang Ergu like a stone. The latter didn't mind. He opened his mouth and swallowed the mass of level 5 mineral, shouting, "Thank you for your reward, Master Han Fei." Han Fei said, "No wonder the ferocious beasts mostly guard the outside of the Sea of Storms. If they cultivate in the Sea of Storms, it will be quite difficult to collect these minerals." Huang Ergo and Wang Lanlan's combat power were relatively low among the four of them, so when they saw Han Fei casually grab and kill a Sand Sea wind snake by pointing a finger at it, they couldn't help but secretly take a breath. This big shot was really strong. Even in the wind circle, killing a late-stage star transformation realm Sand Sea wind snake was as easy as crushing an ant for him. Wang Xiaoju and Xiao Diao were not too surprised. Wang Xiaoju had seen how terrifying Han Fei was when he went on a rampage. He was a monster who could even resist the great monarch Bloody Hand, so it was only natural that he could crush a Sand Sea wind snake. Xiao Diao also took it for granted. Since Han Fei saved him, he had started to worship Han Fei, not only because the Emperor Sparrow was his spiritual beast, but also because he had personally experienced the pain of being beaten by Han Fei. At that time, the monarch-level remnant soul tried to resist, but in the end, it was crushed from head to toe and had no chance of winning at all. Therefore, Sha Diao didn't treat Han Fei as a perfected star transformation realm cultivator at all. In its eyes, Han Fei's strength was no different from that of a Dao prover. Hooper. Just after Han Fei killed the Sand Sea wind snake, the wind suddenly sounded in Han Fei's ears, accompanied by the sound of soul sprinting. He took a leap and tapped the surface of the sand with his feet. Instantly, billowing ripples shook in the sand and a mineral conch was kicked out. This kick shattered the shell of the big conch. Wang Lanlan and the others followed up. She explained, "Master Han Fei, this is a Sand Sea rumbling conch. It likes to bury its body in the sea of sand and wait for time to hunt. However, the Sand Sea rumbling conch is not very dangerous. The slightly more dangerous ones are the wind conch. This kind of conch can condense the power of storms and form a mineral shell and a wind force field on the surface of its body. Its defense power is astonishing. Even if it's a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, it will take him at least 7 or 8 moves to kill a wind conch." Wang Lanlan praised Han Fei smartly. She seemed to be introducing the conch, but Han Fei could tell that she was flattering him. It meant that Han Fei could kill the enemy with one move, which showed that his talent and strength were both amazing. Of course, after entering the wind circle, Han Fei couldn't be fighting alone. Otherwise, why would he bring 4 guards with him? After Han Fei killed 2 creatures in the wind circle in a row, Huang Ergo, Sha Lao San, and the others looked at each other and hurriedly took the initiative to attack. It had to be said that the number of mind demons in the wind circle was more than Han Fei had imagined. He had thought that the ferocious beasts guarding here all year round would kill a lot of mind demons. But after stepping into the wind circle, Han Fei realized that the number of wind demons in the wind circle was much more than that of the puppets in Puppet City. God knew how many mind demons of this level were in the huge storm ridge. At this moment, Han Fei took the lead to attack, and Sha Diao and Huang Ergo took the initiative to attack. After only 10,000 kilometers, they killed 4 mind demons in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. However, when other people were attacking, including Wang Xiaoju, Wang Lanlan followed Han Fei with a big clam in her arms. When Han Fei didn't attack, she didn't attack either. "Han Fei, why didn't you attack?" Wang Lanlan said. "Master Han Fei, I want to stay by your side. Huang Ergo and the others are enough to kill the wind demons. This can also be a trial for them. I'll be in charge of chatting with you." Swish. Wang Xiaoju rushed over with a swish and tilted his head to look at Wang Lanlan. "In terms of chatting skills, Wang Lanlan, you are still far inferior to me. Master Han Fei, let me chat with you. I guarantee you won't be bored." Han Fei was amused. "Isn't it a bit too perfunctory for you to cover up your slack-off?" Wang Xiaoju said. "I'm not being perfunctory. It's just that I've already had 5 Dao locks. I should give this rare opportunity of cultivation to the 3 of them. Especially Wang Lanlan, you only have 1 Dao lock. How do you have the cheek to follow Lord Han Fei? Hurry up and clear the way with Sha Diao and the others. Wang Lanlan said. I'm the first to follow, Master Han Fei. Wang Xiaoju said, but you are the weakest. When Master Han Fei proves his Dao, it'll be outrageous if you still only have one Dao lock. Besides, you don't have a special bloodline like mine. Sigh, not every pure-blooded ferocious beast can lie flat. Wang Lanlan, Han Fei rolled his eyes. How far is this place from the storm quicksand sea? Wang Xiaoju said. With our current speed, there are about 3 days to go. The further we go, the more wind demons there will be, and the stronger they will be. But they are mostly within the sky-opening realm, mainly in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Although many of them are in the perfected star transformation realms, they are relatively scattered. The wind circle is so big, so the chances of us encountering them are not high. Along the way, we can only meet at most 1 or 200. It can't compare to the mind demon stream here. Han Fei's face turned cold. In that case, cut the crap. If the 4 of you attack together, the 3-day journey will be reduced to 1.5 days. Okay, that's it. Otherwise, I'll take you into the Storm Quicksand Sea. Believe me, I can do this. After all, the Storm Quicksand Sea is a path that can make people stronger, right? Swish, 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 swish. In the next moment, Wang Xiaoju and Wang Lanlan both disappeared from his side. Wang Xiaoju shouted, Ergu, I'm here to help you. Wang Lanlan said, Sha Diao, it's more efficient if we cooperate. Han Fei shook his head slightly. He didn't know if it was a wise decision to accept Wang Xiaoju and Wang Lanlan. If it was a life and death moment, the 2 of them would probably run away. It seems that I should nurture Huang Ergu, Yu Ju, and Sha Diao more in the future. They're simple, loyal, and hardworking. They'll definitely be more useful than these 2 lazy bastards in the same realm. Chapter 2629-2629, Storm Quicksand Sea 2-in-1, 2629, Storm Quicksand Sea 2-in-1, 3 days later. Thanks to the efforts of the 4 of them, Han Fei finally came to the edge of the Storm Quicksand Sea. In the past 3 days, Han Fei had gained some insights. It was really not easy to cultivate in this wind circle. Those who were not strong enough could easily die, or they could only cultivate in the outermost of the wind circle. Even Wang Xiaoju and the others could be said to have been through hundreds of battles in the past 3 days. They were in danger several times, and it was Han Fei who solved the enemies in the end. At this moment, Han Fei and the other 4 stood at the edge of the Storm Quicksand Sea, looking at this strange scene in amazement. The quicksand surged like a tide. It was clearly a sea of sand, but it seemed to be a huge tide in the sea. In addition, this tide was circulating. Every time it rose and fell, it created a turbulence that disappeared in the quicksand in the blink of an eye. Needless to say, under the quicksand, there must be hidden tides. In the sky above the quicksand sea, the storm was even stronger than the outer wind circle. The world was pale yellow, and visibility was probably less than 3 to 5 meters. Han Fei snapped his fingers, and a knife light cut through the sand and into the storm quicksand sea. But soon, Han Fei felt that some cyan halos flickered on his knife light, which was exactly the law of wind that Wang Lanlan and the others mentioned. Soon, the knife light vibrated and rumbled, but it was completely destroyed by the law of wind after only less than 1,000 kilometers. Wang Lanlan and the others knew that although it was just Han Fei's casual blow, this blow was also a knife light of the perfected star transformation realm. Such a knife light could easily slash hundreds of thousands of kilometers away outside, but here, it was annihilated within 1,000 meters. It could be seen how terrifying the storm quicksand sea was. Wang Lanlan said, Master Han Fei, except for the law of wind, undercurrents are surging under the quicksand sea, and the vortex is difficult to see. I'm afraid that half of the power of the slash just now was sucked into the vortex of the quicksand sea. Han Fei nodded. He had noticed that the slash could cut thousands of meters above the quicksand sea, but in the quicksand sea it became much weaker. Han Fei said casually, It seems that no wind demons have approached this place. Wang Xiaoju said, Once the wind demons enter the storm quicksand sea, they will also be swept in. Their result will be the same as ours. Once they get lost in it, it's only a matter of time before they die. The greatest possibility is that they will be swallowed by the mind demons in the quicksand sea. Huang Ergo was sniffing the quicksand sea crazily. Han Fei asked, Ergo, what do you smell? Huang Ergo thought for a moment. I smell the scent of a large number of mind demons, but they shouldn't be very strong. In addition, I smell the scent of demon plants. Yes, it's the smell of living demon plants. I often smell it at Big Luoluo's house, so even if the life aura state is different, the essence is the same. They're all demon plants. A living demon plant? Everyone couldn't help but look at Huang Ergo in confusion. You said there were demon plants in this damn place? Even Han Fei frowned slightly. The environment here was so harsh. What kind of demon plants could survive in such extreme conditions? Huang Ergu said, I can be sure. And the vitality of this demonic plant is quite stable. Apart from that, I didn't smell anything else. Perhaps it was affected by the law of wind, so I can't smell anything further away. Got1, Huan Fei said. Enough. It's already not bad to be sure that there are demon plants here. Alright, you can go back. Wait for me outside the wind circle. Wang Lanlan said, Master Han Fei, why don't you just leave? Few people can get out of this place after they enter it. Wang Xiaoju nodded quickly. Yes, in the past even monarchs often died in it. After all, no one can withstand the power of the law every day. Han Fei snorted and stepped into the storm quicksand sea. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's figure disappeared without a trace in the storm. Only a voice remained. Before I return, you have to cultivate hard. Don't waste the divine crystals and heavenly Dao Jade essence. Huff. Wang Xiaoju took a long breath of relief. Phew, he's finally gone. How confident is he? He's really not afraid of death. Sha Diao, Wang Xiaoju, be polite. Master Han Fei is also your master. Wang Xiaoju said, my master is Lord Emperor Sparrow. Forget it, let's just go back quickly, okay? Wang Lanlan asked, should we wait here? Huang Ergu said, the speed of cultivation in the wind circle is far faster than outside the wind circle. Besides, the periphery of the storm quicksand sea is a relatively safe place. The wind demons dare not step in easily for fear of being swept in. As for the mine demons in the quicksand sea, I'm afraid it's extremely rare for them to come out, so isn't this place the most suitable place for cultivation? Wang Xiaoju said, stupid. If it's really so easy, how can you be the one who takes advantage of this? Countless people have already come trying to take advantage of this. Although it is relatively safe outside the storm quicksand sea for the time being, you don't know that a law storm will be set off here. Once the law storm comes and we don't leave, there will only be one outcome, which is to be swept into the quicksand river. A law storm? Wang Lanlan asked. Why didn't you tell Master Han Fei earlier? Wang Xiaoju said, I don't have to tell him. He was going to enter the quicksand sea anyway. What could he not encounter in it? Why would he care about a mere storm? Come on, let's go. The reason why Han Fei took Wang Xiaoju and the others along this way was actually very simple. He wanted to see their respective abilities. In 3 days, after thousands of battles, Han Fei learned their combat power, fighting style, fighting habits, and even temperament like the back of his hand. At this moment, Han Fei stepped into the quicksand sea. Instead of entering the quicksand sea, he stopped above the quicksand sea without moving. His body was quickly moved away by the quicksand sea. At that moment, Han Fei felt a magnificent suction force coming from under his feet. It was a power that was about to trap him. This power contained the law of strength. Yes, the moment he stood on this quicksand sea, he had already sensed that this place not only contained the law of wind, but also the law of strength. His body seemed to be sucked by the quicksand sea. Although he could break through the suction force, it was unnecessary. He could just maintain this state and experience the difference between the law of strength and the great Tao of strength. Apart from the law of strength he felt under his feet, the sky above the storm quicksand sea was indeed filled with the law of wind. Different from the power of the great Tao, the destructive power of the sand and the wind had increased by more than 3 times. Han Fei perceived it carefully. Around him, a barrier of the great Tao of strength was erected. As the sandstorm slapped, Han Fei personally saw the grains of sand being blocked by the great Tao of strength after penetrating it. After being blocked, the sands even burst out the last power, which was extremely refined, like crystals condensed from a great Tao. In other words, when the law of wind pushed the sand, in addition to acting on the sand, it even changed the internal structure of the sand. Even if the external force disappeared, there was still a last burst of power inside. Click, 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 one. After only 1 moment, Han Fei seemed to be trapped in a sand cage. Bang! On the surface of Han Fei's body, the power of the great Tao burst out and with a bang shattered the wind around him. But in the next moment, a strange scene happened. The scattered sand, under the effect of the law of wind, returned in the next moment and continued to trap Han Fei. Interesting. The power of the law has the ability to self-converge? Bang! Breaking free from the sand again, Han Fei burst out with speed and broke through the barrier of the law of wind. The scattered sands gathered again, as if gathering into a big ball. Because there was no Han Fei blocking it, the big ball fell directly into the sea of quicksand, and in the next moment, the entire ball was eaten by the sea of quicksand. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei chased after it. This time, he didn't resist the suction force in the quicksand sea. He wanted to catch up with the sand ball condensed by the law of wind and see what would happen after it entered the quicksand sea. When Han Fei sank into the quicksand sea and released his perception in an extreme range, he saw that the sand ball was attracted by the law of strength and suddenly dispersed, forming a vortex. Oh! In their respective law domains, can laws devour, cover, accommodate, or even transform into each other? The sandball condensed from the law of wind contained a lot of the power of the law of wind, but when it was rolled up by the law of strength, the power dispersed. At that moment, the law of wind was swallowed by the law of strength, or to put it another way, it was transformed. This was the first time he had come into contact with the power of laws. He felt that it was indeed more magical than the great Tao. The so-called power of the great Tao was more about the combination of the power of this world. However, the power of the law was more complicated and varied. However, the only problem now was that to master the infinite changes, one not only needed to understand the characteristics of the law, but also needed to understand where the law came from. Characteristics weren't important. Where they came from was. Han Fei's first reaction was that the law was separated from the great Tao, but how could he separate the law from the power of the great Tao? Han Fei didn't have much clue about this problem. However, he wasn't here to comprehend a law. Although laws were good, it was the specialty of a monarch. In fact, fundamentally speaking, the power of a law was the use of a higher level of power. Once one comprehended a law in the sky-opening realm, his combat power would probably rise several times. This would violate the law of the heavens. Therefore, the probability of one comprehending a law in the sky-opening realm wasn't high. It was mainly because after the monarch-level tribulation, the power of the great Tao would undergo a qualitative change. It was not bad to be able to understand the characteristics of some laws. At least, he knew something about the power of laws. After experiencing the power of 2 laws, Han Fei had a rough idea. 3 times. The power of the law in the Storm Quicksand Sea was about 3 times stronger than the same Great Tao. Although the gap was not small, it didn't cause much damage to Han Fei. Of course, although it wasn't big, Han Fei didn't need to be corroded and hit by the power of the law here for a long time. Therefore, Han Fei was immediately covered in a layer of Starsea Mystic sand. It was also sand, but the probability of the law here dispersing the Starsea Mystic sand was almost 0. At this moment, hidden tides were surging in the Quicksand Sea. If Han Fei allowed the Quicksand Sea currents to sweep over, his position would constantly change. Therefore, Han Fei stabilized himself and resisted the impact of the sand tide. However, when Han Fei did this, he frowned slightly. The sand tide was actually affected by the law of strength and the law of wind, so the thrust was astonishing. Without activating his great Tao, Han Fei almost had to use all his strength to resist this push. It seems that I can't stay here for long. If I stay here for too long, my mental state will definitely decline. Even if I can withstand the push of the sand, it won't be easy to deal with the mind demons living here. Han Fei immediately took out the vast ocean navigator. As he issued an order in his heart, the needle pointed in a certain direction. Buzz! Han Fei rushed out with all his strength. The quicksand was like a tide, but it was relatively sparser than the sand in the wind circle, so he didn't need to dig holes to move forward. The only bad thing was that this quicksand sea had great resistance. Han Fei could have burst out with more than 30 times the speed of light, but here he could only barely maintain twice the speed of light. This gave Han Fei a headache. Considering the depth of the outer wind currents, it would take him at least half a month to get out of this Storm Quicksand Sea. No wonder they dare not enter the Storm Quicksand Sea. Normally, a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator's spiritual power will be exhausted after holding out for 1 day in this damn place. 3 days is the limit even for a powerhouse with 5 Tao locks. This is not counting the situation of the mind demons here. Even if they encounter a mind demon of the ordinary wind demon level, they might immediately fall into a perilous situation. Han Fei remembered that Li Luolu told him this information so casually. She didn't seem to try to kill him, but to test him. However, was she testing him, or was she testing the Emperor Sparrow, or was there another purpose? Half a day later, Han Fei was glad that he hadn't met the mind demons in the Quicksand Sea yet. Perhaps the living conditions here were very difficult, so the number of mind demons wasn't as many as they said. While Han Fei was thinking, he suddenly rushed into a large silver sea of sand. He took a closer look, only to see strange fishes no more than several meters long, whose bodies were erect and as thin as paper. Their bodies were composed of extremely smooth minerals, which must have been polished by the law of strength and the law of wind for a long time. In Han Fei's eyes, information immediately appeared: Namus Silverblade Mine Fish. Introduction. A silverblade mine fish is condensed from mineral sand. Affected by the law of strength and the law of wind, its body is as thin as a cicada's wings and as sharp as a wind blade. Silverblade mine fish are gregarious mine demons. They can only break through the wind and waves in the Quicksand Sea in a group. Once they are alone, they will be swept up by the quicksand and be beaten to death. They use the mineral sands in the quicksand tide as their energy supplement. They can't stop for their entire lives and can only swim non-stop. A level 101 quality, C quality, C quality. Level 4 Mind Demon A Realm Equal, Early Stage Sky Opening Realm. Battle Technique, Silver Light Blade, Wind Slaying Knife, Power of Silver Light, Collectible Equal 1 point Equal. Level 4 Mineral Sand, Absorbable. 119 Quality. Its weakness is obvious. Be careful of the collective attack of the Silver Blade Mine Fish. In Han Fei's eyes, information appeared one after another. From level 101 to level 1005, it kept changing. He didn't see one stronger than level 105, or maybe he hadn't seen it yet. Because perception couldn't be released in the Storm Quicksand Sea, even if these Silverblade Mine Fish were only thousands of kilometers away from Han Fei, he didn't know. This was why Han Fei bumped into the school of fish. These Silverblade Mine Fish were actually taken aback by Han Fei, but they reacted faster, as if they were already used to this sudden change. Therefore, this huge school of fish, led by the lead fish, suddenly turned around, and thousands of Silverblade Mine Fish seemed to turn into a complete big fish, breaking through the quicksand tide, cutting open the Great Tao of Wind and the Great Tao of Force, and instantly rushed past Han Fei. Clank, clank, clank. At that moment, Han Fei almost lost control of his body. It was as if in an instant tens of thousands of knife lights hit him, and even the Starsea Mystic Sand was full of cracks. Of course, the Starsea Mystic Sand wouldn't be shattered, but the fact that a group of early-stage sky-opening realm mine demons could crack the Starsea Mystic Sand proved how terrifying these silverblade minefish were. It was not that a single silverblade minefish was terrifying, but that the impact of their combination was very terrifying. After the first round of attacks failed, the silverblade minefish instantly turned back, trying to launch a second round of attacks. Hanfei certainly wouldn't let it. Hanfei flipped his hand and threw out the extreme cold pearl. In an instant, the sky was frozen. The silver bladefish all froze. However, the extreme cold pearl was fine for living creatures with flesh and blood, but the number of mine demons it could kill was limited. It was unrealistic to kill tens of thousands of mine demons at once. At most, it could freeze them for a while. Besides, the power in the storm quicksand sea wouldn't allow the freezing power of the extreme cold pearl to last long. Therefore, Hanfei clenched his fist and threw out a star explosion fist. Like a star exploding, the impact immediately blew up these frozen silverblade minefish in all directions. At this time, the quicksand poured back and the law of strength was activated. Because the silverblade minefish that had been blown up could no longer gather in groups and their bodies could not return to normal movement for the time being, nearly half of them were destroyed by the quicksand sea in the blink of an eye, causing lightning and thunder to flash above the quicksand sea. In the end, there were less than 500 silverblade minefish that could barely be gathered together. Only 500 of them could barely keep their group alive. It was impossible for them to settle scores with Hanfei. If they were scattered again, they would probably be wiped out. The silverblade minefish that had grown to this level had some consciousness, so they quickly hid in the quicksand and never showed up again. However, less than 100 seconds after the silverblade minefish ran away, thousands of hairs suddenly extended out of the sand, piercing through the silver power of the silverblade minefish and directly piercing through the 500 silverblade minefish. At the end of every thread, there was a strange water drop-shaped fruit. When the thread pierced through the silverblade minefish, the fruit suddenly cracked, turned into a skin, and enveloped the silverblade minefish. It lasted for about half an hour. When these skins turned into water drop-shaped fruits again, there was no silverblade minefish here, only some ordinary sands. On the other side, Hanfei quickly put away the extreme cold pearl. Looking at the quicksand sea that had returned to normal, he could only take out the vast ocean navigator again. He had no choice. Once he lost his direction in the battle, he had to correct it in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cross this storm quicksand sea. Taking action again, Hanfei became vigilant. The silverblade minefish could be said to be very weak. In order to adapt to the harsh environment of the storm quicksand sea, they had evolved into slices to resist the law of strength and the law of wind. However, even a group of creatures like the silverblade minefish could shatter the Starsea Mystic Sand collectively. What if their individual strength was stronger? What if their individual strength reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or even the perfected star transformation realm? Hanfei didn't dare to imagine it. If he encountered a mine demon of that level, his only way out would be to run. One day later, Hanfei encountered the second wave of mine demons, a kind of flying leaf shell. This kind of mine demon was different from the silverblade minefish. They were shellfish, and their originally flat bodies became even flatter, like leaves fluttering and moving with the sand. However, these things spun with astonishing cutting power. Fortunately, their level was similar to the silverblade minefish, so they didn't cause any substantial damage to Hanfei. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. On the 7th day, Hanfei encountered as many as 13 types of gregarious mine demons, with an average of 2 groups every day. And the strength of these gregarious mine demons was indeed constantly growing. From the silverblade minefish that was only in the early stage, sky-opening realm, to today, 7 days later, Hanfei encountered a group of disc-shaped starfish whose average strength was in the star transformation realm. The strength of the mine demons here was slowly improving, and the threat was getting greater and greater. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow shouted, "Are you done resting? If you are, take your body back. There are too many of these starfish, and they are extremely fast. We can't just keep killing them." Hanfei said, Okay, it's my turn. The Emperor Sparrow, why am I the only one rotating with you? Why don't you call Little Black and Little White out to rotate with you? Hanfei said, In such a chaotic battle, I'm afraid that Little Black will go crazy, and then I might not be able to take my body back. It seems that your will is still not strong enough. You can't even suppress your spiritual beast. Hanfei was lost for words. I can't suppress you either. The Emperor Sparrow pondered for a moment. What you said makes sense. Hanfei regained control of his body and threw out the extreme cold pearl, blocking thousands of disc-shaped starfish. But another thousands of them still surrounded him from all directions. Although these disc starfish were also gregarious mine demons, they weren't densely packed and only formed groups within a certain range. Therefore, the extreme cold pearl couldn't freeze all of them. The chase had been going on for half an hour. The Emperor Sparrow had killed about 60% of the disc starfish with one blow. Here, he couldn't use the Eyes of Disaster, or God knew what other groups of mine demons would be attracted over. At that time, it would be even more dangerous. But fortunately, the Emperor Sparrow had already solved most of the disc starfish. With so little left, even if Han Fei took his time, he could wear them down in at most another 4 hours. 2 hours later, the number of disc starfish chasing Han Fei had decreased by nearly half, with only less than 2,000, and the others had all been shaken off. Han Fei was about to throw out the extreme cold pearl again, preparing to freeze them again. But suddenly, Han Fei had a bad feeling. He threw the extreme cold pearl at an unknown place backhand. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, Han Fei saw thousands of hairs shooting out of nowhere from the quicksand sea. These hairs pierced through the nearly 2,000 disc starfish behind Han Fei in an instant. Then, a water drop-shaped fruit turned into a skin and enveloped those disc starfish. Looking at the direction where the extreme cold pearl was thrown, there were thousands of hairs trying to hit him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and had the extreme cold pearl. Otherwise, he would have been ambushed. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei performed the saber drawing technique, holding a piece of quicksand and cutting through the hair. After this slash, only 100 strands of hair were broken. Han Fei reached out and grabbed the broken hair. Then, information popped up in his eyes. 40 names 1,000 silk monarch willow. Introduction. A strange demon plant that grows in the quicksand sea. This demon plant was born to have the ability to absorb the power of minerals. Because the 1,000 silk monarch willow's body is extremely thin and moist, it can survive in the quicksand sea and deprive the souls of the mine demons to eat. The 1,000 silk monarch willow is small and can shrink into a ball, but its silk is like a net and comparable to a godly weapon. Fishing with 1,000 strands, it is good at hiding, good at hunting, and extremely difficult to catch. A-level 111 quality HQ primordial demon plant realm. Dow-proving A-battle technique, 1,000 thread fishing, void barrier breaking, devouring teeth, string puppet HQTC, 1,000 silk, buckle absorbable bots, HQTC, HQT, DT 1,000 silk monarch. Willow's only weakness is that its body toughness is average. Chapter 2Cs30, 2Cs30, 1,000 silk monarch willow, 2N, 2Cs30, 1,000 silk monarch willow, 2N, 2Cs30, 1,000 silk monarch willow, 20Cs. There are really demon plants here? Han Fei's expression changed slightly. In such an extremely harsh environment, the existence of demon plants was unimaginable. Besides, this demon plant looked extremely aggressive and could endure. When so many disc starfish were chasing him, it didn't attack. But when he spent a lot of effort to get rid of most of the disc starfish, it suddenly attacked and killed more than 2,000 disc starfish in an instant. Even without the demon purification pot, Han Fei knew that this 1,000 silk monarch willow couldn't be a demon plant in the sky-opening realm. At this moment, the 1,000 silk monarch willow was not only going to attack the disc starfish, but also wanted to kill him. Seeing that the black hair was almost in front of him, Han Fei's fingertips burst out with all great Daos in one sword. The sword contained the great Dao of invincibility and the Dao of slaughter god as he slashed the black hair. Puff, puff, puff. After the slash, the hair was twisted. Although nearly half of it was broken, a small part is still attached to Han Fei. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei saw that the hairs circled his hands, feet, and body countless times and tied him up. At this moment, the water droplets on the hairs suddenly opened into skins and wrapped Han Fei up. Fuse. At this moment, Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He had been at a disadvantage after the first round of confrontation. He hadn't even seen the true form of the 1,000 silk monarch willow and was almost eaten by this thing. How could he accept this? The thin skin that enveloped Han Fei was quickly riddled with holes of various sizes like paper being burned by flames. Then, a black and white mist enveloped the 1,000 silk monarch willow. This was naturally the swallowing power of Little Black. The twin divine technique could be used to escape, but not only could it be used to escape, Little Black and Little White were no weaker than him. The black mist was like a corrosive mist, swallowing everything it saw. The 1,000 silk monarch willow also felt that something was wrong and tried to pull back its hair, but it was too late. The water droplet-like things on the hair had been swallowed clean by Little Black. And Han Fei didn't flinch. According to the demon purification pot, this 1,000 silk monarch willow only had the strength of the Dao-proving realm. Although it wasn't weak, it wasn't too strong. With his strength, he should be able to fight it. Han Fei grabbed these black hairs and was about to trace them, but in the next moment, these black hairs broke apart one after another, and the remaining black hairs disappeared into the void. The demon plant escaped? The black mist didn't chase into the void, because it couldn't break the void barrier here. However, the target of these black hairs wasn't just him, but also the disc starfish. Therefore, when Han Fei found that the 1,000 silk monarch willow was about to retreat, he certainly wasn't happy. He turned around and slashed at the tentacles that were swallowing the disc starfish. Humph! You want to run after you attacked me? Dream on. The 1,000 silk monarch willow also discovered Han Fei's purpose. This person actually still wanted to fight it to the death. It was very decisive. It stopped devouring immediately and exposed the disc starfish again and rushed at him. Han Fei's face slightly changed. Was this the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's string puppet technique? In an instant, thousands of invincible fist marks shot out, and those disc starfish launched a series of explosions at Han Fei. Bang, 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 bang. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow didn't seem to care about these disc starfish at all and just treated them as tools for self-detonation. Han Fei didn't expect this at all and was directly covered in dust by the serial explosions. Besides, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow had no intention of stopping at all and surrounded Han Fei. More importantly, there were nearly 2,000 disc starfish here. Bloody hell. The Starsea Mystic Sand immediately turned into a ball, locking Han Fei in. Bang, bang, bang. More than 300 disc starfish surrounded Han Fei's Starsea Mystic Sand ball. Rumble. After all these disc starfish had entered the star transformation realm. More than 300 of them detonated themselves collectively. Even the Starsea Mystic Sand, which was a chaotic spiritual treasure, was blown into pieces. Enshrouded in the Starsea Mystic Sand, Han Fei's black mist body was blasted into vomiting a mist of blood by the shock. Buzz. Han Fei hurriedly summoned 2 masses of liquid divine brilliance and fused his twin bodies. Then he turned around and ran. Thousands of Star Transformation Realm cultivators were detonating themselves crazily. Wouldn't he be blown up if he didn't run? Although this kind of self-detonation couldn't seriously injure him, it would consume a lot of his spiritual power. But when Han Fei fused his twin bodies, the black hair came again, but this time it was different. The black hairline was filled with a light blue luster. Fuck, a soul attack? This time Han Fei had no time to think. He activated the Great Tao and activated the World Annihilation Fist. He knew that the Star Explosion Fist couldn't shake this dual attack, but the World Annihilation Fist could destroy this soul attack. Rumble. In the quicksand sea, the rapidly circulating sand sea blew out a vacuum area of more than 3,000 kilometers. The thousands of hairs were shattered, but Han Fei still took a round of self-detonation from the disc starfish, causing the Starsea Mystic Sand on Han Fei to shatter. Fortunately, the Starsea Mystic Sand covered Han Fei's body again in the blink of an eye. Han Fei's eyes were cold. Do you really think you can break my defense? I'd like to see how many hairs you have. At this moment, Han Fei no longer cared about the consumption of his spiritual power. The Starsea Mystic Sand left his body and turned into tens of thousands of sand blades, each shining with golden light and red light. With the enhancement of the Art of Invincibility and the Tao of Slaughter God, he collided with the disc starfish. 100 seconds later, when all the disc starfish died, Han Fei punched open the quicksand sea and flew into the sky. He was going to walk on air. Flying across the quicksand sea was a very dangerous thing because the quicksand sea itself would extract the power of his Great Tao and absorb his speed, but at this moment, Han Fei couldn't care less. After fusing with Little Black and Little White, he was full of killing intent. He no longer cared about consumption and was no longer stingy with the power of the Great Tao. He exerted all his strength. Under the drag of the quicksand sea, his speed of more than 30 times the speed of light was only about 20 times, but even so, it was still very fast. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow might be an overlord-level powerhouse in the quicksand sea, but that was the quicksand sea after all. Han Fei didn't believe that its speed could exceed 20 times the speed of light. Besides, since the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow could attack him, it meant that it wasn't far away from him. Following the direction indicated by the vast ocean navigator, it only took Han Fei less than 6 seconds to find the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. Han Fei grinned. Not bad, you attacked me from tens of millions of kilometers away. If you were at the periphery of the storm quicksand sea, the result would be disastrous. Boom! Han Fei punched through the quicksand sea and sank into it. At this moment, what came at him was actually a tide of tens of thousands of mine demon fish. Shoot! Han Fei retreated quickly and shouted, "Freeze!" At that moment, the extreme cold pearl was activated, and the carefree level attack barely slowed down the fish tide army. Han Fei had already held the giant hammer in his hand, turned into a shadow, and launched an ultimate hammer strike. The only thing Han Fei could win against a monarch was strength. Boom! Han Fei's body went soft. This blow consumed too much energy, but it should be able to disperse the fish tide. Sure enough, facing Han Fei's terrifying blow, the fish tide exploded. Dharma Idol World. Han Fei didn't attack these fish tides immediately. Even if he killed all these fishes, so what? This was just a school of fish controlled by the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, and it wouldn't hurt the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow itself. Therefore, Han Fei activated his Dharma Idol and activated the Great Tao. This was not enough. With a thought, Han Fei borrowed the power of Puppet City. At that moment, Han Fei's body swelled. On his 2 fingers, all Great Taos in one sword condensed. He turned into a sword shadow and instantly broke through the school of mine demon fish, rushing towards the quicksand sea where the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow was. At this moment, Han Fei was somewhat excited. This was the first time in his life that he had fought a Tao prover with his own strength and methods. Although he didn't want to fight this battle, the other party had really gone too far. If he didn't solve it now, God knew what kind of trouble this thing would cause him later. At this moment, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow seemed to be anxious. He didn't expect this person to be so tough as to chase him from above the quicksand sea against the huge pressure. Didn't he know that this would consume a lot of spiritual power? Once his spiritual power was exhausted, he would be doomed. Even at this moment, the Emperor Sparrow said, "If you want to fight, at least give me some time to recover. I'm afraid both you, Little Black and Little White, have consumed a lot of energy in this battle." Han Fei said, "The opportunity is fleeting. I can't care so much." At this moment, tens of thousands of strands of hair intertwined into dozens of thick green vines that met the attack. Han Fei grinned and roared, "Kill! Puff! Puff! Puff!" 7 hair vines were broken in a row, and Han Fei's sword was finally exhausted. However, Han Fei was not without gains, because at this moment he saw the true form of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. It was a green tree that was as green as sapphire. It was no more than 10 meters tall, but its roots were 20 meters long, looking extremely strange. "Outsider, let's talk nicely. I'll let you pass." At this moment, Han Fei received a voice transmission from the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. However, Han Fei shouted coldly, "Fuck you. I can still pass if I kill you." It was too late for the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow to mobilize the fish tide. The remaining 3 hair vines intertwined again, overflowing with green light, and the law of strength was attached to them. He said, "Outsider, you can't kill me if you just use external forces to forcibly increase your strength." Han Fei didn't answer. Seeing that the hair vine was about to reach him, Han Fei put on a smile. Steal. Everything that Han Fei had done was for this moment. The blood sword he spat out was just a trick to make the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow mistakenly think that it was his strongest blow. But in fact, Han Fei's real goal was the void-stealing technique. He was improving himself so crazily not to fight the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow head-on, but to prevent himself from being counterattacked when he used the void-stealing technique. The first stealing was to steal the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's current actions. The second stealing was to steal the power of laws around the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. The third stealing was to steal the consciousness of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's attack suddenly stopped, and a green light bloomed on Han Fei's body. It was the law of strength. Almost in an instant, Han Fei understood the law of strength. Because in the Storm Quicksand Sea, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow had the most contact with the law of strength and the law of wind. The Great Tao of Strength was the foundation for understanding strength. The power of the Great Tao belonged to the Heavenly Tao. However, the Great Tao was fused with the heavens and was the basic Tao of the world. It was universal. Anyone who comprehended the Great Tao of Strength had the same combat power and combat techniques. However, the law was different. The law didn't focus on the generation of force, but on the additional characteristics of force. This was one of the fundamental differences between the Great Tao and the law. The strength had many features. For example, when a seedling breaks through the soil, it shows the toughness of strength. For example, when a sword or a saber cuts, it shows the sharpness of strength. For example, when a huge power pressed down, it shows the pressure of strength. When one proved Tao his, they could transform their Great Tao into a specific characteristic, and a law would be thus produced. This law far exceeded the basic Great Tao. At this moment, Han Fei understood why it was difficult to comprehend laws in the sky-opening realm. It turned out that it was really a qualitative change that only happened after Tao proving. Laws were transformed from Great Taos. Unless there was such a transformation method in the sky-opening realm, one couldn't possess the power of laws. Of course, now was not the time to consider this. After extracting the power of the law of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, his consciousness was stolen too. However, Han Fei still suffered a backlash when he stole the monarch's consciousness. It was just that the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's realm was too low and it had just proved Tao. Han Fei's continuous enhancement allowed him to completely withstand this backlash, although his head was a little dizzy. However, this consciousness stealing wouldn't last long, no more than 10 seconds. In these 10 seconds, he would either kill the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow or turn it into his puppet. However, neither the Walking Dead puppet nor the soul-controlling Law Seal could control such a monarch in such a short time. Although he had a strong killing intent just now and felt that it was suicidal for the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow to attack him, he didn't think so when he completely suppressed this Tao Prover. Tao Provers were already paramount existences in the Sea Realm. They were already overlords. It would be a waste if he just killed an overlord like this. At this moment, Han Fei extended the void lines and quickly buckled the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow while it was still unconscious. When the void lines buckled the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's soul power, Han Fei was already bleeding from his 7 orifices. Although the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's consciousness had temporarily crashed, it could still resist external forces controlling its soul. Therefore, when the void lines buckled the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, Han Fei's soul was injured by the backlash. Fortunately, the passive defense of the soul had limited resistance. After Han Fei persisted for about 6 seconds, he finally temporarily controlled the other party's soul. Immediately, Han Fei took out a wisp of soul and extracted a wisp of the other party's vital essence. Different from humans, demon plant-type creatures' vital essence was similar to humans' essence blood. Han Fei summoned the wisp of soul and the vital essence and forcibly used the other party's soul as the sacrifice to sign a master-servant contract. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow seemed to have realized something wrong. It struggled crazily instinctively, making Han Fei bleed hard from all 7 orifices. But in the end, the contract was successfully signed. Puffer. In the next moment, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow came back to itself, and Han Fei also spewed out a mouthful of essence blood. When the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow saw that Han Fei was only 10 meters away from it, it was really startled and immediately wanted to stab Han Fei to death. However, in the next moment, its soul was extremely painful, and it found that it couldn't do anything to Han Fei. Outsider, what did you do to me? Han Fei grinned and activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, covering his body with healing divine light. Looking at the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow that was struggling, Han Fei sneered. You and I have signed a master-servant contract. Now you are my servant. If you dare to attack your master, you will die. Nonsense. At this moment, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow quickly shrank from a tree to a 2-meter-tall bamboo pole man. This Thousand Silk Monarch Willow actually grew legs and feet. However, his feet, like 2 large discs, were firmly sucked to the ground. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow ran away, but as soon as it ran 100 kilometers, its body froze, because its instincts told it not to run and not to leave its master behind. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow turned pale in shock, and its long hair danced wildly. It only fell into a trance. How did it suddenly become someone, servant? Besides, the person in front of it was only in the perfected star transformation realm. How could he become its master? Han Fei pushed away the quicksand that had resumed its natural rotation, walked to the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, and said indifferently, You should have felt that your soul was controlled just now. Perhaps your impression is not clear, but let me tell you again that you have become my servant. Now, you have 2 choices. One is to blow yourself up. I can't control this. If you want to die, it's your business. Or, be loyal to me and become my servant. In this way, maybe I will set you free someday in the future. Pop! Pop! The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's eyes and mouth appeared on the trunk, looking very strange. Don't lie to me, devouring tooth. At this moment, tens of thousands of strands of hair returned, trying to pierce through Han Fei. However, all the strands stopped 10 feet away from Han Fei. No matter how hard the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow tried, the strands of hair couldn't take another step forward. Now, it couldn't even touch Han Fei. Once killing intent arose in its heart, it would immediately be bound by the contract. Aha! Dozens of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's hair exploded, which was the result of its trying to break free. At this moment, Han Fei put his hands behind his back and said proudly, The winner takes all. Who said that a monarch can certainly beat a sky opener? I don't have much patience. I'll give you 100 seconds to consider. Think carefully. Either die or submit. Choose. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow was silent for a long time. 50 seconds later, Han Fei said casually, Half of the time has passed. Han Fei's reminder seemed to pull the Thousand Silk Emperor Lu back to its senses. It said, Will you set me free? Han Fei smiled contemptuously. That depends on your growth level. Do you think you're very powerful? When I prove Tao, if you can't follow in my footsteps, you won't even be qualified to stay by my side as a servant. Then I won't need you anymore. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow wanted to slap Han Fei. Am I not qualified to be a servant? I'm a monarch, Han Fei added. I can subdue you even though I'm only in the sky-opening realm. How many people in this world do you think can do that? Do you think you can resist me if I prove Tao? Although the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow resisted in its heart, it had to admit that Han Fei was very strong. Just now, its hair couldn't even break his defense. It controlled the disc starfish to blow themselves up, but it still failed to kill him. Instead, they were all killed by him. Furthermore, this person walked above the storm quicksand sea, broke through the tide of demonic fish alone, and cut off his thousands of willow whips in a row. This kind of person couldn't be simple. He knew that if Han Fei proved his Tao, it was very likely that it wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow of his. However, how could it, a monarch, still grow if it became a servant? This would be the biggest mountain on its path of cultivation. But if it didn't submit, what would it face? Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, why should I believe that you will set me free? Han Fei snorted coldly. You have no choice but to believe me. Also, you're not qualified to bargain with me. I'm already showing you the greatest kindness by not killing you. If you weren't useful to me now, I would have killed you without hesitation. After all, few people dare to attack me without being killed. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow sensed Han Fei's momentum, which was domineering but not pretentious at all. The other party's killing intent was strong, and it was obvious that countless souls had died under his hands. While the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow hesitated, Han Fei said casually, There are only 10 seconds left. I'm willing to be your servant. In the end, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow surrendered. It was afraid of death. It had already weathered through the slow path of cultivation. If it chose to blow itself up and die for dignity, what was the point of its long efforts? To have its dreams come to nothing? Han Fei seemed to have guessed the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow's choice. He just nodded casually. Now block this quicksand sea and guard me. Don't move with the sand. Han Fei sat cross-legged and recovered as if no one was around. This battle was not easy at all. Han Fei had used almost all his methods. If it weren't for the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow being careless and the void-stealing technique, he could only escape. Of course, if the puppet army of Puppet City could be released, they could still crush the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. However, this was the Storm Quicksand Sea. Puppet City couldn't be released at all, nor could he connect his origin star, so he had to rely on his own strength. It could only be said that he was lucky this time. If the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow was stronger and reached the carefree level, he would only have one outcome, which was to run. There was no other choice. Chapter 2631, Circle of Death. 2-in-1, 2631, Circle of Death, 2-in-1. With the monarch guarding him, Han Fei no longer had to worry about his spiritual power being insufficient and needing to exchange control of his body with the Emperor Sparrow. Half a day later, Han Fei returned to his peak state. He saw that the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow was thinking about life, probably holding a grudge because he had become a servant. He was probably still wondering why he was defeated. Han Fei also had mixed feelings. Fortunately, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow had mastered the law of strength. Although it had to crush the great Tao of strength and was more than 3 times stronger than him, he had made up for the gap with his extreme outburst. Otherwise, if it were a demon plant mastering the great Tao of wind, he might not have been able to win even if it was in the same realm as the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. Seeing that Han Fei had woken up, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow stood aside silently. Who are you pretending to be melancholic for? You can only follow me now. It's your honor to follow me. Don't overestimate yourself. Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow snorted in his heart, and then he swayed his branches, asking, "What should I do now?" Han Fei said, "Go to the center of the Storm Quicksand Sea with me." The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow immediately raised his voice and said, "We can't go to that place." Han Fei asked, "Why can't we go there?" "Are there monarch-level mind demons there?" the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said. "There really are. I met them in the past. I've been here for a long time and walked everywhere here, except for the central area that I tried to enter 3 times, but all failed. There must be a great horror there." "Oh?" Han Fei couldn't help being curious. What kind of great horror can make you, a Tao prover, not dare to set foot in it? Han Fei thought that it shouldn't be so exaggerated. After all, the central area of the storm ridge didn't reach the God-burying ridge, right? Li Luoluo said that this was only the entrance to the God-burying ridge. Could an entrance kill a Tao prover-level powerhouse? The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said, "There's a demonic sound there, also known as the death knell. The range of the demonic sound is called the Circle of Death. I controlled the mind demons to step in countless times, but every time, the mind demons I controlled died inside just because the demonic sound swept past them." "Demonic sound?" Han Fei asked. "What else? Didn't you say that you had entered it 3 times? Since you can leave safely, it means that the demonic sound shouldn't be powerful enough to kill a Tao prover." The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said, "Of course, there are not only demonic sounds in the Circle of Death, but also many twisted and mutated mind demons. The combat power of those mind demons is so powerful that they exceed the realm that they're supposed to reach. Some of these sky-opening realm mind demons even master the power of laws. Of course, it's not that I'm afraid of those mind demons, but the demonic sounds will ring every half an hour. Anyone covered by the demonic sounds will become ferocious. It's like a mental demon appearing, bewitching the soul, causing you to fall into a crazy and violent state. As time passes, your mind will be corrupted, and you will even completely forget yourself." "Really?" Han Fei couldn't help but frown. "How big is this Circle of Death?" "Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. I'm afraid it's nearly billions of kilometers long," Han Fei asked. "Still in the Storm Quicksand Sea?" The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said, "No, that's the center of the storm. The wind there is not strong, but the law of wind is extremely powerful. The mind demons there are not like the ones you've encountered now. Although they are not gregarious, they are extremely fierce. Once you enter that place, you will face endless fighting." Han Fei pondered for a moment. "So, the dangers you mentioned are mainly the demonic sounds and the mind demons, right? Since you have entered it 3 times, how many monarch-level mind demons are there, and how strong are they?" Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said, "I've only met one. It's a wind bird in the Tao-proving realm. I once fought it, but I was defeated in less than 100 seconds. It's not because the other party is strong, but because the other party's combat power is much stronger than mine." Han Fei thought that the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow was actually very strong. If the other party was stronger than the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, he might not be its match. After all, the wind bird should have mastered the law of wind. Unfortunately, this wind circle was wrapped by the power of laws, and he couldn't deeply connect to his origin star here. Otherwise, with Puppet City and the 200,000 puppet army, no matter how many opponents there were in the Circle of Death, they would be flattened. Now that he had come here, there was no reason for him to retreat. In any case, he must go to the God-burying ridge. not just for the old turtle, but also to see if there were other deeper mysteries of the Tao of extreme balance. Since he had already embarked on this path, hoping that this path could break the rule that one couldn't become a god with the supreme divine technique, he had to go on this trip. The old turtle had probably guessed that once he chose to cultivate the god-fiend formless technique, this trip to the god-burying ridge would be imperative. Although the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow wanted to stop Han Fei, he couldn't influence Han Fei's opinion at all now. Since Han Fei said he wanted to go, he could only go with him. Fortunately, the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow felt that Han Fei was very strong, comparable to a monarch. Once he realized the horror of the Circle of Death, he would probably take the initiative to retreat. 5 days later, with the help of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, Han Fei passed through the Storm Quicksand Sea quite easily. Although there were many gregarious mine demons here, they were only in the sky-opening realm, not to the point of being comparable to bloody hand mine devils in the mine demon stream. Therefore, although they encountered a few more waves of mine demons on this trip, with the help of the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow, they were safe. Boom. There was no telling if it was a coincidence, but before Han Fei entered the Circle of Death, he heard the sound of bells ringing from the sea of sand. It was very short and weak. The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said, "It's the demonic sound. Because we are still in the Storm Quicksand Sea, the demonic sound will be swept away as soon as it enters the Quicksand Sea, so it's not obvious." In fact, the sound is very loud and even deafening. Han Fei looked sideways at the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. "Do you have ears?" the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said. "The demonic sound attacks both the body and the soul. Besides, I can also transform into a human, but I think the demon plant body is more convenient." Han Fei asked, "You can transform into a human?" "I've always been curious why your willows are so thin and don't even have leaves," Thousand Silk Monarch Willow said. "In the Storm Quicksand Sea, leaves are redundant. The willows are thin, so it's easy to break the law of strength in the Quicksand Sea. Therefore, my evolution direction is to use pure tree trunks and rhizomes to better survive in the Storm Quicksand Sea." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "You look like a stick. Those who don't know would think that you are a weapon left behind in the Storm Quicksand." "Thousand Silk Monarch Willow," Han Fei asked. "Also, what should I call you? Old Qian, Lu Qianzi." The Thousand Silk Monarch Willow immediately responded, "This is the name I gave myself. It's a pretty name," Han Fei said. "You haven't been to the outside world." "How do you know it's a pretty name?" Lu Qianzi said. "Although I haven't been to the outside world, there have been a lot of people who came in from the outside world. In addition to the direction you came from, there are many other directions. People often fall into the Storm Quicksand Sea." Han Fei asked. "Did you take their memories?" Lu Qianzi nodded. "Yes. It's precisely because I can see their memories that I know they're mostly here just for some mineral resources. I'm here. The entire Storm Quicksand Sea is my resource. I'm luckier than them. They have to dig and fight with the mine demons. I don't need it." Han Fei asked. "Last question. The Storm Quicksand Sea is so big. How did you find me?" Earlier, Huang Ergo mentioned that he smelled the aura of demon plants in the Storm Quicksand Sea, so it must be the Thousand Silk Monarch Willow. "Did he really run into it by chance?" Lu Qianzi said. "Because the area you came to is my territory. We demon plants have a very keen sense of smell for living creatures, especially in this place that is full of mine demons. Besides, when one reaches the monarch realm, he will have more premonitions. I just had a premonition that something would happen in my territory, so I discovered you." Han Fei nodded non-committally and walked towards the Circle of Death. Boom! After half an hour, the bell rang again. This time, the sound was much louder and even contained majestic power. Lu Qianzi said, "In less than 100 seconds, we will completely enter the Circle of Death. We can wait at the edge and enter when the next demonic sound sounds. In this way, we can stay in the Circle of Death for at least half an hour." Great Han Fei didn't refute Lu Qianzi's proposal. His understanding of this place was naturally not as good as Lu Qianzi's. In fact, half an hour was not short. He could do a lot of things here. Soon, Han Fei and Lu Qianzi came to the edge of the Circle of Death. Han Fei could even feel that the law of strength here had been greatly reduced. Finally, after the third bell rang, Han Fei stepped out and entered the so-called Circle of Death. When Han Fei really stepped into the Circle of Death, he was surprised to find himself in a static desert. Yes, there was no rolling quicksand here, no great Tao of strength hitting him at any time. There was only an icy breeze blowing across his cheeks, even cutting open a little bit of the Starsea mystic sand on his face. That was exactly what puzzled Han Fei. When he came in, his first thought was that he was in the middle of the storm ridge, where the eye of the storm was. Only the eye of the storm was absolutely calm, and the temperature was lowest. However, just as Lu Qianzi said, the great Tao of wind here was stronger than the great Tao of wind in the Storm Quicksand Sea. Although the wind here was small, the strength of the law was stronger. However, with the Starsea mystic sand protecting him, it was naturally impossible for this ownerless law of wind to hurt him. Han Fei glanced around. This place stretched as far as the eye could see and had no obstruction of vision. The only thing that was a little out of place was a stretch of mineral stones that were gathered together twisted. Lu Qianzi came in with Han Fei and said, "This is the Circle of Death. Don't release your perception." The law of wind here can easily blow away all perception power. Han Fei tried to connect with his origin star, but he found that the connection was still very weak. It was almost impossible to materialize a large number of objects or release people. Perception couldn't be used, and the origin star couldn't be connected. For this reason alone, even if many people had come in, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find the entrance to the God-burying ridge in such a huge eye of the storm. After all, this eye of the storm was unimaginably huge and spanned billions of kilometers. How could it be so easy to find an entrance? Lu Qianxi said, "Look there." Lu Qianxi pointed at the rocks for Han Fei to see. Han Fei was puzzled. "What are you looking at?" Before Lu Qianxi said anything, the hill that was supposed to be a pile of mineral stones began to shake. Puff, puff, puff. With a thought, Han Fei flashed out only to see 3 thick centipede-like mineral tentacles suddenly extend out from where he had been standing. These tentacles were a mixture of mineral and sand. They were big and small and complicated. Although they were tentacles, they were actually piled up randomly. The hill had already stood up at this moment. It was a deformed irregular stone that looked like a tree tumor on the tree. Compared to its huge body, its 6 short legs were more like 6 tires. On each stone arm, 5 deformed tentacles grew out, making a total of 10. Is this a damn mind demon? In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. N names demonized mind demon giant. Introduction. A mind demon whose soul wasn't strong enough in the first place. Its soul and body were corroded by the demonic sound and suffered irreversible mutations. Although its form is strange and its soul is mutated, it has perfectly mastered the great Tao of strength and can easily extract the power of minerals and the power of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, its combat power far exceeds cultivators of the same realm. L level 129 quality bad realm. Perfected star transformation realm L battle technique. Whipmark explosion. Divine sealing mineral array. Tentacles of strength. Berserker collectible. Level 7 mineral. Absorbable. Level 7. Mind demons whose souls have been completely distorted never have complete souls. When Han Fei saw this thing, he felt terrible. With this appearance, he could perfectly grasp the great Tao of strength and easily extract the power of the heavenly Tao, Lu Qianxi said. These are the mutated mind demons I mentioned. They have just entered the circle of death, and there are still very few of them. Go a little further in and reach the middle of the circle of death, and you will find that there are more and more of them, and each of them looks different. Han Fei didn't respond to Lu Qianxi's words, but instantly rushed forward and took a step out. Han Fei naturally wanted to end the battle quickly and see how strong this demonized mind demon giant was. But the moment he quickly erupted, because he was too fast, he set off a gust of wind. The law of wind immediately activated on Han Fei, making Han Fei's Earth Star Sea Mystic Sand full of cracks. Han Fei was speechless. Is the law of wind here so strong? Also, the Star Sea Mystic Sand was a chaotic spiritual treasure. How many times had it shattered on this road? Although a large part of it was because he couldn't fully unleash the power of the Star Sea Mystic Sand. However, it was undeniable that the Star Sea Mystic Sand was not omnipotent. When he was still in the sky-opening realm, the power of the Star Sea Mystic Sand he could use was limited. Under the influence of his strength, its defense power was probably between high-quality godly weapons and ultra-quality godly weapons. However, just because it was full of cracks didn't mean it was broken, and the Star Sea Mystic Sand could repair itself very quickly. It was a piece of sand in the first place, and its characteristics were very similar to the Infinity Water, which was that it couldn't be destroyed. In front of the demonized mind demon giant, Han Fei showed no mercy and launched a star explosion fist. Bang! Boom! Han Fei's current strength was not something an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator could shake even without activating his great Tao. However, this blow only blew up half of the arm of the demonized mind demon giant. This was not the defense power that a perfected star transformation realm cultivator should have at all. Even if he was made of minerals, his defense shouldn't be so strong. Han Fei stood still. The demonized mind demon giant was sent flying dozens of kilometers away by the punch and whipped Han Fei with 5 mineral hand whips. Han Fei raised one hand and pushed his palm forward. The 5 stone whips hit his palm with a bang. Han Fei took half a step back and frowned slightly. In terms of strength, he is indeed very strong. He is in the perfected star transformation realm, but has 3 Tao locks? Do you mean there are still many such mind demons in the middle of the circle of death? Lu Qianxi, more or less. Anyway, there must be a lot of them, but this one is not weak. You can wait a little longer. If it can't beat you, it will go berserk. Han Fei responded and clasped his fingers, crushing half of the 5 stone whip tentacles of the demonized mind demon giant. As for this demonized mind demon giant, perhaps because it instinctively realized that it was no match for Han Fei, the essence in its body began to converge, gathering a large portion of its strength on the minerals in its chest. Swish, 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 swish. The 5 stone whips lashed through the air, and their strength was almost comparable to Bloody Hand Mind Devil's Slaughter Fist. Han Fei counterattacked with an invincible fist art. The power collided, and the invincible fistmark and the Tao of Slaughter God permeated over, crazily impacting the mineral at the core part of the demonized mind demon giant's body. The other party also sent some power over. However, when this power came over, Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this the Tao of extreme balance? No, that's impossible. It's impossible for the mind demons to master the Tao of extreme balance. There's an insurmountable gap between their soul power and their physical strength. With this gap, it's impossible for the mind demons to master the Tao of extreme balance. But if it weren't for the Tao of extreme balance, Han Fei could clearly sense the charm of the God-fiend formless technique from the power displayed by this mind demon. Lu Qianxi said, "Do you feel it?" There's clearly something wrong with the strength of these mind demons. They don't seem to be able to burst out this power themselves. It's more like they've been given such power. Han Fei asked, "How about their souls?" Lu Qianxi said, "What kind of soul power can mind demons have?" The soul power of these mind demons is quite chaotic. No matter how weak ordinary mind demons are, they still have a basic consciousness. These mind demons have no consciousness at all. They have no fear. Even towards me, they still attack me relentlessly, regardless of life and death. Han Fei asked, "So you haven't tested their soul strength?" Lu Qianxi said, "I can't tell. I tried to control them, but their soul power would try to counterattack and mess up my soul." Han Fei said, "Then beat their souls out." Han Fei's yang soul left his body and he put on the god-slaying boxing gloves. Then the invincible fistmark burst out and he punched more than 30 times in a row, but only a small portion of his soul was blasted out. This mind demon was almost crushed by Han Fei, but its soul power was still only a little bit. Han Fei frowned. He didn't believe that the soul of this mind demon was only so little. With a thought, Han Fei activated the God-fiend formless technique. If they were of the same origin, he should be able to sense the soul strength of this mind demon with the God-fiend formless technique. Han Fei punched through the huge body of the mind demon. Then, a dark blue wisp of black soul power appeared on Han Fei's arm. Han Fei's arm. Lu Qianxi was surprised. What kind of soul power is this? This is not his soul power. Bang! Han Fei's fist burst out and shattered the mind demon. In front of his eyes, the dark blue wisp of soul power suddenly took the chance and entered Han Fei's body. Han Fei's face changed slightly. In the next moment, the origin, spiritual heritage, and the eternal darkness. Spiritual heritage quickly absorbed this wisp of soul power. Then, Han Fei felt that the power of his soul suddenly increased a lot. Almost at the same time, Han Fei felt the core of his origin star tremble. Under the influence of the supreme divine technique, Han Fei's strength increased slightly. Hiss, Lu Qianxi said in shock. "You can absorb this kind of soul? Aren't you afraid of being mutated?" Han Fei was also stunned. It was impossible for him to be mutated, because this power seemed to be absorbed very easily and was quickly digested by the origin, spiritual heritage, and eternal darkness. Spiritual heritage. Ownerless souls. Han Fei revealed a strange look. This was actually an ownerless soul, an extremely powerful ownerless soul. Just a little bit of it had increased his soul power by nearly 3,000 points. The key was not the 3,000 points of ownerless souls, but the dark blue ownerless souls that he had absorbed far exceeded the power of his soul. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Lu Qianxi, will the soul power change after one becomes a monarch?" Lu Qianxi said, "Of course the strength of the soul will obviously change. In the sky-opening realm, if I'm attacked by a soul attack, I might be injured. But when I'm in the monarch realm, a soul attack of the same strength can't shake my soul at all." At this moment, Han Fei understood. This was not the soul of this mind demon, but the ownerless soul he had absorbed. However, the strength of this ownerless soul was too high, so high that after this mind demon absorbed it, its soul immediately became chaotic. Demon god? Han Fei's eyes flickered. It seemed that the place was right. This mind demon clearly had this wisp of high-intensity soul power, causing his strength and soul to balance, so he showed the power that the Tao of extreme balance could unleash. Why was there a balance? It was probably because this mind demon could only absorb so much, causing the balance of its soul power and strength. After all, external soul power was also soul power. This also explained why the mind demons would mutate, because they were not qualified to cultivate the Tao of extreme balance. The mind demons didn't have dual spiritual heritages, didn't have schizophrenia, and didn't have twin siblings. If they didn't mutate, who would? However, if what Han Fei guessed was true, wouldn't he be able to frantically absorb this ownerless soul? Then, the circle of death might be extremely dangerous to others, but to him it was a treasure trove that could quickly increase his strength. Of course, it was hard to say how much he could improve. This was because he couldn't blindly absorb ownerless souls. When the power the star core could feed back to him reached its limit, he probably wouldn't be able to absorb these ownerless souls. All in all, this trip to the God-Burying Ridge was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 2632 God-Burying Ridge 2-in-1 2632 God-Burying Ridge 2-in-1 After killing this mind demon, Han Fei didn't continue to walk to the center of the circle of death, but stayed where he was and waited. Lu Qianxi asked, "Why aren't you going further in?" Han Fei said, wait for the demonic sound you mentioned. This demonic sound was called the Sound of Mourning by Lu Qianxi. It was definitely not simple. It was naturally unwise to rush blindly into the circle of death. At least Lu Qianxi didn't manage to completely withstand this sound of mourning. Otherwise, he would have long found the location of the god-bearing ridge. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Han Fei suddenly felt the change of the law of wind here. These breezes first changed their direction, as if they were quickly sucked in by a suction force, and then suddenly attacked in the opposite direction. Booma. It was like a bell ringing, echoing between the heavens and earth. There was no telling where the sound came from, but the entire eye of the storm was instantly filled with this booming sound. This was completely different from the way sound spread. This sound seemed to exist in every wisp of the law of wind, or the power of the great Tao in this world. When the sound rang, Han Fei's heart seemed to be heavily struck, and he felt suffocated for a moment. At that moment, Han Fei felt that there seemed to be ownerless soul power in the bell tolling. Through the sound, it entered his body, and even the Starsea mystic sand couldn't block it. No, this is not a sound. This is a soul power shock. This was because this voice itself was a kind of soul power release. Therefore, anyone who heard this voice would instinctively absorb this soul power. However, because the level of this soul power was extremely high and not something ordinary creatures could absorb, they couldn't digest it, so this soul power was independent of their own soul power. However, it was clearly wrong for a person to have two kinds of soul power, so this external soul power conflicted with his soul, causing his soul to be messed up. As for those who had absorbed soul power, regardless of whether they could use this soul power or not, their soul power was essentially rapidly increasing. They're all possessed. Boom. At the moment when the sound stopped, Han Fei also felt a dull boom. The scattered soul power sounds seemed to be retracted. Breath, Han Fei's heart did a flip. This rhythm was very similar to a breathing technique, but not exactly, because the time it took to breathe was too fast. At this moment, Han Fei turned around and looked at Lu Qianxi, only to find that thousands of strands of hair had wrapped her up tightly. On her black hair, green light was circulating. Obviously, she was resisting this demonic sound. At this moment, the roaring sound had passed, and Lu Qianxi finally put away the black hair. But as soon as she put away the black hair, she saw Han Fei looking at her. Lu Qianxi was also a little stunned and subconsciously asked, "Are you completely fine?" Han Fei touched his nose and thought for a moment. The sound is a little bit disturbing to me, but it's fine. How many times can you resist such a demonic sound? Lu Qianxi said. About 20 times. After all, I'm a Tao prover. Han Fei nodded slightly. It was actually very rare to be able to withstand 20 such impacts. If his guess was correct, this soul power might really be emitted by the legendary demon god. When the demonic sound invaded one's body, one would be instantly affected. If it were an ordinary sky opener, he might directly go crazy or barely block the first demonic sound attack. After all, the level of this demonic sound's soul power was too high, and ordinary people didn't have a way to digest such soul power. Once the soul power circulated, it would definitely be messed up. Once the soul power was messed up, they would either suffer a backlash or be controlled by this soul power, trying to approach the Tao of extreme balance. As a result, it was difficult not to have mutations. However, Han Fei didn't expect that the Tao of extreme balance could even change the mind demons. It even caused the mind demons to mutate and evolve into a mess. At this moment, hearing that Lu Qianxi could withstand more than 20 demonic sound impacts, Han Fei was more confident. He didn't plan to take Wang Xiaoju and the others with him because he felt that they were not strong enough and would only become a burden to him in the storm quicksand sea. But Lu Qianxi was different. He was a real Tao prover. Even if he encountered any difficulties, Lu Qianxi could block it for him. In particular, when Han Fei found that he could digest the power of the demonic sound, the circle of death would no longer be a threat to him. The only thing he needed to worry about was the monarch-level mind demons here. Although monarch-level mind demons were rare, it didn't mean that there weren't any. Since Lu Qianxi said that he had seen them, it meant that there were monarch-level mind demons here. Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. With a thought, the vast ocean navigator began to spin and pointed in a certain direction. At this time, Han Fei put on a faint smile and said, "Let's go in." Lu Qianxi was surprised. "Really?" Han Fei asked. "Yes." Lu Qianxi asked. "Then when will we come out?" Han Fei shrugged. "I don't know." Lu Qianxi was very reluctant, but no matter how reluctant he was, he couldn't resist Han Fei's will now, so he could only follow Han Fei in. He could only hope in his heart that Han Fei wouldn't do anything rash. In the eye of the storm, the speed of light couldn't burst out. Otherwise, the law of wind that was floating like a breeze would be like a sharp weapon cutting into your body at any time. You might be able to withstand it for 1 or 2 seconds, but after 10 or 8 seconds, even an ultra-quality godly weapon would be torn apart. The speed of Han Fei and Lu Qianxi was less than 1% of the speed of light. Even so, Han Fei kept decelerating until the speed of light was 1,000th of the speed of light. Lu Qianxi said, "Our speed is so slow. If we really go deeper, we won't be able to get out." Han Fei said, "The faster you are, the stronger the power of the law of wind. I know that you can walk at high speed in your tree form, but in that case, you'll have to compete with the law of wind. With your strength, you can't walk at high speed for long." You will inevitably be created by the law of wind, so you didn't reach the center of this place in the end. Lu Qianxi said, but at such a slow speed, I'm afraid I will be corrupted by the demonic sound at most for 12 hours, lose my sense of self, and become a monster here, Han Fei said indifferently. You just want an answer. I can tell you that with me here, this demonic sound can't hurt you. So, don't worry and just go ahead. Block those who should be blocked. Lu Qianxi relaxed when he heard that. He was waiting for Han Fei to say that. Although he guessed that Han Fei must have a way to deal with it, he had to wait for Han Fei to admit it. Otherwise, his fear along the way would affect his combat power. 12 hours later. Since Han Fei and the others came in, they hadn't traveled more than 10 million kilometers. Along the way, Han Fei had killed 109 demonized mind demons, and on average, he encountered nearly 20 demonized mind demons every hour. However, their combat power was still not enough. Even with the enhancement of the Tao of Extreme Balance, it was still far from enough against Han Fei and Lu Qianxi. Boom, another demonic sound came, and Han Fei absorbed and digested this demonic sound as usual. But this time, Lu Qianxi let out a muffled groan. Han Fei felt that his emotions were becoming manic, and the soul fluctuations in his body were abnormally strong. It was not until this moment that Han Fei laid his hand on Lu Qianxi's tree. Immediately, Lu Qianxi was refreshed. The inexplicable soul that didn't belong to him had finally left. However, Lu Qianxi was shocked. He saw with his own eyes that Han Fei used some unknown method to suck away the soul power that could corrode the mind. You can even do that? After a while, Lu Qianxi said, did you absorb the demonic sound? Han Fei said, this is not a demonic sound, but a kind of soul power. It's just blended into this sound. Soul power? Why can't I feel it? Han Fei said. Because the level of this soul power is very high and it fuses with the body. It's normal that you can't feel it. Then how can you feel it? Han Fei chuckled. Because I am your master. Lu Qianxi was not stupid. He asked suspiciously, are you actively absorbing this soul power? You killed those mind demons along the way for this soul power, right? Han Fei didn't respond, taking it as a tacit agreement. Han Fei was absorbing the soul power. In just 12 hours, his soul power had skyrocketed. Although it was still less than 500,000, it was because of the influence of the star core. Besides, during these 12 hours, he seemed to be fighting and absorbing soul power along the way, but in fact, Han Fei's physique was rapidly strengthening, and this wave of improvement in strength was not over yet. At his current speed, he would probably need another 24 hours. This kind of opportunistic improvement should be limited by his origin star. More than 10 hours later, this peaceful situation was broken. As Lu Qianxi said before, a large number of mind demons gathered in the middle of the circle of death. He didn't notice it before, but at this moment he saw more than 30 demonized mind demons scattered here. In the sky, there were actually 7 or 8 monsters hovering. He could vaguely tell that they were mutated windbirds. Lu Qianxi said, don't alarm them. As I said, there are a lot of mind demons here. I didn't return until I came here several times. This seems to be the case all the time. So when you said you were going to the central area, I thought it was difficult to reach it, because I haven't walked the rest of the way, but I have a feeling it won't be easy. Han Fei said, it's just that there are more of them. Lu Qianxi said, that's possible, but it's also possible that there are monarch-level mind demons ahead. But since you have a way to resist the demonic sound, maybe you can try to break through. Han Fei nodded slightly. He knew what Lu Qianxi meant by charge. She meant abandoning the turtle speed and sprinting at 100 times or 10 times the speed of light. As for the speed of light sprinting, it was too dangerous for Lu Qianxi to do so. Han Fei didn't want to resist the law of wind because it was unnecessary. In a relatively safe place, fighting the law of wind would only consume him. But it was different now. There were a lot of mind demons here, and it was quite difficult to defeat them one by one. In a one-on-one battle, these mind demons were like muggles to Han Fei. However, the strength of these mind demons was equivalent to powerhouses with several Tao locks. If there were 10 or 8 of them, it would be a headache for Han Fei. If there were 100 of them, even Lu Qianxi would feel a chill down his spine. As they discussed, Han Fei shouted, you fight them. Lu Qianxi, 1. Han Fei said lightly, I want to conserve my strength. You are a monarch. It shouldn't be a problem for you to break through. Lu Qianxi was speechless. Is this the status of a servant? So low. However, Lu Qianxi couldn't refute Han Fei's proposal, and Han Fei wanted to see Lu Qianxi's ability. Although Lu Qianxi was a Tao prover, if there were really so many powerful mind demons ahead, even for him, this trip wouldn't be easy. Lu Qianxi said, stand on my head. Han Fei looked at Lu Qianxi, lost for words. You're as thin as a bamboo pole. Won't I be pricked if I stand on you? Lu Qianxi didn't know what to say. You're as strong as a monarch. Why are you afraid of being pricked? You're really good at insulting others. Han Fei was teasing Lu Qianxi, but he was already standing on one foot on the top of Lu Qianxi's trunk. Swish, 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 swish. Tens of thousands of strands of hair burst out from Lu Qianxi's trunk. These strands of hair stood up upside down and wrapped Han Fei into a cocoon. The cocoon turned into a blade and hit him. It was streamlined as a whole to deal with the law of wind. Han Fei, who was in the cocoon, was also very curious. He could see the outside clearly from the cocoon as if the cocoon was completely transparent. Then, under Lu Qianxi's trunk, there were 2 disc-shaped roots. The roots on them were dense, and each root looked extremely tough with green light flickering. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, strands of hair burst out of Lu Qianxi's body again. These strands of hair pierced through the void and landed in an unknown place. Swish one. In the next second, Lu Qianxi and Han Fei shot out at 1/10 of the speed of light. At the moment when Lu Qianxi shot out with Han Fei, the mind demons realized that something was wrong and began to move. Some of them even roared thunderously and attacked Lu Qianxi. Han Fei saw a large number of twisted tentacles made of mineral and sand, and countless whip shadows struck over. However, even though Lu Qianxi was carrying Han Fei, his figure was still too small. A huge force burst out from his black hair. Under the pull of the black hair, Lu Qianxi and Han Fei quickly twisted and turned in various arcs on the sand, just like Spider-Man jumping among the buildings of the city, except their speed was different. Han Fei was surprised. "How can your black hair break through the void here?" Lu Qianxi replied unhurriedly. "It's the law of strength. It's not difficult to break through the void, but it can't break through the void on a large scale. It's only enough for the black hair to penetrate." Soon, Han Fei discovered that the landing points of these black hairs were different. They were nailed to the ground like javelins along the way, showing a trajectory. Only when Lu Qianxi's power burst out, those black hairs that broke through the void would flash with a green light, revealing their location. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a huge bulge in front of him. Lu Qianxi jumped into the air and flew past the mind demon hidden under the sea of sand. When passing by the mind demon, Han Fei looked down and found that it was a huge sandworm mind demon, but it had 5 huge heads. Each huge head was composed of a large disc plus thousands of sharp teeth. At the edge of the toothless head, a circle of eyeballs stared at Han Fei and the others. Unfortunately, the 5-head sandworm couldn't keep up with their speed, so it could only watch Han Fei and Lu Qianxi speed away. However, once he jumped into the air, the hummingbird mind demons that were hovering all chased him. Different from the mind demons on the surface of the sea of sand, the windbird mind demons that could step into the sky mastered the law of wind. In the storm quicksand sea, the mind demons mastered the law of strength, and their terrain advantage could double their strength. But in this circle of death, with the law of wind as the dominant force, it became the main battlefield of these windbird mind demons. Mastering the law of wind was equivalent to mastering the geographical advantage, and their strength might be doubled. Lu Qianxi said, "Be careful. These windbird mind demons are even faster than me. They were born to live in such an environment and are extremely flexible." Han Fei stood on Lu Qianxi's head on one foot with his hands behind his back and nodded slightly, watching him perform. Swish, 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 swish. The black hair disappeared into the void, and then Lu Qianxi forcefully changed his position in midair, sometimes from high to low, sometimes from low to high, and sometimes landing on the surface of the sand. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but nod secretly, as expected of a Dao prover. Even if he was alone, his combat ability was actually extremely terrifying. In other people's home ground, he relied on his own control to forcefully resist the law of wind and avoid the attacks of the mind demons countless times. The only disadvantage was that Lu Qianxi could shake off the mind demons on the ground, but he couldn't shake off the windbird mind demons. The sky was the home field of the windbirds, and the law of wind greatly restricted Lu Qianxi's movement. It was already commendable that he could narrowly avoid the attacks of the windbirds countless times. However, there were more and more windbirds. From 7 or 8 at the beginning, there were 70 or 80 later, and now there were nearly 200. This increase was completely related to how far Lu Qianxi ran. The faster he ran, the farther he ran, and the more windbird mind demons would chase him. As a result, Lu Qianxi could no longer move forward after only half an hour. This was because it was getting more and more difficult to dodge. As a result, every time Lu Qianxi shot out 2 strands of hair, one would be cut off. Yes, this windbird could cut off Lu Qianxi's green threads because the other party had mastered the law of wind. Han Fei sighed. These mind demons really don't know how lucky they are. They can grasp the law in the sky-opening realm. TSK. If it were outside, I'm afraid countless people would be shocked. Lu Qianxi was speechless. How can you still be in the mood to lament at a time like this? Lu Qianxi said, "That isn't their own power, is it?" Han Fei asked. "Yes and no. Can you hold on?" Lu Qianxi said, "I can't hold on anymore." Han Fei said, "It's already commendable that you can cross 15 million kilometers quickly. Now 278 windbird mind demons are chasing us, and 39 are on the sea of sand. You'll be responsible for the sky, and I'll be responsible for the ground, okay?" Lu Qianxi couldn't have felt worse. "You have the combat power of a monarch too, alright? Why are you only responsible for 39? But there was no time to think now. He had to fight. Otherwise, if more mind demons arrived, it would be even harder to fight. An hour later. Han Fei sat panting on the sand and swallowed some ownerless soul power from time to time. 39 mind demons were equivalent to 39 strong masters with 3 or even 4 Dao locks. Although he could unleash the combat power of a monarch in a short period of time, he didn't dare to use it. To prevent more powerful mind demons from appearing during the battle, Han Fei could only use part of the power of the Great Tao. Lu Qianxi, on the other hand, was even more miserable than Han Fei. There were dense claw marks left on the tree, his breath was suddenly weakened, so was his combat power. Lu Qianxi said, "No, if this goes on, all my willow threads will be cut off. Although they are only in the sky-opening realm, if there are too many of them, they can still exhaust a monarch to death." Han Fei asked, "How much combat power do you have now? Tell me the truth." Due to the influence of Han Fei's will, Lu Qianxi said truthfully, 60%. After all, too many of my hair is broken. If they can't borrow the power of the law, I should still be able to retain 80% of my strength. Good lord. Han Fei would be lying if he said that he wasn't surprised. These mind demons were actually very powerful. Lu Qianxi had killed so many windbirds, but he still had 60% of her combat power. In other words, if it were a normal strong master with 3 or 4 Dao locks, he could still retain 80% of her strength. This meant that even a Dao prover was not someone that sky openers could easily kill with the huge crowd strategy. Therefore, if the windbirds wanted to defeat Lu Qianxi, they might have to pay the price of 1,000 deaths. And if it were a normal Dao lock level powerhouse, at least 2,000 people might be needed. This ratio really startled Han Fei. No wonder monarchs were still the supreme existences in the sea realm. It was because ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivators would consume too much energy to kill a monarch like Lu Qianxi. Therefore, if Han Fei wanted to use the puppet army of Puppet City to attack an early-stage Dao-proving cultivator, he would have to sacrifice at least 2,000 level 7 puppets. And it was very likely that they couldn't kill him because they weren't mind demons and didn't know how to run. And this was only for the early-stage Dao-proving cultivator. What if he was in the carefree level? No matter how many sky openers died, they wouldn't be able to kill a carefree level cultivator. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how strong he would be if he could prove his Dao one day. One day later, after another battle, Han Fei and Lu Qianxi finally came to the center of the Circle of Death. Here, there was an altar, and behind the altar, there was a place surrounded by light. It was like a door standing in the void. In front of the altar, there was a group of mind demons sprawling in the sand. Boom, the bell rang again, and Han Fei stepped on Lu Qianxi's head. The demonic sound soul power was gathering in Han Fei's body through Lu Qianxi's head. As for the mind demons sprawling on the ground, there were faint vortexes swirling on the surface of their bodies. They seemed to be absorbing the ownerless soul power of this demonic sound. Lu Qianxi asked, "What should we do? There seem to be 700 or 800 of them." Han Fei said, "They can't beat us in speed. Let's just rush in." Chapter 2633, Divine Tomb 2, in 12633, Divine Tomb 2 in 633, Divine Tomb 2 in 633. We don't even know what's behind this void door. What Lu Qianxi said was true. Han Fei only knew that this void gate was the entrance to the God-burying ridge, but he didn't know what was in the God-burying ridge. However, he felt that this should be part of the old turtle's plan. Ever since he easily brought out the God-fiend formless technique, he had found it magical. He felt that the God-fiend formless technique was too easy and simple. However, when he entered the Circle of Death, he found that the difference between cultivating the God-demon formless technique and not cultivating it was like heaven and earth. The demonic sound that Lu Qianxi was afraid of and the powerful mind demons everywhere not only couldn't hurt him, but also helped him grow. Han Fei guessed that the old turtle must have foreseen this situation. Since he had anticipated it, he should be able to go to the God-burying ridge. Furthermore, Li Luolu had once confessed that they had actually all been to the God-burying ridge, but they hadn't found the place where the demon god died. This indirectly proved that they could enter the God-burying ridge. Furthermore, Li Luoluo had also clearly said that the center of the storm ridge was the entrance to the God-burying ridge. The other party didn't lie about this at all. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Whatever it is, we have to go in. Han Fei had his own trump cards. He could still be willful at least twice. Therefore, at this moment Han Fei said, "Let's charge." There was nothing Lu Qianxi could do. He didn't know why he met Han Fei, this lunatic and gambler, although the other party was obviously here for this place. The appearance of a void door here was indeed beyond his expectations. However, wouldn't it be too risky to rush in like this? Unfortunately, Lu Qianxi had no say now. If Han Fei said so, he could only charge. Swish Lu Qianxi rushed out and brought Han Fei to the door of the void in an instant. After a slight pause, he plunged into the door of the void. After entering, Lu Qianxi said, "The mind demons outside don't seem to have any reaction. They actually let us in." Han Fei said, "They're cultivating." Cultivate? Lu Qianxi couldn't understand it, but Han Fei knew that they were waiting for the demonic sound. After losing their soul consciousness, they knew that absorbing the demonic sound would make them stronger. Therefore, these mind demons were all waiting for the arrival of the demonic sound. The only thing that surprised Han Fei was that he didn't encounter any monarch-level mind demons along the way. Logically speaking, if the mind demons here heard demonic sounds every once in a while, their strength would be growing rapidly, so there should be a lot of monarch-level mind demons here. But now, the facts were right in front of his eyes. There were no monarch-level mind demons. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. In the next moment, they saw a scarlet world where the air seemed to be full of mania. The baleful aura was mixed, the energy was chaotic, and the raging storm, mixed with the law of wind, swept across the world. Primordial ancient land. Han Fei was shocked. Yes, this was a primordial ancient land. In the past, in the yin-yang world, under the steps into the sea, there was a primordial ancient land, but that was nothing compared to this. At this moment, Lu Qianzi and Han Fei were burnt by the raging energy storm. Lu Qianzi immediately activated the law of strength and set up a barrier of strength around his body, extinguishing this energy fire. Thousands of strands of Lu Qianzi's hair shot out, but in the next moment, Han Fei saw that these strands of hair couldn't break through the void. Furthermore, once the hair was out for a long time, it would start to burn. Lu Qianzi was immediately horrified. The space here is abnormally stable, and even the void can't be broken through, and the energy fire here is difficult to extinguish. Once I stop circulating the power of the law, we will immediately fall into a state of fire burning. Han Fei took a slight breath. It can't burn us to death. Let's wait and see. Han Fei didn't need to release his perception to know how far his perception couldn't penetrate. It was difficult to release his perception at the periphery of the storm ridge, let alone in this primordial ancient land. Han Fei looked around but didn't find any enemies. There was only chaotic energy and chaotic killing intent. I'm coming out. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow took the initiative to speak. This place was simply his perfect cultivation ground. Buzz. When the Emperor Sparrow appeared, Lu Qianzi didn't feel anything. He naturally thought that it was Han Fei's companion spirit. However, when the surrounding baleful aura surged into the body of the Emperor Sparrow, Lu Qianzi realized that this person was the fiercest. Even he didn't dare to absorb this kind of primordial murderous aura. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his mind and become crazy. It was simply one of the most dangerous challenges on the path of cultivation. Lu Qianzi said, "There seems to be nothing here. Do you believe what you said? As a monarch, you shouldn't show fear." As he talked, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator again, but it didn't turn. Huh? The old turtle isn't here? Yes, Han Fei's first question was not to ask where the demon god died, but to find the old turtle. He felt that the anomaly in the storm ridge a few years ago was related to the old turtle. Therefore, he thought that the old turtle should have arrived earlier than him, but it turned out that the old turtle wasn't here. Once again, Han Fei thought to himself, the place where the demon god perished. This time, the vast ocean navigator pointed to the west, which was very clear. Han Fei was slightly puzzled. Li Luolu said that she had searched the god-bearing ridge for a long time but didn't find anything. However, with the vast ocean navigator, he accurately found the location of the demon god. It seemed to be too easy. Lu Qianzi asked hesitantly, "Are we still going in?" Han Fei shouted, "Let's go." In fact, Lu Qianzi had taken the initiative to ask this question. His heart was actually filled with curiosity. This was a world he had never stepped into. This kind of place represented not only danger, but also huge opportunities. It was unknown how big this place was, but Lu Qianzi didn't dare to walk fast. In less than 10 minutes, Han Fei and the others encountered the first creature in the primordial ancient land, a ghost-like thing floating in midair. It couldn't even be called a creature. The Emperor Sparrow suddenly said, "A baleful demon." The baleful intent condensed into a demon. Many strong masters died here in the past. The remnant souls of these strong masters scattered in the world, and some of them didn't dissipate very cleanly, so they condensed into a baleful demon. To deal with a baleful demon, you can only use the power of your soul. The only thing you have to be afraid of is to never let the baleful demon enter your body. Try it. Lu Qianzi didn't know the Emperor Sparrow, but from the way this person talked to Han Fei, he felt that these two people didn't seem like a master and his associated spirit. Otherwise, why would an associated spirit speak to its master in such a tone? Han Fei nodded slightly. This time, he took action personally and unleashed the power of his Yang soul, instantly colliding with a baleful demon pouncing on him. When the baleful demon saw Han Fei's fist mark, its body turned incorporeal and almost completely disappeared. However, when Han Fei unleashed the soul-suppressing roar, the other party paused for a moment and 100 punches had already struck the baleful demon phantom. Bang, bang, bang. The baleful demon probably didn't expect that someone would grasp its weakness so quickly, so its soul was shattered by Han Fei almost immediately. At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name SSSS. In name SSSS, baleful demon. Introduction. In the places with abundant baleful aura in the primordial era, the souls of the strong can't dissipate in time and are swallowed by the baleful spirit to form a baleful demon. The baleful demon is heartless and painless and can't die naturally. The baleful demon has a wisp of the remnant soul of the strong and can have the techniques and combat techniques of the strong when they're alive. But the best result for a baleful demon is to possess someone. Once it successfully possesses someone, it can hide in the depths of his heart. Every time the host's emotions fluctuate greatly, a baleful demon will appear and absorb these emotions as an opportunity for them to grow. A-Level 109. R Quality and 9C Quality Advanced R Realm. Perfected Star Transformation Realm. Battle Technique. Possessing Evil Chi Impact, Chaotic Evil Chi, collectible, baleful pearl, absorbable, a note. The only way to deal with baleful demons is to destroy their soul. The baleful demon is actually not strong. Han Fei discovered that this baleful demon was not very resistant to beatings. Just as he was slightly puzzled, the baleful demon turned completely incorporeal, turning into a blood-colored fog, trying to envelop Han Fei. Han Fei retreated quickly and protected himself with the Starsea Mystic Sand. With a flip of his hand, the infinity water turned into a torrent of knives containing an invincible will and killing intent as they slashed at the mist. Puff, puff, puff. The baleful demon phantom in the mist was dimmed by this slash and almost disappeared, but just when Han Fei felt that he was about to kill this baleful demon, a pair of blood-colored eyes suddenly flickered. At that moment, Han Fei suddenly felt a cold breath on his back. Shot! Han Fei was shocked. When did this thing attach to him? Gulp. Wake up. At the moment when Han Fei felt a chill down his spine, the voice of the Emperor Sparrow entered Han Fei's mind. In the next moment, Han Fei came back to his senses and found that half of the baleful demon had been swallowed by the Emperor Sparrow and the cold aura on his back had disappeared. Han Fei immediately realized that he was caught in an illusion. It's not an illusion. It's the chaotic evil chi of the baleful demon. Once you believe it, he will really appear on you and immediately possess you. Shit. Han Fei's forehead was sweating. It was fucking dangerous. He had clearly suppressed this damn thing in all aspects, but he was still almost possessed. If it weren't for the Emperor Sparrow, wouldn't he have been possessed now? The Emperor Sparrow said, it's not that exaggerated. Even if you're possessed by a baleful demon, as long as your Tao heart is firm and your soul is strong, he can still be obliterated. It's just a little troublesome. Han Fei's face slightly sank. He had just met the first baleful demon, and he had almost been tricked. If there were too many of them, how could he resist them? As a bystander, Lu Qianxi saw this scene the whole time. He also saw the baleful demon suddenly lying on Han Fei's back and felt his heart skip a beat. This wasn't because he was a monarch so he could despise these baleful demons, but because even a guy as strong as Han Fei had almost been possessed. It was really scary. Besides, he also knew that this was just a damn baleful demon. God knew how many of these things there were in this damn place. He couldn't perceive them with his perception, so he didn't even know where these things would suddenly appear from. Of course, while Lu Qianxi was shocked by the existence of the fiend, he was also very curious about the Emperor Sparrow. This associated spirit looked so strong, it even dared to swallow a baleful demon. It was simply crazy. Han Fei glanced at Lu Qianxi. Let's go. Continue forward. Lu Qianxi didn't say anything. He could tell that Han Fei had come prepared. Along the way, the demonic sound couldn't do anything to him. The mutated mind demons couldn't do anything to him, and the baleful demons couldn't do anything to him either. He was almost possessed by a baleful demon, but he forgot it in an instant and continued to walk deeper into the primordial ancient land. At this moment, no matter how stupid Lu Qianxi was, she knew that Han Fei definitely had a clear goal on this trip. It might be a great opportunity. If this was the case, did it mean that he might also obtain this opportunity? Thinking of this, Lu Qianxi stopped complaining and carried Han Fei forward. Han Fei still stood with his hands behind his back, regaining his casualness. He said, I have a feeling that something is wrong. Although the journey is already dangerous, I feel that something is missing. Why are there no monarch-level mind demons in such a dangerous place? The Emperor Sparrow. Perhaps it's just not the time to encounter them. Lu Qianxi said, no matter if it's the Storm Quicksand Sea, the Circle of Death, or here, it's not small. If we go straight to where we want to go, the probability of encountering a monarch-level mind demon is not high. If a mind demon wants to reach the monarch level, it needs at least many level 8 minerals or a level 9 minerals, or S-level minerals are extremely rare no matter where they are. Han Fei nodded slightly, thinking that what Lu Qianxi said made sense. Therefore, Han Fei put away the doubts in his heart and said to the Emperor Sparrow, don't you still lack 2 Tao locks? Why don't you eat more baleful demons to nourish yourself? The Emperor Sparrow said, I can make up for it even if I don't eat it. The murderous aura in this world is rich. If I stay in this environment for a long time, I'll have 5 Tao locks at most in 3 months. However, it doesn't matter to me if there are Tao locks now. Han Fei, yes, it matters. What do you mean? Han Fei said. The problem is me. If I don't solve the problem of the human race, it's impossible for me to prove Tao. And if I liberate the human race, I have to improve my combat power as much as possible. And if I don't prove Tao, you won't be able to prove Tao. Therefore, in the huge challenges and dangers in the future, the 5 Tao locks will definitely be stronger than the 3 Tao locks. It's the same for you, Little Black and Little White. The Emperor Sparrow was silent for a moment before saying, actually, I think your goal is too ambitious. Has it ever occurred to you that even if you've done your best, a great monarch suddenly appeared in the chaotic wasteland? Then, how are you going to deal with it? Han Fei said. That's fine. A great monarch will be dealt with by a great monarch. I'll just do my job. All right, by the way, as for Li Luoluo, if you go out this time, don't contact her for the time being. Han Fei asked, why? The Emperor Sparrow said, the 7 ultimate divine spider is very smart. She didn't attack me, probably not just because of you. Didn't you say that you felt something was wrong along the way? If this feeling is very strong, you have to believe this feeling. Han Fei was stunned. You mean Li Luoluo did something here? It's hard to say. Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow were chatting as if no one was around, but Lu Qianzi felt terrible when he heard their conversation. Why were the two of them talking about great monarchs? More importantly, from Han Fei's tone, it seemed that he had a very strong great monarch behind him. At this moment, Lu Qianzi even felt lucky that he didn't kill Han Fei. Otherwise, if a great monarch-level powerhouse came to him to avenge Han Fei, he probably would be slapped to death. 2 hours later, after they killed more than 300 baleful demons with the help of the Emperor Sparrow, they finally came to a place of mountains. Yes, at first glance, this place looked like desolate mountains. But when Han Fei approached one of them, he found that there was a strong aura of death on this mountain. However, in addition to the aura of death, there seemed to be treasures enshrouded in these mountains, as if there were treasures hidden in the mountains. However, it wasn't realistic to dig mountains to hunt for treasures, because there were dozens of baleful demons on any random mountain. There was even a soaring sword aura on the mountain. It was clearly a monarch realm sword aura and contained unknown law power. Lu Qianzi was dumbfounded. Well, there are so many monarch realm laws enveloping the mountain. Some of the law powers even make me dare not approach. The Emperor Sparrow said, "It's a monarch graveyard. It seems that this primordial ancient land was just an ancient battlefield. A large number of monarchs died here. Their bodies were sleeping here, and the power escaping from their bodies became like this." A monarch graveyard? Han Fei and Lu Qianzi couldn't help but cry out. Both of them looked at the endless mountain and were dumbfounded, thinking how many monarchs had died here. Gulpa Han Fei swallowed and tapped the ground with his foot, asking Lu Qianzi, "Can you tell what level of monarchs are buried in this graveyard?" Lu Qianzi was lost for words. "They've been dead for so long. There's no way to tell, is there?" The Emperor Sparrow said. "It's simple. It depends on the size and the dense light escaping from the mountain. For example, this mountain is only more than 20 kilometers long. The halo on it is dim. It's obvious that the monarch buried in it is in the Tao proving level, not the carefree level. As for that one, it's more than 50 kilometers long. There are 70 or 80 baleful demons on it. Although the halo isn't dim, it's not strong. The monarch buried in it was probably in the mid-carefree level. Look at that one. It's more than 180 kilometers long. The surrounding mountains are all smaller than it. It looks like the moon surrounded by stars. The monarch in it is definitely at the immortal level." An immortal-level monarch died here? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. As far as he could see, there were 2 immortal-level monarch tombs within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Han Nan couldn't imagine what kind of war had happened here in the past to cause so many monarchs to die. "Wait a minute," Han Fei suddenly said. "Li Luoluo said that they couldn't find the location of the demon god, but according to this explanation, the bigger the mountain, the stronger the dead. Doesn't that mean that as long as we find the largest mountain, we can confirm the location of the demon god? The land where a god died is not something these mountains can compare to, right? A god?" Lu Qianzi screamed and trembled in disbelief. He knew that Han Fei was here for a purpose, but he didn't know that they were here for a god's tomb. Wasn't this fucking crazy? Even the tomb of an ordinary monarch looked extremely dangerous. How dangerous must a god's tomb be? Lu Qianzi felt that he was doomed. Although he was a monarch, his heart wasn't that big, and Han Fei, his master, was so bold. It seemed that Han Fei was here to dig up the god's tomb, so he was just a tool for Han Fei to dig up the tomb. As for Han Fei, he seemed to be having a headache too. Was there really a divine tomb? Judging from the situation, even if there was a divine tomb, he wouldn't be able to break in, right? Taking a few deep breaths, Han Fei felt that he had to use the vast ocean navigator to find the divine tomb first. Whether it worked or not, he had to take a look first. If he couldn't take the opportunities here now, could he not do it in the future? When he proved his Tao, he would be able to dig most of the monarch's tombs here, right? However, Han Fei didn't know why Li Luoluo didn't dig up this graveyard. If she really dug it up, she would definitely gain a lot. When the vast ocean navigator stopped spinning, there happened to be an immortal-level tomb on the way to the divine tomb. Han Fei thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Let's get in." Lu Qianzi asked, "How do I get in?" The Emperor Sparrow, "It's a little difficult. There are easily more than 100 baleful demons over there." "How many do you think you can resist?" Han Fei said. "Then let's slip in. That monarch is only at the immortal level. I don't think he can recognize our disguise." Then Han Fei looked at Lu Qianzi. "Can you turn into a stick?" Lu Qianzi asked. "Don't I look like a stick now?" Han Fei said. "You'd better turn into a stick easy to hold. Look at your 2 disc-like feet. Have you ever seen a stick with feet?" Lu Qianzi, squenzi, shook his body and turned into a cyan stick, exactly the same as a long stick weapon. With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei said, "Little Black, open your mouth." After a while, a pure black fish swam between the cracks of the mountain. From time to time, the fish opened its mouth and absorbed the power of a strange law. Lu Qianzi asked, "What kind of fish is this? How can it swallow laws?" Han Fei asked, "Are you the master, or am I?" Lu Qianzi, "You are," Han Fei said, "Then shut up." The less you know, the better. Although Little Black could swallow the power of the law, he could only swallow a little. Otherwise, if the noise was too loud, it would alarm those baleful demons. 3 days later, the bell-like booming continued, and in the God-burying ridge, the sound was even louder than outside. Little Black moved quickly and finally came to a small slope between carefree level 2 mountains as guided by the vast ocean navigator. This slope was only 10 kilometers long and had no luster at all. The mountain was dark and there was nothing here. More importantly, even the baleful demons didn't bother to come here. After Little Black spat out, Han Fei and the others, Han Fei, the Emperor Sparrow, and Lu Qianxi stared at the 5-kilometer-long hill in a daze. The Emperor Sparrow, is your navigator broken? Lu Qianxi asked. The god lives here? Han Fei rolled his eyes at him. You think it's too small? Should I build a bigger one for you? Lu Qianxi, Han Fei said, the vast ocean navigator can't be wrong. I finally understand why Li Luo and the others can't find it. Who the hell can find it? There are tens of thousands of tomb mountains here. Normal people would definitely look for the biggest mountains. Who would pay attention to such a small mound? If it weren't for the bump, who would think it was a mountain? Chapter 2634 Mutation 2 in 1 2634 Mutation 2 in 1. Han Fei didn't try to dig through the small hill immediately. Instead, he took out the vast ocean navigator and recited in his heart Li Luo's location in the God-burying ridge. Seeing that the vast ocean navigator didn't turn, Han Fei was relieved. It seemed that Li Luolu wasn't secretly spying on him and using him to find the place where the demon god died. Although Han Fei still felt that things were going smoothly, he didn't notice anything wrong, and no one followed him along the way. If Li Luoluo didn't follow, the others, even if they were carefree level cultivators, shouldn't be so silent when they crossed this monarch graveyard. Han Fei was relieved. He pointed with the vast ocean navigator and soon found a corner on the hill. Han Fei said, let's dig. However, no one moved. Lu Qianxi looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei looked at Lu Qianxi. Han Fei was lost for words. Wait, you want me to dig? Do you forget that you're my servant? Lu Qianxi was speechless. Although he didn't want to believe that this hill was the place where the demon god died, wouldn't he be the vanguard if he dug a hole here? Han Fei said, don't worry. If anything happens, none of us can escape. Lu Qianxi bit the bullet and dug with his roots. The digging speed was not fast because the soil in the monarch graveyard had long been affected by the power of many monarchs and changed qualitatively. In the wind circle, that monarch realm cultivator could condense a small mine with his own strength, filling the mine with divine crystals and heavenly Dao Jade essence. And in this monarch graveyard, more monarchs had died and were stronger. Lu Qianxi had only dug 100 meters deep and had already dug up 7 or 8 divine crystals. Furthermore, the soil was getting harder and harder, and the mountain was about to crystallize. After digging for another 200 meters, Han Fei discovered that this place was filled with chaotic spiritual soil. Even Lu Qianxi perked up. This was good stuff. Han Fei said, give me all the chaotic spiritual earth. Lu Qianxi. Although Lu Qianxi was also tempted, at this moment, you should consider what would happen next. How could you still be in the mood to dig for treasures here? 4 hours later, Han Fei's harvest of the chaotic spiritual soil could reach 3,000 cubic meters. If placed in his origin star, he could open a spiritual plantation of about 30,000 miles whose soil was comparable to the mystic yellow soil. And this was only because they had only dug a portion of the area. If they really dug up this small mountain, let alone 3,000 cubic meters, they could even dig up 30,000 cubic meters. If they stayed in the God-burying ridge for a long time, they might even be able to dig up 300,000 cubic meters. It was imaginable that if he really had 300,000 cubic meters of chaotic spiritual land, it would be enough to change the layout of his origin star. For a moment, Han Fei was tempted. Boom Han. He didn't know how many times the roars had sounded. Suddenly, Han Fei felt something strange. This was because the soul power contained in the roars this time was stronger than any previous time, about twice as strong. Han Fei hurriedly pressed his hand on Lu Qianxi's body and absorbed a large amount of soul power into his body. However, it was also at this moment that Han Fei's star core was compressed to its current limit. The origin star seemed to have paused the backfeeding of power, causing him to be unable to absorb a small part of this soul power. Huh? Han Fei frowned. This was not a good sign. Along the way, he had swallowed too much ownerless soul power, causing the Godfiend Formless technique to be unable to quickly balance the absolute balance of strength and soul power. As a result, some ownerless soul power was excluded from his body after passing through the origin spiritual heritage and the eternal darkness, spiritual heritage. At this moment, Han Fei looked at his personal information, and information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level, 109, sky opening, extreme Dao balance. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 120,012 End Immortal Chi, 152010,000 Soul, 59299999999999999999. Points, Perception Range, 60 million kilometers, Strength, 59999999999999999999999999. Waves, First Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang Sky Swallowing Fish. Level 109, Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow. Level 109, Main Art, God Fiend Formless Technique, the upper limit. Han Fei realized that this was the limit of his current body. This bottleneck was the bottleneck of Dao Locks. If he couldn't break this bottleneck, his strength wouldn't improve any further. It was even to the extent that once he left the God-burying ridge and went to the outside world, he should be able to sense the monarch-level tribulation. Therefore, no matter what, his first Dao Lock was about to be condensed. It was not difficult to condense a Dao Lock. It was just to lock a portion of his strength with a great Dao so that a portion of his body would be free and could store more power. The appearance of the bottleneck made Han Fei understand that there was a limit to the extreme Dao. This limit was calculated according to the comprehensive strength of the cultivator. Because he cultivated the God Fiend Formless Technique, his soul and strength were synchronized. If others had come this far, only one of them would touch the bottleneck. Is this my limit? Lu Qianzi asked in confusion. What? Han Fei said. Nothing. What's your strength and soul when you reach the perfected star transformation realm? Lu Qianzi asked, including the Dao Locks. Han Fei shook his head. No, 260,000. My soul strength is as high as 260,000, and my strength is 210,000. But I haven't compared it with others, so I don't know if it's too high or too low. Han Fei nodded. It's very high. This number was indeed very high. Even for Han Fei, if he hadn't cultivated the God Fiend Formless Technique, his soul strength would only be about 300,000 points, but Lu Qianzi's soul strength was as high as 260,000 points. This height could be imagined. However, as a freak who could run amok in the Storm Quicksand Sea, it was understandable that this guy had such high soul power. Most likely, it was because he had stayed in the Storm Quicksand Sea for too long and never lacked mineral resources. However, this also indirectly confirmed that the extreme Dao cultivators were really powerful. Lu Qianzi's soul strength was so high, and it was actually very rare among people of the same realm. There might not even be 1 in 10 million people who were higher than him. However, the upper limit of the extreme Dao cultivators was far higher than existences like Lu Qianzi, so under the same realm, they naturally had the absolute upper hand. Lu Qianzi asked, "What about you? How much do you have?" Han Fei said, "Take a guess." Lu Qianzi was angry but didn't dare to say anything. If he had another chance, he would definitely stay far away from Han Fei. This person was simply a demon. Suddenly, Lu Qianzi's body stiffened. He was shocked and shouted, "Not good, something is pulling my roots." In the blink of an eye, a crack suddenly appeared under Han Fei's feet. Before he had any time to react, he, Lu Qianzi, and the Emperor Sparrow had all been swept away by an inexplicable force and disappeared from the spot. When Han Fei stabilized himself and looked up again, he found himself standing on a towering cliff. Opposite him was a sitting giant, tens of thousands of feet tall, sitting on a mountain peak with his hands on his knees, looking straight ahead. For a moment, Han Fei, Lu Qianzi, and the Emperor Sparrow were all intimidated by this giant. The Emperor Sparrow was the first to react. "Look at your feet." Han Fei and Lu Qianzi hurriedly lowered their heads, only to see a towering mountain under their feet, shining and enveloped with swirling clouds. However, it was not enveloped by the power of laws. The Emperor Sparrow said, "It's the inverse world. You didn't find the wrong place. This is the divine tomb." All the monarch tombs in the outside world are a disguise, making people mistakenly think that the divine tomb is in one of them. But in fact, there are no extremely tall and majestic peaks there, nor are there the brilliant aura of gods. But the inverse world is different. Look around. This mountain is so tall that on it one can touch the sky and look down at the world. This is the real divine tomb. Gulpa Lu Qianzi asked, "What is the inverse world?" "It's a kind of created world. The paths of cultivation lead to the same destination. At the end of the Great Tao, there are many means. Creating a world means that the strong are strong enough to create a world. Generally speaking, only a great monarch-level powerhouse can do this. These worlds are hidden in a corner of the real world according to their creators' wills. They are even harder to find than small worlds because they exist in unknown spatial nodes." Han Fei was lost for words. "Isn't it just a small world?" the Emperor Sparrow said. "It's different. The world barrier of a small world is far worse than this." "Otherwise, why do you think the monarchs couldn't have discovered this place?" Han Fei said. "I don't care about it. I just want to ask, what's with the giant opposite? Look at the giant. It looks solemn and seems to be enveloped by the power of laws. I just want to ask, is that a human, and who pulled us down?" The Emperor Sparrow couldn't answer Han Fei's question either. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, the Emperor Sparrow knew who pulled them down. He said, "It's not that someone pulled you down, it's just that you accidentally touched this created world, so the will of this world forcefully dragged you in." Han Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. It was great that it was not someone who dragged them down, otherwise this person was too strong. They were brought here without knowing it all. Clearly, that force was much stronger than them. Lu Qianxi said, "Then what should we do now? That giant is looking in our direction, which makes my hair stand on end." Han Fei said, "You don't have any hair." Although he was teasing Lu Qianxi, Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow were also a little scared. Anyone who saw the current scene would actually be a little scared. It was like waking up and suddenly standing at the top of the mountain. Opposite you, there was a 10,000-foot tall giant looking at you solemnly. This scene was simply unforgettable. They stood on the top of the mountain for a long time, not knowing what to do. Boom. Suddenly, the rumbling soul power sound suddenly sounded here. The heads of Han Fei and the others were buzzing. However, at this moment, they saw a door appear between the eyebrows of the giant. The sound of soul power came from the door. With this sound, the surrounding soul power instantly filled the three of them. Xuanhuan without hesitation, the Emperor Sparrow returned to Han Fei's body. A red light appeared on Lu Qianxi's body. Han Fei quickly laid a hand on Lu Qianxi and activated the God-Fiend formless technique, drawing the red light into his body. Only then did Lu Qianxi return to normal. Boom with another boom. The power receded in the blink of an eye and was absorbed by the door again. When the sound of soul power subsided, Lu Qianxi's body trembled several times before he recovered. Lu Qianxi said in horror, "It's horrible. I feel as if I've turned into a monster. My trunk is crooked and twisted like balls of black hair. Did you see that door? Swish the." The Emperor Sparrow emerged from Han Fei's body again and looked at the center of the giant's eyebrows. It seems that the source of everything is there. This giant shouldn't be a real person. It looks like a seal to suppress the things inside. Han Fei, if anything happens here, I am afraid I can't even save you. Are you going in? Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, since we're already here, how can we not go in? This demonic sound appears every half an hour. It seems that the door will only open when the demonic sound rings. We have to go over first and wait for the next demonic sound to appear. Lu Qianxi said, "Are you really going? What will I do if you go in?" At this moment, Lu Qianxi really panicked. If it weren't for Han Fei, he was almost 100% sure that he would have been demonized. At that time, he would become a monster like the mind demons in the Circle of Death, and even his soul would be lost. Han Fei extended his hand and said casually, "Turn into a rod." Lu Qianxi immediately knew what Han Fei meant. If he turned into a rod, Han Fei could hold him in his hand. Then, no matter how many times they encountered such demonic sounds later, as long as Han Fei was fine, he would be fine. Of course, this also meant that he had to enter the door with Han Fei. What would happen was unknown. He might die or might get great opportunities. However, Lu Qianxi felt that even if there was really an opportunity, it should be Han Fei's. After all, only Han Fei could really deal with this demonic sound. However, this was the only way for him to survive. This bet was actually very cost-effective. Only when Han Fei died would he die, unless Han Fei abandoned him. Swish to Lu Qianxi turned into a long cyan rod and said, "Although I can turn into a rod, I am not a real weapon after all. My body hardness is only comparable to an ultra-quality godly weapon, but should still be lacking. Don't use me to fight a god." Han Fei was lost for words. "Huh, do you want me to die? Fighting with a god?" Han Fei casually held Lu Qianxi, then tilted his head and glanced at the Emperor Sparrow. "Although you are the king of ferocious beasts, the power of this demonic sound is obviously different from your path. If I don't call you, don't come out for some time." Okay. The Emperor Sparrow was not stupid. Only Han Fei could take this path. Once he embarked on this path, he'd better not even peep at it in Han Fei's body. If it was really the inheritance of a god, with the power of a god, all prying people might suffer a backlash. However, he could ask Han Fei directly if there was anything, so it didn't matter if he peep or not. After the Emperor Sparrow returned to Han Fei's body, Han Fei took a deep breath, stepped into the void, and walked towards the center of the giant's eyebrows. As he said, he was already here, and he happened to have mastered the God-Fiend formless technique. Since he had a smooth trip here, there wouldn't be something happening here. Buzz. After Han Fei took this step, the scenery in front of him seemed to have changed. Vaguely, he seemed to see a vague bridge between the mountain he was on and the giant, which was made of dense light mist. However, when Han Fei took another step forward, his expression suddenly changed drastically. There were 3 reasons why Han Fei was shocked. First of all, the distance between the top of the mountain and the giant wasn't far. Otherwise, Han Fei and the others wouldn't have seen the door between the giant's eyebrows. Logically speaking, Han Fei would cover such a short distance in one step, but when he took this step, he found that the distance between him and the giant didn't seem to change. Secondly, Han Fei found that after he took this step, his little finger was suddenly bent unnaturally. Han Fei was quite confident in his bones and physique, but one of his fingers was bent. Was it fucking right? More importantly, he didn't feel any pain. Lastly, what frightened Han Fei most was that the moment he stepped into the void, he felt that a person seemed to be standing behind him. He wanted to look back, but this thought made him feel a life and death crisis. Yes, at that moment, Han Fei knew that he couldn't look back. If he did, he would die. At this time, Lu Qianxi also said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Don't look back. I don't know what's behind us, but I feel that I'll die if I look back. It's horrible. I feel that I'm going to die just thinking about it." Lu Qianxi almost cried. He was a dignified monarch. Why would he feel like he was going to die just because of a thought? This made him really believe Han Fei's words. He was probably really here to find the divine tomb. Lu Qianxi thought that it must be a divine technique to decide the life and death of a monarch. Han Fei said, "Of course, I don't need you to tell me." Han Fei took a deep breath and took another step forward, partly to see if he could approach the giant and partly to see what was wrong with his fingers. However, when he took another step, Han Fei found that he seemed to be a little closer to the giant. However, his entire pinky was limp as if it had no bones, and he didn't feel any pain. Shootin', beads of sweat oozed out of Han Fei's forehead. It was too strange. At this moment he wanted to retreat, but when he tried to move back a little, he could even feel a cold breath blowing into his neck. Shoot! After cursing twice in a row, Han Fei panicked. If Wang Xiaoju were here, his hair must have all stood on end. There was no way back. Han Fei asked Lu Qianxi telepathically, "Do you feel anything wrong with your body?" Lu Qianxi said, "No, I'm in good shape. Why are you, what's wrong with your little finger? Why is it drooping?" Han Fei frowned. Why was Lu Qianxi fine? However, Han Fei had no way back now. He could only bite the bullet and take another step forward. Before Han Fei could curse, Lu Qianxi suddenly exclaimed, "How did your little finger become a tentacle?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. Yes, his little finger had become like a slippery tentacle of an octopus. Han Fei tried to move his little finger only to see that it was unbelievably agile. It could turn 360 degrees without any obstacles and even roll into a squid roll. He could even feel every pore on the tentacle and the sharp nerves of the tentacle. Mutation? Han Fei's first thought was that he had mutated, which was the only explanation. However, why did he mutate? He had two spiritual heritages and cultivated the God-fiend formless technique. They were naturally compatible and it had no resistance at all. How could he mutate? Besides, at this moment, the demonic sound hadn't sounded, and he hadn't activated the God-fiend formless technique, so he wasn't in a cultivation state. How could he have a mutation? Illusion? Han Fei tried to keep calm. He wanted to turn back again, but his life instinct stopped him. No, if I turn back now, I will really die. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Was it because of the thing behind him? But the other party was so powerful. Why did he have to make him mutate? Seeing that Han Fei didn't respond, Lu Qianxi asked, "Why you didn't mutate, did you? Shut up." Han Fei told Lu Qianxi to shut up. He calmed down and then activated the Great Tao of Time in his body, trying to reverse time. However, just as the Great Tao of Time appeared, a dense mist blew over from behind Han Fei. In the next second, the Great Tao of Time was sealed. Pondering, Han Fei was silent for dozens of seconds before he finally continued to walk. Han Fei knew that it was impossible to walk 1,000 kilometers with one step. He could only walk step by step from the top of the mountain to the center of the giant's eyebrows, and with every step he took, his body would mutate. From one finger, 2 fingers, to one hand, Han Fei took 100 steps before one of his arms was completely mutated. At this moment, Han Fei's arm had turned into a thick, slippery tentacle, like a large piece of meat paste. The meat paste tentacle was split and grew a dozen small tentacles, looking very terrifying. Lu Qianxi panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Are you crazy? You still want to go forward? Your entire hand has been mutated. You've only walked less than 1/10 of the way. If you really walk there, you will be entirely mutated." However, Han Fei didn't stop but continued to move forward. At first, his feet were still feet, but then his feet were no longer feet but wriggling soft tentacles. Because Han Fei never stopped, soon both feet became like this. Halfway through the journey, half of Han Fei's body had become a large wriggling mass of meat paste tentacles. Han Fei's face had even begun to twist. However, the corners of his mouth that almost reached his ears slowly opened, revealing sharp teeth. Han Fei was smiling, which made Lu Qianxi feel a chill down his spine. It's over. There's something wrong with his soul. I knew it. How can a sky opener covet the inheritance of a god? Isn't this fucking courting death? I'm doomed. Lu Qianxi muttered. He guessed that the reason why he didn't mutate was that Han Fei was still holding him, and the method Han Fei thought he could use to resist the demonic sound had failed, so Han Fei had been mutating. Once he completely mutated, he would be finished too. However, when Han Fei had covered most of the distance and his whole body had turned into a wriggling monster on the face that could barely be seen as a human face, a big mouth opened and a voice said calmly, "I've already come so far. It's useless to disturb my Tao heart." Lu Qianxi was almost crying. He scolded, "Who's messing up your Tao heart? Don't you know what you've become? Shut up. I'm not talking to you." Chapter 2635, Request of the Demon God, Secrets of the Soul Sea, 2-in-1, 2635, Request of the Demon God, Secrets of the Soul Sea, 2-in-1. Lu Qianxi didn't dare to speak again. If he wasn't talking to her, who was he talking to? Was he talking to the person behind her? However, there was no response to Han Fei's question. Han Fei continued, "This is a path on which I can only go forward. Although I will mutate if I go forward, I will die if I go backward. Therefore, my way of survival lies ahead. Since there is a way of survival ahead, can I understand it as a test?" There was still no voice answering Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't stop. Instead, he sped up a little and said, "If this is a test, what you want is definitely not a dead person. Along the way, I saw a lot of mutated mind demons. I believe this is a weak point of your technique, so if you want my body, it's definitely not a mutated body. So I guess this is an illusion, although this illusion is so realistic that even I feel that I have indeed mutated." The more Han Fei spoke, the brighter the smile on his twisted face. In the end, he said, "So everything I saw was just to mess up my Dao heart. If my Dao heart can be messed up, I'll be useless and won't be able to achieve anything. What do you think of me now?" Han Fei's eyes flickered, and in the next moment his twisted face gradually returned to normal. Then his entire head returned to normal. Then his body and limbs returned to normal. At this moment, Han Fei had already walked to the middle of the giant's eyebrows. It happened to be exactly half an hour. Boom. An ear-splitting roar seemed to explode in Han Fei's ears. In front of him, a door of light suddenly appeared and Han Fei stepped in. The moment Han Fei stepped through the door, Lu Qianzi fell into a deep sleep, suppressed by an irresistible force, becoming no different from an ordinary stick. Han Fei had thought that entering this door was only the first step, and there would definitely be other tests. However, when he came in, he was surprised to find that there was a beating heart floating here. No information popped up in his eyes, indicating that the demon purification pot couldn't see it through, or that it couldn't be recognized by the demon purification pot. When Han Fei saw the heart, a deep voice finally sounded in Han Fei's ears. "If your Dao heart is messed up, you will really mutate and it will be irreversible." Huh? Han Fei wasn't surprised at all that someone was talking. He had been mentally prepared to see a god since he guessed that it was just a test. However, when he heard that if his Dao heart was messed up, he would really mutate, he immediately felt a lingering fear and cold sweat broke out on his back. When he took the first few steps and saw his body mutate, Han Fei actually panicked. At that time, it was the easiest time for his Dao heart to loosen. If he couldn't hold on, he would be doomed. Han Fei calmed down and cupped his hands. "Senior, are you the demon god?" the voice said again. "It's me. I've waited for you for 1.8 million years. In the end, you're finally here." Han Fei didn't know what to say. What? 1.8 million years? At that time, he wasn't even a fucking tadpole. Seeing that Han Fei was in a daze, the voice said leisurely, "I didn't expect that there were really people with dual spiritual heritages in this world. The heavens shouldn't have let you be born." Han Fei? Wanen? Fei? Wanen? Han Fei was stunned and asked, "Senior demon god, what do you mean?" The demon god's voice was leisurely. "The spiritual heritages of man, the spiritual heritages of all things, are determined by the heavens. If one has dual spiritual heritages, he can master yin and yang, combine fire and water, and cover an infinite distance. There is no separation between good and evil, between gods and devils. If one has dual spiritual heritages, his existence defies the heavens. Therefore, it's difficult to find a single person among billions of creatures who has dual spiritual heritages." Han Fei guessed that the demon god meant that a dual spiritual heritage cultivator could grasp too many Daos. Han Fei said respectfully, "Senior, please enlighten me." The demon god's deep voice didn't sound distant or dignified as a god. Instead, he said calmly, "To put it bluntly, those with two spiritual heritages are incompatible with the heavens and earth. Their lives will be full of twists and turns. It's very difficult for them to grow up. It's already a miracle that you've reached the perfected star transformation realm. However, even so, your future path will be even more difficult. Especially the monarch-level tribulation. The heavens will spare no effort to destroy you." Han Fei's expression changed slightly. "Senior demon god, is the heavenly Dao afraid of me? What's the purpose of him sparing no effort to destroy me?" The demon god said, "He is afraid that you will mess up yin and yang, disrupt the heavenly Dao, and change the world. However, the heavenly Dao is nothing. He suppresses all myriad techniques. He seems profound, but in fact he's useless when faced with an invincible evil. Boy, you're very good. You live up to my years of waiting." Han Fei was rather scared. "Senior, why are you waiting for me?" the demon god said. "To be precise, I'm not waiting for you. I'm waiting for someone who can reach the extreme of the Tao of extreme balance. This path was created for me, but I didn't reach the extreme. The technique itself has flaws. You should know this flaw." Han Fei said, "Mutation." The demon god said, "The Tao of extreme balance can also be understood as two extreme Taos. However, it's very difficult for the soul and strength to advance together. If they advance together, it won't be allowed by the heavenly Tao. Although I have been concentrating on making up for this shortcoming for 1,000,000 years, in the end, I have only created some choices within the rules of the heavenly Tao. It can't be perfect. Only those who are born with the ability to reach the extreme of this Tao can succeed." The corners of Han Fei's mouth trembled. "Can this flaw be made up?" the demon god said. "People with man-made dual spiritual heritages, twins, and people with multiple personalities can barely continue this path. Of course, they can also abandon the Tao of extreme balance and switch from double extreme Taos to single extreme Tao. It's equally powerful, but this is only the last guarantee. Only those who can't continue with this Tao will take this path." "Can there be man-made dual spiritual heritages?" Han Fei's eyes widened. This was ridiculous. The heavenly heritage was preordained, or the heavenly heritage wouldn't have been called the heavenly heritage. But this demon god actually said that it could even be made. Han Fei couldn't believe it. The demon god's voice was leisurely. Human beings have their limits. The man-made heritage has its limits and can't evolve. This is a disadvantage. Once you reach the bottleneck of this heritage, unless you continue to create stronger new heritages, it will be difficult for you to continue cultivating this path. Han Fei wondered, is there no limit to the heavenly heritage? The demon god said, no. The heavenly heritage carries the power of the heavens and earth. Every time you transcend a tribulation, it will undergo a qualitative change. You can also forcibly improve your heritage by assimilating it. However, the man-made heritage doesn't have this characteristic. That's the difference. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that my dual spiritual heritages are indeed special. It was like a bug of the heavenly Tao system. However, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Senior Demon God, you just mentioned multiple personalities. Outside of this place, there is a 7 ultimate divine spider with 7 personalities. People with multiple personalities can transform the soul power and physical strength with the power of personality. I bestowed enlightenment on the 7 ultimate divine spider you mentioned, but I haven't taught her the technique because although she can cultivate this Tao with her multiple personalities in the early stages, once she becomes a god, she needs to slay demons and cut off her negative side. This will cut off the balance. Once the balance is broken, mutation is inevitable. So that's it. So the real reason why you sealed yourself, Senior Demon God, is to cut off your negative side? Huh? The demon god was slightly surprised. How do you know that I have multiple personalities? Han Fei hurriedly said. I'm now in charge of Puppet City. I got this information from some ancient books. Han Fei didn't mention 5th senior brother. Although the demon god and 5th senior brother probably didn't know each other, there was no need to expose it, right? Puppet City, it seems that you are the descendant Mystic Marshal found. Mystic Marshal should still be trapped in the God-Fiend Sea, right? Han Fei said. The original body of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal was indeed trapped in the God-Fiend Sea, but by chance I accidentally summoned a wisp of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's soul. At first he had no memories, but when I reached the God-Fiend Sea, his clone offered sacrifices and made a brief connection with his original body in the God-Fiend Sea. Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. It was better to make it clear. The old turtle and the others were trapped in the God-Fiend Sea, which meant that he must have embarked on this path. Since he had embarked on this path, it meant that the old turtle was one of the descendants of the demon god. As the founder of the Tao of Extreme Balance, the demon god should be able to save them, right? Wasn't the old turtle trying so hard to make him tell the news to the demon god? After a moment of silence, the demon god said indifferently, it's hard on him, however, you dare to come just because he told you about my existence. As the only person who can perfectly grasp the Tao of Extreme Balance, aren't you afraid that I will possess you and use your body to reach the peak of this path? Han Fei froze and his heart stopped for a moment. Although he believed in the demon purification pot, it wasn't complete yet. It was hard to say if it could block the possession of a real god. After all, the demon purification pot had to hide when it encountered a sky opener before. Han Fei paused for a moment before saying, Senior, you've waited for more than 1.8 million years not just for an uncertain opportunity to possess me, right? Since you've already mastered the method to create spiritual heritages, it means that you can at least perfectly control the Tao of Extreme Balance now. You've already become a god. If you possess me, I'm afraid it will be another cultivation journey. Ha ha ha! The demon god's deep voice slowly laughed. Boy, are you trying to sound me out by putting it this way? But there's not much problem with what you say. To become a god, you can't rely on just one technique, nor can you become a god by grasping the Tao of Extreme Balance. Everyone has their own path. This path can only be walked by yourself and can't be taken by others. If you had appeared in front of me 1,800,000 years ago, there would only have been one outcome, which was that you would be possessed by me. But now, at the moment I see you, there's no need, because I've already created a way to crack it. Buzz, Han Fei's eyes suddenly widened. He had created a solution. Didn't it mean that he could continue on this path perfectly? But on second thought, it didn't make sense. If the demon god created a way to break it, what would he have to wait for? If he directly nurtured Li Luo Luo, his seal might be able to be broken, right? Li Luo Luo was originally a heavenly talent and one of the 8 generals of the Emperor Sparrow in the past. Even if she couldn't become a god, it shouldn't be a problem for her to become a great monarch. The demon god asked, You're wondering why I'm still here if I have a solution? Han Fei nodded. He certainly couldn't hide his thoughts. The demon god said, Although I've created a solution, I'm still missing the last step. I need someone to help me complete it. That 7 ultimate divine spider won't do. Only someone who can perfectly walk the Tao of Extreme Balance can complete this step. This is also the meaning of my wait. Me? Han Fei pointed at himself in disbelief. Why did this last step require a person like him? Han Fei took a deep breath. Senior, may I ask how I can help you with the solution? The demon god said. I need you to do something for me in the Soul Sea. Senior, you are already a god. Can't you go to the Soul Sea? Han Fei was dumbfounded. How could this matter be simple? The demon god asked, do you know where the soul sea is? Han Fei shook his head. He really didn't know. He could enter the soul sea and had entered it more than once, but that was in the past. Now with the growth rate of Little Black and Little White and the Emperor Sparrow, he could completely not rely on the soul sea. Only when Han Fei felt that he could trick people from the soul sea would he go in. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't go into the soul sea. This was because Han Fei discovered that as his strength increased, the primitive spiritual beasts in the soul sea became stronger and stronger. Furthermore, he always felt that every time he appeared in the soul sea, he would be watched by a power, so he was even more unwilling to go. The demon god said, the physical body is a mortal body, but the soul sea is eternal. The soul sea is not a place for companion spirits to grow. The soul sea is the soul sea of all living beings. After a person dies, their soul will return to the soul sea. Even those whose souls you think have been destroyed, in fact, their souls haven't really been destroyed. Instead, a part of their souls have returned to the soul sea. After the souls return to the soul sea, they will most likely be purified and forget all the memories and causes of their previous lives. This huge soul sea operates with the heavenly Tao. Every time a living being is born in the world, a wisp of soul will split off from the soul sea and become the soul of that living being. Han Fei opened his mouth but didn't say anything. The demon god's explanation of the soul sea subverted Han Fei's understanding. Perhaps countless people had guessed where the soul would go after a person died. But today, Han Fei got a clear answer, which was the soul sea. But Han Fei quickly asked, what about spiritual beasts and associated spirits? The demon god asked, to answer this question, you have to know where the soul sea is first. Han Fei shook his head. How could he know? The demon god chuckled. The soul sea seems illusory, but in fact, it's everywhere. Just like this world, there are thousands of creatures in this sea area, and there are also thousands of creatures in that sea area. The soul sea is the same. Generally speaking, when someone dies in reality, they will enter the nearest soul sea, and this soul sea corresponds to this area in reality. However, there are always exceptions to everything. These exceptional soul bodies, even after being purified, will follow some instincts of their previous lives in a short period of time and evolve into their forms in their previous lives. Such creatures will become companion spirits. However, companion spirits are not always companion spirits. Companion spirits can also be separated from the soul sea for unknown reasons. Once the companion spirits find new bodies, they will be born into reality and become talented existences, which are so-called heavenly talents. As for most other souls, they are mediocre. Although they can be born into reality, they will be ordinary. Hearing this, Han Fei wondered, then why don't I see any human beings or humanoid races in the soul sea? The demon god said, there are differences in the soul itself. The difference is the mental imprint in the depths of the soul. Humans and humanoids are an extremely ancient race. There are their figures in any era. My guess is that human beings or humanoids have extremely complicated minds or have inherited some inexplicable characteristics from ancient times, so I've never seen human beings or humanoid creatures in the soul sea. Those who evolved into human beings or humanoids later can't be taken as humans. Their original bodies aren't human beings or humanoids in the end, so they follow the general law I mentioned. The demon god's explanation was very clear. It meant that human beings and humanoids were very special and couldn't become associated spirits. Returning to the main topic, Han Fei asked in confusion, thank you for enlightening me, senior demon god, but I still don't understand. Why does your solution have to rely on me? The demon god said, humans have human spiritual heritages and souls have soul spiritual heritages. With both the human spiritual heritage and the soul spiritual heritage, one can also be deemed as having dual spiritual heritages. Furthermore, one mainly cultivates the body and the other mainly cultivates the soul. With both spiritual heritages in the same body, one can cultivate my Tao. Although I could create spiritual heritages, they were only acquired spiritual heritages. Only by creating new spiritual heritages from the source can they be considered dual spiritual heritages. Before that, I had already severed my soul and sent it into the soul sea. I also used a great technique to avoid the purification of the soul sea. Han Fei couldn't help being horrified. In other words, now, there is a wisp of your soul in the soul sea. The demon god said indifferently, that's right, but there's a problem. Although I avoided the rules of purification of the soul sea, my soul has become an anomaly in the soul sea, so it's sealed by the soul sea. If my soul enters, the soul sea will recognize me as an anomaly and suppress me too. Han Fei was puzzled. No other people can do it? Does it have to be me? The demon god said, otherwise, why do you think I had to wait for someone born with dual spiritual heritages? Unless you're transcending a tribulation, you won't be bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao or even the rules of the soul sea at any other time. It's easy to send a portion of my soul in, but it's difficult to take out this portion of my soul. If someone else takes it, it will form a dual spiritual heritage pattern, be judged an anomaly by the rules, and also be suppressed. Only you, a person with dual spiritual heritages, can attach that portion of my soul to your soul and create an illusion to deceive the rules of the soul sea to take my soul out. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Then will I be judged as a person with 3 spiritual heritage and be suppressed? So, before you enter the Soul Sea, I will teach you the spiritual heritage hidden technique, which can help you hide one of your spiritual heritages. In this way, you can bring my soul back. Will it do? Han Fei thought to himself. Are gods so damn omnipotent? Is there actually such a technique in this world? Wait, Han Fei suddenly thought of a problem. It seemed that his eternal darkness spiritual heritage could be hidden in the first place. Han Fei asked, Senior, can you tell that I have two spiritual heritages? The demon god said, Sure. Even if you don't operate the God-Fiend formless technique, I can still feel the immortal chi flowing in your spiritual heritages. Han Fei's heart stirred again. The eternal darkness spiritual heritage in his body gradually turned into nothingness as if it had never appeared. At this time, it was the demon god's turn to be shocked. He asked in surprise, Have you practiced some spiritual heritage hiding technique? Han Fei didn't say the name of the eternal darkness spiritual heritage, but said, To be honest, my eldest senior brother once gave me a great technique to hide my spiritual heritage. He said that it would be useful for me in the future. The demon god was a little unconvinced. Who is your senior brother? Which ordinary person would have this? Ordinary people don't need to hide their spiritual heritage at all. Han Fei was waiting for this question. The demon god was a god-level super powerhouse. If the demon god burned the bridge after crossing it, who would he cry to? The other party could kill him with a thought. As for him, he could only count on this demon god to be a good person and let him off. Otherwise, if this demon god killed him casually after using him, he would be the only one with dual spiritual heritages in this world. He wouldn't even have the final threat. Therefore, Han Fei deliberately led the demon god to ask. Han Fei said, Senior, have you heard of the Void Temple? Buzz. Hardly had Han Fei said that when a rumbling sound rang. However, this noise quickly subsided. The demon god's voice sounded again. Are you saying that you are a descendant of the Void Temple? Han Fei cupped his hands. Senior demon god, I'm a descendant of the Void Temple. I'm traveling the world to gain experience. Since the demon god knew about the Void Temple, he should know how powerful the Void Temple was. However, this was a god. Han Fei wasn't sure if his eldest senior brother could defeat him. Han Fei was only suspicious. After seeing how strong senior brother Azure Dragon was and hearing senior sister Kagura's preaching, he felt that senior brother might also be a god. Who knew? Eldest senior brother had never mentioned his strength. Although the gods had perished, it didn't mean that there were no gods in this world. He had once mentioned to the god of war that the gods were all dead, but the god of war looked disdainful. Therefore, Han Fei needed to bet that his eldest senior brother was also a god. In front of the demon god, Han Fei activated the void mark. Eldest senior brother, I need your help. Han Fei didn't know if eldest senior brother could receive the message in this place where the laws were chaotic, but he had to try. Out of Han Fei's expectation, eldest senior brother replied almost instantly. Han Fei was overjoyed. He said, Eldest senior brother, I met a god, blah blah. At this moment, Han Fei bet that even if the demon god knew that he was contacting his eldest senior brother, he wouldn't attack him. This was because if what the demon god said was true, then he needed him. He had waited 1.8 million years, so he wouldn't kill him at this time. The eldest senior brother, demon god? I know this person, Han Fei said. Eldest senior brother, I'm just afraid that he will burn the bridge after crossing it. Eldest senior brother said, It's okay, I'll pay attention to your situation during this period of time. If he dares to attack you, I can kill this new god. At that time, Han Fei's mentality was off the charts. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Han Fei was excited. His eldest senior brother was really a god. He had always thought that his eldest senior brother was a great monarch, but after seeing the power of senior brother Azure Dragon, Han Fei began to doubt it. Now that this was almost confirmed, how could Han Fei not be excited? Other people's sects only had great monarchs, and even the Divine Capital Dynasty was dominated by the great monarch East Marshal. But he had a god as his eldest senior brother. Looking at the entire sea realm, a god could almost instant kill all forces. After Han Fei was done being excited, he suddenly thought of something. Eldest senior brother, can this demon god be taken into our void temple? Can we suppress him? Eldest senior brother, see chapter 2cc6, 2cccs, terror in the soul sea, 2-in-1 2cc3 seeks, terror in the soul sea 2-in-1. No one knew what the demon god would think if he knew what Han Fei was thinking. Even eldest senior brother paused for a moment. Then he said, he won't join the Void Temple. A god has a clear understanding of himself and has his own path to pursue. If it's not for special information, they won't join other factions. Han Fei thought to himself, that's true. If the demon god enters the Void Temple, what's his ranking? Will he be ranked 13th? Will he call me senior brother? Even if the demon god wants to join, he probably will be too ashamed to do that. However, since he had the eldest senior brother's guarantee, Han Fei had no scruples. Han Fei said, I can enter the soul sea and help senior demon god take out that soul body. The demon god was silent for a moment. As a god, he might have realized something. The identity of the Void Temple did stun him for a moment. At the same time, he had mixed feelings. Sure enough, all the heavenly talents in this world had great luck and opportunities. He naturally knew why Han Fei revealed his identity as a member of the Void Temple and played some tricks in front of him. It was meant to make him afraid and prevent him from burning the bridge after crossing it. The demon god said leisurely, "Don't worry. As a god, I will keep my word. I didn't wait for so long to kill you. On the contrary, I will give you a certain opportunity." Regardless of what the demon god was thinking, at this moment he needed to make a stand. The demon god was a cultivator from 1.8 million years ago. At that time, the Void Temple was different from the Void Temple Han Fei knew now. At that time, it was even more famous. Han Fei was secretly relieved to hear the demon god's answer. He said, "Senior demon god, what do you want me to do? Enter the soul sea now? No, I'll give you an opportunity first." Huh? Han Fei was overjoyed. He was naturally happy to hear the word opportunity. Nowadays, ordinary things, including divine crystals and heavenly Dao Jade essence, were no longer opportunities for him. Han Fei thought that the opportunities given by the demon god should be good, right? Han Fei immediately cupped his hands. "I dare not refuse the elder's gift." He certainly wouldn't refuse it. "Since you said you would give me an opportunity, I'll accept it immediately." The demon god didn't hesitate. He said, "Judging from your state, you must have reached your bottleneck, right?" Han Fei said, "Senior demon god, you have a keen eye." The demon god ignored Han Fei's flattery and said, "The first opportunity I'll give you is to help you condense 5 Dao locks." Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. He hadn't condensed the first Dao lock yet. If all 5 Dao locks were condensed, his strength would definitely take a qualitative leap. More importantly, this was exactly what Han Fei needed now. Although he had reached a bottleneck, it was still a long time before he could prove Dao. Besides, he would have to face his opponents in the future, so he might need a huge improvement in strength. Just as Han Fei was thinking about how the demon god would improve his strength, a bell suddenly rang, and Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing. In the next moment, Han Fei felt a terrifying power that he had never felt before. It was like mysterious Dao patterns between the heavens and earth, and the enlightening sound of countless laws and Dao runes moistening his heart. Anyway, Han Fei fell into a magical state similar to Epiphany almost immediately, and the space where Han Fei was at this moment was filled with dense light gas which was quickly flowing into Han Fei's body. At the same time, this dense light passed through Han Fei's body, entered Han Fei's star bead, and appeared on Han Fei's origin star. At this moment, a strange rain fell on Han Fei's origin star. The rain was gray. When the gray rain fell on Han Fei's origin star, the color of the land on it changed slightly. The rain lasted for a long time. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. A rain fell on Han Fei's origin star. Some trees were even tens of thousands of feet tall. Some spiritual fruits broke through their limits, and the ground veins were filled with magical power. And this power flowed from the surface of the origin star, through the ground veins, into the place of the star core, in the outside world. Han Fei fell into chaos. He felt that the blood in his body was surging like a tide, and his Dao bone was numb. It was as if infinite energy was attacking his body, circulating in his Dao bones and meridians. Crack. As if a certain shackle had been broken, although Han Fei fell into chaos, he vaguely sensed that he was about to condense a Dao lock. The Dao lock used the Great Dao as a lock, locking a portion of power and avoiding the perception of the heavenly Dao. Han Fei had many Great Daos. With a thought, the Great Dao of strength condensed into a lock and locked in his heart. At that moment, Han Fei felt a lot more relaxed, as if part of his body had been completely liberated. Immediately afterward, the origin star began to feed power back to him. In the cave where Han Fei was, there seemed to be ownerless soul power that was absorbed by Han Fei. After an unknown period of time, Han Fei felt uncomfortable again. At this time, the Great Dao of heavenly enlightenment turned into a lock, liberating his body again. Then the process repeated 3 times, and Han Fei locked the Dao of invincibility, the Great Dao of time, and the Great Dao of space. The moment the 5th Dao lock was condensed, Han Fei seemed to be woken up from this mysterious cultivation. After waking up, Han Fei felt that his body was full of vitality and blood, as if he had been sitting cross-legged for thousands of years. His body was stiff, and whenever he moved, there seemed to be a thunderous explosion. Han Fei immediately looked at his information, only to see the following. Owner, Han Fei level, 1009 sky opening, extreme Dao balance. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the infinite ocean. The 120,012 Ent evolving, 3334S 2601 12 years. Immortal Chi, 1,410,000 soul, 99,299 origins available, 5929 origins, perception range, 99,299 strength, 99. Level 109, second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 109, main art, Godfiend formless technique. Hisei Han Fei was astounded. What the hell? His strength had soared so much all of a sudden? He sensed that there were 5 Dao locks in his heart. Is this the power of the Dao lock? A single Dao lock can provide 80,000 star powers? Besides, in addition to discovering the changes in his data, Han Fei also felt that his bones had changed into a translucent state of gold and jade fusion, with Dao patterns surfacing on them. Huh? The evolution of his bloodline took more than 700 years, which meant that it took him 3 years to condense 5 Dao locks. While Han Fei was still shocked by the growth of his strength, he heard the demon god's leisure voice. Your bloodline level is very strong, surpassing your Dao bones, so I slightly strengthened your Dao bones. Now, you have 5 Dao locks, but you have to know that you have already reached your limit in the sky-opening realm. When the Dao locks are fully opened, you will definitely sense the appearance of the monarch-level tribulation. Therefore, if you want to activate all the Dao locks, you can't do it more than 3 times. If the 3rd time all your Dao locks are opened, be prepared to face the tribulation. Gulp, what if I don't open them all? The demon god said. If you don't open all the Dao locks, you'd better do it no more than 10 times. Every time you open a Dao lock, it will be more difficult to seal it again. If you do it too many times, you will find it difficult to recondense the Dao locks. Han Fei thought that it was enough. This opportunity was very big and what he needed now. Although the power he could use essentially hadn't changed, his ultimate combat power had undergone a thorough change. Han Fei rose quickly. Thank you for this opportunity, Senior Demon God. However, the Demon God said, these opportunities are a little compensation for you for the time being. Now, you can enter the Soul Sea. Before Han Fei could well experience the 5 Dao locks, the Demon God was about to let him take action. However, the Demon God's help this time did save him a lot of time. In the past, Han Fei didn't care about whether he had a Dao lock or not, because he knew that it was too difficult for him to reach the extreme of the extreme Dao. Therefore, he didn't know when he could condense the first Dao lock. Besides, at that time, Han Fei knew that as long as he didn't open the so-called Dao locks, he was only a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator. Only by opening the Dao locks could he become stronger. But the number of times the Dao locks could be opened was limited, so Han Fei could deal with it casually. Now, since he could directly become a powerhouse with 5 Dao locks, he was naturally overjoyed. On the other side, with his eldest senior brother taking care of him and ensuring his safety, this trip to the God-bearing ridge was worth it. Han Fei asked, Senior, after I enter the Soul Sea, how can I find your soul body? The demon god said, in the Soul Sea, you and I are close, so you will easily sense my summoning. One thing to mention is that the rules of the Soul Sea restrict you from causing excessive killing. Otherwise, the Soul Sea will expel you. Han Fei knew what the so-called expulsion was. He said, Senior, you said that your soul body is suppressed by the rules of the Soul Sea. How can I save you? A milky pearl floated out of the beating heart. The demon god said, actually, it's simple. The suppression of rules is nothing more than borrowing the power of the Soul Sea to suppress. This is the second compensation I'll give you. The Soul Sealing Pearl. This pearl can steal a portion of ownerless soul sources from the Soul Sea. After finding my body, you will have about 10 seconds to use this pearl. These 10 seconds are the key. You have to leave the Soul Sea within 10 seconds. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause the suppression of the Soul Sea rules. At that time, even if you aren't affected by the rules, there's a possibility of you being suppressed. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He knew the severity of this matter. Once his soul sank into the Soul Sea, he might not be able to get out. Han Fei said, Lord Demon God, it's easy for me to enter, but I'm not very proficient in the way to leave the Soul Sea. The Demon God said, I will help you establish a connection between your body and your soul. You don't have to worry about that. Seeing that the Demon God had arranged everything, Han Fei naturally had no more scruples. He took the soul-sealing pearl and looked at it, and information immediately appeared in his eyes. Name Soul-Sealing Pearl. Introduction. A soul-sealing artifact refined from the bones of a god. It can absorb a tremendous amount of ownerless souls in a short period of time. The upper limit of this bead can reach 1,000 points of ownerless soul power. The soul-sealing pearl is a void pearl that cannot be broken by external forces. Only the will of a god of the same level can break it. O quality. O unrated. O attached soul. None. O effect. Soul-sealing and soul-absorbing. O contained. O 1,000 origins of ownerless soul power. O reforged. O reforged. O refined. O refined. O refined. The soul-sealing pearl can store a tremendous number of ownerless souls. It could accommodate 1,000 origins of ownerless soul power. When he saw this information, Han Fei sighed in his heart, as expected of a treasure given by a god. Even the limit of his soul power after he condensed 5 Dao locks was only 99,999 origins, which was only 1/10 of the soul-sealing pearl's storage. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Senior Demon God, if I have this soul-sealing pearl, can I go to the Soul Sea to steal soul power at any time? The Demon God said, Of course not. This soul-sealing pearl contains my sky-stealing array when it's refined. It was with this array that you will be able to hold out for 10 seconds in the Soul Sea. If you want to continue stealing, you can only refine a new soul-sealing pearl. Is that so? He felt that although he didn't need these ownerless souls, he could use them to cultivate his army, give them away, or make deals. They were very useful. But now it seemed that he was overthinking. Of course, although this bead was good, it was not very useful to him. Under normal circumstances, he didn't need to cultivate with the help of ownerless souls. If there was a chance in the future, he could exchange the pearl for resources with his senior brothers and sisters. Of course, he wouldn't exchange it until he used up all the ownerless soul power in the pearl. It wasn't easy for him to steal so much ownerless soul power from the Soul Sea, so he naturally couldn't waste it. Another moment later, when Han Fei refined the soul-sealing pearl, he cupped his hands at the beating heart. Senior Demon God, I'm leaving. Buzz, coming to the Soul Sea again, Han Fei was no longer so curious. Possessing Little Black, he immediately sensed if the soul-sealing pearl had been brought over. When he found that he could clearly sense the existence of the soul-sealing pearl, he breathed a sigh of relief and spat out a mouthful of bubbles. When Han Fei looked around, he found that he didn't meet a single companion spirit or spiritual beast. It seemed that if one's location of the outside world was remote, his location in the Soul Sea would be remote too. At this moment, Han Fei turned his head and saw the Emperor Sparrow standing on Little White's head. He said, "What's going on? I couldn't contact you for 3 years. If it weren't for the fact that Little Black, Little White and I are all fine, I would have thought that something happened to you." 3 years? Right, it took him 3 years to condense 5 Dao locks. Han Fei said, "Some opportunities took me 3 years to digest. I now have 5 Dao locks." Wait a moment, have you already had 5 Dao locks? The Emperor Sparrow was dumbfounded. When did it become so simple to condense a Dao lock? 5 Dao locks in 3 years? Are you kidding me? Seeing that the Emperor Sparrow was shocked, Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. He said, "I made a deal with a god. He gave me an opportunity. I need to come to the Soul Sea to do something for him." The Emperor Sparrow's eyes lit up. "Is the god really still alive?" Han Fei said. "I didn't see anyone but a heart. But since the heart is still beating, it should still be alive." "What deal did you make with him? Why did you come to the Soul Sea?" "Han Fei, the gods are powerful. I don't think they need to make any deals with you. Be careful not to be tricked." Han Fei said, "It's okay, it's a long story. Let's talk while we walk." Han Fei turned in another direction. He vaguely felt that a very familiar power was attracting him. This should be the kind of feeling the demon god mentioned. When he came here, he would naturally sense it. While chatting with the Emperor Sparrow, Han Fei occasionally saw associated spirits passing by. However, none of the associated spirits passing by here were weak. For example, a black armored lobster Han Fei saw was in the sky-opening realm. Han Fei was stunned. Companion spirits had their own levels before they were born, but they would become level 0 the moment they were born. Being in the sky-opening realm in the Soul Sea meant the potential and talent of this companion spirit were great. Han Fei certainly wouldn't eat associated spirits now, which would only bring him trouble. In fact, if it weren't for the sake of tricking others, he wouldn't have come to the Soul Sea now. About 2 hours later, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. The familiar feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Besides, Han Fei felt that the seawater in the Soul Sea was slower and thicker. The Emperor Sparrow asked, "Have we arrived? There seems to be some kind of rule restriction here. My mobility has become slow and my strength is being suppressed." Han Fei said, "Don't follow me. I'll leave here as soon as I get what I want." The Emperor Sparrow, not necessarily. Although that demon god said that he would help your body establish a connection with you, once the rules of the world suppress you, causing this connection to weaken, as long as you slightly slow down the speed of your departure, it can exceed 10 seconds and suppress you. But I'm different. I was born not controlled by many rules of the world, so I'm considered an ominous sign. This is also the reason why I can take the initiative to leave the Soul Sea and appear in the outside world. Besides, if you are suppressed, it's equivalent to me being suppressed. The outcome will be no different. That makes sense. Then let's go together. Han Fei no longer hesitated. Before he attacked, the rules wouldn't attack him. Although he didn't know what the rules were, he chose to believe in the demon god. He had waited for 1.8 million years for this opportunity. He must have tried his best to ensure that nothing happened to him. Otherwise, wouldn't he have waited for 1.8 million years for nothing? At this time, Han Fei could no longer see any associated spirit. After about half an hour, Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow felt that the seawater here had almost stopped moving, and they were now like icebreakers sailing on the ice of the South Pole, slow and laborious. However, slow as it was, they soon saw a water cage. The seawater there was completely still, like a cage, and in the cage, Han Fei saw a figure sitting cross-legged. At the moment Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow arrived, the figure suddenly opened his eyes and his eyes glowed. The figure pushed his palm, indicating for Han Fei to think about it. In the next moment, the figure suddenly stood up, and a strange divine light burst out from between his eyebrows. Boom. As this person rose, the water in the water cage slightly surged. Han Fei saw a large amount of power, like the essence of water, injecting into the cage. Open. The strange light that burst out from between the man's eyebrows suddenly became several times thicker. Like a laser, it cut a palm-sized gap in the cage. At this moment, the man shouted, "Help me!" Han Fei knew that it was the time. Without any hesitation, he issued an order in his heart, and Little Black spat out the soul-sealing pearl. At the moment the soul-sealing pearl appeared, the spiritual energy that was trying to inject into the water cage swarmed into the soul-sealing pearl. The soul-sealing pearl's suction force was so violent that it almost formed a violent sea current at once. As if a big river was turned upside down, the water poured down instantly. Even the power of the water cage was crazily sucked in. Open. In the water cage, the demonic god's partial soul seemed to be slashing out a soul-stirring light with all its strength. However, this time, it didn't break through the water cage. Han Fei couldn't resist this level of power. He was just a tool, here to take the demon god's soul out. Using the soul-sealing pearl to stop the power of the soul sea from injecting into the cage was the only thing Han Fei could do. 1 second. 2 seconds. Han Fei was counting the time. The Emperor Sparrow stood on the top of Little White's head and was also calculating the time. 10 seconds passed quickly. It wasn't until the 5th second that Han Fei saw the soul body of the demon god barely cut open the water cage. Seeing that the demon god's soul body was about to come out, the power injected into the soul-sealing pearl suddenly soared several times, so much that the soul-sealing pearl seemed unable to absorb it anymore. A trace of power leaked out, trying to inject into the water cage. Upon seeing this, the demon god's soul body emitted dazzling divine light as he forcefully pried open a corner of the water cage. At the same time, Han Fei suddenly felt a connection from his body. It was a kind of summoning. At this moment, as long as he issued an order in his heart, he could return to reality. However, the gap torn by the demon god's soul body showed signs of healing under the injection of part of the soul sea power. It was only because the demon god's soul body was too strong that it temporarily withstood the healing trend. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. 8 seconds. Roar. At that moment, the demon god's soul body cracked, and he gathered all his strength to expand the gap again. Han Fei had a bad feeling. An unknown horror seemed to be coming. He saw a large area of darkness, the kind of great horror he had felt in the past, or even more terrifying. At this moment, Han Fei knew that he had to go. However, the demon god's soul body hadn't gone out yet. Immediately, Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "World devouring." Little Black and Little White's bodies immediately turned into light, enveloping the water cage. At that moment, Han Fei felt that infinite power was sucked in by him. Crack it. Was world devouring that blocked the external power from injecting into the water cage, so Han Fei heard cracking sounds almost immediately. Then, Han Fei felt a wisp of soul power rush into his body. "Let's go." The voice was very urgent. Tweeter. When the Emperor Sparrow tweeted, Han Fei felt the pressure on his body relax. At this moment, with a thought from Han Fei, the soul-sealing pearl instantly returned. With another thought, he had already accepted the call from his body. The moment his soul left the soul sea, Han Fei seemed to hear a slight sound in the soul sea. Buzz. Huff. Han Fei took a deep breath and woke up with a shudder. Who is it? Han Fei was horrified. He felt that he had heard something and was startled, which took him back to reality. But as soon as Han Fei shouted, he saw the beating heart shining brightly. And outside the heart, there was a half-illusory figure. Gulp, Han Fei swallowed. Is this the demon god? Chapter 2637, Ragnarok 2 in 1 2637, Ragnarok 2 in 1. It was the first time that Han Fei had seen a god. He looked no different from an ordinary person except that he was a young man with a decent look. The physical heart of the demon god Phantom was beating at this moment. Every time it beat, there was an electric-like light, turning into countless electric currents in the Phantom's body and drawing out an extremely complicated spiritual heritage map. This situation didn't slowly stop until 100 seconds later. Although Han Fei couldn't understand it, it was probably the heart of the demon god circulating the spiritual heritage of his soul body. It wasn't until 100 seconds later that the demon god said, "There are still great secrets in the soul sea. I don't even know the level involved now. You were quite lucky to be able to escape this time. In a short period of time, don't enter the soul sea." Han Fei nodded and cupped his hands. "Congratulations on obtaining dual spiritual heritages, senior demon god." The demon god nodded slightly. "Yes. The acquired spiritual heritage and the born spiritual heritage can't be compared. Dual spiritual heritage is the foundation of the Tao of extreme balance. Now, in this world, only you and I have dual spiritual heritage. However, I need your help with one more thing." Han Fei said, "Please tell me, senior demon god. As long as I can do it, I will try my best." The phantom of the demon god's soul curled up the corners of his mouth slightly. "This matter is equally troublesome. If you complete this matter, I can help you unconditionally once. In addition, I can give you a divine technique I created. This technique can only be practiced by cultivators of the Tao of extreme balance. It's called Ragnarok." Han Fei, for a moment, Han Fei couldn't imagine what kind of divine technique this was. Only those who cultivated the Tao of extreme balance could practice it. Didn't it mean that only he and the demon god could use it in this world? Oh no, Green Lotus and Red Lotus could also use it. Wasn't this a divine technique created by the demon god for the Tao of extreme balance? However, even such a divine technique had to be taught to him. It seemed that the matter that needed his help couldn't be simple. In fact, he didn't contribute much to the trip to the Soul Sea. It was mainly because the demon god was awesome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save his soul body. However, it was indeed dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would be doomed. Therefore, although Han Fei was curious and wanted the divine technique, he could only ask, "Thank you, senior demon god. But what kind of help do you need?" The demon god said, "There's no hurry. You can consider it after hearing it." Before that, let me ask you, do you know the origin of the God-Fiend Sea? Han Fei said. It's said that many people tried to walk the Tao of extreme balance in the past, but because they didn't have the conditions to cultivate this path, they mutated one after another. They were called demons by the strong masters of the sea realm, and everyone called this Tao the demonic Tao. Because of the mutation, cultivators of this Tao changed their temperament and became cruel and bloodthirsty, which was intolerable to the strong masters of the sea realm. Therefore, some strong masters established the God-Fiend Sea, suppressing all cultivators of this Tao in it. The demon god smiled faintly. Well, the rumors are entirely wrong. However, do you know who established the God-Fiend Sea? Han Fei shook his head, but suddenly looked up at the demon god. From what he said, something didn't seem right. The demon god nodded slightly. It's me, Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. No wonder the demon god asked him this question. It turned out that he was the one who created the God-Fiend Sea. Han Fei wasn't stupid. The demon god created the God-Fiend Sea to suppress these people. The demon god must have found that the further one went down this path, the greater the problem would be. If it weren't for the people with dual spiritual heritages, these people might have become disasters when they grew up, so he had no choice but to set up a place like the God-Fiend Sea. The demon god didn't care what Han Fei thought. He just said, since you have seen Mystic Marshal, you should know that there are many top powerhouses suppressed in the God-Fiend Sea, even including many great monarchs. The God-Fiend Sea alone can't suppress them. Therefore, I guard the God-Fiend Sea with my own body. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the heart of the demon god. He seemed to guess what the demon god wanted him to do. The demon god nodded. This favor is to take my god heart to the God-Fiend Sea. Only when my two spiritual heritages are combined can I become a real god and give all the strong masters suppressed in it another way out. Han Fei didn't speak but waited for the demon god to continue. If he just needed to send the demon god's heart over, it shouldn't make the demon god pay such a huge price. An unconditional attack and a divine technique shouldn't be so easy to obtain. Sure enough, the demon god continued, however, this trip is not simple. When I fused with the Tao in the God-Burying Ridge, although I eventually became a god, the heavenly Tao didn't tolerate me. The heavenly Tao didn't stop after the divine tribulation and tried to kill me. As a last resort, I killed my demon body and sealed myself. Today, since I haven't fused my two spiritual seas, I'm still an anomaly in the eyes of this world. Therefore, I can't appear directly in the sea realm. Han Fei had a bad feeling. If he couldn't directly appear in the sea realm, how could he send his heart to the God-Fiend Sea? Han Fei asked. Senior, do you mean parasition? The demon god said, that's right. My heart will parasitize your body and seal itself to the greatest extent, preventing the heavenly Tao from sensing it. However, even if I hide myself, my luck will affect you, so during this period you might be plagued with misfortune. It's not that the heavenly Tao wants to kill you, it's just that the rules of the world will spontaneously purify and eliminate the power that he can't control. Therefore, before you send my heart to the God-Fiend Sea, you can only rely on yourself. I can't help you. Otherwise, I might be able to survive, but I'm afraid you won't be able to survive the divine punishment. Plagued with misfortune? Divine punishment. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, this opportunity was not easy to get. Han Fei asked timidly, Senior Demon God, how great is this misfortune? The Demon God said, I'll be hiding in your body, so the heavenly Tao will take you as a variable. The misfortune is naturally directed at you. As for the misfortune, it's naturally based on your strength, but it won't be too great. Most likely, the danger comes from the sky-opening realm. But if the power of the sky-opening realm doesn't work on you, the strong masters in the monarch realm will probably attack you. However, the monarchs who attacked you shouldn't be too strong. After all, this misfortune will be produced according to your strength. They will at most be as strong as the rod in your hand. This is also why I let you cultivate 5 Tao locks in advance. The stronger you are, the safer you will be. After a pause, the demon god said, Of course, if you can get the people from the Void Temple to help you, this matter will be very simple. Han Fei immediately shook his head. I don't want to trouble my senior brothers and sisters. The demon god didn't say anything. He seemed to know a little about the Void Temple. Han Fei was unwilling because there were only 3 chances in total. Their value was no worse than the demon god's unconditional help. Han Fei calculated in his heart. If there would only be sky openers blocking him, he definitely wouldn't be afraid. But if the enemy's strength was at Lu Qianzi's level, to be honest, it would be difficult to deal with them. Although he had condensed 5 Tao locks, the Tao locks couldn't be opened, so his combat power was no different from before. Therefore, it was still quite dangerous if he met someone of Lu Qianzi's level. It was a coincidence that he could capture Lu Qianzi, and he also fought with all his strength. But in reality, most of the time, it was impossible for him to fight with all his strength. That would only let others take advantage of him. However, the only consolation was that if he captured Lu Qianzi, he would have 1 more monarch-level combat power. Han Fei, if that's the case, I can give it a try. Han Fei thought that the distance from the western mining area to the northern mining area was actually not long. It would only take a few months for him to cover this distance. Then it would take him at most a month to enter the Godfiend Sea from the northern mining area. 2 months would be enough in total. Han Fei calculated that it might also take some time if accidents happened. The demon god smiled faintly. If it were before, he would have been worried that something would happen to Han Fei, but after hearing that Han Fei was a disciple of the Void Temple, he no longer had any concerns. Since Han Fei was a disciple of the Void Temple, coupled with the Void Temple's way of doing things, he felt that the probability of Han Fei falling into a life-or-death situation was 0. The demon god said, "Come forward." With the attention of the eldest senior brother, Han Fei was not afraid. When he came to the demon god, he saw the phantom of the demon god's soul body immediately disperse into a wisp of smoke and enter the beating heart. In the next moment, the heart swooshed into Han Fei's body, where Han Fei's heart was located, as if he had been possessed. Han Fei was about to investigate when suddenly a wave of fresh air rushed into his mind. In the next moment, countless complicated mystic runes appeared and disappeared in his mind. Soon, information popped up in Han Fei's mind. Ragnarok Inrated. Introduction. This is a technique created by the demon god that can both attack the body and the soul. It can combine power with the spirit and intensify the two, giving birth to the chaotic origin power. It can cut gods, destroy all things, and shatter great doubts and laws. This technique can apply to any combat technique, giving it the characteristic of killing both the body and the soul and double the user's combat power. It can also independently launch an attack, destroying gods and killing demons. Deduction cost cannot be deduced. Effect: killing both the body and the soul. Note, this technique is restricted to those who cultivate the Tao of extreme balance. If others cultivate it, they will suffer a backlash. A divine technique killing both the body and the soul? Han Fei was shocked. Earlier, only when his young soul left his body and combined with the god-slaying boxing gloves could he achieve the effect of killing both the body and the soul. But that was only powerful before the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Above the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, there were actually many people who had young souls. Although their young souls weren't as strong as his, they had young souls anyway. Although he could still use the transcendent power of killing both the body and the soul, the effect would be greatly reduced on a true powerhouse. However, Ragnarok was different. It had completely created a third power. This chaotic origin power could allow any combat technique and killing technique to carry the characteristics of killing both the body and the soul. It didn't even need the young soul to leave the body. This power could even shatter the laws of the Great Tao. This was the most important. It was fine that this divine technique could break the power of the Great Tao, but it could even break the power of laws. That shocked him. Didn't it mean that he would have the power to fight monarchs? Han Fei was sure that this technique was definitely the strongest divine technique he had seen so far. In the early stages, the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique might be comparable to it, but the significance of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique lay in healing and recovery. This technique lay in killing. In the later stages, the strong self-recovery was very strong, and the advantages of the Ragnarok would be especially obvious. This was a divine technique that would become stronger as one progressed. The voice of the demon god sounded in Han Fei's mind. I suggest that you master the Ragnarok here or between the monarch tombs outside before leaving. In this range, the heavenly Tao can't see through your anomaly. Once you enter the outer sand sea, misfortune will follow. Han Fei said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior demon god." The demon god, by the way, there are 2 things I need to remind you of. Firstly, because only cultivators focusing on the Tao of extreme balance can cultivate Ragnarok, it's very easy for you to get started. Although you can stay here for a period of time, don't stay too long. Without my soul power to support you, the baleful demons and mutated mind demons here will riot soon, and this place will become a battlefield, and then there's no point for you to stay here. Secondly, while I'm in your body, you can't enter your origin star, nor can you make any changes in appearance and luck. You have to be mentally prepared. I can't disguise myself, the demon god said. I'm not hiding in your heart, but in your body. In your bones, blood, and luck. Only by completely imitating everything about you can I avoid the detection of the heavenly Tao. In that case, wouldn't his secrets be all exposed? As if understanding what Han Fei was thinking, the demon god said, I can't know everything about you. Spiritual heritage is endless. It's impossible for me to know all of it. Besides, you have an extremely powerful soul-suppressing godly weapon and the mark of the Void Temple. I won't pry into your soul. As for the rest, even if I don't possess you, I can see through you at a glance. Han Fei was relieved to hear that. It was fine as long as he could still keep his secrets. Even his bloodline could grow and wouldn't remain the same. Senior, can I enter other people's origin stars? The demon god said. If that person has already died, yes, understood. Then I have no more questions. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the demon god fell silent as if it had disappeared from his body. He definitely needed to cultivate the Ragnarok. This divine technique was too powerful. It could double his strength without opening the Tao locks. Furthermore, it had the characteristics of killing both the body and the soul. It could also break laws. If he didn't cultivate it well in advance, he would be an idiot. Han Fei wasn't surprised that he couldn't enter his origin star. Even if he could, he didn't want to enter. What if the demon god descended and his origin star couldn't withstand the power of the god and collapsed? Ah, are we out? At the moment when the demon god disappeared, Lu Qianzi trembled in Han Fei's hand and made a sound. Lu Qianzi's first reaction was to look around, but it didn't seem to be the monarch graveyard, but an unknown cave. Lu Qianzi asked, "Where is this? Is the god still alive? Have you seen the god?" Buzz! While Lu Qianzi asked curiously, the space where Han Fei was began to tremble violently. The rocks fell and were about to collapse. Han Fei said, "Shut up." After that, Han Fei grabbed Lu Qianzi and took a step back. This was a simple passage. With one step, Han Fei crossed the void outside the mountain peak he came from. With another step, he appeared on the mountain. Swish! At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow also rushed out of Han Fei's body. The three of them saw that the huge statue opposite them had collapsed, and the mountain under their feet had already begun to tremble. The Emperor Sparrow, this world is collapsing. Let's go. The road was above their heads. Han Fei jumped and appeared on the monarch graveyard in the next moment. And the small hill under their feet didn't show any abnormality. It seemed that the collapse of the inverse world wouldn't affect this place. When Han Fei saw the Emperor Sparrow come out, the first thing he did was ask, "Did anything happen there after I left the Soul Sea?" The Emperor Sparrow, "No. After you came out, the water cage there collapsed. I originally wanted to take you away, but you left very quickly, so I took Little Black and Little White away from that place. By the way, Little Black and Little White fell into a deep sleep. They swallowed a lot of power and probably won't wake up for hundreds of years. However, I have already taken them into your origin star. Hundreds of years will pass in a flash. Let them sleep." Han Fei was immediately relieved. It was good that he was fine. He had thought that something had happened in the Soul Sea. Fortunately, the Emperor Sparrow was smart enough to escape from that place. Little Black and Little White fell into a deep sleep. This was a small matter. Staying on his origin star for hundreds of years would only take a few years at most in reality. However, during this trip to the Godfiend Sea, they might not wake up. Han Fei said, "All right, don't you already have 3 Dao locks? You can take advantage of this period of time to hunt the baleful demons and condense 5 Dao locks." "The Emperor Sparrow, huh? You're so casual. Did the demon god just let you go?" Han Fei said. "Senior demon god asked me for help in the first place. There's no reason for him to keep me there." The Emperor Sparrow tilted his head and looked at Han Fei, seeming to understand something. After leaving that place, Han Fei still maintained the respectful title for the demon god, and considering the collapse of the inverse world just now, the Emperor Sparrow was rendered speechless. Son of a Bache, is the demon god now residing in Han Fei's body? Seeing Han Fei nod imperceptibly, the Emperor Sparrow shut up and stopped talking about the demon god. Although he had the pride of a great monarch, he was not a god after all, and he couldn't ignore the existence of a god. Lu Qianzi was the only one who was stunned. He had no idea what Han Fei did. All he knew was that Han Fei mutated into a monster and then changed back as if nothing had ever happened. 1 month later. In the sky above a monarch tomb in the monarch graveyard, there was a fierce battle. A group of 70 or 80 baleful demons were fighting in groups. Whoever was defeated would quickly be devoured by other baleful demons. The Emperor Sparrow occasionally swept across and killed his way into the battlefield, killing a baleful demon from time to time. On the other side, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged in a coal. Lu Qianzi stood behind Han Fei and protected him. At this moment, 2 baleful demons discovered their location and immediately rushed over. Lu Qianzi was about to attack when Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and flicked his finger, and a saber beam shot out. Poke, poke, poke! The bodies of the 2 baleful demons cracked, and their souls were directly annihilated. Lu Qianzi looked at Han Fei in shock. "Have you finished your cultivation?" Han Fei got up, his body crackling. He warmed up a little, looked at the 2 dead baleful demons, and said indifferently, "How has the situation been recently?" Lu Qianzi said, "It's terrible. Since the demonic sound disappeared, all the baleful demons here seem to have gone crazy. They actually began to kill and devour each other. I think if they continue to devour each other, a monarch-level baleful demon will appear soon. Oh no, according to Lord Emperor Sparrow, there seem to already be monarch-level baleful demons here." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "Oh, where? Where is it?" Lu Qianzi was lost for words. "What are you going to do?" Han Fei grinned. "Of course to meet them." Lu Qianzi, after a while, Han Fei and Lu Qianzi found the Emperor Sparrow in the monarch graveyard. When Han Fei arrived, the Emperor Sparrow was like a thief, stealing a baleful demon killed by other baleful demons with 1 claw. Han Fei saw red light flashing on the King Sparrow's body. Clearly, it was swallowing the power of this baleful demon with the fiend-eating divine technique. Seeing that Han Fei had come, the Emperor Sparrow glanced at him. "Is it over?" "In the past few days, it has been completely chaotic here. Not only have all the baleful demons begun to kill each other, but they have also crossed the border to kill. So far, a monarch realm baleful demon has been born. I think you'd better leave early. It just so happens that my 4th Dao lock is about to be successfully condensed." Han Fei knew that the Emperor Sparrow proposed this for his sake. The longer he stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Although Han Fei had Lu Qianxi protecting him, 2 fists couldn't resist 4 hands. If there were thousands of baleful demons besieging him, Lu Qianxi wouldn't be able to resist them. Han Fei said, "No hurry. Is the baleful aura here so intense? As a primordial ancient land, there's no place more suitable for you to cultivate. Since you've condensed your 4th Dao lock, you might as well condense the 5th one at once. Let's go find that monarch-level baleful demon." Huh? The Emperor Sparrow was taken aback for a moment. Was Han Fei crazy? Of course not. He knew Han Fei very well. Without absolute confidence, Han Fei wouldn't let himself fall into despair. Furthermore, Han Fei seemed to be determined to take down the monarch-level baleful demon, which made the Emperor Sparrow a little uncertain. The Emperor Sparrow asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course." The Emperor Sparrow looked at him deeply. "Come with me." They passed 7 or 8 monarch tombs and finally came to a very large monarch tomb. This was the tomb of an immortal-level powerhouse. At this moment, in the sky above the tomb, there seemed to be only one baleful demon absorbing the laws and Dao runes of this place. There was no second baleful demon. When Han Fei and the others arrived, the baleful demon immediately cast its gaze over. The Emperor Sparrow looked at Han Fei curiously. He was not worried that something would happen to Han Fei. After all, Lu Qianxi was around. Lu Qianxi also looked at Han Fei curiously, thinking that this person was definitely not here to seek death. It seemed that Han Fei had achieved a lot in cultivation in the past month. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to find the monarch-level baleful demon. Han Fei said, "Lu Qianxi, if I don't speak, don't help me for the time being." "Okay." Lu Qianxi was also curious why Han Fei was so confident. In the next moment, Han Fei stepped in the air, his fingers floated in the air, and all great Daos in one sword burst out. However, at this moment, there was an unknown power on all great Daos in one sword. The baleful demon seemed to have mastered the law of fire. Han Fei even felt that he had recovered some of his consciousness. As the baleful demon waved its hand, 3,000 flames shot over. Puff, puff, puff. However, when the 3,000 flames touched all great Daos in one sword, they were all distinguished, and none of them could shake the sword. Lu Qianxi exclaimed. "This move can cut apart the power of laws. Why didn't I feel it before?" Only the Emperor Sparrow knew that this was a power given to Han Fei by the demon god, a power that could cut apart laws. The baleful demon pushed forward with one hand and grabbed at all great Daos in one sword, trying to crush it. However, when he held the all great Daos in one sword with one hand, his entire hand was easily severed like tofu. Not only that, after the power of this sword cut off one of the baleful demon's hands, the arm also exploded. As the saying went, kill the enemy while he's weak. The first strike was to catch the baleful demon off guard. Everything had to be based on actual combat. Han Fei activated his great Dao and the invincible fist burst out, turning the sky above the monarch tomb into a sea of fire. Bang, 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 knock, knock, knock! After fighting for 100 seconds, the baleful devil's body was badly mutilated and its soul body was completely destroyed. Endless baleful intent surged violently in this place. Bang! In the end, Han Fei blasted the remnant body of the baleful demon with a punch. He looked down at his fist and muttered, "Although I can suppress it head-on, it will take some time for me to break it if the other party only wants to use the law to suppress me. It should be at least 30% more difficult to beat the enemy if I face a real person. However, there is a lot of room for improvement in my Ragnarok. It will only be stronger in the future. Now I should be able to face a Dao prover head-on." Han Fei smiled. He had finally made it to this point. Chapter 2638, 2638, Riot in the Storm Ridge, 2-in-1, 2638, Riot in the Storm Ridge, 2-in-1. Seeing that Han Fei solved a Monarch Realm baleful demon so easily, Lu Qianxi and the Emperor Sparrow were both shocked. Lu Qianxi exclaimed, "How is it possible? This is a Monarch Realm baleful demon. How could it have been killed by you so easily?" Han Fei chuckled. Its foundation was not solid, it couldn't control its strength well, and its power of the law was only operating out of instinct. Besides, it only advanced into the Monarch Realm for a short time. Lu Qianxi said, "Even so, it shouldn't be so easy, right?" The Emperor Sparrow took a deep look at Han Fei. "You seem to have mastered some power that can break the law?" Han Fei nodded. "I obtained some opportunities on this trip, so I used this baleful demon to practice. However, there's still a huge gap between this baleful demon and a real Dao prover. Its strength is only about 1/3 of Lu Qianxi's." Although Han Fei said that this baleful demon was weak, in the eyes of Lu Qianxi and the Emperor Sparrow, this was a little pretentious. The Emperor Sparrow was better than Lu Qianxi, because he knew that Han Fei had made a deal with a god, so he would definitely gain something. However, he didn't expect Han Fei's gains to be so great. Han Fei said, "Hurry up, the baleful demon should be enough for you to condense the 4th Dao lock." The Emperor Sparrow didn't hesitate. It swooped over and devoured the power. After only an hour, the phantom of a Dao lock appeared on the Emperor Sparrow again. This situation lasted for about half an hour. At this point, the 4th Dao lock was finally formed. Han Fei said, "We'll stay here for a while longer. In the meantime, I'll help you condense the 5th Dao lock. It might be dangerous after we get out." "Dangerous?" Before he finished, Lu Qianzi asked in surprise, "Danger again?" Lu Qianzi felt that this trip to the Circle of Death was dangerous enough. If exploring the location of a god was dangerous, what level of danger would Han Fei encounter next, half a month later? With the help of Han Fei and Lu Qianzi, the Emperor Sparrow didn't disappoint them and quickly condensed the 5th Dao Lock. Originally, condensing a Dao Lock didn't seem to be a difficult task for the Emperor Sparrow, so everything happened naturally. From now on, there might still be some opportunities in the Monarch Graveyard, such as digging up the chaotic spiritual earth or even some hidden secret treasures. But Han Fei was no longer interested. The baleful demons here were completely out of control and had already begun to fight crazily across regions on a large scale. If nothing unexpected happened, in the future, more than one Monarch Realm baleful demons would appear here. If they were given some time to consolidate their strength, it might only take decades for the Mind Devils here to stabilize their strength at the Dao-proving level. Perhaps 100 years later, a baleful demon at the carefree level would appear here. However, Han Fei didn't have time to wait here, and he didn't have to wait here either. Even if a baleful demon reached the carefree level, he couldn't hunt it. Even if he could hunt it, what was the point of hunting a carefree level baleful demon? Therefore, Han Fei left without hesitation. Besides, there was no demonic sound here anymore. This matter would be exposed sooner or later. After leaving the God-burying ridge and returning to the Circle of Death, as Han Fei expected, there was also a problem with the mind demons here. Almost all the mind demons went crazy. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Han Fei and the others came out, they felt consecutive tremors. It was the remnant power of the law of strength. Lu Qianzi said, "Not good. The Circle of Death is a mess too." Lu Qianzi looked at Han Fei. He knew the source of all the changes was Han Fei. This forbidden place that had existed for countless years had changed because of him. Swish, swish. As soon as Han Fei and the others came out, a dense wind blade rolled up between the heavens and earth. However, these wind blades were no longer as simple as the great Tao of wind. The wind blades here were clearly products of the law of wind. Han Fei raised his hand, and the infinity water turned into 10,000 knives and rushed out. The faint gray fog surged on it, and the infinity water easily cut through these wind blades. Lu Qianzi shouted, "It's the Monarch Realm Windbird I met in the past. I'm no match for it here." Upon hearing this, Han Fei's face immediately darkened. "I haven't even left the Circle of Death, and I've already encountered a Monarch Realm Mind Demon?" Nothing happened on the way he came. Apart from meeting Lu Qianzi, he didn't even see the shadow of a Monarch Realm Mind Demon. However, when he left, they suddenly appeared out of nowhere, as if they had been waiting on his way to go out for a long time. Lu Qianzi said, "Are we going to fight them? I think we should be able to take them down if we join forces." "Take my ass, let's go." Han Fei didn't fight anymore. The demon god had warned him that he would be plagued by bad luck if he left here. The rules of the heavenly Tao would discover his abnormality and cause some bad luck to happen to him. The difficulty of this bad luck shouldn't be so strong from the beginning. At the beginning, it should only be the danger of the sky-opening realm. He didn't want to kill a monarch as soon as he came up. If the rules of the heavenly Tao felt that he was too strong, the bad luck they would arrange for him would rise to the monarch realm. That would be fun. Han Fei roared, "Run, huh? Run?" Lu Qianzi didn't know what to say. Wasn't this guy always domineering? When he fought her, he seemed to have gone crazy and burst out with infinite fighting intent. Why did he start running the moment he encountered this windbird? However, since Han Fei was running, he certainly wouldn't stay here to fight. In the next moment, Han Fei had stepped on Lu Qianzi's head and urged him, "Run, don't just stand there. Lu Qianzi? Lu Qianzi?" Lu Qianzi couldn't have felt worse. "Aren't we running away? Why do you have to slack off even when you're running away? Why do you have to step on me and urge me to run?" Lu Qianzi felt that he had known Han Fei well. This guy was clearly exploiting him. He felt that he had been captured by him with unknown means, and then he used him as he pleased. He had never met such a shameless person in his life. But he had no choice. He could only use his 2 disc-shaped feet to start sprinting crazily. In terms of speed alone, Lu Qianzi was naturally incomparable to the Monarch Realm Windbird. Seeing that the Windbird was chasing him, Han Fei stepped on Lu Qianzi's head and said, "Stop him." Lu Qianzi said, "But I'm running away." Han Fei stomped his feet. "I told you to attack, so attack. From today on, if you encounter any Monarch Realm enemy, you attack. When you really can't resist them, I'll consider attacking." Lu Qianzi almost burst into tears. She had never seen anyone exploit someone so hard. "You can do it too, but you don't want to do anything. You're such a jerk." However, Han Fei was his master. Lu Qianzi had no choice but to let out his black hair and stir the sky. Clank, 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 bang, bang, bang. Han Fei saw it clearly. The law of power that Lu Qianzi mastered was actually not much different from the law of wind of this windbird. It was just that the environment of the Circle of Death allowed the windbird to borrow the law of wind here at any time, so the other party could suppress Lu Qianzi. But it didn't matter. When the two were of the same realm and strength, if one of them wanted to run, it would be very difficult for the other to kill the other party. The chase and interception lasted less than 6 hours. Lu Qianzi screamed, "Can't you help me? Han Fei said casually. If you don't temper yourself through life and death crises, how can you become a strong master? Lu Qianxi, you have dominated the stormy quicksand sea for too long, which obliterated your fighting spirit. Now I'm going to help you get your fighting spirit back. Lu Qianxi said, thank you, you're welcome. At this moment, Han Fei and the others happened to encounter a battle of more than 200 demonized mind demons. Han Fei naturally wouldn't care about this, but who would have expected that when Lu Qianxi passed by here, he suddenly pulled his hair and jumped up, and under the sea of sand, a gigantic head suddenly appeared. A sandworm? Another Monarch Realm mind demon? Han Fei's face changed slightly. The heads of the sandworms he had seen in the past were their mouths that were densely packed with tens of thousands of teeth, but this one had mouths in its mouth and instantly soared into the sky, trying to hunt. From its super big mouth, 2 more big mouths extended out in a row, and the outermost one covered a range of hundreds of kilometers in an instant. If it weren't for Lu Qianxi's quick reaction, they would have been swallowed by now. Han Fei said, Emperor Sparrow, frenzying eye. The Emperor Sparrow knew Han Fei very well. After leaving the God-burying ridge, he had sensed Han Fei's desire not to attack. Otherwise, with Han Fei's personality, the windbird chasing behind him would have been killed by him long ago. Why did he not attack, risking being beaten? At this moment, the Monarch Realm sandworm appeared. Seeing that Han Fei still had no intention of attacking, the Emperor Sparrow helped. However, the target of the frenzying eye was not the sandworm, but the windbird behind them. Earlier, he had wanted to take action, but Han Fei refused. Now it seemed that Han Fei wanted to preserve his combat power. Swish, Xuanhuan was like Spider-Man, crazily jumping and walking in the sand. Fortunately, there was no demonic sound on the way back. Although there was the law of wind blocking them, the stormy quicksand sea was right in front of them. Han Fei was calculating the time. In 100 seconds, they would appear in the storm quicksand sea. But while Han Fei was calculating with his fingers, the sand sea began to shake more and more violently, and Han Fei didn't spit until thousands of demonized mind demons seemed to be charging at him. Fuck, even if it's bad luck, it shouldn't be like this, right? Thousands of demonized mind demons and windbirds rushed at them. Their target was not Han Fei or Lu Qianxi, and their strength was not in the Monarch Realm. Judging from the direction of their sprint, they were clearly aiming at the center of the circle of death, but they happened to bump into Han Fei and Lu Qianxi. However, Han Fei knew that coincidence hid necessity. This was his bad luck. Han Fei asked, Lu Qianxi, can you rush over? Lu Qianxi's face kept changing. Can't you help? I can rush over, but it will waste our time. There is still the big sandworm and the windbird behind us. Once they catch up, it will be easy for them to surround us. Wait, why do I feel that something is wrong? The sea of sand is so big. Why are there so many mind demons along our route? Han Fei said. Take a guess. Han Fei took out the extreme cold pearl, thinking that this wouldn't be considered his own strength, would it? The two sides almost collided head-on. The extreme cold pearl was pushed forward, and in an instant, the extremely cold power of the carefree level swept out, freezing the 3,000 kilometers of sky. Even the rushing mind demons froze. Lu Qianxi knew the power of the extreme cold pearl, but the great Tao of wind was stronger here, so the extreme cold pearl could only last for 1 second at most before shattering. However, 1 second was enough. Tens of thousands of strands of Lu Qianxi's hair burst out at the same time, grabbing the frozen mind demons in an instant. With the pull of these nearly 1,000 mind demons, their speed burst to the speed of light. Han Fei saw a green gas barrier in front of Lu Qianxi, but it was quickly shattering. With a thought from Han Fei, the Starsea Mystic Sand appeared in front of Lu Qianxi. Ka. When the Starsea Mystic Sand shattered, Lu Qianxi had already passed these demonized mind demons. Lu Qianxi complained in his heart. Han Fei had so many means, but he only attacked once at such a critical moment. He was speechless. Bang. Boom. Behind him, the sandworm had arrived and swallowed countless demonized mind demons with its giant mouth, but its steps had been stopped. When Lu Qianxi saw the storm quicksand sea, he almost burst into tears. He had never felt so close to the storm quicksand sea before. Puffer a man, a tree, and a bird broke through the quicksand sea and rushed into it. However, when the three of them appeared in the storm quicksand sea, they saw countless fish heads moving, and a dense mass of mind demons that looked like manta rays were opening their mouths and swallowing something. Lu Qianxi was stunned, so was Han Fei. The Emperor Sparrow entered Han Fei's body. Fuck, I haven't even left the wind circle yet. On the other side of the stormy quicksand sea, in the wind circle, Wang Xiaoju and the others were eating clams in a cave under the sea of sand. Wang Xiaoju and Wang Langlan were cultivating at turtle speed. Suddenly, Huang Ergu sniffed, feeling that something was wrong. Wang Langlan asked, "What are you sniffing? Is my clam not delicious enough?" Huang Ergu frowned and said, "I feel that something is wrong. My sense of smell seems to have become much clearer all of a sudden. It doesn't make sense. My range of smell in the wind circle shouldn't be so far." Wang Xiaoju said, "Imperceptible pretentiousness is the most annoying." "Ergu, you've been corrupted," Huang Ergu said. "I'm not joking with you. I really feel that something is wrong." The next moment, Xiaodiao frowned. "It does seem a little different. I seem to sense the smell of treasure again." Immediately, Wang Xiaoju and Wang Lanlan exclaimed, "Again." What level is it? Can we handle it? Otherwise, I would have discovered it long ago. Sha Diao said, don't be hasty. I think something is wrong. My perception range wasn't this far before. Let's go out and take a look. When they came to the wind circle, Wang Xiaoju looked around for a while. Is there a difference? No, the sandstorm is so strong. Let's go back to our nest and sleep with the heavenly law jade essence, okay? Wang Lanlin nodded in agreement. That's right. I also think that with the resources we have now, we don't need to hunt treasure. Why don't we use up the heavenly Dao jade essence and the divine crystals in our hands first? Perhaps Lord Han Fei will come back by then. At that time, let's hunt treasures with him. No, Sha Diao suddenly said, something is wrong. The great Dao of wind in the wind circle seems to have weakened a little, although it's very small, I can feel it. Huang Ergo also said, that's right, I've accurately located the nearby wind demons. Although the distance isn't very long, I'm certain that the great Dao of wind is not that strong. Really? Wang Xiaoju and Wang Langlan were stunned. They didn't feel anything. Sha Diao said, all right, we're already out and 3 years have passed, but you haven't even had a year of combat experience. You're all sleeping lazily, especially Wang Lanlan. With so many heavenly Dao Jade essence and divine crystals, you only condensed a second Dao lock. Don't you feel ashamed? Wang Lanman patted her belly and said, it's not embarrassing at all. It's an honor. It took me more than 1,000 years to break through from the perfected star transformation realm to having the first Dao lock. It's only been 3 years and I've already condensed a second Dao lock. Isn't it fast enough? Sha Diao, that's because you didn't have so many resources before. Now that the resources are in place, with the accumulation of the past 2,000 years, you should have at least 3 Dao locks now. When Master Han Fei comes back, I'll see how you explain it. Wang Langlan thought about Han Fei and felt a little guilty. She said, all right, then I'll work overtime today and cultivate for a day? 9 days passed. In the wind circle, Sha Diao ran to a treasure trove. This time, it was not as dangerous as last time. They simply dug into a small ancient ruin and gained a lot. At this moment, they were distributing resources in the sand. Sha Diao said, you've sensed the anomaly in the storm ridge recently. The intensity of the wind in the storm ridge is getting weaker and weaker day by day. So far, it has dropped by 20%. Wang Lanlin, you must have guessed what this means, right? While guarding the treasure, Wang Lanlin said, logically speaking, only changes inside the wind circle can weaken the external power of the wind circle. I'm afraid that Master Han Fei did something unknown there and might have destroyed the stability of the wind circle. But this is good. Firstly, it means that Master Han Fei is still inside the wind circle. Secondly, it's much more convenient for us to find and hunt wind demons and dig up treasures. Before, the wind circle was not suitable for early-stage star transformation realm cultivators to come in. Now, it's not impossible, Huang Ergu asked. Then should we go to the storm quicksand sea to take a look? What if something happens there too? Wang Xiaoju asked. How dare you go in if something is wrong there? Sha Diao said. I don't think it's a problem to take a look. Anyway, it's cultivation. It doesn't matter where we go. 3 days later. In the wind circle, a large dark mass of wind birds and wind conchs marched in the direction of the storm quicksand sea. This day, bang! A violent explosion sounded in the wind circle, and then it was swept away by the strong wind and disappeared. And at the place of the explosion, 4 ferocious beasts jumped out from under the sea of sand. Several sandworms came out with them. Furthermore, the sand below collapsed and then rose high, and dozens of sandworms jumped out at once. Wang Xiaoju shouted angrily, Huang Ergo, look at your stupid idea. Isn't it comfortable to stay outside the wind circle? Huh? Isn't your nose very sharp? Why can't you smell the sandworms? Because I smelled a lot of wind demons. They were so close and so many that I couldn't recognize them. Wang Lanlin said, who are you fooling? There aren't so many. At this moment, Wang Lanlin screamed, holy shti, why are there so many of them? At this time, everybody looked back, only to see that on the surface of the sea of sand, a swarm of sand scorpions were moving quickly with their pincers raised. Among the sand scorpions, there were occasionally some big rolling conchs, and in the sky, a large army of windbirds was looming. Because there were too many mind demons here, the sandstorm was blocked, so the visibility of Wang Xiaoju and the others was greatly improved. At this moment, many wind demons flew over with a swish when they saw Wang Xiaoju and the others. Shh! We've dug into the lair of the wind demons. As Wang Lanlan rushed forward, she cursed, Huang Ergu, how did you lead the way? Are you crazy? With so many wind demons here, why did you come out from here? Is there shit in your nose? Sha Diao, cut the crap and run. Only Huang Ergu said aggrievedly, I said that there was a very strong wind demon aura up above. Besides, the path I chose has the fewest wind demons. Wang Xiaoju roared, you call this fewest? The wind demons are almost sticking to my face. Are they few? Sha Diao said. Sprint to the edge of the storm quicksand sea. The wind demons never enter the storm quicksand sea. It's a vacuum there. We'll be safe there. However, half a day later, suddenly, some wounds appeared on Wang Langlan's face. Do you feel anything wrong? Why does this wind hurt my face? Huang Ergu suddenly roared, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. It's the law of wind, the power of law. However, even though Huang Ergu had reminded others very quickly, Huang Xiaoju, who ran the fastest, was already covered in blood and mangled by the law of wind. Huang Xiaoju looked at Huang Ergu angrily. Why didn't you tell me there was the power of laws earlier? Huang Ergu said. This place is very close to the Storm Quicksand Sea. I thought it was the power of law in the Storm Quicksand Sea. Who knew that the power of law in the Storm Quicksand Sea would appear in the wind circle? Sha Diao said coldly. It seems that something big must have happened in the central area of the storm ridge. Even the power of laws has poured out. No wonder so many wind demons are here. They want to absorb the power of laws. Wang Xiaoju was shocked. Can the power of laws be absorbed? Isn't it something that can be transformed automatically after one proves Dao? Sha Diao, that's not right. If you use the power of the law to polish yourself, you can quickly grow and become stronger. As it happens, the power of the law here isn't very strong. Wang Lanlan immediately said dejectedly, then what should we do? With the power of the law in front of us and the army of wind demons behind us, let's hurry up and dig a hole to escape, Huang Ergo said. We can't run away. The underground nearby has been occupied by sandworms. Everyone, Chapter 2639, Master Han Fei is awesome, 2-in-1. 2639, Master Han Fei is awesome, 2-in-1. Wang Xiaoju and the others panicked. In front of them was the Storm Quicksand Sea, underground were sandworms, and behind them was the Wind Demon Army. Were they being forced to enter the Storm Quicksand Sea? At this moment, Wang Xiaoju was still cursing, Xiao Jiao, it's all your fault, and Huang Ergu is retarded and stupid. Why did we come to this damn place? Now we can't go back, Sha Diao said. What's the use of cursing me now? Ergu, see if there's a way out, Huang Ergu said. There is no way out. We can only go forward against the law of wind. The power of this law shouldn't be strong. If we're slower, we can definitely withstand it. The wind demons behind us don't know any laws in the first place, so their speed will definitely slow down, so we should have a few days left. Wang Lanlan said, even if we slow down, we can only delay them for 2 days at most. Wind demons have better adaptability. This is not the Storm Quicksand Sea. Even if the power of the law is leaked, they can quickly adapt, so 2 days is the limit. Besides, sandworms are not affected by the law of wind, so their speed may not be slow. Once we slow down, we will probably encounter a large number of sandworms in half a day. At that time, a big battle will be inevitable, Wang Xiaoju asked. Are the 4 of us going to fight a nest of sandworms? Sha Jiao said. I'll use the protection of sand to protect everyone. We don't have to slow down too much. We can probably hold on for a day. Wang Lanlan said. This is the only way now. Let's leave first. If we can't, we can enter the Storm Quicksand Sea and see if we can find another place to come out. The 4 of them continued to go to the Storm Quicksand Sea. However, after walking for half a day, they realized that something was wrong. This was because they found that the sand under their feet was softening and flowing. Wang Lanlan screamed, not good. The Storm Quicksand Sea is expanding, Wang Xiaoju said. It's over. Doesn't it mean that we are now in the range of the Storm Quicksand Sea? Ergu, is there a way out? However, at this moment, Huang Ergu was a little stunned and stopped there, sniffing. Wang Lanlan asked, isn't your nose very sharp? Do you have to consider this? Huang Ergu was a little puzzled. You may not believe it, but I smell Master Han Fei. Huh! Instantly, Wang Xiaoju and Wang Lanlan's eyes lit up, and they asked in unison, where is it? Which direction? But Huang Ergu didn't answer directly. Instead, he continued, at the same time, I smelled a monarch realm demon plant. Everyone, Wang Ergo said solemnly, they are together. Wang Xiaoju immediately exclaimed, did he encounter a monarch realm demon plant? Doesn't that mean it's even more dangerous on his side? Sha Diao's heart skipped a beat. Where is he? We have to go over and help. Wang Lanlan said, help my ass. A monarch realm demon plant can easily stab you to death. If you can't even take care of yourself, who can you help? Sha Diao. Even if I die, so what? Huang Ergu said. Stop arguing. They seem to be coming towards us. Everyone? Wang Xiaoju's hair stood on end. What? Then isn't it over? However, Wang Lanlan said, no, our way out comes. The 3 of them all looked at Wang Lanlan, wondering why there was a way out. Wang Lanlan said, what do you think is behind us? Wang Xiaoju shouted, an army of wind demons. Wang Lanlan said, that's right. The wind demon army is a death threat, but when we encounter a monarch realm demon plant, they will become our natural helpers. Lord Han Fei is not stupid. He knows our strength very well. Why did he come here? Most likely not for us, but for these wind demon army. Sha Diao's eyes lit up. Yes, that makes sense. Wang Lanlan, you're smart this time. Wang Lanlan rolled her eyes. I'm very smart all the time, Huang Ergu asked. Then what should we do? Do we wait now? Wang Lanlan said. No, we should go back now and stop close to the wind demon army. When Master Han Fei arrives and lures the monarch realm demon plant into the wind demon army, we'll take the opportunity to slip away. Sha Diao, the sandworms are faster. Once we go back, we may encounter sandworms, Wang Lanlan said. What can we do? Seize the opportunity and prepare to charge. Huang Ergu, how far away is Master Han Fei from us? Huang Ergu, it's not very far. I feel, Their smell is getting clearer and clearer. At this speed, I'm afraid they can reach here in less than an hour. Kiss! Wang Lanlan and the other 2 all sucked the sand in their mouths, and Wang Xiaoju scolded, Ergu, are you stupid? Why didn't you tell me there was only an hour left? Immediately, Wang Xiaoju and the others ran back crazily in the direction they came from. Otherwise, if they met Han Fei and that Monarch Realm demon plant, they would probably die. Rushing forward in the Law of Wind, they were inevitably injured. But although Huang Ergu was injured, he shouted that Han Fei was getting close and that they were about to meet the sandworms. Comparing the two, of course, they chose to fight the sandworms head-on. Otherwise, should they turn around and fight that Monarch Realm demon plant? Therefore, the four of them plunged into the sandworms. For a moment, the giant sand sea monsters stuck their sharp teeth out of the sand. Their bodies were like giant earthworms drawing curves in the sky. Some were like arched bridges, and some were like swimming snakes, rising and falling. On the other side, Han Fei stood on the top of Lu Qianxi's body with his hands behind his back. He was thinking about what role Li Luolu played. This time, he seemed to have made a big fuss again. With the anomaly in the god-burying ridge, a large number of baleful demons and mind demons were fighting and devouring each other. In the future, many Monarch Realm monsters would definitely be created. He definitely wouldn't clean up this mess, so he could only leave it to Li Luoluo. However, it was already good enough that Li Luoluo didn't cause trouble for him now. Why should she help him clean up the mess? Seeing that they were about to reach the edge of the stormy quicksand sea, Lu Qianxi couldn't help but sigh. I finally escaped. It seems that I can't stay in the stormy quicksand sea anymore. I'm finally going to walk out of this sea of sand. Han Fei stomped. Why are you sighing? Don't tell me you like this damn place. Come on, rush out. When we meet up with my people, I'll take you to see how wonderful this world is. Lu Qianxi said. Although we encountered 41 waves of mind demons along the way, it's actually not that much. Did you steal something from the god? Is that why these mind demons appeared? Han Fei said gloomily. I stole the heart of the god. Although I haven't been to the outside world, you can't lie to me like this. Did you come all the way here to fall in love? Han Fei shouted. Shut the fuck up, run. On this side, after killing more than 300 sandworms, Wang Xiaoju and the other three were all covered in wounds. While fighting fiercely, Wang Xiaoju muttered, Huang Ergu, haven't they arrived yet? Huang Ergu said. Almost there. They'll be here soon. Wang Lanlan asked, Wang Xiaoju, didn't you and Master Han Fei block tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils alone? There are only less than 1,000 sandworms, and you can't resist them? Wang Xiaoju bit the bullet and said, Nonsense, I can't resist them. If it weren't for the law of wind here affecting my performance, I could have killed all of them in minutes. Pfft. Huang Ergu's legs were scratched by the sandworms, and then he lost them. He exclaimed, Not good, come and save me, swish. Huang Xiaoju was helpless. He had to save his friend. He was the fastest here. Huang Lanlan, on the other hand, followed beside Sha Laosan. Sha Laosan attacked and she assisted him, so she was not injured at all. Wang Lanlan said, Ergo, be careful. If you're eaten, you'll be gone. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Wang Lanlan shouted from afar, a few figures swept across the sky with swishes. Sha Laosan immediately shouted, Not good. It's wind snakes in the perfected star transformation realm. Huang Ergu said, There are more than a dozen, no, more than 20, no, more than 30 from our side. Huang Xiaoju was immediately angry. How many are there exactly? Huang Ergu said 32. They must all be in the perfected star transformation realm if they're so fast. Wait, that's not right, monarchs. They smell like Monarch Realm wind snakes. We've encountered a snake nest. I don't know why a snake nest would appear here. Wang Xiaoju shouted. Damn, where are the Monarch Realm wind snakes? Run, Sha Diao shouted. If monarchs attack us, we won't be able to escape. Wang Lanlan said, Not good. The scope of the stormy quicksand sea must have expanded. Some creatures in the wind circle have been teleported here. Snake nests are rare to appear. Why did they appear here? By the way, where is Master Han Fei? Huang Ergo, 5, Wang Xiaoju asked. 5? 5 seconds? Huang Ergo said. 4, everyone, Wang Xiaoju shouted. Master Han Fei, help. In fact, in the current situation of Wang Xiaoju and the others, it was not the time to save their lives. Even if the sandworms and the wind snakes joined forces, it would not be a problem for them to hold on for a few seconds. The main reason was that the Monarch Realm wind snakes frightened him. Puff, puff, puff. Although Wang Xiaoju shouted, he was already moving in the air, leaving claw marks all over the sky. But after this roar, everyone keenly sensed that an extremely dangerous power appeared. Puff, puff, puff. A mass of black hair covered the sky. In an instant, the hundreds of mining demons besieging Han Fei and the others were pierced by these black hairs and intertwined. Then, Wang Xiaoju and the others saw that those sandworms were pulled out of the sand by hundreds of black hairs. Then, the water droplet-like thing on the black hairs turned into a piece of skin and wrapped the sandworms up. It was the same case for the wind snakes. Although they were all in the perfected star transformation realm, the 32 wind snakes were all tied up in an instant, clearing the mine demons around Wang Xiaoju and the others. Huh? Well, seeing this scene, Huang Ergu said in surprise, Master Han Fei is here. In the next moment, in the sandstorm, Wang Xiaoju and the others saw Han Fei standing on a bamboo pole with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind, looking quite sage-like. However, before they could exclaim in surprise, a huge wind snake chased over. Immediately, Huang Ergu's expression changed drastically. A Monarch Realm wind snake. Then, Huang Ergo looked at the bamboo pole under Han Fei's feet, and his heart was in turmoil. A monarch realm demon plant? The wind snake spread its wings and spewed out extremely cold wind. Then, 32 wind snakes in the perfected star transformation realm were dragged to block behind Han Fei by the black hair. Bang, bang, bang! For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the Sand Sea wind circle. It was actually the monarch realm wind snake that killed all the perfected star transformation realm wind snakes. Without giving Wang Xiaoju and the others time to be shocked, Han Fei reached out and pulled them all back. He pointed at Lu Qianxi and said, "Take the 4 of them." Dozens of strands of hair rolled into green vines and tied the 4 of them up. Then, the 4 of them were sent flying in the air behind Han Fei like kites. Lu Qianxi said, "Not everyone can stand on me. They should be glad that I can make them fly." Han Fei didn't care as long as he could take them away. As for how to take them, whether they stood or flew, it didn't matter. After all, it was most important to survive. Han Fei turned around and said casually, "Why are you here?" Wang Lanlan said, "Master Han Fei, we're here for you." Han Fei sneered, "I don't believe you. How do you know I'm coming back? Also, it's been more than 3 years, but you only have 2 Dao locks. How do you have the cheek to look for me?" Immediately, Sha Diao and Huang Ergo looked at Wang Lanlan gloatingly. How many times had they warned her of this? But she refused to listen. Great, now the first thing Master Han Fei did was scold Wang Lanlan. Wang Lanlan shouted, "Master Han Fei, the anomaly in the Storm Mountain must be your masterpiece. The anomaly also means that you should come back from inside, so we naturally have to come to you." Han Fei chuckled. "Don't pretend. If you are so loyal to me, you would have at least 3 Dao locks now. Did I give you the heavenly Dao Jade essence and the divine crystals for nothing? If you don't want them, I'll give them to others." "No," Wang Langan hurriedly said. "Master Han Fei, I have a feeling that I'll be able to condense 3 Dao locks soon. Yes, very soon." At this time, Lu Qianxi said, "Hey, can you stop chatting? I'm in the middle of a fight." While Han Fei and the others were talking, Lu Qianxi had already led them into the Wind Demon army, and the Monarch Realm Wind Snake also rushed in. A Monarch vs. a Monarch. The Wind Snake seemed to be angry because Lu Qianxi used the perfected Star Transformation Realm Wind Snakes as a shield. Lu Qianxi tried to control the wind demons to block this wind snake, but this Monarch Realm Wind Snake's control of the law of wind was very good. In terms of speed, it was much faster than Lu Qianxi, so it was hard to tell who would win. The other party was also unwilling to leave. Because the battle between the two caused too much noise, it caused a large number of wind demons to attack. The wind demons were not very smart and attacked indiscriminately, causing this to become a 3-party melee. Wang Xiaoju and the others didn't dare to speak. Although they knew that Lu Qianxi must have been subdued by Han Fei, at this moment they were still hanging on the green silk vines. If this big shot was unhappy and loosened the green silk vines, they would be doomed. Therefore, even if they were extremely curious now, they didn't dare to ask. They just wanted to wait until they escaped. Han Fei looked back at the wind snake, thought for a moment, sighed, and took out the extreme cold pearl again. Yes, the extreme cold pearl had now become one of his strongest escape means. As long as he froze the wind snake, it would give Lu Qianxi enough time to escape. However, Han Fei wasn't sure if the frequent use of supreme quality godly weapons such as the extreme cold pearl would arouse the suspicion of the heavenly Dao about his strength. Therefore, along the way, Han Fei would rather not use it unless he had to. As soon as the extreme cold pearl appeared, the Monarch Realm Wind Snake and the large number of wind demons behind it were frozen in midair. Even the wind snake was frozen for a moment. After all, the extreme cold pearl was a strike at the carefree level. Even though it was an area attack, it was enough to shake a Dao-proving level monarch like the wind snake. Sure enough, after Han Fei restrained the wind snake, Lu Qianxi finally had the time. He unleashed the monarch's might and his black hair stretched out, turning into straight lines of soul that cut through these wind demons. Success was inevitable if a Monarch Realm strong master wanted to escape from a bunch of sky openers. No one could stop him. In less than half an hour, Lu Qianxi had left the range of the law of wind. Without the law of wind, Lu Qianxi's speed instantly soared to 10 times the speed of light. As Lu Qianxi ran, she asked, "Where are we going? If I remember correctly, there are ferocious beasts outside the storm ridge, right?" Han Fei asked, "Do you know that?" Lu Qianxi said, "Of course I do. Having been in the stormy quicksand sea for so long, I've met more than 1 or 2 ferocious beasts. I know that there is a terrifying immortal-level creature among the ferocious beasts, so we have to find a way to circumvent them. There's no need to fight, right? Are you talking about me?" Just as Lu Qianxi finished speaking, a figure appeared beside Han Fei. It was Li Luoluo. Who is speaking? Lu Qianxi was shocked, and then he felt another person appear on his head. Li Luoluo was looking at Lu Qianxi and couldn't help but say, "You actually subdued this Monarch Willow. It seems that you are stronger than I thought." Big Luoluo. Immediately, Wang Xiaoju and the others shouted. Seeing Li Luoluo, they felt very happy. Li Luoluo glanced at them. "You guys, keep flying." Han Fei wasn't surprised by Li Luoluo's appearance at all. He said calmly, "Do you know the 1,000 Silk Monarch Willow?" Li Luoluo smiled faintly. Of course, after all, the Storm Ridge is also my territory. I know what's in the Storm Quicksand Sea. Of course, they might not know me. This willow tree is quite restrained and knows that outside the Storm Ridge is the territory of our ferocious beasts. Occasionally, when a ferocious beast falls in it, he can send it out. Because of this, it doesn't matter if he's inside. Fortunately, Lu Qianxi didn't sweat, or he would have been sweating profusely by now. This existence could appear in front of him without a sound and was called Big Luo Luo. Wasn't she the immortal level powerhouse from the lineage of ferocious beasts? Han Fei said. Well, there was an accident in the Storm Ridge. Yes, I know. That place collapsed. I've already been there, but I didn't see you, so I came to the wind circle to wait for you. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Aren't you angry? Li Luo Luo smiled and said, to be honest, a little bit. I don't know how many Monarch Realm monsters you'll create. Storm Ridge will also undergo certain changes. This is a new challenge for our ferocious beast lineage. However, it won't be a big problem. Our ferocious beast lineage has guarded this place for so long and is quite boring. Now it seems that maybe in the near future we won't have to guard this place anymore. What do you think? Han Fei asked. Huh? Really? Li Luoluo grinned and chuckled. They're safe now that we're here. Why don't you go back with me first? We can talk while eating. Han Fei asked. What about them? Li Luolu said. Let them go back by themselves. It will be troublesome to wait for them. Well, Li Luoluo pouted and said cutely, I'm hungry. Brother Han Fei, let's go back first. Sht. Han Fei shivered. At the same time, Wang Xiaozhu, Wang Lanlan, Huang Ergo, and Sha Diao all changed their expressions and immediately shut up. They even closed their eyes, pretending not to know anything, like real kites. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Is this Li Keke? Okay. Lu Qianxi, you go to the ferocious beast lineage with Wang Xiaozhu and the others. I'll wait for you there. Lu Qianxi was surprised at Han Fei's ferocity. He stole the heart of a god and then came to flirt with an immortal-level powerhouse. Wasn't he afraid that the god would kill him? Lu Qianxi didn't want to stay with an immortal-level cultivator, which was very uncomfortable. He couldn't wait for them to leave, so he repeatedly agreed. Han Fei turned his head, only to find Li Luolu was looking at him with her big, watery eyes. He said with difficulty, let's go. Swish, 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 swish. On this side, as soon as Li Luoluo and Han Fei left, the four people flying like kites woke up at the same time. Wang Xiaozhu exclaimed, fuck, 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 why is Master Keke awake? Master Han Fei is doomed. Wang Lanlan shivered all over. Who knows? Anyway, whenever Master Keke wakes up, someone will be in trouble. Huang Ergo was still scared. Should we go back a few days later? Sha Diao? No. Master Han Fei is still in dire straits. We have to go back quickly. Wang Lanlan exclaimed, are you crazy? That's Keke the demoness. No, that's Master Keke. If you don't let her have her way, believe it or not, she'll skin you alive. Lu Qianxi was dumbfounded. He asked in confusion, didn't they have a good conversation just now? Is she as dangerous as you say? Wang Xiaozhu said, my lord, this is a secret of our ferocious beasts, but it's okay to tell it to you. Well, can you put us down first? Let's walk slowly and talk slowly. It's best if we come back in half a month, Lu Qianxi said. I know. Isn't it just to give them time to fall in love? However, you seem to be very afraid of this Master Keke. Huh, didn't you call her Big Luolu before? Is Keke her nickname? Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Lanlan. Fall in love? Wang Lanlan said. Well, it's actually possible. After a while, Sha Diao finally took a breath and said, Master Han Fei is awesome. Chapter 2640 Variety Devil Girl, Li Shishi 2. In 12640 Variety Devil Girl, Li Shishi 2 in 1, on the other side, Li Keke and Han Fei returned to the ferocious beasts lineage alone. However, as soon as they left the Storm Ridge, far away in the southern mining area where the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts were confronting, a turtle rubbing a turtle shell in its hand suddenly raised its head. He appeared. Swish, the turtle instantly disappeared from the spot. After a while, a temporary meeting began on the divine beast side. A blazing fire Kylan said solemnly, Master Bao, are you sure it's the smell of that human butcher? The turtle named Master Bao said, I'm 100% sure that I once cooperated with this person in the ruins of gods. He was the one who opened my seal. Although I didn't sense the aura of the Emperor Sparrow is his companion spirit, so it's normal for him to avoid my perception in Soul Sea or this guy's origin star. A huge wolf with snow-white long hair looked solemn. Sure enough, when the Emperor Sparrow appears, he must come to the ferocious beast lineage. I just didn't expect him to come so quickly. Didn't they say that when he was in Puppet City, this person hadn't proved Tao? Then as his companion spirit, the Emperor Sparrow definitely hasn't proved the Tao either. If they go to the ferocious beast lineage now, as an immortal-level powerhouse, will Li Luoluo listen to him, who is only in the sky-opening realm? A divine beast said, no matter why they went to the ferocious beasts, they have at least appeared. We have to kill the human butcher and the Emperor Sparrow before they grow up. Otherwise, once this person proves the Tao, it will be difficult to kill them. A divine beast said, White Tiger, you've been in contact with this human butcher. What do you think? The White Tiger was Bai Fei, who led the divine beast lineage to Puppet City. Because the matter of the Emperor Sparrow was of great significance, as soon as he returned to the divine beast lineage, he came to this battlefield bordering the lineage of ferocious beasts. He came here to find out if the Emperor Sparrow would come to the lineage of ferocious beasts. The White Tiger said, "This person now controls Puppet City and has at least 200,000 level 7 puppet armies. If monarchs don't take action, how many people can be his match?" The Giant Wolf said. "Sky Openers might not be able to do anything to him, but if he is really a troublemaker, why should we consider whether it's fair or not? We should directly mobilize monarchs to take him down." But the turtle, Master Bao, said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Whoever kills the Emperor Sparrow will die. You young people don't know how terrifying the former Emperor Sparrow was when he was the king of ferocious beasts. Last time, the Emperor Sparrow perished because of a sneak attack by 3 gods. But only in 3 years, these 3 gods perished one after another. Besides, whoever kills the Emperor Sparrow will die. This is an old saying. Which monarch dares to kill him?" For a moment, the divine beasts only felt a headache. Some divine beasts were speechless. Is the Emperor Sparrow really so terrifying? If we kill him, we'll have to die. Is he the favored child of the heavens? Isn't it said that he's an ominous omen? Master Bao, this is not a conflict. The Emperor Sparrow is the incarnation of the ominous, which has never been confirmed. But it's also true that the Emperor Sparrow is belligerent. The White Tiger asked, "Master Bao, why does the Emperor Sparrow want to make an enemy of our divine beast lineage? Although divine beasts and ferocious beasts don't get along, it seems not bad if we are at peace with each other. Why do we have to fight to the death in the end?" Everyone nodded. What the White Tiger said also asked their thoughts. They knew how terrifying the Emperor Sparrow was. The Emperor Sparrow was a disaster, and the Emperor Sparrow was ominous, but they didn't know why. Master Bao said leisurely, "I don't know the details. I only know from ancient secrets that the Emperor Sparrow seems to have done all this to become a god. Although he is the king of ferocious beasts and can match a god, he was not a god in the past. And among the gods, there are strong and weak. It's difficult to say which level of gods the Emperor Sparrow can oppose. Therefore, becoming a god is the obsession of the Emperor Sparrow. He feels that this path lies in our divine beast lineage." Huh? Welek? Everybody looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Master Bao continued, "In fact, you should have discovered that whether it's for the lineage of divine beasts or for the lineage of ferocious beasts, the path of divinity has been severed. Since the age of the gods, which was after the death of the Emperor Sparrow last time, no god has ever been born in the divine beasts and ferocious beasts. This doesn't make sense. Therefore, not only does the Emperor Sparrow think that the path of divinity lies in the lineage of divine beasts, but the strong masters of our divine beasts also speculate that the path of divinity lies in the lineage of ferocious beasts, which led to this endless war." The divine beasts all looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of this. If this was the case, there was indeed a reason for the 2 parties to fight. The Blazing Fire Kylan said, "All right, let's keep this ancient secret to ourselves. If what Master Bao said is true, then sooner or later there will be a big war between our divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. Once the Emperor Sparrow grows up, this war can start at any time. Therefore, we still have to kill the Emperor Sparrow. However, since the person who kills the Emperor Sparrow will die, there's no need for us to do it ourselves. Didn't that human butcher kill many people in Puppet City? Furthermore, he has the legacy of Puppet City. There must be many people who want to kill him and covet his resources. In fact, we just need to send this news to the 100 Alliance City. Then there will naturally be people taking action for us." What do you think? Not bad. Instantly, the eyes of all the divine beasts lit up. This was a good idea. Without expending a single soldier, there would be countless people helping them hunt down the human killer and the Emperor Sparrow. This was indeed much more cost-effective than them taking action in person. Otherwise, the battle between the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts might start again, and it would be an extremely tragic one. A flood dragon with electric arcs flashing on its body said, "I'm the fastest. I'll take care of it." Master Bao said, "Fine, I'll go with you." With me, the monarchs in the 100 Alliance City would believe it. In Li Luoluo's backyard, under a random bamboo forest, between Han Fei and Li Luoluo was a hot pot. On the left side was a barbecue grill, and on the right side was a spiritual fruit platter. Gulp. This meal had been going on for 2 full hours. At first, Han Fei was a little restrained, but when he saw Li Keke eating so happily, he began to eat too. At this moment, Li Keke said, "Brother Han Fei, what a familiar taste. In terms of cooking, you are definitely the best I've ever seen. However, the spiritual fruits I plant aren't bad, right?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Li Keke said, "Brother Han Fei, look, I pointed out the direction for you. I gave you ferocious beasts. I even let you take in 5 top heavenly talents of the ferocious beast lineage. Is this considered sincere?" Han Fei nodded. "Of course, I know it very well." Li Keke trotted to Han Fei and rubbed against Han Fei affectionately, making Han Fei's scalp tingle. Then she extended a small hand to Han Fei. Han Fei was puzzled. "What?" Li Keke said. "The cultivation technique." Han Fei was puzzled. "What technique?" Li Keke immediately pouted and shook Han Fei's arm. Brother Han Fei, I've done so much because I want you to go to the God-burying ridge and bring out the technique of the Tao of extreme balance. Han Fei knew that this meal was not simple. Li Keke must have helped him so much just for this moment. Li Keke continued, didn't Brother Han Fei notice that you didn't encounter any Monarch Realm mind demons on your way? Everything went so smoothly and naturally. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did Li Keke set it up in advance? That's not right. Li Luo was Li Keke back then? Fuck, Han Fei was speechless. Aren't the two too fucking difficult to distinguish? Was the person chatting with me Li Luolu or Li Keke? Can Li Keke pretend to be Li Luolu? This complicated personality relationship gave Han Fei a headache. Han Fei said, wait, haven't you embarked on the path of extreme balance? Li Keke said, I don't have the cultivation technique. The demon god had mentioned to Han Fei before that the path Li Keke took was exactly the same as the one he took back then. They both used personalities to balance the soul and power. However, reality proved that this path was wrong. After the demon god became a god, he immediately severed his other personality. After waiting 1.8 million years for him, he finally embarked on the right path. Li Luoluo took the old path of the demon god, which meant that she needed to sever 6 personalities after proving the Tao, and also needed to repeat what the demon god had done today. However, this kind of thing couldn't be done easily. After the demon god became a god, he barely managed to create a soul body in the soul sea and obtain an innate soul heritage. Did Li Keke have this ability? Han Fei said. You're balancing your strength and soul with your personalities, right? Li Keke's big watery eyes flickered as she nodded repeatedly. Yes. I can only borrow the soul power of the demon god from the god-burying ridge to cultivate, but how can it be better to cultivate with the right cultivation technique? Han Fei glanced at Li Keke with a complicated expression. What if I say that your path doesn't work? Li Keke's pupils were constricted slightly. Give me the technique, and it'll work. Han Fei shook his head. This has nothing to do with cultivation techniques. Do you know that the demon god also had split personalities before? Li Keke looked at Han Fei in surprise and nodded slightly. It seems that Brother Han Fei knows a lot. There are probably no more than 5 people in the world who know this kind of secret. It can be seen that Brother Han Fei has gained a lot from this trip. Han Fei glanced at her again. Then do you know that after the demon god became a god, he immediately killed the other personality of his? Buzz, Li Keke suddenly perked up and her expression changed subtly. She suddenly became cold and her eyes were sharp. She was no longer Li Keke. Han Fei asked, who are you? Li Bing. Han Fei, another personality popped up. The personalities Han Fei knew were only Li Luo, Li Keke, and Li Kuang. Li Bing had appeared before, but she had never reported her name. As her name suggested, Li Bing looked so cold. Li Bing said, why did the demon god sever the other personality of his the moment he became a god? Han Fei sighed slightly. I don't know the details. I only know that the heavens don't allow this Tao. Before becoming a god, you can indeed balance your strength and soul with your personalities. Once you experience a divine tribulation, there will be a problem. This is why news of the demon god's death spread out as soon as he became a god. It's because he really died. One of his personalities died. Li Bing's face was all dark, but she could still hold it back. She said, do you mean that if I want to become a god with this Daod, I have to cut off all the other personalities? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, no, even if you kill all the other personalities. Otherwise, why would the demon god seal itself? Li Bing asked. Why? Han Fei said, because once there are no other personalities to balance your soul and power, you will mutate. This is because your body can't carry double extreme Daos at the same time, nor does it have the conditions to carry double extreme Daos. After dozens of seconds of silence, Li Bing suddenly asked, what are the requirements to carry double extreme Daos? Han Fei paused and didn't answer. Instead, he said, do you really want to kill all the other personalities? I can tell you bluntly that this is a condition that you can't fulfill. However, you still have a way out. Li Bing's eyes lit up. What way? Han Fei said. Turn the Tao of extreme balance to the singular extreme Tao. Han Fei didn't tell Li Bing about the creation of a spiritual heritage because if she reached the level of creating a spiritual heritage, she might still have to kill her other personalities. Ha! Can this be done? Han Fei frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Li Bing's cold expression was gone, replaced by a familiar, carefree, and cheerful personality. Li Kuang, it's me. Li Kuang put his hand on Han Fei's shoulder and said quietly, brother, in any case, we're brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. Although they are unwilling, they think that the singular extreme Tao is good. How can there be a perfect solution in this world? How about this? Tell me how to turn to the singular extreme Tao first, and I'll persuade them. Slap. Before Han Fei could speak, he was suddenly slapped in the face, and a slightly coquettish voice said, Li Kuang, you dog, how dare you touch a man with my body? Do you want to die? Han Fei, Han Fei was lost for words. You should blame Li Kuang. Why did you slap me? And who are you? Humph, stinky man, I'm not telling you. That's enough. Shut up, all of you. Li Luo snorted again. This time, Li Luoluo's expression changed into a cold, indifferent, and calm attitude. Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. Good lord, Li Luoluo's multiple personalities must be fighting for control of her body. Han Fei asked timidly, who are you? She slowly summoned a water ball, elegantly put her hands into the water ball, and washed them. Then she sat cross-legged and looked at Han Fei casually. My name is Li Shishi. Nice to meet you. Hello, Han Fei thought to himself. This one is quite polite. Li Shishi said, you were talking about the information you got from the God-bearing ridge, weren't you? Han Fei nodded slightly. Li Shishi continued, I went to the God-bearing ridge again. Although it's chaotic there, the monarch's tombs are safe. Where did you find the demon god? Han Fei said. I have my own way. Li Shishi said again, since you said that the demon god's other personality has died, have you seen the remaining personality of the demon god? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. Li Shishi said, tell me the location and the way in. Han Fei shook his head. It's useless even if you go there. That place has already collapsed. Li Shishi said, there is no collapsed place in the God-bearing ridge. Han Fei said, it's an inverse world. I don't know if you've heard of this term, but it's... Li Shishi said, I know. You don't have to explain. So what you saw was a remnant soul left by the demon god. Han Fei couldn't tell her that the demon god was with him now, so he nodded. Yes, Li Shishi asked. Can a remnant soul unleash the demonic sound soul power for 1,000,000 years? Han Fei said calmly. After all, he is a god. It's difficult for ordinary people to understand a god's power. Li Shishi said, the existence of the god-bearing ridge can't be meaningless. Since you said that one of his personalities has perished, then the other personality must still exist. Since you said that the path of multiple personalities doesn't work, even if I cut off other personalities, it still doesn't work. Even after the demon god cut off his other personality, he still sealed himself. Then why didn't he seal himself in the God-bearing ridge? This should be the place where he cut off his personality. Han Fei said, I don't know. No, you do. At least you know where he is sealed, don't you? Han Fei looked at Li Shishi in surprise, thinking that this calm personality was a bit similar to Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei said, so what? Li Shishi said, I guess you're going to this place. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Why do you think so? Li Shishi said, as I said, the existence of the God-bearing ridge can't be meaningless. If this isn't a place sealed by the demon god, why does the God-bearing ridge exist? There's only one reason. There's the key to this Tao in the God-bearing ridge. Before Han Fei could speak, Li Shishi continued, why did the demon god's remnant soul tell you so much? If you were an outsider, he wouldn't have told you this information that multiple personalities can't get through. Now that he had told you, you must play an extremely important role in it. I guess that the role you play is the key to the demon god unlocking the seal and walking through the Tao of extreme balance. So, I don't know if the demon god can walk through the Tao of extreme balance, but you definitely can, right? Han Fei didn't know what to say. When he looked at the personalities in front of him, Han Fei wondered why Emperor Sparrow said the 7 ultimate divine spider was very smart. Now it seemed that she was not only smart, but also a master analyst like Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei paused, wondering if he should fool her, but Li Shishi continued, okay, don't try to explain. I already know the answer. Since you can walk through the Tao of extreme balance and help the demon god walk through this Tao, why can't you help us walk through this Tao? At this moment, Li Shishi tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei smiled bitterly. To be honest, I really want to know who the last personality is, and if he is even stronger than you. Li Shishi said lightly, his name is Li Chen. He has transcended himself and won't come out. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. I have to admit that you're very smart and your analysis is spot on. I can walk through this Tao, and I can also help the demon god walk through this Tao. However, I can only help the demon god walk through this Tao, but I won't help you. It's not that I can't help you, but if you take this path, the price you will pay will exceed your imagination. Li Shishi asked, kill my personalities? Han Fei nodded. That's right. The first step is to kill all the personalities. What about the second step? Han Fei asked. Can you do the first step? Li Shishi shook her head. I can't, but I'm curious. Han Fei said, the second step can't be explained to you for now, but if there's a chance, I can ask for you, or you can ask yourself. Li Shishi didn't dwell on this question but said, the last 2 questions. Firstly, the significance of the existence of the God-bearing ridge. Han Fei didn't know how to answer this question. He couldn't just say that the demon god separated his body from his soul. His body sealed itself and suppressed the cultivators practicing the demonic Tao, while his soul was cultivating and studying and secretly entered the soul sea. If he really said that, it would contradict what he had said about there being only the demon god's remnant soul here. Finally, Han Fei raised his head and looked at Li Luo seriously. Wait for me. Wait for you? Li Shishi looked at Han Fei calmly for a while and finally nodded slightly, seeming to agree with this statement. Because of Han Fei's appearance, the demon god had a way to walk through the Tao of extreme balance. Therefore, Han Fei's role was very important and was worth the long wait of the demon god. The demon god wasn't waiting for Han Fei, but Han Fei happened to meet the requirements of the demon god. Li Shishi asked, Last question, where are you going? Han Fei said. The Godfiend Sea. Han Fei didn't hide it. Even the immortal level cultivators dared not enter this forbidden place, and this was the most suitable place for the demon god to seal himself. Sure enough, Li Shishi nodded. I'm done asking. Li Luoluo, come out. Li Keke, stay there. Don't cause trouble. Buzz. The next moment, Li Shishi disappeared, and the person in front of him finally became the Li Luoluo he was familiar with. As soon as Li Luoluo came out, she scolded, What kind of people are you? Don't you take me, the master personality, seriously? Couldn't you have told me if you had any questions? I could have asked him, but now you've all been exposed. Are you happy? Han Fei, then, he saw Li Luoluo staring at Han Fei. Han Fei hurriedly raised his chopsticks. Hey, it's none of my business. Look, I'm answering questions honestly. Humph, Li Luoluo snorted coldly. Did you feel comfortable touching me? Han Fei was shocked. Did I touch you? Li Luoluo lowered her head again and snorted. Li Keke, if you do this again, I will expose all your evil side. Han Fei was puzzled. The evil side? Wasn't Li Keke always a cute little girl? Han Fei felt that he was too naive. But forget it. He would just pretend that Li Keke was that pure Li Keke. If he really associated her with evil, it would be a little creepy. Li Luoluo narrowed her eyes and glared at Han Fei angrily. Damn it, I'm done asking. I have nothing else to ask, Han Fei asked. Shall we eat? Li Luoluo nodded, immediately picked up a large piece of meat, and took a big mouthful of it. Han Fei was relieved. It seemed that he had passed Li Luoluo's test. This woman had indeed been paying attention to him. At this moment, Li Luoluo suddenly said, I didn't expect you to become a disciple of the Void Temple. Your identity really gave me a fright. Han Fei asked, Have you found anything? Li Luoluo said, Of course. But why did you deliberately hide your identity? To temper yourself? If you directly revealed your identity, no one in the entire infinite mining area might dare to attack you. But now, you chose to hide your identity. Do you know how many people have designs on your resources in Puppet City? Han Fei said indifferently. If I really travel the world under the protection of Void Temple, others will hide far away when they see me. How can I continue on my path? Li Luoluo shrugged. That's true, but let me remind you, when you leave later, you'd better be more careful. The Emperor Sparrow has appeared, and the divine beasts will definitely pay special attention to us. Be careful not to be caught by them. If you get caught by them, I won't save you. Let your senior brothers from the Void Temple save you. Han Fei, First Teen, Chapter 2641, 2641.